bursting after he transmigrated into the canon Fodder Omega Chapter 1 to Chapter 32. Shanghai Military University was located in the bustling area of the capital star. Because of the beautiful scenery, it was known as the Emerald on the Crown. In a cafe on campus, the early spring afternoon sun shone through the glass window and sprinkled on the young man by the window. The young man was wearing a simple white sweater. His appearance was obviously that of an Omega, but his hands and feet were very slender. His skin was fair, and his facial features were well defined. Under his soft black hair, his eyes were clean and spotless. There were many alphas sitting in the cafe. They rarely saw Omega in the military academy, let alone such a good-looking Omega. The surrounding gazes were focused on Xianxia, but he was looking out the window with a very serious expression. He seemed to be studying something. What do you think that little O is looking at? He's probably looking at some alpha. After all, our military academy's alpha is so handsome. I think so too, ha ha ha, several alphas whispered to each other. No one would have thought that Xianxia's attention was all on the mecha training hall in the distance. The training hall was a white, bowl-shaped building. At the top, there was a virtual projection of a black mecha rotating 360 degrees. It looked down at the campus. It looked very realistic and gave off a sense of deterrence. Xianxia looked at the mecha projection and subconsciously analyzed its strengths and weaknesses. The elbow joint needed improvement. The head and body comparison were not bad. The position of the ejector was problematic. In Xianxia's mind, the mecha was quickly disassembled, as if it was drawn precisely on a drawing. Every part was analyzed clearly. At this moment, the black mecha projection made a motion of pulling out a lightsaber. The icy blue lightsaber shot out from the hilt and matched the mecha's movements. It was like a human swordsman declaring war on the enemy. Xianxia saw this handsome action and his eyes slowly widened. Then, he could not help but imitate the mecha and secretly made a sword-drawing motion. After coming to this world, he had a healthy body and had always dreamed of being able to pilot a mecha once. However, because he had just been discharged from the hospital, he did not have a mecha with him. This dream had not been realized for the time being. Suddenly, he felt that this action was too childish. Xianxia looked around uneasily and withdrew his hand in embarrassment. The moment he withdrew his hand, he seemed to have thought of something and stared at his palm in a daze. A female beta waiter was struck by how cute the young man was imitating the mech's movements. She grabbed her companion's arm and suppressed her excitement. "Oh my god, that Omega boy is too cute." Her companion was a male beta. He glanced in the direction of Xianxia and pried open the female beta's fingers. His eyes flashed with disdain. "Don't you know him? She's Chiyu's fiancé and is very famous in the first grade. He's also from Shanghai Military Academy? Is it because of his looks? It's because he entered the school through the back door. He doesn't know anything. His mental strength and stamina are only at grade C, and he's always making things difficult for other Omega." The waitress glared at him. "How is that possible? He looks so clean and kind." The surrounding discussions did not reach Xianxia's ears. His thoughts drifted far away. A day ago, he was still lying in the medical cabin of the Milky Way military, waiting for the final moment of his life to arrive. After losing consciousness, he came to this strange world. Before transmigrating, Xianxia was the youngest mech pilot in the Milky Way military. He created countless mech technological innovations, and the mech he designed made outstanding military achievements for the military. He was known as the man on the shoulder of the mech. However, he suffered from a serious genetic disease and spent most of his life in a wheelchair and medical cabin. His mental strength and stamina were deteriorating day by day. He loved mechs but had never driven a real mech. This passion supported him and made him devote his energy to researching mechs and developing technology to become a great mech pilot. When Xianxia was critically ill, the entire Milky Way prayed for him, but his life still stopped at the winter of 25 years old. His biggest regret in his previous life was that he did not have the chance to drive the mech he designed himself. After waking up, Xianxia thought that the Milky Way military had rescued him. He sat up in the medical cabin but found that he had changed into another body. Then, countless images poured into his mind, like a book that was being flipped. This information told him that he had transmigrated into a book. Half an hour later, he finally accepted the fact that he had transmigrated into an interstellar ABO novel. This book was called Love Has Nothing to Do with Pheromones. The humans in the book had 6 genders, and Xianxia had transmigrated into a male Omega, which was the rarest of the 6 genders. Omega was usually more delicate, but Xianxia was happy with his new life. At least, he could move around like a normal person. He did not need to take medicine every day and did not have to worry about the arrival of death at any time. He thanked God for giving him a chance to be reborn and also thanked the body of the original owner. Now, Xianxia was in a coffee shop, waiting for the arrival of the original owner's fiancé. The original owner's fiancé was called Qiyu, and he was the main character of this book. However, Xianxia was not the main character's bottom, but the canon fodder. In the original plot, the two's pheromones were highly compatible and they were engaged when they were young. However, after Xianxia grew up, he became eccentric, arrogant, ignorant and incompetent. He became Qiyu's most hated person. Qiyu was the son of a general. The Qi family had a high status in the military, and the Yun family was declining day by day. Therefore, the Qi family also began to dislike this marriage. Qiyu was 1 year older than Xianxia. He was a second-year student in the Star Ocean Military Academy's Mecha Confrontation Department. In order to take care of Qiyu, Xianxia also entered Star Ocean Military Academy with the help of the Qi family. The people around him looked down on him, but he made desserts for Qiyu, washed clothes, and tidied up the room every day. He did not care about other people's opinions. However, Qiyu liked Omega, who could fight side by side with him on the battlefield. No matter how bad she was, at least she had to work hard to improve herself. He did not like Xianxia at all. Instead, he had a good impression of Su Zinan, the main character of his class. Su Zinan knew how to operate mechas, repair mechas, and always got full marks in theory classes. He was unique in the military academy and was also the most special Omega in Qiyu's heart. Sensing Su Zinan's existence, Xianxia became sensitive and suspicious. He began to cause trouble for Su Zinan everywhere. This made Qiyu hate Xianxia even more. Even though he did not really like Su Zinan yet, he still felt guilty towards Su Zinan because of this matter. Not long after, Qiyu would break off the engagement in front of everyone. He would then hold Su Zinan's hand and shout a touching declaration that love has nothing to do with pheromones. Xianxia's final outcome would be to become a laughingstock. He could not bear the humiliation, and his glands would be cut off and he would die of an infection. The plot of the entire book came to an abrupt end here. Xianxia guessed that the original owner's scenes in the novel ended here, so there were only so many plot lines in his mind. An aircraft slowly stopped at the entrance of the coffee shop. A tall and handsome alpha wearing the dark blue uniform of the Shanghai Military Academy walked down from it. Under the warm welcome of the waiter, this alpha walked into the coffee shop and saw Xianxia in a daze. He could not help but frown and strode to the seat in front of Xianxia and sat down. Xianxia was looking at his hands. He clenched his fists tightly and felt the power of life. In his previous life, he could not even clench his fists. This feeling of power made him smile uncontrollably. Noticing that someone sat across from him, Xianxia was stunned. He then raised his head and looked at the person. Qiyu took off his jacket and put it aside. He was tall and had long legs, so he looked a little cramped in front of the table. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" After Qiyu sat down, he asked straightforwardly. 2 days ago, the original owner quarreled with Qiyu because of Su Zinan. Qiyu spoke without thinking and pushed the original owner. The original owner fell down and fainted. But now, Qiyu seemed to be fine. Xianxia looked at Qiyu seriously. He felt that this person was not that handsome. At most, he was a little tall. But all the alphas in this world were very tall. He did not understand why the original owner was so obsessed with Qiyu. Was it the power of the novel's plot? After all, the original owner's body gave him a chance to be reborn. He decided to ask for an explanation for the original owner. "I thought you would apologize to me." Qiyu was stunned. In the past, Xianxia's personality was eccentric, but he was only obedient to Qiyu. He never asked for an apology because of Qiyu's mistakes. He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Why should I apologize to you? Qiyu frowned. Su Zinan and I are just ordinary friends. You are the one who is being unreasonable. Even if Qiyu had feelings for Su Zinan and the two of them had an ambiguous relationship, he did not think he was wrong. At this moment, a waiter pushed a cart over and placed exquisite desserts, milkshakes, and fruits on the table. Xianxia smelled the aroma of the desserts. He licked his lips and carefully tasted the milkshake. In his previous life, he could only drink medicine and had long forgotten the taste of desserts. At this moment, he felt that he had eaten the most delicious food in the world. The youth tasted the milkshake and revealed a satisfied and happy expression. He smiled at the waiter. Thank you. The waitress's face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly said that there was no need to be polite and hurriedly pushed the cart away. A moment later, a faint voice came from the bar counter. He is really too cute. Xianxia had always paid attention to his figure and did not like to eat desserts. Every time he ate, he would calculate the calories before eating. This was also behavior that Qiyu could not understand. At this moment, the youth was gorging himself on the desserts as if he had forgotten about Qiyu's existence. Just as Qiyu's face darkened, Xianxia finally reacted. He raised his head and said to him, "Of course you are in the wrong. Why don't you admit it?" His eyes were clear and clean, but they were exceptionally serious and had a determination that could not be ignored. Qiyu suddenly had the illusion that he had been seen through. A hint of guilt flashed across his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Xianxia, I told you a long time ago that I don't like people like you. Qiyu changed the topic without leaving a trace. If it weren't for the fact that the Yuns and the Kais are family friends, I would have broken off the engagement immediately. The threat of breaking off the engagement was Qiyu's trump card. Every time he talked about breaking off the engagement, Xianxia would admit defeat and say with red eyes, "Don't be angry." Qiyu believed that it would be the same this time. Xianxia stopped eating desserts. Qiyu looked at the youth and calmly waited for his apology. A moment later, the youth's voice was heard. It was as gentle and clean as usual, but it stunned Qiyu on the spot. Let's go. Xianxia finally had the chance to be reborn. He did not want his fate to be tied to an arrogant man. He had a lot of things to do. He wanted to learn how to operate a mecha, design his own perfect mecha, and become the best mecha warrior. He wanted to use this opportunity to fulfill the mecha dream that he had not completed in his previous life. Before his dream was realized, Qiyu was just a stumbling block on his path. Huaihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. He was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he had been assassinated, if he did not have the ability to take revenge, could he not ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Chen who will not bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They did not notice the sneer in Lin Taishu's eyes. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You want to scam me? Good, let's see who will scam who. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Huaihu shouted. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he could not help but laugh in his heart. Just as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would not know what to do. Now that he used his family's name to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was audacious and did what he did in the Hua family residence, he felt that Lin Taishu had a good reason to do so. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to act so presumptuously in front of the Hua family, right? Especially when Huaihu realized that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear after he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Men, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Lord Qianhu, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. H Tao Tao PS //WW Omega EKBA with acute Omega. / never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This must be an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers all looked shocked and angry, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they all showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the f***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan looked at each other and smiled, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they all looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, enjoying the dog-eat-dog show that was about to happen. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that ordinary people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers handed their weapons to their companions and walked slowly to Kai Zian. Sorry, Lord Baihu, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us. It's okay. Do it. Kai Zian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, obviously, he was disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope and started to tie up Kai Zian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered to the girl in soft armor, calm down, when have you ever seen Master so stupid? The reason why Xianxia took the initiative to ask Qiyu out was to break off this ridiculous engagement. Qiyu threatened him with breaking off the engagement, so he went along with his words. Even if Qiyu didn't mention it, Xianxia would have taken the initiative to speak. Qiyu sat opposite Xianxia and looked at him in disbelief. However, this shock didn't last long. Qiyu quickly realized what was going on, Xianxia was throwing a tantrum with him. Thinking of this, contempt flashed in Qiyu's eyes. He thought to himself, this guy has a new trick up his sleeve. He dares to joke about breaking off the engagement. Xianxia couldn't understand Qiyu's expression. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be happy? Why did he look unhappy? If there's nothing else, that's all for now. Xianxia stared at Qiyu for a while, then gave up trying to decipher his expression and said, you can leave now. After saying that, Xianxia lowered his head and continued to eat dessert. He had half a macaron in his left hand and a cup of hot milk tea in his right. He completely ignored Qiyu. Qiyu looked at Xianxia with a hint of sympathy in his contempt. It was said that some Omega would use desserts to cover up their sadness after falling out of love. Xianxia's actions now seemed like he didn't care, but in fact, he was overeating because he was too sad. Eat less. Qiyu's voice carried a rare hint of concern. He was afraid that Xianxia would have an emotional breakdown and cry in public while eating. It wasn't like Xianxia hadn't done such a thing before. Xianxia looked at Qiyu in confusion. He saw that Qiyu was staring at the dessert in his hand and thought to himself, don't tell me this guy still wants to have a farewell meal? I'm hungry, Xianxia said concisely, then frowned slightly. Aren't you leaving yet? I didn't mean to break off the engagement. What I said just now was for your own good. Qiyu looked at Xianxia and said earnestly, if you can study hard, don't make trouble for no reason, learn more about mecha in the military academy, and don't cause me so much trouble, then I can still try to get along with you. The original owner was clearly taking care of Qiyu every day, and the reason why she was angry was because of the ambiguous relationship between Qiyu and Su Zinan, but he made it sound so bad. Xianxia felt that Qiyu was affecting his appetite. He put down the macaron in his hand and said perfunctorily, I can't change. Qiyu felt that Xianxia was indeed giving up on herself and going all out. He furrowed his brows, thinking that this fellow was beyond saving. He coldly snorted, fine, as you wish. Xianxia's mood instantly improved upon hearing this. He smiled at Qiyu and said, take care. From his expression to his tone, to his action of picking up the dessert, it all seemed to reveal one message: he really didn't care about Qiyu. This smile made Chiyu's heart burn with anger. The Yun family was originally a wealthy mecha merchant, but recently, there was a wave of new mecha. The Yun family didn't get the opportunity, and the scale of the company was getting smaller and smaller. They really needed the Qi family's help. Moreover, Xianxia had originally relied on Chiyu's family to get into the school. If he left Qiyu, he would very likely be expelled. Who gave Xianxia the courage to treat him with such an attitude? You are very brave today, but let me remind you that you were able to get into Star Ocean Military Academy completely because of the Qi family's help. Since you have chosen to break off the engagement, with your current level, you should be prepared to be expelled. After Qiyu said this, he waited to see Xianxia's regretful expression. However, Xianxia only responded with an "oh" when he heard this. He didn't even raise his head. He didn't care about being expelled at all. In his previous life, he didn't go to school because of his illness, but he still self-taught himself to become a mecha master. When Qiyu saw Xianxia's salted face, he felt as if his fist had hit cotton. He felt very unhappy. However, on second thought, the Yun family was declining, and Xianxia would be expelled soon. In the near future, the two of them would become people from two different worlds. When that time came, Xianxia would regret what he had done today. With this thought, Qiyu felt much better. He stood up, looked at Xianxia mockingly, and turned to leave. However, Xianxia's voice suddenly rang out. Wait. Qiyu curled his lips and looked at Xianxia. However, he saw him politely point at the jacket that he had placed at the side. His voice was calm and gentle. You forgot to take your jacket. The corner of the young man's lips was stained with dessert crumbs. The sun shone on his body, and his white hoodie made him look even fairer. His skin had a sense of transparency, and there was a faint sense of alienation in his eyes. Clearly, nothing had changed, but at this moment, Qiyu felt that he was unfamiliar. He was dazzled by those black eyes. Chiyu's Adam's apple bobbed. He reached out to take his jacket and left the cafe. After sending away the person who was in the way, Xianxia ate even more happily. However, this happiness didn't last long. About 5 minutes later, Xianxia's optical supercomputer received a communication request. After putting on his headset and opening it, Xianxia's mother, Qin Shuang, appeared on the screen. With her hands on her hips, she asked angrily, I heard that you and Qiyu just broke off your engagement? Did water get into your brain? Xianxia didn't expect Qiyu to be so vengeful. He had complained to his parents so quickly that he didn't even have time to eat dessert. Looking at the angry and beautiful Omega on the screen, Xianxia obediently shook his head. No water got into my brain. Qin Shuang looked at him with disappointment. Do you know our family's current situation? New mecha technology is being innovated every day. Our company's mecha are getting harder and harder to sell. If the Qi family didn't provide information to the military, what would our company do in the future? When Xianxia heard the words mecha technology innovation, he blinked. He was about to speak when Qin Shuang launched a barrage of attacks. Your brother is still in high school. What about you? You have nothing to do all day. The only thing you can do is to please Qiyu. Now, you're messing up the only thing you can do. Are you sincere? Mecha technology innovation, Xianxia didn't answer the question. I can help you. From the perspective of a mecha master, he understood the mecha technology of this world. In fact, the technology here was much more backward than in his world. He could totally help the Yun family's company become the leader in the industry. However, Qin Shuang obviously didn't want to give him the chance. He shouted angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Xianxia looked at him sincerely. I really can help. Once the engagement is broken, you'll be expelled immediately. Do you know that? Qin Shuang kept poking the screen with his finger. He couldn't wait to poke Yunxing's head. Go and apologize to Qiyu right now. If you're really expelled, don't go back to the Yun family. Before you solve this problem, I won't give you any living expenses. I'll try my best to stay in school. Yunxing's ears hurt from the scolding. He tried to calm Qin Shuang's anger. However, before you cut off my living expenses, can you lend me a mecha from home? Is a mecha more important than Qiyu? No, Before Yunxing's could finish his sentence, Qin Shuang hung up. Yunxing's took a deep breath and took a bite of the cookie in his hand. He suddenly felt that it didn't taste good. He seemed to have thought of things too simply. He thought that after the engagement was broken, he could do whatever he wanted. He didn't expect Qin Shuang's reaction to be so intense. Now, he was facing the risk of being expelled from Xianxia Military Academy. His family wanted to cut off his living expenses and didn't even leave him a mecha. If he wanted a mecha of his own, it would probably be difficult to achieve in a short period of time unless he saved up money to buy one. However, mechas were very expensive no matter which world it was in. Yunxing's looked at the empty plates stacked on the table and muttered, if I knew, I wouldn't have bought so many. Yunxing's still had classes in the afternoon. He got up and prepared to leave. Before he left, Yunxing's couldn't help but look in the direction of the mecha training hall. The huge black mecha projection was still spinning. If he could pilot a mecha like that, how awesome would that be? The waitress came to settle the bill. When she saw Yunxing's staring at the mecha projection in a daze, she covered her mouth and asked with a smile, do you also like Luo Wenchuan's lightsaber mecha? The lightsaber mecha was one of the 6 major mecha in this world. Its design was simple and basic, but it was the most compatible with the human body structure. It used a lightsaber as a weapon, and the level of the mecha was completely dependent on the pilot's skills. Luo Wenchuan's mecha? Yunxing's was stunned. He didn't understand. Isn't that just a projection? Yes. The waitress smiled and explained, because in last year's mecha grand tournament, Luo Wenchuan led our school to the top 8 and became the strongest player in the school team. So the school made a projection of his mecha and put it there? Yunxing's eyes widened as he looked at the mecha. The standard of our school's mecha, you also know that being able to enter the top 8 is already an extraordinary feat, the waitress continued to explain, and I heard that Luo Wenchuan didn't lose a single match last year, whether it was a solo PK or a group PK. Yunxing's thought that the design of the strongest player's lightsaber mecha didn't seem to be perfect enough. But then again, Luo Wenchuan is tall and handsome. Whether it's in person or in the mecha he drives, they are all equally cool, domineering, and suave. At this point, the waitress's eyes almost turned into stars. It would be even better if they made a projection of him and put it there, the strongest player in the school team, tall and handsome, and his mecha was turned into a virtual statue. Yunxing's felt a little confused, such a powerful person, why didn't his name appear in the world line in his mind at all? Could it be that Luo Wenchuan was just a supporting character? Yunxing's didn't have time to think too much because a reminder from the administration office popped up from his optical supercomputer. There will be a mecha practical class in 10 minutes at the D201 training ground. Yunxing's eyes lit up. Mecha practical class, then wouldn't he be able to drive his mecha? He quickly left the cafe, opened the optical supercomputer to look at the campus map, and walked quickly towards his destination. Along the way, Yunxing's lips curled into a smile, and his footsteps felt like they were stepping on cotton. Yunxing's arrived at the training classroom full of anticipation. Just as his left foot stepped through the door, an old and powerful voice rushed towards him. Yunxing's, you're late again. You're so happy even though you're late. Didn't I say that you have to come 5 minutes early for the practical class? How many times has it been this month? I'm sorry. Yunxing's apologized sincerely as he walked into the classroom. As long as he could drive his mecha once, it didn't matter if he was scolded. Yunxing's class was the first-year mecha combat department's class E, the worst class in the entire department. This could be seen from the white hair of the mecha teacher, Shuafeiyue. Shuafeiyue was old and looked weak. If it wasn't for his powerful shout just now, Yunxing's would have suspected that he was just a school worker who came to clean the training ground. Yunxing's roommate, Lu Ranxiu, waved at him. Xingza, come over here. Lu Ranxiu was Omega, one of Yunxing's few friends. In the original work, he was also one of Su Zinan's subgroups. Xianxia walked to Lu Ranxu's side, and Lu Ranxu immediately opened his mouth. "Why are you late again? Did you go on a date with Qiyu?" "I broke off my engagement with him," Xianxia said calmly. "What?" Lu Ranxu's eyes widened in surprise. Then, he looked at Xianxia sympathetically and tried to say some comforting words. "Xianxia, I know you like him a lot, but don't be sad. Qiyu is very good, but you will meet someone better than him." "Did this guy think that Qiyu dumped him?" Xianxia said. Actually, students behind, shut your mouths." Shuofeiyu shouted loudly, interrupting their conversation. "Today, we will be training our reflexes." Then, he began to talk about the importance of reflexes for mecha pilots. Everyone knows that after a mecha captures the pilot's movements, it will quickly perform the same actions. Therefore, the pilot's reflexes are especially important. The faster the pilot's reflexes, the faster the mecha's movements. The mecha piloting in this world was the same as in Yunxing's previous world. This made him even more eager to try it out. Shuofeiyu looked at everyone and said, "In this class, everyone will be practicing your reflexes in response to attacks. Of course, you will also have to practice more after class." Yunxing's waited for a long time, but Shuofeiyu did not take out the tesseract to store the mecha. He really wanted to turn on the mecha. He could not help but raise his hand and ask loudly, "Teacher, is there no mecha to turn on?" As soon as he said this, Lu Ranxu stared at him blankly. Everyone around them burst into laughter. "You guys have only been in school for less than a month and you're already thinking of turning on the mecha?" Shuofeiyu glared at him. "Yunxing's, do you think that turning on the mecha is as easy as turning on a toy? That's not true." Yunxing's slowly lowered his hand, disappointment flashing in his eyes. Training reflexes was actually to let the students fight in pairs. "Everyone, start forming your own teams." Shuofeiyu looked at Xianxia and Lu Ranxu and pointed at them. "Friends should not form teams." Xianxia understood. Although he really wanted to turn on the mecha now, this kind of confrontation training was an essential part of the class. There was no way to skip it. Shuofeiyu had a habit. He would observe the students during the confrontation in class and count each performance as a normal score. Yunxing's knew that his normal score must be terrifyingly low. Otherwise, he would not be on the verge of being expelled. He thought that he must perform well in a while and strive to get a higher normal score. However, it was obvious that the rest of the class thought the same. As one of the few Omega in the class and the one with the worst skills, Xianxia became a walking experience baby in the eyes of others. As long as they were matched against him, they would definitely not lose. After the grouping began, Xianxia was quickly targeted by a blonde alpha. This alpha was called Ao Liar. He usually had good skills, but he was a little arrogant and liked to mock Xianxia, who was an Omega. The two of them were divided into one group. Ao Liar stood in front of him and curled his lips. "I won't really hit you in a while. If you cooperate and kneel down and beg for mercy, I will let you go." Xianxia. What a big tone. Lu Ranxu stood to the side. He glared at Ao Liar and said angrily, "Ao Liar, don't go too far." After saying that, he comforted Xianxia in a low voice. "Xingxia, don't listen to Ao Liar." Xianxia felt a little touched, but the next moment, he heard Lu Ranxu say, "Just stand there and beg for mercy. The teacher will stop it." Xianxia? In fact, he was not afraid of the tall and strong alpha, Ao Liar. In his previous life, Xianxia had fought countless times in the simulation pod, but there was no way to use his body for actual combat. Now, he wanted to use this body to test the results of his training in his previous life. When the people around saw Ao Liar and Xianxia facing off, they all said to Ao Liar, "You have to be merciful, Ao Liar. She is an Omega. Ao Liar, you have to be gentle with her. You will definitely win anyway. It's okay to go easy on her." When Ao Liar heard these words, he showed a victorious smile and looked at Xianxia with a touch of sympathy. Shuofeiyu announced the start of the match. Ao Liar stretched his body and prepared to attack. In the next second, Xianxia opened his fists, lowered his center of gravity, and assumed a defensive posture. His eyes were fixed on Ao Liar's every move. At this moment, a hint of astonishment flashed in Ao Liar's eyes. He was a little confused whether the person in front of him was the Xianxia he knew. Because Ao Liar actually sensed a trace of murderous intent. Huaihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he did not have the ability to take revenge, could he not ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and conviction. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qianhu naturally will not do anything to bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a hint of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Xian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They did not realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You want to scam me? Good, let's see who will be the one doing the scamming. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Huaihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Xian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he could not help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Xian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would not know what to do. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he also knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family? Right, especially when Huaihu found that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Men, arrest Xian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Qianhu Lord, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. Tao Tao PS //WW Omega ECP // never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This was an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Xian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers could not help but show a look of shock and anger, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Huaihu and Hua Ziyuan looked at each other and smiled, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, enjoying the dogfight that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that none of the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers took action, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word was not something that ordinary people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Xian and said, Sorry, Baihu Lord, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Baihu Lord. It's okay, let's do it. Xian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, and he was obviously disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere and began to tie up Xian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish? Ao Liar was only stunned for a second. Then, he interpreted the murderous aura as an illusion. After all, he was an alpha. His body was full of muscles, and his reaction and explosive power were both excellent. On the other hand, Xianxia was an omega, and the weakest type of omega. Ao Liar had a crushing advantage against him. Ao Liar found the right opportunity and threw a punch directly at Xianxia's face. Lu Ranqiu, who was standing at the side, was shocked and trembling with fear. Xianxia could see Ao Liar's punch, but he was not used to fighting with this body. He dodged it, and the bridge of his nose almost brushed against Ao Liar's punch. Ao Liar's eyes flashed with surprise, but he obviously did not intend to let Xianxia go so easily. He turned around and threw a flying kick without hesitation. This blow was also aimed directly at Xianxia's head. Xianxia's eyes widened, and he quickly moved back to avoid the blow. However, before he was done, Ao Liar's other fist came at him again. Lu Ranqiu sucked in a breath of cold air. Shuofeiyue also frowned slightly. He knew the difference in strength between an alpha and an omega. Ao Liar's punch was definitely going to hit Xianxia. When that happened, it was very likely that, however, before Shuofeiyue could stop it, he saw Xianxia easily block the fist with his elbow. After a few rounds, Xianxia had adapted to fighting with this body. While Ao Liar was surprised by his moves being blocked continuously, Xianxia keenly caught his flaw. He grabbed Ao Liar's right wrist with his left hand and pulled it back hard. Then, he used his right elbow to hit Ao Liar's nose. Wherever Ao Liar's fist hit him, he hit the same spot without missing a beat. Ao Liar widened his eyes and dodged instinctively. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, Xianxia rudely pulled back her elbow in the opposite direction and delivered another elbow strike. This time, Ao Liar's cheek was hit directly, making a muffled sound. Ah! Ao Liar cried out in pain. He covered his face in disbelief and widened his eyes. After that, he seemed to feel that this was too embarrassing, and he gritted his teeth and put down his hand that was covering his face, causing his expression to become even more warped. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. After a while, someone finally spoke. Am I seeing things? Ao Liar was beaten up by Xianxia? That seems to be the case. That hit was pretty hard. It hurts just by looking at it. Everyone's shocked gazes and discussions made Ao Liar feel extremely embarrassed. Ao Liar gritted his teeth and roared at Xianxia, I was careless. Xianxia put on a defensive posture again and gestured for him to continue. However, that hit just now left a psychological shadow on Ao Liar. He looked at Xianxia's bottomless black eyes and suddenly felt afraid. Of course, Ao Liar refused to admit that he had lost to Xianxia. He took a deep breath and mustered up his courage to continue attacking Xianxia. His reaction and speed were not as good as Xianxia's, but he had an absolute advantage, and that was his abundant stamina. After fighting for a few minutes, although Ao Liar was still suppressed by Xianxia, the latter was obviously struggling. Just as Ao Liar continued to counterattack, Shuofeiyue shouted angrily and stopped the confrontation. Enough! Ao Liar was so frightened that he quivered, and Xianxia withdrew her fist in time. Ao Liar, you've already lost, Shuofeiyue said coldly. Ao Liar was not convinced. Teacher, I haven't admitted defeat, do you really think you're fighting? Shuofeiyue's old and hale eyes stared at Ao Liar and said in a mocking tone, in the mecha arena, your opponent's strength will be magnified countless times. Based on your performance just now, your mecha would have been smashed to pieces. Ao Liar's face instantly turned red. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. If he continued fighting, his stamina would be exhausted and he would definitely be beaten up by Ao Liar. Although this body was healthier than his previous life, it was still an omega and was at a disadvantage in terms of stamina. However, Xianxia was still very satisfied with this battle. At least it showed that the training in the virtual cabin in his previous life was useful. Now, he only needed to train his body more and he would become a strong fighter. After the confrontation training ended, Ao Liar lowered his head and said in a strange tone, Xianxia, I really didn't expect that someone like you would know how to fight. I also didn't expect you to be so weak, Xianxia said calmly. WW Omega Delta D Zeta C slash X Omega Z C slash OAO. Liar's fingers clenched into fists, and he became angry out of humiliation. What are you so proud of? What's so great about you? I know how to switch mechas, do you? Hearing this, Xianxia looked at AO Liar expressionlessly. His eyes were cold and made AO Liar shiver. If you lose, then you lose. You chose Xianxia yourself, why can't you accept defeat? Lu Ranqi retorted without holding back. He was the more irritable Omega in the class and had never liked these pretentious alphas. The people next to him also felt that AO Liar was too much and mocked him. An alpha can't beat an Omega. He's too weak. You claim to be the strongest in the class, but you're only at this level? Why are you so angry after losing? You're too ungentlemanly. In the midst of everyone's mocking, AO Liar could not bear the humiliation and left the classroom in grief and indignation. Xianxia, when did you learn how to fight? After class, Lu Ranqi walked to Xianxia and asked, You beat AO Liar up like a grandson just now. It felt so good. His tone was full of curiosity. Xianxia did not know how to answer, so he said, when faced with danger, a person's potential is limitless. It was clearly nonsense in a serious manner, but Lu Ranqi took it seriously and stared blankly at Xianxia. Amazing, Xianxia originally wanted to use the opportunity of the mecha practical class to pilot a mecha, but it did not happen in the end. After leaving the training hall, there seemed to be a student activity registration outside. There was a sea of people in front of the registration booth. What's going on over there? Xianxia asked curiously. He did not go to school in his previous life, so these student activities were very novel to him. Registration for the Mecha Grand Tournament. Lu Ranqi took a look and said, I heard that the top 10 can enter the school team and represent the school in the national tournament. There's also a big prize. Mecha Grand Tournament? Is it the tournament that Luo Wenchuan is participating in? Xianxia remembered what the waiter in the coffee shop said and asked. That's right, Lu Ranqi replied, then his eyes became confused. You know Luo Wenchuan? When did you start paying attention to these things? Hey, what are you doing? I'm going to take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia had already squeezed into the crowd and walked towards the registration booth. Lu Ranqi followed in confusion, and it took him a lot of effort to keep up with Xianxia's pace. In front of the registration booth, a ball-shaped white robot was enthusiastically handing out flyers. A dot of light floated in front of Xianxia. He reached out and tapped it, and the dot of light quickly expanded into a horizontal plane. The virtual images of the 6 mecha appeared on the plane. They were like a bunch of miniature mecha figurines. They were of different sizes, and each of them made a cool entrance. They looked realistic and cute. Then, the figurines began to fight. The samurai-like lightsaber mecha pulled out its red and blue lightsaber and slashed at the storm mecha that was many times larger than it. The storm mecha, which was good at defense, activated its protective shield. It was like an indestructible city wall, and the lightsaber made a buzzing sound when it hit it. The meteor mecha kept firing long-range cannons. Beautiful flames, like its name, smashed into the twin star mecha made up of 2 mechas. The twin star mecha threw out the scout mecha and pounced on the enemy. Its main mecha dodged and counterattacked. The comet mecha's entire body was filled with dismantling tools. It had set its sights on the phantom mecha, which was adept at concealing itself, and was attempting to dismember this enemy who came and went without a trace. Sparks flew as the 2 nimble mecha clashed. Xianxia's eyes widened slightly, and he was attracted by the beautiful battle scene. Although he had designed many mechas in his previous life, the variety of mechas in this world was much richer. The technology was not mature enough, but it had a wild imagination, and the battle scenes it brought were also very exciting. After the projection ended, all the mechas gathered together, and a line of golden words slowly appeared above the figurine's frowny face. Let the mecha become the armor of humans. Shanghai Military University Mecha Tournament Organizing Committee. Then, the image disintegrated into golden dust and dissipated in the air. The mission of this flyer also came to an end. Xianxia's blood was boiling. He couldn't wait to pilot his mecha and compete. He immediately ran in front of the staff in charge of registration and said, I want to sign up. Lu Ranchu finally squeezed in from the back. He panted as he walked to Xianxia's side. When he heard these 4 words, he immediately stopped panting and widened his eyes. What did you say? Sign up. Xianxia looked at Lu Ranchu. Do you want to sign up? Xianxia, listen to me. This competition is very dangerous. Lu Ranchu tried his best to persuade him. Xianxia was unmoved. It's a competition. There are always risks. At this moment, the staff smiled and said, as long as you have your own mecha, you can sign up for the audition. Xianxia was stunned. The competition doesn't use the same mecha? Of course not. The staff was amused by his words and explained, everyone's spiritual power rating is different. The type of mecha they are used to operating is also different. How can it be the same? Lu Ranchu sighed in relief. Good thing you don't have a mecha. Xianxia left the registration booth unhappily. Before he left, he stood in front of the promotional robot and clicked on the light that the robot threw in front of him. He watched the exciting battle scenes of the figurines again before reluctantly leaving. Lu Ranchu saw his hopeless expression and scratched his head. Xianxia, you don't usually like mecha. Why did you suddenly sign up for this competition? I like it now. Xianxia looked up at him. I want to pilot a mecha and also participate in the competition. Lu Ranchu was stunned. He said in surprise, Xianxia, are you upset because you broke up? I asked you to learn some mecha knowledge in the past. You said Omega wouldn't pilot such an ugly thing. Now you. I'm not upset because I broke up. Xianxia sighed. He didn't know how to explain it to Lu Ranchu. After thinking about it, he could only say, I was the one who broke off my engagement with Chiyu. Now I want to make a change. I want to experience a different life. The afterglow fell on the youth. His black hair and pale skin were dyed with a layer of warm orange. His black eyes reflected the sunset, but what was more dazzling than the sunset was the determination in his eyes. Lu Ranchu looked at Xianxia. After a long time, his expression changed from dull to serious. Then, he patted Xianxia's shoulder lightly and said seriously, I understand. If you want to make a change, I'll support you. But I don't have a mecha. Xianxia frowned. He said in confusion, where can I buy a cheap C-rank mecha? His spiritual power was C-rank. The neural connection technology in this world was more backward, so he could only pilot a C-rank mecha. Are you kidding? Lu Ranchu looked incredulous. Xianxia, didn't your father, Yun Chongqing, open the Chongqing Mecha Company? Why don't you just ask him if he wants one? After Chiyu and I broke off our engagement, my family was angry. Xianxia shrugged helplessly. Now I can only save money to buy a mecha. As he said this, Xianxia turned on his optical supercomputer and looked up the price of mecha in this world. Then, he looked shocked. The cheapest lightsaber mecha costs 3 million star credits? Mecha in his original world were also very expensive, but the cheapest mecha only cost a few 100,000 star credits. Then, Xianxia looked up the price of second-hand mecha. They all started from a few million star credits. The price of mecha on the market has always been very high. You should know this very well. Lu Ranchu was confused at first, but he immediately figured it out. Xianxia usually did not care about mecha at all, so it was normal. If you want to save money to buy a mecha, it's best to go to places like the black market. As he said this, Lu Ranchu turned on his optical supercomputer, found a map, marked the location of the black market with his finger, and shared it with Xianxia's optical supercomputer. The security at the black market is not very good at night. You should go there earlier tomorrow. Lu Ranchu specially instructed. Thank you, Ranchu. Xianxia looked at Lu Ranchu gratefully. You're so nice. Lu Ranchu had helped Xianxia many times in the past, but Xianxia had never shown such a sincere expression. It's rare that you want to do things for yourself. Lu Ranchu scratched his head, and his expression was a little awkward. His personality was more like an alpha, and his farriers were a little red. It's pretty good to leave Chiyu. Actually, I always thought that guy was an idiot. Xianxia's depressed mood from not being able to participate in the competition was lifted at this moment. The two of them left the registration booth. Lu Ranxiu turned around and looked at the crowd. Most of the people who signed up were alphas, and they were basically seniors. He and Xianxia seemed to be out of place here. A touch of worry flashed across his eyes, but was quickly covered up. Last year, Shanghai Military Academy had produced an Omega who knew how to pilot mecha. His name was Su Zenan, but his spiritual power and physical strength were naturally stronger than others. Even so, he only became a substitute for the school team. Lu Ranxiu thought that when Xianxia knew how difficult it was for an Omega to pilot mecha, he would probably give up on his own. As for now, if Xianxia needed something to bring him out of the shadow of a broken heart, then let him go first. After dinner, Lu Ranxiu had something to do and left the school. Xianxia asked for a leave of absence on the grounds that he was not feeling well. He left the school and went to the black market. He did not want to wait a moment longer. He wanted to pilot mecha as soon as possible. Because of Lu Ranxiu's instructions, Xianxia wore a black mask. Because his figure was taller, he looked more like a beta. Taking a flying transport to a station near the black market, Xianxia looked for an entrance among a pile of tall buildings. In a highly civilized metropolis, high-rise buildings were crowded together. After night fell, the neat lights of the buildings and huge colorful virtual projections gradually lit up. The flying transport would occasionally sweep past the light and shadows, becoming a black dot the size of an ant. Xianxia had basically never left the house in his previous life. At this moment, he looked around curiously and unknowingly came to the entrance of an unmanned convenience store. Xianxia passed through the convenience store, passed through an alley, and entered the underground black market. Stepping on the steps leading to the black market, a damp air rushed to his face with a hint of coldness. This was also a feeling that Xianxia had never experienced in his previous life. The air he inhaled was cold and sticky. Compared to the open space above ground, the shops in the black market were not big. The signboards were squeezed together in a disorderly manner, and the various colors and fonts were dazzling. The first floor sold clothes, the second floor had various bars and gambling venues, and the third floor sold various weapons and equipment. The mecha was on the third floor. Xianxia saw many mecha shops here, but most of them sold brand new mecha. He only had 100,000 star credits in his account, so he could only afford a second-hand mecha. No, he might not even be able to afford a second-hand mecha. After searching for a long time, Xianxia saw a signboard in the corner with the words second-hand mecha written on it. He quickly walked into the shop. There were posters of mecha on the walls of the shop, and Rubik's cubes for storing mecha were on the shelves. The boss was a middle-aged fat man. He looked up and down at the fair-skinned teenager wearing a mask. Seeing that he was wearing branded clothes, he went forward to greet him warmly. "Hey, handsome, what are you buying?" Xianxia replied, "Mecha. I have all kinds of models here. Let me show you." The boss turned on the screen and showed Xianxia the models of the mecha. Most of the models on display were more expensive. The quality is guaranteed, and the price is absolutely cheap. Xianxia glanced at them. The prices were very high. He asked directly, "How much is the cheapest one?" The boss was stunned for a moment, and his enthusiasm suddenly decreased a little. "The cheapest one? Let me see." Then, he pointed to a black Rubik's cube on the shelf. "That's a C-class lightsaber mecha. It's second-hand. I bought it from an alpha student at Star Ocean University. Although it was damaged before, it performs well after being repaired." Xianxia thought that the lightsaber mecha was relatively simple, but it was also a very good choice. He asked, "How much is it?" "I see that you're quite young, like a student. I'll give you a friendly price." The boss said, 503,800 star coins. A lightsaber mecha definitely couldn't be bought on the market at this price, but Xianxia still couldn't afford it. "Can it be cheaper?" Xianxia asked carefully. The boss touched his chin, thought for a moment, and asked, "How much can you accept?" Xianxia swallowed and said seriously, "Can you give me a zero?" The boss smiled and was about to say no problem, but he heard the teenager ask nervously and sincerely, "Is 50,000 okay?" The boss's smile suddenly froze on his face. About 5 seconds later, a voice full of energy came out of the second-hand mecha shop and resounded throughout the entire third floor of the basement. I think you look like a zero, Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. One had to know that he was the young master of the Hua family and represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and conviction. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qian who naturally won't do anything to bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied with a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Kai Zian, his eyes gradually becoming cold and sharp. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu's eyes and were a little confused. However, they only saw the surface and didn't realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me? Great, let's see who's going to scam who. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, even he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Just as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would definitely be at a loss. Now that he used his family's name to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be so presumptuous in front of the Hua family in the capital, right? Especially when Hua Yihu realized that the moment he finished speaking, Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear. This made him even happier. Men, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Lord Qianhu, hearing Lin Taishu's order. Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. H-Tao-Tao PS //WW Omega EKBA with acute Omega. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This must be an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers couldn't help but show a look of shock and anger, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this and smiled at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Sure enough, just as they had guessed, Lin Taishu was at a loss of what to do with his own life, and ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, enjoying the dog-eat-dog show that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions and slowly walked up to Kai Zian. Sorry, Lord Baihu, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us. It's okay. Do it. Kai Zian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, obviously, he was disappointed at Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere and started to tie up Kai Zian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered to the girl in soft armor, calm down, when have you ever seen master so foolish? The boss suspected that Xianxia was sent by a competitor, who would directly lower the price to 1/10. After being scolded, not only did Xianxia not leave, he even shamelessly continued to bargain with the boss, trying to make the boss believe that he was a student who loved Mecca but had no money. At first, the boss thought that this kid was lying, but his eyes were clear and his tone was very sincere, so his attitude gradually softened. Xianxia talked until his mouth was dry, and in the end, he lowered the price to 150,000. The boss's round head was sweating. He reached out to wipe it and said helplessly, "I really can't go any lower." "Young man, please spare me." Xianxia knew that this price was already the boss's bottom line. However, he only had 100,000 star dollars left, so he was still short by 50,000. Xianxia thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said to the boss, "Okay, 150,000 is a deal, but I don't have that much money right now. Please help me keep this Mecca. I'll come and get it in a few days." "Thank you, boss." The boss looked at the youth's serious and determined gaze. He should have been angry about this business deal, but at this moment, he suddenly laughed. "You're quite an interesting person." Usually, those who bargained would also say things like, "I really like this Mecca." Most of them were just polite words. However, the youth's gaze contained a strong persistence and love. "Boss, you must keep it." Xianxia stared at the boss, looking as if he would not leave until the boss agreed. "You're not allowed to sell it to anyone else." The boss didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. I promise you. Give me your contact details." Xianxia finally let out a sigh of relief. After shaking the boss's hand and thanking him repeatedly, he left basement 3. Although he had settled on the Mecca, Xianxia's mood did not relax because of this. This was because the registration for the Mecca Grand Tournament only lasted for a week. This also meant that if he could not save up the remaining 50,000 star dollars within a week, he would miss the chance to register. For Xianxia, the Mecca Grand Tournament was an excellent opportunity. Not only could he experience the thrill of Mecca battles during the tournament, he could also study other people's Mecca. He couldn't miss this opportunity. After returning to school, Xianxia lay on the sofa in the living room of the dormitory and went online to see if there were any part-time jobs that could make quick money. From the search engine to the campus forum, Xianxia searched for a lot of relevant content. Finally, a post on the campus forum caught his attention. The post was as follows: "To the users of the Shanghai Mecha Mutual Network, can those who don't know how to repair mechas not accept orders? My mech's left arm is just a little stiff. The beta who accepted the order dislocated my mech's left arm the moment they met. I can't reattach it now. May I ask if this person is a spy sent by another military academy?" Xianxia read the post carefully and understood that other than the campus forum, Star Ocean University also had an internal website called Star Ocean Mecha Mutual Aid Network. WW Omega Delta D Zeta C, X Omega Z C. Due to the high fees charged by mecha repair factories, the school encouraged students to help each other on the website. Some students who knew about mecha maintenance only needed to register a maintenance account to be able to accept orders on the website. This also provided a way for poor students to earn money. Because the price was relatively low, many people would register problems with their mecha on the website. However, if they were unlucky, they might also encounter the situation described by the poster. Earn money by repairing mechas? Xianxia straightened up from the sofa and quickly opened the Mecha Mutual Aid Network. He browsed through the website and saw that there were many maintenance orders posted by students on campus. Xianxia tried to register a maintenance account. Other than submitting his identity information, he also needed to scan a repair kit for mecha. A repair kit for mecha ranged from 1,000 to 20,000 star credits. It came with a small number of basic materials. He reluctantly bought a kit that cost more than 1,000 star credits on a shopping app. About 20 minutes after placing the order, the delivery aircraft arrived at the dormitory entrance. After receiving the kit, Xianxia scanned it and successfully registered a maintenance account. He began to look for repair orders. These orders were of different types. Some were for simple routine inspections, while others were for damaged parts. The prices varied according to the difficulty of repair. Xianxia wanted to find a more expensive order. After looking around, he realized that the prices were all very cheap. He was a little disappointed. Just as he was about to pick a cheaper order to try, he suddenly noticed an order that no one was taking. The price was 40,000 star credits? Xianxia's eyes widened and he subconsciously clicked on the order. The request for help was very simple: routine maintenance and modification of the mecha's elbow. Modification orders were usually very expensive, but to be able to offer a price of 40,000 star credits meant that this person was really rich. But why wasn't anyone taking the order? Xianxia clicked on the order curiously and realized that the number of views on the order was very high. He clicked on the preview image of the mecha. It was a pure black mecha that looked a little familiar. Xianxia tilted his head and thought carefully for a while. Suddenly, he showed an expression of realization. This mecha looked very similar to the projection on the mecha training hall. Could it be that Luo Wenchuan's mecha? However, Xianxia didn't care whose mecha this was. He needed this money too much. Even if this mecha belonged to the royal family of the Interstellar Empire, he had to accept this order. The gentle electronic synthetic voice on the website asked, "Are you sure you want to accept this repair order?" After Xianxia confirmed it, the cooperation between the two parties was successfully established. Not long after, a message popped up: frowny face anonymous user, "Are you sure you want to accept the order? Repair me, yes." Anonymous user, "Do you want to go to the door?" Repair me, anything is fine. Anonymous user, then go to the open space behind the school's grove at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Repair me, no problem. Early the next morning, Xianxia carried his toolbox and went to the open space behind the grove ahead of time. This place was one of the few open spaces in the school. Some students would come here to repair their mecha when they wanted to do it themselves. Xianxia waited for a while before a tall alpha with flaxen hair appeared in his field of vision. When he saw Xianxia, the other party was obviously stunned. Xianxia looked at the alpha and saw him walking towards him. He scratched his head and asked, "Student, may I ask, have you seen a mecha repairman?" "I am." Xianxia pointed at the toolbox in his hand. "My ID is repair me." The alpha boy turned around and left. "Hey! Why are you leaving?" Xianxia hurriedly chased after him. "I really know how to repair mecha, I'm not lying to you." He spent more than 1,000 star coins to buy the toolbox. If the order was cancelled, he would need to cool down for a day before he could accept another order. That would mean that he had a bad start and would lose more than 1,000 star coins on the first day. Poverty made Xianxia muster up his courage and block the tall alpha's path. "Big brother, don't go. Take out your mecha and let me try. I have more than 10 years of mecha repair experience. You're trying to cheat experience, right?" The boy looked at him expressionlessly. "You're an Omega, how can you repair mecha? How can an Omega not know how to repair mecha? What does this have to do with gender?" The boy's expression was obviously gloomy. This male alpha was called Collet. A few days ago, he helped his roommate put up a mecha repair order online. The price had been raised several times, but no one dared to accept it. Last night, someone finally accepted the order. Moreover, whether it was the simple ID or the simple way of speaking, it faintly revealed the feeling of a mecha expert. He was happy for a while because of this. He didn't expect the other party to be a pure and clean Omega. "Move aside." Collet walked past Xianxia and headed directly towards the small forest. As he walked, he pulled up his screen and sent a message to his roommate. "Dechuan, I met an online scammer. He doesn't look like a proper repairman." As soon as the message was sent, his hand was pulled. For the first time in his life, Collet was pulled by an Omega. His face flushed red and he hurriedly shook off the other party's hand. "Let's talk nicely. We're all alone. Is this appropriate?" Xianxia anxiously and sincerely said to him, "Classmate, just trust me this once. Anyway, the money isn't in my hands yet. At most, you don't have to pay." Collet was a little hesitant. After all, he had been looking for a repairman for a long time. Moreover, the person in front of him was holding a toolbox. Perhaps he really knew a little. Xianxia used his trump card. "Since he's already here, he's already here." Collet looked at Xianxia's sincere eyes and unexpectedly agreed. He took out the mecha Rubik's Cube and handed it to Xianxia. "Then, take a look." At this moment, Collet's optical supercomputer received a message. "Luo Wenchuan, ? Culei, it's okay. You can continue with your work. Xianxia took out the scanner from the toolbox and placed the mecha on it. After scanning for a few minutes, the mecha's holographic image appeared on his optical supercomputer screen. Culei looked at Xianxia's skillful movements and his expression gradually became serious. Xianxia stared at the screen and analyzed the mecha's various data. The routine maintenance was completed very quickly. After filling in the report, he sent it to Culei and said to him, "It's not a big problem. There are a few basic parts that need to be replaced. I'll replace them for you in a while." Culei looked at the maintenance report and couldn't help but admit that this Omega really knew about mechas. Then, Xianxia unfolded the mecha in a sitting position and took out a lift from the toolbox. This mecha was a medium-sized mecha. Its complete height was about 10 meters. When it was sitting, it was about 5 to 6 meters tall. It wasn't difficult to repair it. Xianxia stepped on the lift and held the repair gun. He skillfully removed the basic parts that needed to be replaced and replaced them with new ones. The entire process only took about 10 minutes. During the repair process, Xianxia confirmed that this mecha was indeed the projection in the training hall. However, it had undergone many modifications, so the details were different and the general proportions were preserved. When Xianxia saw the projection, he felt that there was a flaw in the mecha's elbow. The pilot must have realized this problem and modified it once. However, the modification wasn't satisfactory, so he asked for help on the mutual aid network. Xianxia started the modification work. As he measured the data of the elbow, he thought of a plan in his mind. As he didn't buy a lot of materials, it was impossible for him to make a new elbow joint. He could only make some modifications on the basis of the original. This required him to be very careful. However, this wasn't a problem for Xianxia. He held the repair light knife and knocked on the elbow joint, preparing to do it. "Wait." Culei widened his eyes in shock. "Are you planning to do it right away? Aren't you going to draw a sketch? Aren't you going to do any preparatory work?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment. "I don't have this habit." He had drawn countless drawings and guided others to modify countless mechas. With his eyes and brain, he could completely make precise modifications. "This mecha is very expensive." Culei raised his head and shouted at the person on the elevator. "Don't mess around." Xianxia had no choice but to make a symbolic mark on the elbow. Just as Culei was on tenterhooks, Xianxia directly began to make bold modifications. The repair light knife cut off a large piece of metal. F***CK. "It's over, it's over. When Luo Wenchuan comes back, won't he cut me with the light knife?" Xianxia's ears were stung by this scream. He looked helplessly at Alpha on the ground and thought, why is this Luo Wenchuan making a fuss over nothing? How did he become the strongest contestant in the mecha tournament with such a mentality? Does he have a loud voice? Culei asked with a trembling voice, what are you trying to do?" Xianxia couldn't be bothered to explain to him and continued what he was doing. His movements were so fast that Culei couldn't see it clearly. After it was over, Culei looked at the mecha's elbow joint. His expression changed from grief to surprise. He couldn't see any traces of modification at all. After the modification, the lines of the elbow joint connected smoothly with the mecha's arm. At first glance, it did look like it was done. Xianxia began to modify the other arm. This time, Culei didn't stop him. Instead, he looked at his movements curiously. After the modification, Xianxia came down from the elevator and put away his tools. He said to Culei, "It's done. You can take it back and try it out. If you're not satisfied, come and find me." "It's over just like that?" Culei looked at Xianxia in disbelief. "You're too fast." Culei ran to the bottom of the mecha and looked up at the elbow joint. He couldn't see what changes Xianxia had made. It seemed bold, but in reality, he had modified it according to the mecha's original structure. There was nothing wrong with it. Xianxia looked at the mecha's design and materials were excellent. It was indeed worth a lot of money. He really wanted to go up and pilot it, so he asked, "Student Luo, can I pilot your mecha for a bit?" Culei had just recovered from his shock and didn't notice that Xianxia had called him Student Luo. He immediately rejected him. "No. Definitely not. Letting an Omega pilot Luo Wenchuan's mecha was much more serious than a failed modification. After he finished speaking, he noticed the disappointed look on the Omega teenager's face. He couldn't bear it and softened his tone. Well, this mecha's difficulty level is SS. You might not be able to pilot it. I understand. Xianxia nodded. He was indeed impulsive just now. He forgot to consider that the nerve connection technology in this world was very backward. His sea-level spiritual power couldn't pilot a high-level mecha. Kulei put the mecha back into the black Rubik's Cube and scratched his head. Don't be discouraged. By the way, what's your spiritual power level now? Sea level, Xianxia replied. It's okay. You just have to train your spiritual power more often. Kulei said seriously, it's easy to upgrade from sea level to B level. It gets harder and harder to upgrade as you go further. Our school has a special spiritual power training classroom. If you want to pilot a high-level mecha, you can try it out more often. Xianxia nodded in agreement. He had to admit that improving his spiritual power was indeed a very important thing. After all, even if he saved up money to buy a second-hand sea-level mecha, he definitely wouldn't be satisfied with it. In the future, he would definitely pilot a mecha above S level like Luo Wenchuan. Of course, maybe he could improve the nerve connection technology in the future so that his spiritual power would no longer be limited. However, improving this technology required a lot of money to conduct research and experiments. He couldn't do it at the moment. He could only change himself first. Therefore, in addition to earning money, Xianxia also had a mission to train his spiritual power. Kulei said that he would contact Xianxia again after he tried the mecha. Before he left, Xianxia glanced at Kulei and suddenly remembered the cafe waiter saying, Luo Wenchuan is so handsome. It would be great if he could be made into a projection sculpture. He was a little confused. His looks were all right. Was he handsome enough to be made into a sculpture? The two of them parted ways. Kulei brought the mecha Rubik's Cube back to the dormitory. He sorted out the modification data that Xianxia had sent him and prepared to send it to Luo Wenchuan together with the virtual image. Before he clicked send, Kulei was very nervous. He had the illusion that he was handing in his homework to his teacher. He even started to regret his actions. The reason why no one accepted this order was because everyone recognized that this was Luo Wenchuan's mecha. With Luo Wenchuan's temperament and terrifying strength, who would dare to touch his mecha? Who could guarantee that the modification would be better than the original? What if it was damaged? The more Kulei thought about it, the more worried he became. He felt that he had been possessed today. Why did he believe Omega's words? Before Kulei sent the document, he admitted his guilt sincerely. Dechuan, the maintenance worker today might be a little unreliable, but his eyes looked very innocent, so I believed him. Then, he dared to send the document. 5 minutes later, Luo Wenchuan received the document, but there was no reply for a long time. Just as Kulei was worried, a message popped up. Luo Wenchuan, who modified this? Kulei's vision darkened. From this question, he could imagine Luo Wenchuan's anger. It's over. It was indeed damaged. Luo Wenchuan was going to settle the score with Omega. Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the imperial capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he did not have the ability to take revenge, could he not ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qianhu naturally would not bend the law for favoritism. Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They did not notice the sneer in Lin Taishu's eyes. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me? Good, let's see who's the one doing the scamming. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted. At this moment, he almost believed that Xian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he could not help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Xian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would not know what to do. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had a reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu found that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Men, arrest Xian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look on his face. Master, Qianhu Lord, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. Tao Tao PS //WW Omega E Okba Omega / never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This must be an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Xian and the soldiers of the northern battlefront army around them all looked shocked and angry, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard. How could you say something so shameless? Immediately, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they were also extremely sad and disappointed. They had been ordered to capture Lin Taishu's assassin. In the end, not only did they fail to capture the assassin, they were the ones who had become the assassins instead. What the f***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan looked at each other and smiled, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they had guessed, this great plan of giving Lin Taishu a taste of his own medicine really made him panic and kill each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they all looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, enjoying the dog-eat-dog show that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that none of the soldiers of the northern battlefront army were moving, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel, this word was not something that ordinary people could bear. Immediately, the faces of the soldiers of the northern battlefront army changed. After a few breaths, 2 soldiers of the northern battlefront army helplessly handed their weapons to their companions and slowly walked up to Xian, saying, Sorry, Baihu Lord. We were forced to do this. Please forgive us. It's okay. Do it. Xian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale. Obviously, he was very disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 soldiers of the northern battlefront army found a rope and began to tie up Xian's hands. You. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, Calm down. When have you ever seen Master so foolish? Kulei wanted to reply to Luo Wenchuan's message, but his fingers were trembling. After a long time, he finally typed, Is the modification really that bad? This time, Luo Wenchuan replied almost instantly, with only 2 words, not bad. These 2 words made Kulei freeze on the spot. It took him a full 10 seconds to react. Luo Wenchuan had always been very picky about mechas. To Luo Wenchuan, mechas were like personal weapons to warriors. He always wanted his mecha to be in the best condition. This was also why he handed the mecha to Kulei for maintenance after leaving school. Kulei sighed in relief and replied, Then you can try the mecha when you return to school. After a while, Luo Wenchuan replied with an okay and added a thank you at the end. His politeness carried a sense of alienation. Kulei had never been able to guess his roommate's thoughts, but he felt that Luo Wenchuan should be satisfied with the modification of the mecha, right? It seemed that the Omega was indeed something. Kulei, oh right, Dechuan, when are you going back to school? Luo Wenchuan, this week. Kulei, did the mission go smoothly? Luo Wenchuan, not bad. Kulei, you should be able to get a lot of rewards, right? Luo Wenchuan, a lot. Kulei sighed in his heart. As expected, the children of the poor matured early. He and Luo Wenchuan were second-year students in the Starfleet Command Department. They had been roommates for a year. No one knew where Luo Wenchuan came from, but it was said that he came from a remote planet. When he first arrived at school, he was mocked by many people. With his terrifying SS-rank spiritual power and physical strength, he quickly became the strongest legend in the school. He even stood out in the national mecha competition. The children of Desolate Star were relatively poor, but Luo Wenchuan could afford to drive the most expensive mecha in the entire school. This was not only due to the scholarships he received from getting full marks in almost every subject, but also because he often went outside the school to accept bounty missions. However, Kulei felt that Luo Wenchuan did not seem like a child who grew up in a poor family. The cultivation and nobility that he often exuded was not something that could be disguised with money. And the swordsmanship he used when activating the lightsaber mech was not something an ordinary teacher could teach. In addition, he had handsome facial features, beautiful handwriting, artistic talent that he occasionally displayed, clean and fashionable fashion sense. These were characteristics that made countless Beta and Omega go crazy. Kulei often felt that he was a good-for-nothing compared to Luo Wenchuan. Luo Wenchuan hadn't returned to school yet. Before the mecha test started, Xianxia wouldn't be able to get the money. Looking at his motionless account that had even lost $1,000, Xianxia sighed and continued to look for repair orders on the website. But unfortunately, other than Luo Wenchuan, no one else would pay such a high price for repairs. Basically, the repair costs were all within 500 star credits. Forced by life, Xianxia had no other choice. No matter how little money he had, he could only continue to accept orders. Very few Omega would become repairmen. This was also the reason why Kulei doubted Xianxia. In the next 2 days, Xianxia met several people who treated him as a scammer. Most of these people were more conceited alphas. Betas were relatively easier to talk to, but there was some contempt in their words. Fortunately, Xianxia's skills were top-notch, and the speed of his repairs was very fast. Everyone who doubted him would end up with an astonished look, convinced by the impeccable repair results. Xianxia's behavior of leaving early and returning late attracted Lu Ranxu's attention. After Lu Ranxu understood the situation, he asked in surprise, "You know how to repair mechas?" Xianxia said that he had learned a little from his father's company. Speaking of which, I heard that someone accepted Luo Wenchuan's repair order 2 days ago. Lu Ranxu suddenly came over and said seriously, "I don't know who is so bold to accept Luo Wenchuan's order." Xianxia was a little puzzled. What's wrong with Luo Wenchuan? Don't you know? He's an iceberg demon. He has very high requirements for mechas. Lu Ranxu explained, there shouldn't be anyone in our school who can modify his mecha. Even if they did, he definitely wouldn't be satisfied. Iceberg demon? Was he that scary? Xianxia thought of the brown-haired alpha and was a little confused for a moment. He had already done his best to help modify the mecha. Luo Wenchuan wouldn't refuse to pay, right? Xianxia looked at his account. 40,000 star credits still hadn't arrived. Disappointment flashed in his eyes. Could it be that Luo Wenchuan really wasn't satisfied with the mecha modification? But why was that? He had received good reviews on the Galaxy Mecha Mutual Network. Today, there were even people who came to him specifically to repair their mecha. Because he was worried that Luo Wenchuan wouldn't pay, Xianxia accepted even more repair orders. In addition, he also trained his body every day and went to the spirit tempering room to practice. When Xianxia went to temper his spirit for the first time, just as his brain was connected to the tempering device, he felt as if there was 1,000 pounds of stone pressing on his nerves. The headache almost made him faint. In desperation, he could only adjust the tempering intensity to the lowest and slowly get used to the tempering process. Due to the backward neural connection technology, the process of tempering his spirit was much more painful than Xianxia's in his original world. On this day, Xianxia came to the spirit tempering room again. He first turned on the evaluation device to see if his spirit had improved. However, 5 or 6 days had passed, and the letter on the device was still a big C. Of course, there were also differences in C-grade spirit. In the C-grade, Xianxia's progress bar had reached 95.7%. It was still a big improvement compared to the original 88.1%. It would still take some time to break through to B-grade. Xianxia turned on the tempering device. Not long after putting on the helmet, his head hurt badly. He brought a bottle of mineral water, and his fingers almost crushed the bottle. Xianxia gritted his teeth and persevered. Within 10 minutes, his back was covered in sweat. Every second, his neurons felt like they were being eaten by ants. He couldn't even tell if the water droplets on his face were sweat or tears. In the tempering room, there were many students like Xianxia. Most of them were betas. Alpha Spirit had a natural advantage, and there were very few Omega Spirit students in the school. The betas were sandwiched in the middle, trying to catch up with the Alpha Spirit bit by bit in this way. Every day, betas fainted in the tempering room. Xianxia sweating and crying was already good enough. He even saw a beta with a big nosebleed and then fainted, which scared him out of his wits. Half an hour later, Xianxia had reached his limit. He disconnected the connection and panted heavily. Because his fingers had been clenched for too long, his palms were numb, and his knuckles couldn't straighten at all. The beta girl next to him looked at Xianxia and said admiringly, "You're so amazing. You can actually hold on for so long." Xianxia collapsed to the ground, panting and saying, "It's still not enough. You're an Omega, right?" The girl asked carefully. "Is the improvement of your spirit that important to you?" "I don't mean anything else. I just think that this is too painful." She was telling the truth. Omega's physique was weak, which directly led to one consequence: they were born sensitive, including pain. Their pain sensitivity might be 2 or 3 times that of Alpha. Tempering one's spirit was simply a hellish trial for Omega. Xianxia often thought that if the original owner practiced more, he would be a grade B by now. But on second thought, he had gritted his teeth and persevered, so he couldn't blame the original owner. Xianxia rested for a while, sat up, and gulped down half a bottle of water. His tone calmed down. "It's very important. I want to start a mecha." The girl was stunned, wondering if she had heard wrong. After Xianxia finished speaking, he stood up and walked to the analog pulse device in the corner of the tempering room. Compared to the evaluation device, the analog pulse was specially designed for mecha students. It could directly evaluate whether a person could start a mecha. As long as the link was connected, the neurons could be connected to the microelectronic pulse. If one could withstand the load, piloting a mecha would not be a problem. Sitting in front of the analog pulse device, Xianxia connected the link, took a deep breath, and pressed the grade B button. He wanted to try and see how far he was from being able to withstand the grade B load. The moment the pulse was connected, Xianxia closed his eyes and the pain came again. He remained calm and used the experience of using spirit to the extreme in his previous life. He used almost all of his spirit. In addition, in order to reduce the load, Xianxia tried to evenly distribute his spirit on the link and maintain each link at a certain precise value. This was a difficult thing for Alpha to do, but Xianxia did it. About half a minute later, the pulse device failed to operate successfully. Xianxia sweated again. He felt that he was not far from being able to withstand the grade B pulse load. Just as he was about to disconnect the link, a clear electronic sound rang. Grade B pulse device activated successfully. Xianxia was stunned for a second, then his eyes flashed with disbelief. Suppressing the excitement and joy in his heart, he hurriedly disconnected the link and ran to the tester to re-evaluate his spirit. However, the evaluation result was still grade C. Xianxia instantly fell into a state of incomparable confusion. His spirit was grade C, so how could the grade B device be activated? "Classmate, can I ask you a question?" Xianxia looked at the beta girl who had just talked to him and asked seriously, "If my spirit is grade C, is it possible to activate the grade B pulse device?" The girl was stunned by his question for a moment, then she quickly said, "In theory, it's possible." Great joy rose in Xianxia's heart. However, before he could speak, the girl's next sentence surprised him. "However, those who can do that are mecha geniuses, and there are only a few in the entire empire." Xianxia looked at her in a daze. The girl saw Xianxia's frightened expression and thought that he had been dealt a blow, so she quickly said, "It's not a bad choice for ordinary people like us to slowly temper and level up." After a while, Xianxia nodded. "Yes, thank you." At this moment, Lu Ranchu called. After Xianxia picked up, he heard Lu Ranchu's anxious voice. "Xingxia, where are you?" The mecha practical class is about to begin. Be in the classroom 5 minutes early, don't forget. Hearing this, Xianxia hurriedly ran out of the tempering room and ran in the direction of the training hall. The girl looked at his back as he left and felt some sympathy. He must have been dealt a blow by his spirit rating, which was why he was delusional about operating a mecha above his level. How pitiful. When Xianxia ran to the door of the training room, panting, Shuofeiyue's voice sounded. You're on time this time. Not bad, you've improved. There was a hint of ridicule in his tone. Xianxia was already exhausted, sweat dripping from the tip of his nose. He panted as he walked into the classroom. Just as he was planning to slack off in this class, he suddenly heard Shuofeiyue say, "This class will let you experience mecha." Xianxia looked at the teacher in surprise. The alpha students around him were even more excited than him, and they couldn't help but cry out. Really? Teacher, quickly take out the mecha. Quick, 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 let me try. Xianxia didn't expect that before he had enough money to buy a mecha, the opportunity to pilot a mecha would come first. This time, he definitely had to pilot a mecha. Shuofeiyue took out a camouflaged Rubik's Cube from his bag, asked the students to step back, and then threw the Rubik's Cube in an open space. The Rubik's Cube quickly unfolded and turned into a 5 to 6 meter tall camouflaged training mecha. The training mecha was a small mecha with very basic functions. It wasn't equipped with any weapons, only a braking engine and a jet engine, which could help the students familiarize themselves with some basic movements. The alpha students were eager to give it a try. They couldn't wait to immediately go up and show off their skills. The crowd kept squeezing in the direction of the mecha. Xianxia's originally exhausted body suddenly had energy. He forcefully pushed aside the students in front of him, nimbly wandered through the gaps, and finally arrived at the first row after much difficulty. Shuofeiyue turned on the holographic screen, enlarged the screen, and began to explain the precautions after entering the cockpit. Xianxia listened very carefully, although this knowledge was child's play to him. After explaining the precautions, Shuofeiyue intended to let the students get on the mecha. The difficulty of operating this mecha is Class B. Shuofeiyue looked at the students and said, in other words, students with Class B spiritual power and above can go up and give it a try. Before he finished speaking, countless hands were already raised high. Xianxia raised his hand and tiptoed, saying loudly, Teacher Zhua. I want to try. Ao Liar saw Xianxia raise his hand and sneered, what are you doing? Do you know how difficult it is to operate a mecha? Xianxia ignored him and kept waving at Shuofeiyue. Shuofeiyue ignored him and pointed at Ao Liar. You come and try. Ao Liar lost to Xianxia in combat last time, and he was looking for a chance to regain his face. Seeing this, he walked forward proudly and accepted the baptism of everyone's envious gazes. Then, he quickly climbed into the mecha and entered the cockpit. Ao Liar's spiritual power was Class A, so piloting a Class B mecha was more than enough for him. Excluding the time needed to put on the pilot's suit and helmet, Ao Liar activated the pulse device in less than 10 seconds. Then, when the mecha detected the pilot's spiritual power, it activated the brake engine and the energy lights lit up. Wow, that's amazing. He succeeded in one try. I heard that Ao Liar knew how to operate a mecha before he entered the school. We can't compare to him. Look, the mecha is moving. Ao Liar operated the mecha and began to walk. He made a few simple movements and completed them very smoothly. This level of skill might not be much in the other classes of the mecha combat faculty, but in Class E, he was considered a top student. Xianxia watched the mecha walk in front of him. The ground shook and his eyes were almost glued to it. After Ao Liar came down, Xianxia walked in front of Shuofeiyue while everyone was applauding him. He looked at him seriously and said, Teacher, I want to try. Shuofeiyue had always thought that this kid was joking, but he didn't expect him to be serious. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he said, but the mecha's operating difficulty is Class B, you can't start it. Lu Ranxi was also shocked by Xianxia's actions. He quickly ran over to dissuade him. Xianxia, it won't be too late to pilot it after you increase your spiritual power. Xianxia, you'd better not try to show off. Ao Liar was surrounded by the crowd. He arrogantly said to Xianxia, with your little spiritual power, what are you going to do? Tour? The crowd burst into laughter. Everyone knew very well that Xianxia couldn't pilot this mecha. Shuofeiyu looked at Xianxia helplessly. I'm glad that you're finally interested in mecha lessons, but you're not qualified yet. Train your spiritual power well. Teacher Zhua, then can you please allow me to? Xianxia said seriously, go up and take a tour? Everyone was stunned. Xianxia didn't care about being mocked by Ao Liar and insisted on getting on the mecha. Shuofeiyu didn't expect Xianxia to be so insistent. The training mecha had a protective mechanism for novices. If it detected that the pilot's spiritual power wasn't enough, the energy light wouldn't light up. I don't know why you want to tour so much. Don't you have a lot of mechas at home? Shuofeiyu sighed. In the end, he was defeated by Xianxia's sincere gaze. He waved his hand. Alright, hurry up and go up. After receiving Shuofeiyu's permission, Xianxia finally smiled happily. He was like a child who had received a long-awaited gift. His smile was warm and sincere. He nodded vigorously and jogged to the back of the mecha. Ao Liar saw this and sneered. Xianxia, can you climb up? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw the youth grab the most stable position on the back of the mecha and climb into the cockpit. Ao Liar suddenly felt a little awkward. He quickly changed his words. Xianxia, hurry up and come down. Don't waste everyone's time. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lu Ranchu looked coldly at Ao Liar. Is your mecha voice activated? You. Ao Liar was angered. He suddenly laughed disdainfully and looked at the mecha with contempt. No matter what you say, even if the Heavenly King came today, Xianxia would still be a piece of trash who can't activate a training mecha. Xianxia could hear the noise below. Some people were questioning him, some were encouraging him, but these voices could not be louder than the sound of his drumming heart. When he put on the nano suit, his fingers were trembling slightly and he almost failed to button it up. This agitated feeling only slowly subsided after Xianxia put on the helmet and connected the mental link. As long as he successfully activated the B-grade pulse device like he did in the tempering room, then his dream of piloting a mecha would be realized. Xianxia closed his eyes and began to repeat the process of using his mental power in the tempering room. However, it did not seem to be so smooth this time. After all, a real pulse device was still quite different from an analog pulse device. The circuitry was also much more complicated, and the requirements for the pilot's mental power were slightly higher. Moreover, Xianxia's current actions were surpassing his own level of control. Time passed by minute by minute. Xianxia tried hard to adjust his breathing, trying to find a balance. Outside the mecha, Shuofeiyu's eyes were filled with confusion. He said he was going to take a look. Why hadn't he come out after so long? Finally, after about 5 minutes, Xianxia successfully filled every link with his mental power. Through these links, his mental power gradually filled every corner of the mecha. It was like blood starting from the heart and spreading to the limbs and bones. Just when Xianxia thought he was going to succeed, he suddenly felt a strong sense of fatigue. This week, he had been training his physical fitness every day, leaving early and returning late to help people repair mechas, and undergoing high-intensity mental power tempering. Xianxia's body was almost at its limit. However, his mental power still successfully activated the pulse device. The energy light suddenly flashed. Everyone looked at the light on the mecha's chest in surprise. F*CK, it can't be. How did he do it? The energy light just lit up? Was it my imagination? It really lit up for a moment. Ao Liar suddenly became nervous and kept staring at the light. Another 10 seconds passed. Xianxia seemed to have failed. Ao Liar breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. How could he activate the mecha? Xianxia was wrapped in the nanosuit. The joints on his back supported him strongly, keeping him in a suspended and upright state. His eyes were closed, and his brows were slightly furrowed. Sweat flowed down his cheeks. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. He was very, very close to his dream in his previous life. Xianxia endured the fatigue, gritted his teeth, and used the last of his mental power to attack the pulse device. Shuofeiyu picked up the loudspeaker and shouted at the mecha, come down, Yun." Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. The noisy crowd fell silent at this moment, because they saw that the energy light of the training mecha had really lit up. The orange light was abundant, dazzling, and eye-catching. It was reflected in everyone's eyes. It was like a sleeping beast that suddenly opened its eyes. Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the imperial capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he did not have the ability to take revenge, could he not ask the family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and conviction. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qianhu naturally will not do anything to bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a hint of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They did not realize that deep in Lin Taishu's eyes, there was a hint of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You want to scam me? Just right, let's see who will be the one doing the scamming. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he could not help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would not know what to do. Now that he used the family's name to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu realized that as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear. He was overjoyed. Men, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Qianhu Darren, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu could not help but be stunned. H-Tao-Tao PS //WW Omega ECP. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This must be an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding Northern Battlefront Army soldiers could not help but show a look of shock and anger, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? When Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this, they could not help but smile at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they had guessed, this brilliant plan of giving Lin Taishu a taste of his own medicine really made him helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they all looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, enjoying the dog-eat-dog show that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding Northern Battlefront Army soldiers did not move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word was not something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the Northern Battlefront Army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 Northern Battlefront Army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Kai Zian and said, Sorry, Baihu Darren, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Baihu Darren. It's okay, do it. Kai Zian said, and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, obviously he was disappointed at Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 Northern Battlefront Army soldiers found a rope from nowhere, and began to tie up Kai Zian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, "Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish?" In front of everyone's dumbstruck eyes, the training mecha successfully started up. Shuofeiyue's mouth was slightly open. His eyes were filled with confusion and shock. Ao Liar's smug expression froze. He stared at the energy lamp, too shocked to speak. Lu Ranqiu rubbed his eyes hard and pinched his arm. After confirming that it wasn't an illusion, he subconsciously blurted out, F***ck isn't he? Sea-level spiritual power? What's going on? Can he control mecha above his level? Control above his level? How is that possible? At this moment, the mecha seemed to have merged with Yunxing's body, becoming a part of his body. Yunxing's slowly moved his fingers, and the mecha moved its fingers as well. The camouflage mecha took a few steps forward in front of everyone's eyes. Its movements were smooth and connected, and the ground of the training hall vibrated slightly. Look! The mecha is moving. Xianxia actually knows how to start a mecha? Didn't he not attend mecha lessons before? People who were in a mecha for the first time would often find it difficult to maintain their balance. It was common for them to fall flat on their backs. However, Xianxia actually made the mecha walk so easily. Was this reasonable? If the mecha's walking made everyone doubt their lives, then the mecha's following actions made everyone's jaws drop. The training mecha walked to an open space, suddenly turned around and ran forward for a distance. Then, it leaped up and successfully stayed in the air. Everyone was attracted by the mecha's cool movements. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Shuofeiyue looked up at the mecha in a daze. This leaping action was almost perfect. There was no sloppiness at all. It was impossible for a novice to do this. The soft hum of the anti-gravity engine drilled into Yunxing's ears. He looked down at the ground through the rearview mirror. His heart was beating so hard that it hurt his chest. He could finally start a mecha. Although this mecha's performance was average and had many imperfections, at this moment, the feeling he had dreamed of finally came true. He still wanted to try more moves. The ceiling of the training hall was very high, so there was enough space for the training mecha to train in the air. Ao Liar raised his head and looked at the training mecha. His pupils trembled. The small mecha had become a huge monster in his eyes, filled with a dangerous aura. If they didn't know beforehand, no one would have thought that the person piloting the mech was actually an Omega. Just as Ao Liar was stunned, the training mech suddenly activated its propulsion system and charged towards him. Ao Liar was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He wanted to run, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead. Just as his face turned pale and he was about to call for help, the mecha stopped above him and continued to look down on him. It was just hovering in the air without any movement, but it brought about an inexplicable sense of pressure. Even the sound of its engine was like a beast's repressive demonstration. Its eyes seemed to be able to capture all prey. No one dared to speak. Ao Liar almost collapsed to the ground. Yunxing's just wanted to scare Ao Liar, but he didn't expect that guy to be so scared that he was trembling. Just as Shuofeiyue was about to step forward to stop him, the training mecha changed its direction and flew up. It hovered in the air for a while, then slowly landed on the ground. All the students in class were scared silly. Was this really the Yunxing's they knew? Am I dreaming? Is the person in the cockpit really Xianxia? An Omega mecha can operate so well? Shuofeiyue was looking at Xianxing's information. His gaze lingered on the mental strength column, and he guessed that there was probably a problem with the rating of this camouflage mecha. It was most likely a C-class mecha. However, according to his understanding of Xianxia, even piloting a C-class mecha should be difficult. How could he be so familiar with it? In fact, Xianxia wanted to pilot it for a while longer and try more complicated movements, but his physical strength and mental strength were close to their limits, so he couldn't continue piloting. After the mecha landed, Xianxia quickly disconnected all the links and climbed out of the cockpit. As soon as he came out, everyone was already surrounding him, looking at him with curious and admiring gazes. Xianxia, have you been hiding your strength all this time? Yeah, why haven't I heard that you can pilot a mecha? Are you really a C-class in terms of mental strength? Questions came one after another, but Xianxia couldn't answer them. After getting out of the mecha, he used his hands to support the mecha's legs. His face was pale, and he was panting heavily. His head was getting heavier and heavier. Lu Ranchu squeezed out of the crowd and ran to Xianxia's side. He asked anxiously, "Xianxia, what happened to you?" Hearing Lu Ranchu's voice, Shuafeiyue quickly walked in front of the two of them. He frowned and looked at Xianxia, who was sweating profusely. "You're too stubborn, Xianxia." Shuafeiyue knew that Xianxia wasn't strong enough. He didn't train normally, so even if he knew how to pilot a mecha, it must be very difficult for him. "Hurry up and go to the infirmary." "Teacher, I'm fine." Xianxia tried hard to straighten his body. He swallowed and said slowly, "I'm just not used to it. I'll just rest for half an hour at the side." It wasn't easy for Xianxia to pilot a mecha. Of course, he wanted to pilot one more time. Shuafeiyue saw through his thoughts and said sternly, "You've already overpiloted. You definitely can't pilot anymore." "I'm not overpiloting, really." Xianxia felt that he was just training his mental strength too hard. Coupled with his agitation, it caused his body to be a little messy. Shuafeiyue said, "The symptom of overpiloting is a headache." "It doesn't hurt," Xianxia said as he held his temples. Shuafeiyue said, "You'll also have a nosebleed." "I'm not." Two streams of blood slowly flowed out of Xianxia's nose. Shuafeiyue said, "In serious cases, your legs will go soft and you won't even be able to stand properly. I should be fine, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia slowly fell to the ground in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone hurriedly went to help him up. Lu Ranchu quickly hugged him from behind. He was scared out of his wits. Then, Xianxia lost consciousness. When he woke up again, Xianxia saw a snow-white ceiling. The smell of disinfectant was all around him. The medical robot's voice sounded. "The patient has woken up. His pulse is normal. His blood pressure is normal." He was lying in the medical cabin. Lu Ranchu and Shuafeiyue stood beside the bed, looking at him worriedly. "You're finally awake." Lu Ranchu heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he frowned. "Xianxia, don't force yourself like this next time. Although I'm very surprised that you know how to pilot a mecha, your physical strength is limited. Fortunately, you injected the nutrient solution in time. It's good that you're awake." Shuafeiyue was obviously relieved. "When you fell to the ground just now, you were still holding on to the mecha's leg. Do you like mechas that much? How come I didn't notice it before?" Xianxia slowly sat up. His mind was much clearer now. He apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry. I won't jump so high next time. I'm almost recovered now. I still have to do a part-time job." Lu Ranchu pressed him back into the medical cabin. "Is this a problem of jumping high or not?" Shuafeiyue was so angry that he was glaring at him. "Think about it. You're a beginner. You still dare to pilot a mecha when your body is tired. Can't you feel that your body is different?" Xianxia pursed his lips. He didn't dare to say anything. "Train your physical strength and spiritual power more in the future." Shuafeiyue's tone softened. He sounded like a different person. "Before you improve your spiritual power and physical strength, I won't let you touch a mecha again." Xianxia sat up in shock. "No, I was just a little excited just now." Shuafeiyue pressed him back into the medical cabin. "Have a good rest." Before leaving, Shuafeiyue looked at Xianxia seriously. He said something he had never said before. "If you have any questions about mecha, you can look for me anytime." After saying that, he left. When he walked out of the ward, Shuafeiyue planned to find time to re-evaluate the training mecha. Xianxia's spiritual power was C rank, so this mecha must also be C rank. As for operating a mecha above his level, Shuafeiyue didn't even think about it. Lu Ranchu looked at Xianxia's resentful gaze and sighed. "Teacher is doing this for your own good. But I really don't understand. Why are you so crazy about mecha?" Xianxia scratched his head. "It's okay. It's just my first time operating a real mecha. I'm a little excited." "So you've learned how to operate a virtual mecha before?" Lu Ranxiu asked. You can say that. The two of them talked for a while. Halfway through, Lu Ranxiu went to the toilet. There was a knock on the door. Then, without waiting to see if the person inside agreed, the person who knocked on the door walked in. Xianxia looked at the uninvited guest. The air instantly froze. The person who came in was Qiyu. Xianxia was stunned for a second. He said coldly, "Who said you could come in?" Qiyu's tone was calm. "I have something to say to you." Xianxia knew that Qiyu's visit must have something to do with his family. Qiyu seemed to be in a good mood. After Xianxia took the initiative to break off the engagement with him, he was actually depressed. In his opinion, Xianxia didn't have the right to ask him to break off the engagement. However, without someone chattering and sticking to him, he still felt a lot more relaxed. In addition, Xianxia's parents had been contacting Qiyu to apologize to him and ask him to forgive him. He was very proud of himself. Actually, Xianxia didn't want to break off the engagement at all. He just wanted to use this method to attract his attention. He couldn't put down his pride to apologize, so he asked his family to plead for him. He was waiting for Xianxia to come to him. He didn't expect this guy to be so tolerant and not contact him for a week. "Looks like you didn't have a good week?" Qiyu's thin lips curled up. His tone was slightly mocking. "Look at you. You're so thin." Xianxia had indeed been very tired this week, but this had nothing to do with Qiyu. The Yun family asked him to look for Qiyu, but he refused every time. Xianxia looked at him indifferently. "Is this what you want to say? Your parents have been apologizing to me." Qiyu looked at him and said slowly, "I came to look for you because of them." Xianxia didn't react. Qiyu originally thought that Xianxia would be heartbroken after the breakup and that the sadness he was holding back would burst after seeing him. However, at this moment, he was still pretending. "I heard from your class that you fainted after switching on your mecha." "Yes." Xianxia looked out of the window and said casually. Qiyu sneered. "You don't have to do this, really." In Qiyu's eyes, Xianxia was upset because of his breakup. He wanted to learn from Su Zinan and become an Omega who could switch on his mecha so that Qiyu would like him again. That was why he was working so hard to learn how to operate a mecha. "Are you done?" Xianxia looked up at him. "Oh, there's more." Qiyu saw that Xianxia didn't react and was a little unhappy. He frowned and said, "Our Qi family isn't a petty family. If you regret it, as long as you sincerely apologize, I will consider asking the school not to expel you." Xianxia suddenly reached out and frantically pressed the service bell. Qiyu was stunned. The nurse hurriedly came in and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" "There's a lunatic here." Xianxia pointed at Qiyu. "Take him away quickly." The infirmary always prioritized the patient's needs. The nurse hurriedly called in 2 security robots and prepared to take Qiyu away. Qiyu looked at Xianxia in shock and said angrily, "Xianxia, are you crazy?" "Yes." Xianxia didn't even look at him. "Get out of here." Before Qiyu was taken out of the room by the robots, he grabbed the door frame with both hands and left one last sentence. "When you get expelled, don't say that our Qi family didn't give you a chance. F***ck, these 2 robots are crazy. Let me go." His voice gradually faded away. After Lu Ranxiu returned to the ward, he asked Xianxia in surprise, "What's wrong with Qiyu? Is there something wrong with his mind? I saw the 2 robots taking him away just now." His expression was distorted. "Is that so? I'm not too sure." Xianxia casually replied. 10 minutes later, Xianxia's body had recovered. Lu Ranxiu accompanied him to line up to pay the bill. After experiencing the feeling of a mecha, Xianxia wanted to have a mecha of his own even more now. However, according to his relationship with Qiyu, his family definitely wouldn't help him. Xianxia looked at his balance. After 6 days, other than the 100,000 left by the original owner, he had earned about 10,000 star dollars through scattered repair orders. Luo Wenchuan still hadn't transferred him $40,000. If he transferred it to him, he could buy a second-hand mecha from the black market. Thus, Xianxia turned on his optical supercomputer and sent a message to Luo Wenchuan on the Mecha Mutual network. Excuse me, when will you transfer my salary to me? The other party replied quickly, within today. Only then did Xianxia breathe a sigh of relief. It would probably cost him a few $100s to enter the infirmary again. He would have to continue taking orders tomorrow. The registration for the Mecha Grand Tournament would end tomorrow night. Time was still tight. Xianxia swiped the money at the front desk of the infirmary with a heavy heart. The robot's voice sounded, beep, successfully paid 7,000 star dollars. Xianxia was stunned. 7,000? Xianxia's eyes widened. He turned to ask Lu Ranxiu, no way, so expensive? I only received a nutrient infusion and stayed in the infirmary for an hour, and that's 7,000 star dollars? They gave you a full body checkup. That alone cost 5 to 6,000, Lu Ranxiu explained. Xianxia felt his legs go soft again. What kind of family could afford to live in a hospital? Another 7,000 was deducted from the money he had painstakingly saved. Including the money that Luo Wenchuan would give him, he had a total of 14,000 left. How was it possible to earn 7,000 in one day? Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears. In the evening. Beyond S-Class Mecha Training Hall. Compared to normal training grounds, the Beyond S-Class Training Hall was located at the edge of Shanghai Military Academy. The building material was made of the strongest military alloy. It was surrounded by a tall protective shield and occupied an astonishing amount of space. However, very few people used it. Some students had once questioned whether it was a waste of resources. However, as long as they had seen a battle between Beyond S-Class Mecha, they would understand that such a place was actually too small. The entrance of the hall lit up with the words, "Battle, please do not approach." Inside the hall, Kulei was piloting a medium-sized meteor mecha and fighting with the black medium-sized lightsaber mecha in front of him. Kulei's piloting ability was S-Class. He was considered one of the top few alphas in the school. He and Luo Wenchuan were known as the two monsters of the command faculty. They were even better than many newcomers in the mecha faculty. Even so, Kulei was still being beaten back. The meteor mecha was lighter. It was equipped with a large number of long-range small-caliber cannons and photon particle guns. It got its name because the cannons fired in battle were as dazzling as meteors. It was a well-deserved firepower output on the battlefield. In terms of suppression, the meteor mecha could completely rely on its distance advantage to lead the lightsaber mecha around. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Kulei's mecha's energy was almost depleted. He had no choice but to run around. While dodging the lightsaber mecha's attacks, he begged for mercy through the loudspeaker system. "Dechuan. It's me, Dechuan. Don't treat me like a star beast." Hearing Kulei's pleas for mercy, the lightsaber mecha stopped moving and put away its lightsaber. Kulei heaved a sigh of relief. He was sweating profusely and trembling with fear. Who was the one who said that a meteor mecha could fight a lightsaber mecha with hands? Although there was a difference between him and Luo Wenchuan, more importantly, Luo Wenchuan's reflexes and positioning were like a ghost. As soon as he aimed his cannon fire at a certain spot, the lightsaber was already stabbing towards his back in the next second. Fortunately, Luo Wenchuan was very careful and controlled the distance of each attack well. If this was a real battlefield, Kulei would probably have been killed countless times by that lightsaber. After the battle ended, the two of them came out of the mecha. Luo Wenchuan was tall and had long legs. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He was wearing a loose black training suit that complemented his fair skin. After coming out of the mecha, he was not even out of breath. He had single eyelids and the shape of his eyes was nice. The ends of his eyes were slightly raised and the lines were clean. When his black eyes looked at Kulei, they seemed gentle but were actually unapproachable. Under the calmness, there was an unfathomable emotion. "Are you okay?" "Not good." Kulei drank water and panted. Looking at this person's clean and refreshing appearance, he was angry. "Can you sweat a little to show your respect for me?" Luo Wenchuan did not speak. He looked at the Rubik's Cube in his hand. After a while, he looked up and asked, "You haven't said who modified it?" When Kulei heard this, he suddenly remembered the message that Omega had sent him. He quickly asked, "How is it? Do you think it's a good modification?" Luo Wenchuan asked without batting an eyelid, what do you think? Kulei thought about it. Although he was beaten up badly in the past, at least he still had room to fight back. This time, he was basically being pressed to the ground and rubbed against it. It was extremely tragic. Kulei was just about to say, I think it's a good modification, when he suddenly felt humiliated by this question. He was actually comparing the degree of brutality of the other party's mecha to his own to determine whether the other party's modification was good. It was too insulting. If you think it's good, then hurry up and pay. Kulei glared at Luo Wenchuan. It's been so long. Fortunately, that person has a good temper. Otherwise, he would definitely post you on the school forum and say that you owe him your service fees. Lend me your account to log into the mecha support network. As Luo Wenchuan spoke, he quickly turned on his optical supercomputer. Also, give me his personal contact number. After Kulei gave his account to Luo Wenchuan and gave him his contact number, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, I can give you his contact number, but it's best if you don't contact him. His tone was a little awkward. When Luo Wenchuan asked him the last time, Kulei had deliberately avoided this question. Luo Wenchuan frowned slightly. He pursed his lips and said two simple words, reason. Kulei hesitated for a moment before replying, he's an Omega. Luo Wenchuan raised his eyes to look at Kulei. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Then, he narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, got it. Kulei shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. He couldn't see through Luo Wenchuan's thoughts at the moment, and his feelings couldn't help but become a little complicated. This roommate of his was a perfect alpha no matter how he looked at it, but he never got close to any Omega, regardless of whether it was a male or female Omega. There were rumors that he was afraid of Omega, and there were also rumors that he was frigid. Only Kulei knew the real reason. The money has been paid. After the website reviews, it will be transferred to his card. Luo Wenchuan said calmly, I'm going to the black market. You can go eat first. Thank you for your hard work today. The sky gradually darkened. On the third floor of the black market, the flow of people gradually decreased. Xianxia wore a mask and appeared in front of the second-hand mecha shop from last time. He mustered up his courage and walked in. The shop owner thought that he was here to pay and was about to give him the Rubik's Cube when he heard the youth say, Boss, can you lower the price of your mecha? Young man, are you kidding me? The shop owner was a little unhappy. He put his hands on his plump waist and looked at him fiercely. I've already saved it for you for a week. Why are you trying to bargain again? This is really the last time. Xianxia said sincerely. I'll work part-time tomorrow to earn money, but it's still a little short of 150,000. I'll try my best to reduce this difference. Please make an exception. Go away, go away, go away. The shop owner waved his hand unhappily. If you don't want to buy it, then forget it. Xianxia instantly fell into endless despair. He had originally wanted to have his own mecha before signing up for the mecha tournament. He had been supporting himself with this goal for the past week. He had endured all the hardship and tiredness, but now it seemed to have lost its meaning. Xianxia sighed and walked out of the mecha shop. He thought to himself, if I miss this year's mecha tournament, I'll sign up again in my second year. Being a spectator was pretty good too. Right at this moment, his optical supercomputer terminal beeped with a message notification. You have a transaction message from the Shanghai Mecha Mutual Network. Xianxia guessed that Luo Wenchuan must have paid him the 40,000 star dollars. However, it was of no use. After the infirmary deducted 7,000, he definitely wouldn't be able to gather 150,000. He opened his optical supercomputer absent-mindedly. When he saw the transaction message, his expression changed from casual to dull, and then his eyes widened. Payment from anonymous user, 80,000 star dollars. 400,000 of which is salary. The remaining amount is the user's reward to you. He pinched his arm hard, suspecting that he was dreaming. Luo Wenchuan doubled the repair fee? Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the imperial capital. Now that he had been assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge himself, couldn't he ask the family to step in? Thus, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qianhu naturally wouldn't bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied. His face revealed a trace of fear, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Xian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They didn't realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me? Great, let's see who's going to scam who. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Xian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders guessed, as long as he insisted that Xian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would definitely be at a loss. Now that he used the family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he also knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu found that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Come, arrest Xian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look on his face. Master, Qianhu Lord, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the soft-armored girl, and Chao Hongfu couldn't help but be stunned. H-Tao Tao PS //WW Omega E Oka. Omega T/ even in their dreams, they didn't think that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This is an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Xian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers couldn't help but show a look of shock and anger, and angrily stared at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end they didn't catch the assassin, and they were the ones who killed him. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this, and couldn't help but smile at each other with a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and they started to kill each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, and enjoyed the dog-eat-dog show that was about to happen. Why aren't you doing anything? Are you trying to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move at all, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Xian and said, Sorry, Baihu Lord, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Baihu Lord. It's okay, do it. Xian said, and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, and he was obviously disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere, and began to tie up Xian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor couldn't help but be furious. She glared at Lin Taishu, and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly pulled her back, and the girl in soft armor took a few steps back. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish? Did such a generous person really exist? Xianxia was stunned. He had guessed that Luo Wenchuan was a rich person, but he had never thought that this fellow would actually reward him with the same amount as his salary. WW SDIC XWZ degrees Celsius O. He had only helped to modify the elbow. Xianxia quickly opened the optical network and sent a few thank you, boss to Luo Wenchuan's account. After sending it, he added, "Next time, you don't have to reward me so much." The other party did not reply. Xianxia did not care too much. He happily ran back to the mecha shop and said to the boss in a loud voice, "Boss, I have money. Give me the mecha." "Did you rob someone?" The boss looked at him suspiciously. "How did you get money?" Xianxia said that he earned it part-time. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to the boss, "Boss, if I pay a few tens of thousands more, can you give me a better mecha? For example, a B-class mecha." "How much can you pay?" the boss asked. However, it was obvious that he did not have much hope. "About 180,000. After Xianxia finished speaking, he looked at the boss's slightly disdainful gaze and scratched his head. "You know my financial ability. I definitely can't buy something that's especially expensive. Otherwise, I wouldn't have kept bargaining. Just 30,000 more than the original." "What do you want to buy?" the boss asked. However, he did not really dislike Xianxia. Instead, he was infected by the youth's happy mood and could not help but smile. "Just a little better than the original." After rummaging through the pile of mechas for a while, the boss looked at Xianxia and said to him, "How about this? I'll give you some parts and such. You can take them back and find a factory to modify them for you. This is more cost-effective." If the boss could give Xianxia better parts, then he could modify it himself. It was indeed very cost-effective, so he nodded vigorously. The boss found a small storage box and said to Xianxia, "There's a scout mecha inside. It should be about 2 meters tall. It was originally a part of the dual-star mecha, but the main mecha was smashed, so this scout mecha was given to me." Xianxia took the storage box and asked, "Is a scout mecha also a mecha?" "Semi-automatic mecha. It can lock onto the enemy's target and carry out positioning and close-range harassment," the boss explained. "There is no cockpit inside. It works the same way as unmanned reconnaissance drones. You can take it apart. There are still many valuable parts inside. I'll give it to you for 30,000 yuan. It's very affordable." Xianxia felt that 30,000 yuan would not be able to help him buy a B-grade mecha anyway, so it was not a bad idea for him to buy a scout mecha as a research subject. After researching it, he could take it apart and modify it. That would be great. Thus, Xianxia paid directly and bought the C-grade lightsaber mecha and the scout mecha. The boss was very surprised. "Oh, so straightforward this time? Thank you, boss. I'll come again next time." Xianxia said happily. Don't. If you come a few more times, I'll lose a lot," the boss scolded jokingly. Xianxia took his spoils of war and left the 3rd floor of the basement, preparing to return to school. Along the way, he still wore a mask, afraid that his identity as an Omega would be exposed and cause unnecessary trouble outside. Just as he left the black market, it was drizzling outside. Xianxia put on the hoodie of his sweater, and his entire body was almost trapped in the shadows. Suddenly, a ferocious voice called out to him. "Hey, the kid in front, stop right there." Xianxia was stunned. He looked back and saw 3 tall alphas, both male and female. They looked like hooligans and were not good people. Xianxia hugged the Rubik's Cube and the storage box in his arms and turned to quickly leave the alley, but unexpectedly, the group rushed over and surrounded him. "Oh, look at his boots. He's from Galaxy Military Academy." The young man in the lead curled his lips and smiled sinisterly. "I heard that military academy students are very rich. You should be too, right?" Xianxia immediately understood that this group of people was here to rob him. The boots he wore had the Falcon badge of Galaxy Military Academy. He thought that this badge could show his identity as a military academy student and avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, who would look for trouble with a military academy student? There really was. "I don't have money." Xianxia calmly told the truth. "Find someone else." "Is that so?" Another fat alpha glared at him. "Then what are the 2 boxes in your arms? Is it something like a mech?" The red-haired female alpha twirled her hair with her fingers. "I heard that mechs can be sold for millions of star coins." Millions of star coins were overestimating him. Xianxia took a few steps back. He looked around. The narrow alley couldn't fit a mech at all. Even if he did, there was no space to move. A box for salt and MSG, Xianxia said. Brothers and sisters, I am indeed from Galaxy Military Academy, but I am in the cooking class. Cooking class? The fat alpha asked the two people next to him curiously. Is there such a major in the military academy? If I knew, I would have signed up too. I am familiar with cooking. Hey, young man, what kind of dishes do you usually cook? Xianxia, oh, I think he's lying. The young alpha directly came forward to snatch it. Xianxia didn't want to fight at all. He dodged nimbly while trying to find a way to leave the alley, but he was blocked by the other two. Just as the three alphas blocked Xianxia's way out of the alley and were about to snatch it, Xianxia turned around and prepared to run to the black market. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly heard three screams coming from behind him. Xianxia stopped abruptly, and the thing in his hand fell to the ground in shock. But he didn't dare to look back, nor did he dare to bend down to pick it up. Just now, when the three people were chasing him, he wasn't afraid at all. As long as he dealt with them for a while, he would be able to get rid of them sooner or later. But at this moment, there was almost no gap between the screams of the three people. An extremely dangerous aura came from behind. Xianxia couldn't tell whether the other party was a friend or a foe. He couldn't help but hold his breath, slowly turned his head, and looked behind him. Then, his eyes widened. The three alphas had all fallen to the ground, and a pair of long legs stood beside them. Looking up, the person was dressed in black, and the skin on his neck was dazzlingly white under the street light. Looking up, it was a face so beautiful that it made people lose their minds. Judging from the proportion of his height, long legs, wide shoulders, and narrow waist, this person was definitely an alpha. Although his facial features were delicate and three-dimensional, the lines were clean and neat. Under his black hair, his single eyelid eyes looked cold, the corners of his eyes were slightly raised, and the small mole under his eyelid looked seductive in the dark. An extremely high-quality alpha, in Lu Ronshu's words. The three alphas struggled to get up, and the leading young man gritted his teeth and looked at the handsome man. Who are you? Do you know whose territory this is? Ah. Before he could finish, he was kicked again. Don't block the way. The man gently raised his eyelids. His voice was calm, but at this moment, it seemed extremely intimidating. The other two didn't dare to speak again. They supported the young man and left resentfully. Xianxia looked at the man and said seriously, "Thank you for helping me." The man didn't speak. He looked down at the mecha cube that had fallen at Xianxia's feet. His gaze paused for a few seconds, and an unknown emotion flashed through his eyes. Xianxia quickly bent down to pick it up. As he picked it up, he said, "It wasn't easy for me to save money to buy a mecha today. I didn't even have time to pilot it once. If you didn't help me, I might have been in danger." Just as he finished speaking and stood up, the man had already left. Xianxia was stunned. Were all experts so difficult to get along with? He still wanted to thank that person properly. Why did he leave? Third floor underground of the black market. The boss of the second-hand mecha shop saw an acquaintance appear and greeted him warmly. "Oh, you're finally back. I was worried that I didn't have any stock recently." Luo Wenchuan took out the weapon storage bag and handed it to the boss. "Boss Chu, these are the weapons for the mecha." Boss Chu happily took it while transferring money to Luo Wenchuan. "Oh, right. The mecha that you used before was finally sold." Boss Chu suddenly said to Luo Wenchuan. "The previous customers didn't like it. I told them that the mecha became a C-class mecha because it was damaged. They all scoffed. Who would have thought that the mecha used to be an S-class mecha? The parts inside were very good. When some parts were removed from an S-class mecha, it could become a C-class mecha. Of course, if the design and parts were reasonable, it could also become an S-class mecha after some slight modifications. A few years ago, Luo Wenchuan was the original owner of this mecha. The mecha was severely damaged in a battle. Coincidentally, he wanted to change to a new mecha, so he wanted to sell this mecha to a fated person at a low price. "I know," Luo Wenchuan said calmly. "You know?" Boss Chu was stunned. "How did you know? Did you see that person?" Luo Wenchuan replied, "The shelf is empty." The boss was amused. "You're really observant." At this moment, Boss Chu thought of something and continued, "But I think that the guy who bought the mecha was just average. He probably didn't even know how to fight. It's unlikely that he would discover the value of the mecha, let alone modify it. Also, that guy kept bargaining. I didn't want to sell it at first." Luo Wenchuan nodded. He seemed to agree with what the boss said. "Then why did you sell it?" "Well, his attitude was good. He said that he liked mechas, so I gave it to him." After Boss Chu finished speaking, he added, "Don't be angry. Although that guy looks weak, he will definitely take good care of your mecha." "It doesn't matter," Luo Wenchuan said. Suddenly, he changed the topic. "How much did you sell it for?" 150,000. The boss's gaze was somewhat evasive. Luo Wenchuan stared at the boss for a while. Then, he turned and left, leaving only one sentence. "It's going to go bankrupt sooner or later." "Luo, how can you say that? I saw that the guy liked your mecha. Otherwise, no one would want to buy it. You didn't let me tell the truth. Hey, come earlier next time." The boss looked at the weapons in the storage bag and smiled from ear to ear. "With this guy around, how can it go bankrupt?" Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family to help him? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qianhu naturally won't do anything to bend the law." Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually became cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They didn't notice that deep in Lin Taishu's eyes, there was a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. Since you're trying to scam me, let's see who's the one doing the scamming. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master." Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would definitely be at a loss. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu realized that as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear. He was overjoyed. "Men, arrest Kai Zian." After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. "Master," Qianhu Darren, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu couldn't help but be stunned. Tao Tao PS / WW Omega ECP. Even in their dreams, they didn't expect Lin Taishu to give such an absurd order. This is an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers couldn't help but show a look of shock and anger, glaring at Lin Taishu. "Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words?" Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? When Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this, they couldn't help but smile at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, enjoying the dog fight that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Kai Zian and said, "Sorry, Bai Hu Darren, we were forced to do this, please forgive us." "It's okay, do it," Kai Zian said, and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, obviously he was disappointed at Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere, and began to tie up Kai Zian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor couldn't help but be furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly pulled her back, and the girl in soft armor took a few steps back. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, "Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish?" After Xianxia received the mecha and returned to school, he was in a very good mood. The next day was the registration deadline for the mecha tournament. He went to the registration point early in the morning to submit the registration form and let the staff register his personal information and mecha type. When he heard that Xianxia was an Omega and that his mecha was a C-class lightsaber mecha, the registration staff looked at him in surprise. "Student, are you sure you want to sign up? If you sign up but don't participate in the audition, your credits will be deducted." Xianxia nodded. "I'm sure." Of course he had to participate. This was the best opportunity to experience and research mecha. After signing up, Xianxia brought his mecha to the training hall and found an empty venue to test out the mecha's performance. When he took out the mecha, Xianxia was shocked by the mecha's appearance. He didn't expect this mecha to be so new. He heard from the boss that it had been damaged before. He thought it would be tattered, but now it seemed that the 150,000 was really worth it. The black lightsaber mecha's design wasn't perfect, but its appearance was unexpectedly valiant, a bit like Luo Wenchuan's mecha. But if he really wanted to compare, it was quite lacking in all aspects. It was like a low-level version of Luo Wenchuan's mecha. Xianxia entered the cockpit and tried out the feel of the operation. His spiritual power was still C-class. It was much more suitable for a C-class mecha than a B-class mecha. The operation was also smoother. The lightsaber mecha started its anti-gravity engine and jumped up, pulling out the hilt of its lightsaber in the air. Plasma shot out from the hilt, forming a blade that could cut through gold and jade under the constraints of the magnetic field. Just by cutting through the air, there was a slight buzzing sound. Xianxia looked at the sword in front of him. He had fantasized countless times about using a real mecha to pick up a lightsaber. Now, it was all real. The lightsaber's fighting style was related to swordsmanship. Xianxia had practiced all kinds of fighting styles in the simulation pod in his previous life. However, his physical strength was limited and he could only make a few symbolic movements. In the auditorium, some students noticed the mecha. "What is that lightsaber mech doing? He seems to be practicing moves. What a strange move, I've never seen it before." Lightsaber mechas have swordsmanship and such, but their movements are usually very simple. His movements look very complicated. But he seems a little handsome? Xianxia had once studied how to modify classical swordsmanship and apply it to mechas. He tried using this mecha and found that it was still feasible. However, as mechas were not as agile as human limbs, they still needed to be modified. Other than the lightsaber mecha, Xianxia also studied the reconnaissance mecha that she had bought for an additional 30,000 yuan. She discovered that it was almost brand new as well. Xianxia concluded, the boss is really a good person. Back at the dormitory, Xianxia told Lu Ranxu about the registration. "What? You really signed up?" Lu Ranxu felt incredulous. "Xingzhe, you fainted in the practical class yesterday. I thought you would give up. I was going to give up." Xianxia scratched his head. "But Luo Wenchuan gave me a large sum of money, so I was able to buy a mecha." "Luo Wenchuan gave you money, so you participated in the competition just because he gave you money? Couldn't you?" Lu Ranxu suddenly paused. "What? Who did you say gave you the money?" Luo Wenchuan. Yun Xingzi was shocked by Lu Ranxu's fuss. I helped him modify his mecha. There was too much information for Lu Ranxu to digest in a short time. After a while, he asked hesitantly, so, you helped Luo Wenchuan modify his mecha? Not only was he not angry, he even gave you money as a reward? Yun Xingzi nodded. How is that possible? Lu Ranxu grabbed Yun Xingzi's arm excitedly. Let's not talk about when your modification skills became so good. The other party is Luo Wenchuan. The Luo Wenchuan who hates Omega the most in school. Hates Omega? Yun Xingzi was a little surprised. He's an alpha. Why would he hate Omega? Logically speaking, alphas always hope to find an Omega partner. I don't know about that, but it's said that he never lets Omega get close to him. Lu Ranxu said seriously, some say that he's frigid, and some say that he's afraid of Omega. Anyway, he's been in school for so long, and he's never been close to any Omega. Because of this, Lu Ranxu was surprised that Luo Wenchuan gave Yun Xingzi such a large sum of money. Maybe he's just doing his job and doesn't care about my gender? Yun Xingzi thought about it and said, actually, whether he's afraid of Omega or not has nothing to do with me. I'm just modifying a mech. Lu Ranxu felt that Yun Xingzi's words made sense. After thinking about it, he began to ask when he learned how to modify mechs. Yun Xingzi said a lot. In short, he lied and said that he had always secretly liked mechs. It was only because of his marriage that he didn't pursue his dreams. Now, he had decided to let himself go. Lu Ranxu was actually very moved. He held Yun Xingzi's hand and said, Xingzi, what did love change you to make you so strong? He originally thought that Yun Xingzi was just acting on a whim, but from the recent signs, Yun Xingzi really did want to change himself. Yun Xingzi said. It has nothing to do with love. The qualifiers would be held in 3 days. The students who signed up would have a training session before the competition. The main purpose was to let the students understand the competition schedule and prevent any accidents during the competition. There were 20 students who signed up for Class E, accounting for 1/3 of the class. It seemed like a lot, but in reality, there were more than 40 people in the other classes. Just the mecha department alone had close to 200 people signing up. The training session was held in the simulation training room. Yun Xingzi had just arrived when he saw Lu Ranxu. That's right. Lu Ranxu nodded solemnly. I've thought about it. We're good brothers. I want to accompany you. Yun Xingzi's heart warmed. Thank you, Ranxu. At least when you get beaten up, I can take you to the infirmary like last time. Lu Ranxu looked at him and said. No need. Yun Xingzi didn't want to go to the infirmary anymore. It was too dark. The standard of our class is indeed different from the other classes, Shuafeiyue said to everyone. However, there are 50 spots for the qualifiers. You still have to have a dream. What if the person in front of you accidentally falls down? Everyone suddenly became hot-blooded. The qualifiers will use the obstacle course mode. Shuafeiyue began to explain the rules. You can attack your opponent during the competition, but I don't recommend doing so unless you have no other choice. Because when the snipe and the clam fight, the third party benefits. If you two fight, the others will surpass you. Yun Xingzi watched the videos of the previous year's auditions. Just as Shuafeiyue said, there were fewer fights. The obstacles in the racetrack included small-caliber artillery, mechanical beasts, small star beasts, and maze-like paths. Although they weren't enough to cause fatal injuries, they were still very difficult to deal with. Under such circumstances, the best way was to stick together. Fighting was indeed not a wise choice. After Shuafeiyue finished explaining the rules, he let everyone enter the simulation training room to practice. The physical and spiritual requirements of the simulation training room were no different from a real cockpit. However, the pilot only needed to be in the simulation room to experience various battle scenarios. After Yun Xingzi entered the cabin, the image that appeared on the screen was a forest that could be mistaken for a real one. There were various options at hand. They could set their own mecha model to match their spiritual power level. After everyone was ready, Shuafeiyue pressed a button. Many obstacles instantly appeared in the simulated battlefield. There was a huge virtual screen in front of him. A row of mechas stood in front of the starting line of the racetrack. A valiant, electronically synthesized female voice began to broadcast. Frowny face, the simulation training room is ready. Map D2281. Number of participants, 20. Training will begin after the countdown ends. All contestants, please get ready. Xianxia listened attentively. After the countdown ended, the people around him quickly activated their mechas. They couldn't wait to rush to the front. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He followed a few mechas that were bigger than him and maintained a certain distance from them. When the people in front of him were attacked, he would sneak around from the side without anyone noticing. Of course, the cannon fire was indiscriminate. Xianxia still had to pay attention to dodge. Once he was hit by the cannon fire, he would feel about 10% of the pain. Just this amount of pain was enough for him to endure. Not long after, many of the students on the field fell and couldn't continue moving forward. Some were hit by the cannon fire, some were attacked by mechanical beasts and star beasts, and some even crashed into trees. The remaining people on the field continued moving forward. Xianxia couldn't find any cover, so he abandoned his previous strategy and planned to leave the group to prevent a chaotic battle. His strategy succeeded very quickly. The C-grade lightsaber mecha rushed out of the encirclement and became the first in the group. Xuefei looked at the screen with surprise in his eyes. However, compared to the scene of Xianxia activating his mecha a few days ago, he felt that it was more acceptable now. When the training reached 20 minutes, there were only 4 or 5 people left on the field. The lightsaber mecha's speed gradually slowed down. As the most outstanding alpha in the class, Ao Liar quickly caught up with Xianxia's speed. Just as he glanced at Xianxia happily, a high-speed flying mechanical beast rushed toward him. He didn't have time to react and was about to be hit in the head. A lightsaber was quickly unsheathed and directly cut the mechanical beast in half. Ao Liar's expression instantly changed from fear to shock. What kind of reaction speed was Xianxia? Affected by the mechanical beast, Ao Liar fell behind again. Xianxia was about to reach the finish line. However, at this moment, the lightsaber mecha suddenly stopped, staggered a few steps, and almost fell to the ground. Xuefei quickly turned to look at Xianxia's simulation pod. Sure enough, a moment later, the pod door opened and Xianxia came out sweating profusely. He panted and said, Teacher Xue, I don't have any strength." Xuefei quickly summoned a small emergency robot and gave him a nutrient supplement. He asked with concern, "Do you want to go to the infirmary?" "No need." Xianxia's complexion improved a lot after being injected with the nutrient supplement. Xuefei's tone was a little regretful. "If you didn't use that sword just now, you should have reached the finish line. It's not an official competition." "It's fine," Xianxia said casually. Ao Liar came out of the simulation pod and hesitated for a moment before asking Xianxia why he helped him just now. "I was afraid that your head would fly to my body," Xianxia said half-jokingly. Everyone else laughed. Ao Liar was embarrassed for a while at first, but then he couldn't help but smile. Although it was a simulated battlefield, Xianxia's sword just now gave him the illusion that he had been saved from the brink of death. After Xianxia rested, he thought to himself, Omega's physical strength is indeed inferior. However, even so, Xianxia and Ao Liar were the only 2 people in the class who lasted more than 20 minutes. After the training, Xianxia wanted to return to the dormitory with Lu Ranqiu, but he was stopped by Xuefei. The old man pulled Xianxia to the side and said with a serious expression, "Xingxia, this audition is very important to you." Xianxia nodded. "I will take it seriously." However, he was also a little confused. Why did he only tell him this? In the next second, Xuefei's words resolved Xianxia's confusion. "Because of what happened between you and Qiyu, the school board is considering withdrawing you from school. I feel that this is too much, so I advised them against it. I said that you have recently turned over a new leaf and want to participate in the Mecha Grand Tournament." Xianxia swallowed his saliva and suddenly had a bad feeling. "The school board asked me to tell you that if you are eliminated in the audition, you must leave Shanghai Military Academy." Xuefei's voice was obviously heavy. "So, you must solve the problem of your lack of physical strength within 3 days and successfully pass the audition. Do you understand?" Xianxia never thought that this competition would be linked to whether he would be expelled or not. After a moment, he nodded lightly but firmly. I understand. Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he had been assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to avenge himself, couldn't he ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and conviction. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qian who naturally won't bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Xian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They didn't realize that deep in Lin Taishu's eyes, there was a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me? Great, let's see who's going to scam who. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Xian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Just as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Xian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu wouldn't know what to do. Now that he used his family's name to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family residence, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the Hua family in the capital, right? Especially when Hua Yihu realized that the moment he finished speaking, Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear. He was overjoyed. Men, arrest Xian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Lord Qianhu, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. Tao Tao PS //WW Omega EKBA with acute Omega. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This must be an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Xian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers couldn't help but show a look of shock and anger, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this and smiled at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, enjoying the dog-eat-dog show that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Xian and said, Sorry, Lord Baihu, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Lord Baihu. It's okay, let's do it. Xian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, obviously he was disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope and began to tie up Xian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor couldn't help but be furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish? Actually, I shouldn't have said this to you. Shuo Feiyue looked at Xianxia with some sympathy in his eyes. But as a teacher, I still hope that you can continue to learn about mecha. It was true that Shuofeiyue didn't like Xianxia in the past. When he saw that Xianxia's temperament had changed, he thought that it was only temporary. However, after learning about what had happened between Qiyu and him, Shuofeiyue actually sympathized with the kid. Xianxia was very grateful for Shuofeiyue's reminder. After that, Shuofeiyue told Xianxia that if he wasn't familiar with the audition, he could go back and play a simulation game specially developed for mecha enthusiasts, Mecha Star. Although that game doesn't have any requirements for mental strength and physical strength, the racing mode is similar to the audition. You should practice more, Shuofeiyue said. It was basically impossible for Xianxia to greatly improve his physical strength within 3 days. In comparison, familiarizing himself with the rules of the audition and using the rules to clear the game was what Xianxia should be doing now. After returning to the dormitory, he wanted to play the holographic game Mecha Star. However, after turning on his optical computer, he realized that he had already installed this game. The original owner had left behind a game cabin. It looked quite expensive and very new. After Xianxia entered the game cabin, he opened Mecha Star. On the login screen, he saw the original owner's account. It was called Qiyu's Little Star. Xianxia's hands trembled and he almost vomited last night's meal. He instinctively wanted to delete this account. However, on second thought, it wasn't good to casually delete the original owner's private account. He sighed and chose to hide the account. He registered a new game account and casually gave it a name, I'm So Weak. Compared to the students whose mental strength and physical strength exceeded A rank, Xianxia really did feel that he was very weak. That was why he needed to familiarize himself with the competition in the holographic game. The interface design of Mecha Star was very simple. Although it was holographic, there weren't any fancy decorations. When one first entered, it was like being in the cockpit of a mecha. All the game modes could be easily found. Xianxia skipped the beginner's guide and directly entered the racing mode. The audition of Shanghai Military Academy was very similar to the racing mode of the game. A group of players could choose a mecha and pass through the same racetrack with many obstacles. After playing a few times, Xianxia gradually grasped the essence of this type of competition. First of all, there was an advantage to being in a team compared to being alone. After all, large mechanical beasts and star beasts were still very difficult to deal with. Because of this advantage, the race's track was like a maze's as complicated as a maze ST. Lastly, try not to clash with other mechas. This wasn't very applicable in the game because some players liked to harass others for fun. Xianxia encountered this situation a few times. He wasn't angry because if the other party came to harass him, he would usually beat them up. System, I'm So Weak, used the lightsaber mecha to destroy, I'm Big Ferocious A.S. Meteor Mecha. System, I'm So Weak, used the lightsaber mecha to destroy, Hammering Monster, S Storm Mecha. System, I'm So Weak, completed a 10-hit combo. System, congratulations to, I'm So Weak, for winning first place in this competition with a time of 18:53:24. Xianxia, who had mastered the technique, played a few times in a row. His results were stable in the top 3 every time. Of course, other than the technique, it was also related to the game's lack of mental strength and physical strength requirements. In a real competition, he might not have been able to complete it so smoothly. In one of the games, Xianxia encountered many experts and seemed to be struggling during the competition. This time, not only did he encounter many attacks, but his speed was also almost unable to keep up. In the end, he struggled to overcome 3 obstacles in a row to get second place. The first place was a player with a very simple ID called L. His playstyle was very aggressive. From the beginning, he left everyone behind and faced the dense gunfire and obstacles alone. It was obvious that L was very familiar with the competition. Xianxia suddenly wanted to add him as a friend and sent a friend request. However, the other party didn't respond and went offline. He felt that it was a pity. He didn't want to learn from L. He simply wanted to PK with the other party. His first instinct told him that L should be a very powerful mecha warrior. The PK mode of Mecha Star was very popular. Various PK rankings would be updated every month. Xianxia casually clicked on it to take a look. The player named L appeared in the first place of the single PK rankings. He was using the lightsaber mecha just now. His instinct was right. There was a mecha repair factory near Xianxia Military University. The price was on the high side. Usually, rich students and teachers would go there. Zhuofeiyue stepped through the door and the staff greeted him warmly. "Old Zhua, I haven't seen you in a long time. I have a lot of classes recently," Zhuofeiyue said with a smile. He took out a camouflaged mecha cube and handed it to the staff. The staff asked, "Routine maintenance or modification?" Zhuofeiyue replied, "There was an error in the rating of this mecha. I would like to ask you to re-rate it." The staff was stunned and a little confused. The current mecha rating process was very strict. It was basically impossible to make a mistake. However, he still suppressed the confusion in his heart and walked into the rating room with the mecha. Zhuofeiyue looked at the staff's back and seemed to be deep in thought. During this period, he often paid attention to Yunxing's performance and found that he had changed a lot. However, what he was most concerned about was Yunxing's behavior of activating the B-grade mecha. Unless a person with C-grade spiritual power was a genius or a veteran soldier, it was impossible for them to activate a B-grade mecha. However, if he was a genius, why didn't he improve his spiritual power and stay at C-grade? There must be a problem with the mecha. The re-rating process took a long time. Zhuofeiyue waited for a while. Suddenly, someone walked in through the door. The person was wearing the Xianxia Military University uniform. His clothes were obviously the same as the other students, but there was a sense of nobility that was hard to ignore. Zhuofeiyue was stunned for a few seconds. After he reacted, he hurriedly said to the male student, "Xiao Luo, are you here for a mecha repair?" "Yes." The male student nodded. His voice was magnetic and his tone was neither fast nor slow. "Hello, Professor Zhua." The other maintenance staff looked at the male student and said with a smile, "Luo Wenchuan, is there a need for your mecha to be repaired? The last time you came for a repair, there was only a scratch on your left forearm." Zhuofeiyue heard this and laughed. He joked, "That's right. No one in Xianxia Military University can hurt Xiao Luo's mecha." Luo Wenchuan handed the Rubik's Cube to the maintenance staff. "The competition is about to start." His tone was calm and gentle, but there was also a hint of alienation. The maintenance staff took the Rubik's Cube and left. Zhuofeiyue asked, "Xiao Luo, the auditions are about to start. Do you want to set a record?" Luo Wenchuan had just played around in Mecha Star. Although he hadn't played in racing mode for a long time, he still took first place without any pressure. However, the person in second place was only a few seconds behind him. This meant that his strength had regressed. "We'll see," Luo Wenchuan said calmly. "Speaking of which, in our school's competition, no one can last more than 5 minutes in front of your mecha," Zhuofeiyue joked. "You should also feel that it's boring, right?" Luo Wenchuan didn't comment. At this time, the maintenance staff came over with a scan and handed it to Luo Wenchuan, telling him that there were no problems with the mecha. "The elbow has been modified," Luo Wenchuan said as he looked at the scan. "Did it affect the other parts?" The maintenance staff carefully examined the mecha's structure and said in surprise, "Not at all. The inspection just now was very smooth, the modification was very successful." Modifying a mecha was like modifying a human body. Sometimes, a slight change in one part could affect the whole body. This was the real reason why Luo Wenchuan had decided to come and inspect the mecha before the competition. Zhuofeiyue heard this and curiously came over to take a look. After a while, his eyes slowly widened. "Wow, this elbow has really been modified? There's not even a trace left. Which big factory modified it?" "Private mecha operators," Luo Wenchuan said calmly. "Our school." "What?" Zhuofeiyue looked at the scan in shock. "Our school has such an amazing mecha operator. Which professor is he?" "A student." Zhuofeiyue started to doubt his life. "A student? Is he that good?" Luo Wenchuan fell into silence. He had always thought that it was just a simple modification of the elbow. In reality, he couldn't tell the level of the person who modified it. However, after operating this modified mecha for a few days, he felt that this modification wasn't that simple. What's his name? Zhuo Feiyue asked curiously. I don't know, Luo Wenchuan said. You don't know him? Zhuo Feiyue asked curiously. Why don't you know him? Maybe you can hire him to be your personal mecha operator. Luo Wenchuan didn't answer this question. He just looked at the mecha's diagram thoughtfully. At this time, Zhuo Feiyue's mecha was re-evaluated. The evaluator handed the mecha back to him and said, the evaluation is B rank. There's no problem. Zhuo Feiyue was stunned. If the evaluation wasn't wrong, then how did Xianxia do it? Like Luo Wenchuan, he looked at the mecha and fell into deep thought. 3 days later, Shanghai Military University's Mecha Grand Tournament editions began as scheduled. The 3rd and 4th year's matches were in the morning, and the 1st and 2nd year's matches were in the afternoon. Each year had to compete separately, and each year had 50 slots. Due to the large number of participants, the editions were destined to be a free-for-all. The venue of the competition was the Crystal Rain Forest on the capital star. Contrary to its gorgeous name, the forest was relatively sparse, but it was surrounded by danger. A small number of star beasts roamed about, and the organizers of Shanghai Military University had transformed the forest into a complicated racetrack. In the afternoon, when the 1st and 2nd years arrived near the forest in a large aircraft, everyone's eyes widened. Wow, this forest is bigger than I imagined. I feel like I can get lost at any time. Can a mecha walk in it? It's even more complicated than a simulated racetrack. According to the rules, the 2nd years would participate in the competition before the 1st years. On the way to the waiting area, Xianxia met the person he least wanted to meet, Qiyu. Although Xianxia was the one who proposed to break off the engagement, Qiyu only told the public that we broke up. Most of the people around him also thought that Xianxia was dumped. When the two met, Qiyu sneered, his eyes half contemptuous and half proud. Who told you to come find me? Xianxia didn't say anything. He looked at the landscape of the forest on the map and prepared for the competition. Xianxia, I've said it before. You don't have to go to this extent. Qiyu looked at him, his narrow eyes full of pity. Even so, it's impossible for me to like you. You'd better withdraw from the competition quickly, lest you embarrass yourself. Qiyu thought to himself, didn't Xianxia sign up for the Mecha Grand Tournament just to come and watch him compete? His thoughts were too easy to see through. Xianxia didn't say anything. Lu Ranqiu couldn't help but say, Qiyu, what does him participating in the competition have to do with you? Yo, you're here too? Qiyu looked at Lu Ranqiu in surprise. 2 rookies working together to set the worst record? Lu Ranqiu was so angry that he wanted to kick him, but he was stopped by a fair-skinned Omega beside him. Qiyu is a straightforward person. Don't argue with him, the fair-skinned Omega said gently. Everyone, let's compete well. It'll be troublesome if there's a conflict before the competition. Xianxia looked over. His intuition told him that this person was the original work's bottom, Su Zinan. After Su Zinan finished speaking, he whispered to Qiyu, I'm sorry. I made Junior Yin misunderstand our relationship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. What does it have to do with you? Qiyu quickly comforted him, then glanced sideways at Xianxia. Some people don't have the ability but still want to join in the fun just to attract attention. The one who's embarrassing is himself. Qiyu, how can you say that about yourself? Xianxia looked at him calmly and suddenly said, although you do like to attract attention, how can you embarrass yourself? After saying this, he curled his lips in front of everyone's stunned gazes. After all, your skin is thicker than a mecha's. Qiyu was so angry at his words that his eyes were about to burst into flames. Xianxia, what's with your attitude? Junior Yun, I know you're in a bad mood. Su Zinan stopped Qiyu and said to Xianxia, this is all my fault. Don't blame Qiyu. Do well in the competition later. I believe you can do it. Su Zinan's expression was innocent with a hint of grievance. Of course I can. Xianxia's dark eyes glared at him coldly. Do I need you to tell me that? Su Zinan was obviously stunned. A notification sounded in the distance. Second-year contestants who have not been checked yet, please attend the check as soon as possible. Qiyu sneered at Xianxia and said, "Continue to talk big. With your skills, you'll be eliminated in the auditions. Then, you can quit school and go home." After saying this, he left with Su Zinan. "I'll listen to your bullsh *t. Lu Ranchu cursed at Qiyu. "Why are you so arrogant? With those two people from the command faculty, do you think you can get third place this year? Worry about yourself, stinky you rotten shrimp." Chiyu's back stiffened, but he resisted the urge to turn around. At this moment, Su Zinan suddenly turned around and looked deeply at Xianxia. His eyes were filled with the superiority and contempt of a winner, as well as sympathy and pity for the weak. He was standing in the position of the strongest Omega in the school and looking down at Xianxia. Su Zinan mouthed 3 words to Xianxia. "Give up." After saying this, he curled the corners of his lips and followed Qiyu into the registration area as if nothing had happened. Xianxia was a little surprised. "This guy had 2 faces, Huaihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family and represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and conviction. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qian who naturally won't bend the law for personal gain." Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned to look at Kai Zian, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface and didn't realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. Since you're trying to blackmail me, I'll see who's the one who's trying to blackmail me. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Huaihu shouted sternly. At this moment, even he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Just as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would definitely be at a loss. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be so presumptuous in front of the Hua family in the capital? Right? Especially when Huaihu realized that the moment he finished speaking, Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear. He was overjoyed. Guards, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Lord Qianhu. Hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. Tao Tao PS //WW Omega E Akba Omega / never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This must be an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army around them all looked shocked and angry, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard. How could you say something so shameless? All of a sudden, while they were angry at Lin Taishu, they were also very sad and disappointed. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin. However, instead of catching the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the f***ck? How could this be so outrageous? Hearing this, Huaihu, Hua Ziyuan, and the others couldn't help smiling at each other, a trace of complacency in their eyes. Just as they thought, this plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and they started killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, enjoying the dogfight that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that none of the soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army moved, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word was not something that normal people could bear. All of a sudden, the faces of the soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army changed. After a few breaths, 2 soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army gave their weapons to their companions and walked slowly to Xian. Sorry, by who? We were forced to do this. Please forgive us. It's okay. Do it. Xian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale. Obviously, he was disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army found a rope and started to tie up Xian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something. However, Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered to the girl in soft armor, "Calm down. When have you ever seen Master so stupid?" The second-year competition was about to begin. The first-year students were nervous but also a little excited. Everyone was in the waiting area for the competition. They could see the real-time broadcast of the competition through the huge screen. Everyone raised their heads and watched as the second-year seniors appeared at the starting line. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. I heard that there are many strong second-year students. Chiyu from the Mecha Department, Luo Wenchuan and Kolei from the Command Department. Luo Wenchuan set a record in his first competition last year. I think he can set another record this year. That's amazing. When can I be like them? Xianxia stood in the crowd and stared at the screen. However, his attention was not on the contestants. Instead, he was analyzing the map of Saidao. In the past few days, he had played hundreds of races in Mecha Star. In every game, he had studied how to conserve energy and win. In the end, he came up with a strategy that required teamwork. The teammates he chose were Ao Liar and Lu Ranxiu. This strategy did not require strong teammates, but the commander must have a clear view of the overall situation. Xianxia Military University's Mecha Grand Tournament second-year group auditions begins. Following the order, more than 200 mechas at the edge of the vast forest activated at the same time and rushed into the forest. On the map of the forest at the top left of the screen, the dense light dots represented each mecha. The center of the screen switched to the images of the top 10 contestants. If someone's mecha was damaged and could not compete, an announcement would appear at the top of the screen. The entire competition process was very similar to Mecha Star's racing mode. Xianxia called Ao Liar and Lu Ranxiu to the side and said to them, "Memorize the general shape of the map first. Later, follow my instructions." The area each person is responsible for is, originally, Ao Liar looked down on a delicate omega like Xianxia. However, during the simulation training last time, Xianxia saved him once. He had to admit that the other party was indeed capable. Moreover, there were only so many people in Class E, so there were quite a few people who wanted to team up with Xianxia. After listening to Xianxia's plan, Ao Liar's eyes widened. "Xianxia, your plan is indeed feasible, but is it too late to use this method in the competition?" "I'll be in charge of the overall plan." Xianxia's tone was calm but firm. "As long as you believe in me, you'll succeed." Lu Ranxiu looked at Xianxia's black eyes and nodded. "I'll listen to you." He didn't have much confidence in Xianxia's method. He just wanted to support his good friend. There are quite a lot of experts in the other classes. Ao Liar rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. "Then let's try your method." The three of them continued watching the competition. Not long after, the crowd suddenly burst out in surprised voices. "Wow! First place is almost at the finish line. So fast, it's only been 17 minutes. Whose mecha is it?" "It's definitely Luo Wenchuan's. He's been leading from the start." The live broadcast on the screen switched to Luo Wenchuan's mecha. He had just encountered a small star beast. In the next second, the beam saber drew an arc in the air and killed the star beast at a speed that was almost indiscernible. Then, the mecha continued to accelerate forward, easily passing through the rugged and dense forest ahead. The whole process lasted less than 5 seconds. Everyone was stunned. After everyone regained their senses, they were discussing Luo Wenchuan's terrifying hand speed. However, Ao Liar felt that, when Xianxia helped him split the mechanical beast that day, her speed wasn't much slower than Luo Wenchuan's. Wait a minute, could Xianxia really compare to Luo Wenchuan? Ao Liar was shocked by his own thoughts. Luo Wenchuan was the strongest alpha in the entire school, and Xianxia was an omega with sea-level spiritual power. Ao Liar felt that this must be his own illusion. Xianxia, on the other hand, raised the corners of her lips. She could see that this was the effect of her helping Luo Wenchuan modify the mecha. According to the original structure of the mecha, even if Luo Wenchuan's reflexes were sufficient, he would still be affected by the elbow, and the speed and angle of the sword would not be as perfect as it was now. Not long after Luo Wenchuan killed the star beast, relying on his keen insight and proficiency in piloting the mecha, it didn't take long for him to rush through the last area and reach the finish line. The first place of this competition has arrived. Participant number 029. Time, 1749. 06. When the robotic female voice sounded, the whole audience was shocked. Luo Wenchuan broke the record again. He even broke the record by a full 20 seconds, moreover, last year's record holder was himself. Is this the strength of the strongest alpha? Is he really from the command department? No one in the mecha department is better than him? He's too strong. Look at his route, it's comparable to a straight line. No matter what obstacles he encounters, he can easily break through them. Xianxia had to admit that she really envied Luo Wenchuan's physical strength and spiritual power. If it were anyone else, they would have been physically exhausted after continuously facing various obstacles and gunfire, so most people would try to avoid obstacles as much as possible. But Luo Wenchuan faced the difficulties head-on. The spherical robot in charge of the live broadcast flew in front of Luo Wenchuan's mecha, ready to welcome the winner and give him a close-up. The whole audience quieted down. I heard that Luo Wenchuan is very handsome. Lu Ranqi whispered in Xianxia's ear, I don't know if it's true. Ao Liar said disdainfully, he only has 2 eyes and a nose. How handsome can he be? Xianxia remembered the flaxen-haired alpha he saw when he was repairing his mecha. At most, he could be considered delicate, but he couldn't be described as very handsome. Don't get your hopes up, Xianxia said to Lu Ranqi, he looks average. Under everyone's gaze, the tall figure came out of the cockpit, nimbly using the back structure, and easily got down from the mecha that was 10 meters tall. The spherical robot slowly approached Luo Wenchuan. The young man was wearing a valiant black training suit. His legs were long and slender, and there was a belt around his waist. His waist looked even thinner, and his shoulders were broad. Looking up, Xianxia's eyes widened instantly. When the clean and handsome face appeared on the screen, everyone's attention was immediately attracted by Luo Wenchuan's appearance. Lu Ranqi was stunned for a few seconds. He turned his head stiffly and asked Xianxia, this is called average? Xianxia's expression was sluggish, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Isn't this the person who saved me outside the black market that night? He is. Luo Wenchuan? His brain seemed to crash for a moment, and he suspected that he was dreaming. After staring at Luo Wenchuan's face for a long time, Xianxia came back to his senses. If this person is Luo Wenchuan, then the person who asked me to repair the mecha was someone else? At this moment, the second place also crossed the finish line and entered the braking buffer zone. When the mecha completely stopped, another person that Xianxia was familiar with came out, the flaxen-haired alpha. The surrounding discussion made him understand that this person was called Collet, and he was Luo Wenchuan's classmate. So that's how it is. Soon, the third place also crossed the finish line, and it was also someone that Xianxia was familiar with. Although that guy Qiyu is really annoying, he's still strong. Lu Ranqi frowned as he looked at the smug face on the screen. Tisk, Xianxia, you must pass the audition and slap his face. After the first 3 people crossed the finish line, the second-tier team gradually arrived. Su Zinan was ranked 10th. When he came out of the cockpit, there were many cheers and applause in the stadium. They were all praising Su Zinan as the strongest Omega in the school. He was much stronger than the other weak Omega, and he was also very good-looking. After the top 50 had all arrived, the second-year competition was over. The audience, who were originally watching the competition in high spirits, suddenly became serious. The school sent out a large number of robots to clean and rearrange the track. The obstacles were completely different from the ones that the second year encountered, but they were of the same difficulty. The whole process was very fast. After the track was rearranged, the first-year students began to check the records. There was a rest area at the finish line, and a big screen was set up there as well. After the competition, the second-year students could rest while watching their juniors suffer. It was one of the greatest joys after the competition. Luo Wenchuan had become the main force of the school team last year. This year, the school gave him a mission to observe the freshmen who had performed well in the audition. Therefore, he did not leave immediately, which was rare. Instead, he sat down with everyone and looked at the big screen, waiting for the competition to begin. Su Zinan sat next to Qiyu. Seeing that Qiyu was also looking at the screen, he asked in a low voice, "Brother Yu, do you want to watch Xianxia's competition?" Qiyu nodded silently. In fact, Qiyu did not want Xianxia to be expelled. Qiyu only wanted to teach Xianxia a lesson and make him cry and beg him. He did not expect him to be able to endure it for so long. During this period of time, although Qiyu had been happy that he had gotten rid of the annoying person, there were still many things that he was not used to. For example, every time Qiyu finished a competition, Xianxia would come to him with desserts. Every weekend, Xianxia would come to help him clean the dormitory. Every time Qiyu wanted to eat something, he only had to tell Xianxia and he would bring it to him. Although these things were insignificant to Qiyu, Qiyu still hoped that he could stay. He was willing to give Xianxia a chance to turn over a new leaf, as long as he stopped being jealous and fooling around because of Su Zinan. Su Zinan saw a trace of worry in Qiyu's eyes. He could roughly guess what the other party was thinking and said gently, "Brother Yu, don't worry about Xianxia. He will definitely do his best." "What's the use of trying his best?" Qiyu frowned in annoyance. With his little spiritual power and physical strength, he won't be able to hold on for long. "How can that be? Our Omega is not that weak," Su Zinan said understandingly. Qiyu sighed and said, "How can he compare to you?" "It's okay." Su Zinan's lips curled up and her eyes curved into crescents. "Although Junior Xianxia will be eliminated, I got 10th place. Aren't you happy for me?" Qiyu heard this and his mood improved slightly. He smiled and said, "Congratulations." Luo Wenchuan heard the conversation between the two people beside him and frowned slightly. He got up and changed his seat. Kulei quickly followed him. "Why did you suddenly change your seat?" "Noisy." Luo Wenchuan's reply was concise. The camera quickly swept past the mecha's head. Luo Wenchuan's gaze suddenly froze and he subconsciously sat up straight. Although the time was very short, he was sure that he saw that familiar mecha, the C-grade lightsaber mecha that he sold to Mr. Chu and was later bought by Mr. Chu. That boy who didn't even know how to fight outside the black market, actually participated in the competition, Hua Yihu said in a serious tone. He wasn't bluffing to intimidate Lin Taishu. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to avenge himself, couldn't he ask his family to help him? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and conviction. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qian who naturally wouldn't do anything that would bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu replied immediately. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he had been frightened by something. Then, he turned his head to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually became cold and sharp. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu's eyes. They were somewhat confused. However, they only saw the surface. They didn't notice that deep in Lin Taishu's eyes, there was a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me? Good, let's see who's going to scam who. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would definitely be at a loss. Now that he used the family's name to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he also knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu realized that as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear. He was overjoyed. Come, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Qianhu Lord, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the soft-armored girl, and Chao Hongfu couldn't help but be stunned. H-Tao Tao PS //WW Omega ECP. Even in their dreams, they didn't think that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This is an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers couldn't help but show a look of shock and anger, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? When Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this, they couldn't help but smile at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they guessed, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, enjoying the dog-eat-dog show that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Kai Zian and said, Sorry, Baihu Lord, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Baihu Lord. It's okay, do it. Kai Zian said, and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, obviously he was disappointed at Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere, and began to tie up Kai Zian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor couldn't help but be furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her, and even pulled the girl back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish? Ever since she came to this world, Xianxia had been training her physical and mental strength every day. In fact, her speed of improvement was still very fast, at least much better than before. However, the time was short, and the improvement was limited. If she wanted to pass the audition, she had to use some tactics. Xianxia had a thorough understanding of the competition rules when she was playing Mecha Star. She had been thinking about the pros and cons of a team competition and a solo competition. In a team competition, they could help each other when facing obstacles, but if they chose the wrong route, all 3 people's time would be wasted. If they wanted to adjust the route, they would have to stop and discuss, which would waste a lot of time. Moreover, if someone was injured along the way, it would take even longer. A solo competition was relatively free. Even if they encountered a dead end, they could quickly change to another route. However, if they encountered difficulties or ambushes along the way, they would face greater risks. Therefore, Xianxia decided to combine the advantages of a team and a solo competition. Shanghai Military University's Mecha Grand Tournament First Year's Audition, competition begins. As the valiant female voice finished the announcement, the first year's audition officially began. Although everyone was a freshman, there was no lack of capable mecha pilots, especially the students of Class A of the Mecha Combat faculty. Almost every student had learned mecha piloting before entering the school. Not long after the competition began, different echelons of teams had already appeared on the field. Shuofeiyue was in the teacher's viewing area outside the field, observing the performance of the students in his class. The students of different classes were marked with bright spots of different colors on the map. The students of Class E of the Mecha Combat faculty were in blue. Before the competition began, he had taken note of the positions of Xianxia and the others. Now, his gaze was fixed on the 3 bright spots. Logically speaking, although Xianxia, Ao Liar, and Lu Ranxu's team did not have much of an advantage. As long as they cooperated well, they could still make it to the top 50. Shuofeiyue waited to see the three of them work together to pass the audition. He selected their competition view on the optical supercomputer, and the screen switched to the three mechas. In a racing competition, most people would choose small to medium mecha. For example, Xianxia was piloting a medium lightsaber mecha, Lu Ranxu was piloting a small meteor mecha, and Ao Liar was piloting a medium storm mecha. In terms of composition, one melee attacker, one long-range attacker, and one tanker. Even in a three-man team PK, this was a very standard composition. Teacher Zhua, why are you looking so serious? A teacher next to him teased, many of your students don't know how to use mecha, right? They can't compete with Class A. It won't be too late to compete after they learn it next year. The three of them are different. They are good students in our class. It was a well-known fact that Shuofeiyue's students were not good. But this time, his heart was inexplicably filled with confidence. 2 minutes into the match, the three mechas met their first obstacle, a medium-sized star beast. Shuofeiyue looked at the screen expectantly, imagining the scene of the three of them killing the star beast. Then, he saw the three of them react quickly, disband on the spot. The three blue dots ran in different directions as if they had met a ghost. It was a vivid demonstration of what it meant to fly in different directions in the face of disaster. Shuofeiyue's expression froze. Ha 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 ha, this is the first time I've seen such a team with no spirit of cooperation. The teacher next to him laughed so hard that he held his stomach. Teacher Zhua, are these the high-level students of Class E? Shuofeiyue was puzzled. He was a little embarrassed, but he still coughed twice and said, it's wise to avoid battle when appropriate. The forest was as big as a maze. There were cannons and obstacles everywhere. Disbanding the team was really an inconceivable move. What were they doing? Shuofeiyue couldn't help but frown. Ao Liar, Lu Ranxu, have you two found your teams? Xianxia followed behind the mechas and used long-range wireless communication to communicate with his teammates. Ao Liar will take care of the west side of the forest. Ranxu will take care of the east side. I'll take care of the center. Yes. Understood. The two of them replied at the same time. The tactic used by Xianxia was between a team's tactic and a solo tactic. Everyone would choose a different area in the forest and follow behind the other teams. Once they encountered a difficult obstacle or an impassable dead end, they would immediately mark it with a red color on the map and share it with their teammates. Then, they would change to the next target. Similarly, if there was a smoother path in the forest, they would mark it with a green color and share it with their teammates. This way, other than the area they were responsible for, the three of them would be able to see the situation of the nearby areas clearly on the map. Once they encountered danger, they would immediately move to the nearby safe area based on the information given by their teammates. Then, they would circle back to the area they were responsible for through the safe area. Even if there was no safe area nearby, they would at least be able to avoid the danger zone. During this process, the three of them had to constantly adjust their route. They had to ensure that they were not too far away from their teammates horizontally and also had to ensure that there was as little overlap as possible vertically. This was the best way to maximize the use of information. Ao Liar, the direction is a little off. Come closer to me. Xianxia observed the road conditions while paying attention to his teammates' positions. Lu Ranxu, hurry up and mark a few more spots. According to Xianxia's strategy, the three mechas looked as if they were fighting alone. However, they were extremely accurate in avoiding all the star beasts, mechanical beasts, and dense artillery fire in the vicinity. Xianxia marked the most spots on the map because his reaction speed was fast and his observation skills were sharp. He had scouted out a large area of the forest. Ao Liar was second. He had marked out a lot of areas as well. Although Lu Ranxu did not mark out as many spots, it still exceeded Xianxia's expectations. He did a good job. Shuofeiyue looked at the blue spots on the screen and widened his eyes. The three of them looked as if they had disbanded their team, but in reality, with a strange tacit understanding, they had bypassed almost all the obstacles. How did they do it? Very quickly, while the other contestants were entangled with all kinds of obstacles, The three of them arrived at the first echelon without anyone noticing. They encountered more and more obstacles along the way. From a distance, Xianxia saw that the team he was following was surrounded by a group of mechanical beasts. They quickly moved to the safe zone marked out by Ao Liar. Then, they used this area to bypass the danger zone and return to the central forest that they were in charge of. At this moment, Xianxia unexpectedly realized that there was no team in front of them anymore. Xianxia quickly sent a message to his teammates. The three of them quickly gathered and prepared to cross the last few kilometers. "We'll be there soon," Xianxia said to his teammates. "We'll deal with the remaining obstacles together." Ao Liar's tone was full of surprise and admiration. "F***ck, we can really rush to the front. Xianxia, you're amazing. It's much easier than I expected." Lu Ranqiu could not help but praise. "Xianxia, you're amazing." Just as the three of them were feeling happy, the faint sound of an engine suddenly came from behind them. It was the students of Class A. Xianxia had followed them before. At that time, he only thought that the three of them ran very fast and should be quite skilled. He did not expect them to catch up so quickly. Shuofeiyue looked at the orange and blue light dots on the map and felt that something was wrong. The students of Class A had always been competitive. A conflict was probably going to happen. Xianxia quickly said to his teammates, "Everyone, be careful." As expected, the meteor mecha in the three-man team of Class A fired a smoke cannon and more than 10 small-caliber cannons at Xianxia and the others. It was not dangerous, but it was enough to make them stop in their tracks. The three-man team of Class A glanced at them. One of them turned on the loudspeaker and said with a smile, "Class A's number 1, follow behind and eat **T, losers." Then, the three orange light dots of Class A quickly rushed toward the finish line. Xianxia and the others, who were attacked, had no choice but to dodge the cannons. At the same time, they had to worry about the star beasts attracted by the cannons. However, the smoke around them was thick and they could not identify their direction. They could only act according to the small map. "Are you crazy?" Ao Liar was furious. "You just threw a few cannons and ran away? Fight me if you dare." Lu Ranqiu was also on the verge of exploding. "You could have passed the audition without attacking each other. Why did you have to do this?" Xianxia did not speak. He took the lead and rushed out of the smoke range. "If they don't attack me, I won't attack them. If they attack me, I'll go first. You guys try to catch up with me as soon as possible." Xianxia said this and began to use the stamina he had saved and quickly rushed toward the finish line. "What are you going to do?" his teammates asked in surprise. "I'm going to let those three know what it means to be a loser." Xianxia's voice was calm and cold, with a hint of killing intent. Soon, Ao Liar and Lu Ranqiu could only see the back of the lightsaber mecha. They hurriedly tried to catch up, but found that the distance between them was increasing. Only then did the two of them realize that Xianxia had been lowering his speed to cooperate with them. F***ck, Ao Liar could not help but curse. "Is this King Omega?" At the finish line. Just now, the camera had accurately captured the encounter between the two teams. The second-year students could tell from the color of the light dots that this was a battle between the Class A and Class C students from the Mecha Combat Specialization. It was already surprising enough that the Class C students could reach the first echelon. No one expected to see a conflict between the two teams. Seeing the Class A students overtake the Class C students, everyone was in an uproar. What a pity. I thought that the three from Class C could make a comeback. Speaking of which, how did they reach the first echelon? I didn't even notice them just now. I don't know. I also suddenly saw them rush to the front. But it's useless. The Class A students are still a level higher. It's already very good for Class C to be able to do this. Do you think they can get first place? Luo Wenchuan stared intently at the screen. His gaze was deep, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Just when everyone thought that the Class A students had won for sure, a blue dot suddenly sped up on the map and chased after the three orange dots as if it had gone mad. That Class A student, what is he trying to do? Everyone looked at the big screen with astonishment. Huaihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. One had to know that he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the imperial capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he did not have the ability to take revenge, could he not ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and conviction. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qianhu naturally would not bend the law for favoritism. Lin Taishu immediately replied. His face revealed a trace of fear, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Xian. His gaze gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They did not notice that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. Since you're trying to scam me, let's see who will be the one doing the scamming. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Xian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he could not help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Xian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would not know what to do. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he also knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu realized that as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear. This made him even happier. Men, arrest Xian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look on his face. Master, Qianhu Lord, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the soft-armored girl, and Chao Hongfu could not help but be stunned. H-Tau Tau PS //WW Omega EKBA with acute Omega. Even in their dreams, they did not think that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This was an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Xian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers could not help but show a look of shock and anger, and glared at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the f***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this and smiled at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they had guessed, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, enjoying the dog-eat-dog show that was about to unfold. Why aren't you doing anything? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that none of the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers did anything, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word was not something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Xian and said, Sorry, Baihu Lord, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Baihu Lord. It's okay, do it. Xian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, and he was obviously disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere and began to tie up Xian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish? On the small map, the 3 orange dots were nearing their destination. Many teachers congratulated the teachers of Class A, and some consoled Shuofeiyue that Class E's performance was already very good, so there was no need to be discouraged. However, Shuofeiyue stared intently at the screen. Everyone was curious. Following his line of sight, they saw the rapidly moving blue dot. Even the experienced and knowledgeable teachers were shocked at this moment. They all exchanged glances, and after a while, someone cautiously said, "That blue one is a student from Class E?" "That's right, it's one of the students who were attacked by Class A. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? His speed doesn't seem to be slower than Luo Wenchuan. I even feel that he's faster than Luo Wenchuan. What's going on? How is this possible? Can't the obstacles on the road stop him? He's almost catching up. F*CK, he's really almost catching up." The teachers had seen many situations where students overtook their opponents in actual combat, but this kind of chase was rare, especially when it was a Class E student catching up to a Class A student. In the forest, a sharp sword aura sliced through the air, decapitating two small star beasts. The inconspicuous beam saber mecha used its propulsion system to move nimbly through the forest, as though the obstacles were nothing to it. Yunxing's stamina was almost depleted. He quickly calculated the points of contact with the Class A contestants in his mind. After about half a minute, the sound of mecha could be heard from the front. Yunxing's knew that the time was right. The beam saber mecha was a close combat mecha. Naturally, it wouldn't have the advantage against three mechas at the same time. However, Xianxia could use the terrain to his advantage. Everyone saw on the map that the blue dot suddenly made a turn just as it was about to catch up to the orange dot. What's he doing? Going around them to win the championship? I thought he was going to chase after them for revenge, but that's it. Taking a longer route is also a tactic. I think it's a good choice to avoid a fight. He's a Class E student after all. He definitely won't have the advantage if he fights three Class A students head-on. Just as everyone was trying to guess what this E-class student was going to do, the blue dot had already surpassed the orange dot vertically. As long as he crossed the finish line, the first place would be his. However, Yunxingza did not do so. He didn't bypass those three people to get first place. To be honest, he didn't have much desire to win the competition. He purely liked to study battle tactics and mecha. The ranking in the competition was just an indicator of whether the strategy was correct or not and the strength of the mecha. Yunxingza was beside a huge rock. In the forest near the finish line, quietly waiting for the mechas to arrive. At this moment, everyone finally understood the true purpose of this student from Class E. He wanted to stop the three of them at the finish line and prevent them from passing. The spherical robot in charge of filming had already shifted its focus to the mecha. The second-year seniors were instantly attracted by the mecha's actions and became excited. Damn, he's really here for revenge. And right before the finish line. Do you want those three to fail? This is very risky. What if it fails? The trio from Class A was about to reach the finish line. On their way to the finish line, they would pass by a buffer slope. This slope was to slow down the mecha and prevent them from crashing into the mecha in front of them too quickly, ensuring their safety before the finish line. When the trio saw the buffer slope from afar, they were all excited and cheered non-stop through the wireless communication. Just as they were rushing up the slope, one of them heard a strange sound. He asked his companion, "Why do I feel like there's a sound?" Like, a mecha suddenly jumped out from the forest beside them and appeared at the top of the slope, standing right in front of the finish line. Under the sunlight, the alloy material of the lightsaber mecha glowed coldly. The energy lamp on its chest was like an eye, looking down at the three of them. Before anyone could react, the mecha raised one of its mechanical arms and instantly pulled out the hilt of the lightsaber from its back. The icy blue lightsaber shot out instantly. At the same time, it raised its other mechanical arm, and a small caliber cannon appeared in the palm of its hand. All mecha were equipped with close-range and long-range weapons. Even the lightsaber mecha had its own small amount of cannon fire to avoid being at a complete disadvantage when faced with long-range cannon fire. Yunxing's mecha had very little cannon fire. This had to do with the fact that it had been stripped of a lot of its equipment. However, before the competition, Yunxingza had confirmed that it had a small ion cannon in its left palm. Although the trio from Class A did not expect that someone would snipe them at the finish line, they still reacted quickly when they saw the lightsaber mecha. The moment the ion cannon fired, the three mechas simultaneously activated their anti-gravity devices and dodged the cannon fire. A few cannon fire hit the slope, stirring up a large amount of dust. After dodging the cannon fire, one of the Class A members found Xianxia's actions laughable. How interesting. You could have gotten first after crossing the finish line, but you still stopped to harass us? Then don't even think about passing the qualifier. Just as he raised his mechanical arm to aim, the lightsaber mecha suddenly leaped up and shot towards him like an arrow. The trio from Class A had originally been at a lower elevation. Now that they had activated their anti-gravity devices, they were still slightly lower than Xianxia's mecha. Xianxia cleverly used the difference in height to maximize the mecha's speed. At the same time, the dust stirred up by the cannon fire had already affected the trio's vision. They had no choice but to avoid the battle. However, the mecha's speed was much faster than they had expected. The lightsaber struck out cleanly. Xianxia aimed at their knees, that's right, knees. The lightsaber hit the alloy material of the mecha, creating a vibration and a muffled sound. The trio from Class A dodged and counterattacked, but the lightsaber mecha dodged all of their attacks. At the same time, they gradually realized that they were losing control of their mecha's body. Xianxia's attack did not seem fatal, but it was enough to make them lose their ability to fight. Not long after, the three mechas landed at the same time. Then, they swayed and knelt on the ground. The mecha's knees were hit by the lightsaber. This meant that it would be difficult for them to continue moving forward, especially on such a slope. A mecha from Class A used its mechanical arm to support itself on the ground and turned on the loudspeaker system. It gritted its teeth and said, "Are you crazy? Why did you specifically come to block us? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Xianxia's mecha hovered in the air and looked down at the trio. His voice carried the sound of electricity through the loudspeaker system, sounding unreal. Class A's number 1, losers at this moment, the trio finally reacted. This mecha was one of the mecha that had been attacked by their smoke bomb just now. However, logically speaking, shouldn't he still be chasing after them? In the resting area, all the second-year students were stunned. Isn't this the qualifier? Why is there a PK content? And it's a 1v3. This is too exciting. That lightsaber mecha is so fast. It should be at least Class A, right? It actually attacked their knees. What is it thinking? Didn't you see that the three mechas are kneeling and can't get up? It's very harmful and even more insulting. As Xianxia walked towards the finish line, he looked back at the trio and kindly reminded them, there are still 200 meters to the finish line. Don't give up. The trio from Class A tried their best to stand up, but their two mechanical legs were completely out of control. Don't be so smug. One of the betas was furious. He supported himself with one hand on the ground and raised the other to aim at Xianxia. Don't even think about crossing the finish line. He was piloting a meteor mecha and had plenty of long-range firepower. However, Xianxia began to move in an S shape, dodging the gunfire while mocking, "Can you aim at me when you're just lying there like that?" The other two could not stand the humiliation. They raised their hands angrily and prepared to join in the battle. Xianxia accelerated and rushed across the finish line. He turned back to look at the trio and waved at them. The rules of the competition stipulated that no one was allowed to attack a contestant who had already crossed the finish line. Otherwise, it would be a violation and they would be disqualified from the competition forever. The three mechas could only turn off their engines at the same time. They were so angry that they were lying on the ground and hammering the ground. F***ck, I can't get up. Why are my legs like this? This person is too sneaky. The people behind are almost here. If my classmates see me, I might as well dig a hole and bury myself in it. It's all your fault. You had to attack with a smoke bomb and even taunt them. How can you blame me for this? Wasn't this your idea? Yeah, you even said that Class A is full of pushovers. How the F***ck are they pushovers? Class A is full of pushovers to begin with. Ao Liar and Lu Ronshu rushed to the finish line and saw a few mechas lying in front of them. Before they could laugh out loud, they suddenly heard them calling them pushovers. The two of them did not do anything. They just pretended to accidentally step on their heads when they walked over. It's them. Quick, shoot. Don't let them pass. However, before they could raise their hands, the large group behind them had already arrived. Thus, they were stepped on a few more times by some ignorant people. Referee, one of the mechas howled, request backup. Not long after Xianxia's mecha crossed the finish line, the robotic female voice began to broadcast frowny face. The first place of this competition has arrived. Participant number 209. Time, 1840. 13. On the big screen in the resting area, the camera robot gave the mecha a big close-up. 1840. Half a minute slower than last year's Luo Wenchuan, but it's still very impressive. Don't say that. If he didn't stop to intercept those 3 mechas, he might have ended up like last year's Luo Wenchuan. So impressive. Isn't this alpha too strong? He hasn't even come out yet. How do you know it's alpha? Luo Wenchuan listened to the voices around him and recalled the young man he saw that night. Is it alpha? He was wearing a mask so he couldn't see his face clearly, but his skin seemed very white and he was quite tall. He should be beta, right? If he was beta, then it should cause a sensation. At this time, Su Zinan was talking to Chiyu. Wow, this first-year alpha is so strong, Su Zinan praised. But I still think you're better, brother you. Sometimes I really envy you alphas. You're all so strong. Yeah. Chiyu lacked interest. He was waiting for Xianxia's results. You don't have to worry about Xianxia, Su Zinan curled his lips. The first year's strength seems to be quite strong. It doesn't matter if they pass the audition or not. What's important is that they participate. Chiyu looked at the screen casually. He thought to himself, the first year's strong players aren't any less than last year. Even Classy has a lightsaber mecha of this level. Then Xianxia is very likely to be eliminated. On the screen, the lightsaber mecha stopped and slowly opened its cockpit. Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. One had to know that he was the young master of the Hua family and represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he had been assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qianhu naturally won't do anything to bend the law. Lin Taishu immediately replied with a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Kai Zian, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu's eyes and were a little confused. However, they only saw the surface and did not notice the trace of ridicule in the depths of Lin Taishu's eyes. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. Since you're trying to scam me, let's see who's going to scam who. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to assassinate me. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, even he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Just as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would definitely be at a loss. Now that he used his family's name to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be so presumptuous in front of the Hua family in the capital, right? Especially when Hua Yihu realized that the moment he finished speaking, Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear, and he was even more delighted. Men, apprehend Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master. Lord Qianhu, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. H-Tau Tau PS //WW Omega EKBA with acute Omega. Even in their dreams, they didn't think that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This was an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers couldn't help but show a shocked and angry expression, and glared at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the f***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this and smiled at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they guessed, this great plan of giving Lin Taishu a taste of his own medicine really put him at a loss, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, enjoying the dog fight that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Kai Zian and said, "Sorry, Lord Baihu, we were forced to do this, please forgive us." "It's okay, let's do it," Kai Zian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, obviously he was disappointed at Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope out of nowhere and began to tie up Kai Zian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor couldn't help but be furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, "Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish?" After the mecha's cockpit opened, the camera robot slowly went around to the back and gave the pilot a close-up. The young man took off his nanoradiation suit and his spirit-linked helmet. There was a lot of sweat on his forehead. He shook his head gently, and a few drops of transparent sweat dripped from the tips of his hair. The camera zoomed in, and the young man's face appeared on the big screen. His skin was fair and smooth, flushed because he had just finished exercising, and his body was full of vitality. He was wearing a simple training suit, and his figure was between the tall A and the thin O. When he turned over and came out of the cockpit, he was neat and handsome. When the young man's clean and clear eyes looked at the camera, all the second-year resting area quieted down. After a long time, they didn't wake up until Xianxia put away the mecha. I didn't see wrong, this appearance, this skin, this figure, it can't be an alpha, right? Oh my god, could this be an omega? In shock, hesitation, and disbelief, everyone in the second year was guessing the gender of this junior. In fact, the answer was already obvious. No alpha would have such a great attraction to other alphas, let alone a beta. After the commotion, the crowd quickly boiled over, as if they had witnessed a miracle that would be recorded in the school's history. Someone was making a call. Oh my god, the first place of the first-year audition is an omega. It's an omega. Come back and see. Someone was recording a video on the screen, muttering, "Hello everyone, I'm broadcasting the first-year audition results to you. It said that the first place is an omega, it's shocking," someone stared in disbelief. My results are not as good as an omega's? And it's a first-year junior? Of course, the most shocked people were Chiyu and Su Zinan. Chiyu stared at the screen in a daze, as if he had seen a ghost. The young man on the screen looked very familiar, but at the same time, he felt like a stranger. The voices around him seemed to have become distant, and no one's discussion could reach his ears. His mind was blank. For a long time, Chiyu had been disappointed in his fiancée, Xianxia. When he met Omega Su Zinan, the strongest player in the school, he often wondered why Xianxia couldn't fight alongside him on the battlefield. Why did he only know how to sweep the floor, cook and do housework? Could Omega really accompany him for the rest of his life? When the young man emerged from the lightsaber mech and his face was magnified on the screen, Chiyu's heart seemed to stop. He had never thought that Xianxia would have such a cool side to her. He would never have thought that Xianxia, who he thought would never pass the audition, would win first place. Su Zinan's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. He stared at the big screen for a long time, and his face turned green. He choked out a single word, f***ck, that one word was enough to express his doubts about life. Su Zinan had never cursed in front of Chiyu before. He quickly corrected himself, f***ck. Why is she so strong? Is this really Xianxia herself? Chiyu ignored him. All his attention was now on Xianxia. Listening to the alpha players around him discussing Xianxia's strength and appearance, Qiyu couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and walked towards the exit of the lounge. "Where are you going?" Su Zinan asked in surprise. Qiyu didn't answer. Su Zinan's fingers unconsciously tightened. He gritted his teeth and followed him. "It's actually him." Kulei's eyes widened. Luo Wenchuan, who was beside him, was also stunned for a second. Luo Wenchuan saw the young man who bought the mecha near the black market that night. He thought that he was a beta or alpha who didn't know how to fight, so he was a little dissatisfied that the mecha had been bought by this person. If he didn't even know how to fight, what else could he do with the mecha other than resell it? During the competition, Luo Wenchuan had been staring at the mecha. Seeing him perform such a shocking reversal in the competition, he felt a little puzzled, but that was all. After all, he had seen many big shots who hid their strength. When Luo Wenchuan saw the young man come out of the mecha with his own eyes, he suddenly felt a little absent-minded. He couldn't tell if it was because he was the owner of the mecha, or because the young man's appearance was beyond his expectations, or because the young man was an omega. But this absent-mindedness was extremely short. Kulei turned to look at Luo Wenchuan. The latter's eyebrows were drawn back, and there was no expression on his face. Kulei was a little excited as he said to Luo Wenchuan, "It's him." Luo Wenchuan raised his eyebrows. "You know him?" "I know him." Kulei nodded vigorously. "You know him too?" Luo Wenchuan looked at him with a puzzled expression. He didn't remember saying anything about what happened to him that night. "It's that student who helped you modify the mecha." Kulei turned on his optical computer and quickly opened the website. "Let me see. Yes, it's this person called Find Me for Maintenance. His surname seems to be Yun, and his name is Xianxia." Luo Wenchuan quickly raised his head to look at the big screen. But the camera had already cut to the contestant behind. He calmly retracted his gaze and replied calmly, "Is that so?" "That's right. I can't be wrong. There aren't many good-looking omega in the school," Kulei said solemnly. Luo Wenchuan glanced at him. "Of course, I don't have any thoughts about him." Kulei's face was slightly red. "I just admire him." After saying this, Kulei moved closer to Luo Wenchuan and whispered, "De Chuan, I have a suggestion." Luo Wenchuan said casually, "Just say it." Although junior brother Yun is an omega, he not only knows how to modify mecha, but he also knows how to operate mecha, Kulei said seriously. "Most importantly, he lacks money. Haven't you always wanted to find a personal mecha operator? I think he's not bad." A personal mecha operator was someone who helped a mecha operator modify, repair, and design their mecha. During the contract period, they would only serve one mecha operator. On the battlefield, this kind of combination was very common. Many soldiers had their own personal mecha operators. When they encountered danger, they would even share life and death together. After a mecha operator died, the mecha operator would also choose to commit suicide to prevent the enemy from taking away their information. However, this was a very extreme situation and was rarely seen. Luo Wenchuan's long and cold eyes looked at Kulei. He pursed his thin lips and didn't answer. "I know that you definitely don't want an omega to be your mecha operator." Kulei continued, "However, as long as he can take inhibitors on time, he'll be no different from a beta to you, right? Also, with his strength, he'll probably enter the school team. At that time, you two will be together every day." After saying this, Kulei felt that his choice of words was a little strange. He coughed twice and changed his words. "At that time, you two will meet often. It'll be very convenient for you to work together." Luo Wenchuan was silent for a moment. Then, he turned and left. His voice was emotionless. "No need. Sai, if you don't agree, I'll go look for him." Kulei said to him. "I want to perform well this year. I'm planning to find a mecha operator to help me modify my mecha." Luo Wenchuan looked back at him and asked flatly. He asked calmly, "You have money?" He was half teasing and half mocking him. Hiring a mecha operator would require a huge salary every month. After all, the modification design required materials. Kulei's expression changed. He awkwardly followed Luo Wenchuan's footsteps. "I was just thinking. If my dad is willing to give me a sum of money, I'll definitely hire him. Even if it's for a month, it'll be enough. Luo Wenchuan didn't change his decision. He thought that he wasn't crazy enough to let an Omega be his mecha operator. Even if the other's ability was indeed beyond his expectations. Also, the modification last time was only a simple modification of the elbow bearings. It might really be a coincidence. He couldn't convince himself. However, Luo Wenchuan agreed with Colei's words. He'll probably enter the school team. The two of them left the resting area. Xianxia had just reached the entrance of the resting area. There was applause and cheering from the surroundings. They congratulated this junior who had set the best record for Omega. Xianxia then realized that so many second-year seniors were watching the competition. That meant that, as Xianxia expected, the moment he stepped into the resting area, a tall figure blocked his path. Qiyu looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. He frowned and said, "I didn't expect you to learn how to operate a mecha and get first place." His tone was full of surprise. For the first time, Qiyu didn't look at Xianxia with disdain. Xianxia looked up at Qiyu and said coldly, "Move." He wanted to walk past Qiyu, but Qiyu blocked him again. Looking at Xianxia's cold expression, Qiyu felt very uncomfortable. He even missed the Xianxia who used to smile at him. Su Zinan saw Qiyu's actions and jealousy flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly hid his emotions and smiled at Xianxia. "Congratulations, Junior Yun. I didn't expect you to know how to operate a mecha. You even got first place today. You're really lucky." "Thank you. Congratulations on getting 10th place. You're really lucky." Xianxia threw Su Zinan's blessing back at him. The first place saying congratulations to the 10th place was full of sarcasm. Su Zinan's expression changed. It took him a lot of effort to maintain the stiff smile on his face. Qiyu interpreted Xianxia's sarcasm as jealousy and quickly explained, "Su Zinan and I are really just friends. You don't have to take it to heart." Su Zinan's smile became even stiffer, but he continued to say, "Yes. Brother, you doesn't even see me as an Omega. We're brothers. Even if you two are together, I'll give you my blessings." However, his heart was filled with a sense of crisis. Don't, Xianxia said impatiently. "I won't break you two up. You two are a perfect match." Qiyu was even more certain that Xianxia was jealous. He looked at him and said, "Xianxia, we don't have to fight to this extent. I've said it before. As long as you study hard and don't cause trouble, I won't let you drop out of school, and I won't despise you." The reason why Qiyu said this was because today's Xianxia was, to a certain extent, more in line with the image of an Omega that he liked in his heart than Su Zinan. "Since when did it become your decision whether he drops out of school or not?" An old but powerful voice sounded, causing Qiyu and Su Zinan to be stunned at the same time. Shuofeiyue walked to Xianxia's side. It was obvious that he had just rushed over. Not long after, Ao Liar and Lu Ranqiu also appeared in the resting area. "Xianxia is now the top student of our Class E, the top seed of the first grade." Ao Liar looked at Qiyu and said in a sarcastic tone, "You have the nerve to persuade him to study hard?" Lu Ranqiu looked at Su Zinan with a disdainful expression. "I advise some people to consider their own strength." The 3 consecutive taunts made Qiyu and Su Zinan freeze on the spot. The various gazes around them made them not want to stay here any longer. Qiyu looked at Xianxia's cold expression and suddenly flew into a rage out of humiliation. He sneered and said, "Then let's see how far you first years can go. You only won the competition by relying on despicable tactics. Do you think the next PK battle will be so simple? The 4 grades will compete together. As long as you meet us, you will be eliminated very quickly." "Meet you?" When Xianxia heard this, he suddenly smiled. This was the first time he smiled at Qiyu, but there was a hint of coldness in his black eyes. "That's good. That's exactly what I want," Huaihu said seriously. He was not using the tiger's skin as a banner to intimidate Lin Taishu. One had to know that he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in Beijing. Now that he had been assassinated, if he did not have the ability to take revenge, could he not ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qian who naturally won't do anything to bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied with a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned to look at Kai Zian, his gaze gradually turning cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface and did not notice the trace of ridicule in the depths of Lin Taishu's eyes. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me? Just nice, I'll see who's going to touch who. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take down the murderer who tried to assassinate me and punish him. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, even he almost believed that Kai Zian was really going to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he could not help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would definitely be at a loss. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he also knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu realized that as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear, his heart was overjoyed. Come, take down Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Qianhu Lord, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the soft-armored girl, Chao Hongfu and the others could not help but be stunned. H-Tau Tau PS //WW Omega EKBA with acute Omega. Even in their dreams, they did not think that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This is an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers could not help but show a look of shock and anger, and glared at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this and smiled at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they had guessed, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, enjoying the dog-eat-dog show that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers did not move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word was not something that ordinary people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Kai Zian and said, Sorry, Baihu Lord, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Baihu Lord. It's okay, do it. Kai Zian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, and he was obviously disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere and began to tie up Kai Zian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish? Qiyu didn't expect Xianxia to provoke her back. After a few seconds of shock, she left with an ashen face and said, Let's wait and see. Then, she left. Su Zinan was also scared by Qiyu. He left with Qiyu dejectedly. Xianxia, go back and have a good rest, Lu Ranchu said to Yun Xianxia. Thank you for your hard work today. Zhuo Feiyue also nodded at Yun Xianxia. You did well. Keep it up. Yun Xianxia's stamina was almost exhausted today. He took a deep breath and boarded the flying transport back to school. He decided to go back and have a good meal. On the second day after the competition, Xianxia naturally became a sensational figure in Shanghai Military University. In a certain section of the school forum, half of the posts were, "Did Luo Wenchuan show his true strength this year? Can Luo Wenchuan still set a record next year? Does everyone think that Luo Wenchuan can lead the school team into the top 4 this year?" There were such posts. The other half was, "Is Omega really the first place of the first year? Is that Omega cheating? I really don't believe that Omega's results are better than mine." Everyone was debating about Xianxia's true strength. I've seen the video of the audition. Xianxia is indeed a tactical genius, but there's no guarantee that he came up with the strategy himself. If he didn't have teammates, he might not be able to pass the audition. After all, his mental strength and stamina are very weak. But Xianxia showed great skills at the finish line. When he cut the knees of the 3 mecha, whether it was speed, strength, or accuracy, he didn't lose to an A-class pilot. Indeed, his understanding of mecha structures is extraordinary. We all know that cutting the knees can make a mecha lose its balance, but very few people can do it in one move. So, he must be very familiar with mecha structures. The accelerated pursuit in the second half was also very exciting. That speed was comparable to Luo Wenchuan's, right? The person above doesn't have to brag so much. Xianxia's strength isn't that incredible. That's right. I heard that he failed the physical examination when he entered the school. How can he be compared to Luo Wenchuan? Most of these people were students who had done a lot of research on the competition. Every time the audition ended, they would review the results. Among the 4 qualifiers, other than Luo Wenchuan, Xianxia was undoubtedly a good sample for analysis. After discussing for a long time, everyone still couldn't come to a conclusion about Xianxia's true strength, but they reached a consensus on another matter. The appearance of such a tactic would undoubtedly change the situation of the qualifiers in the future. Shuofeiyue also saw these posts. He liked to lurk in the forum and read all kinds of gossip about the students. Seeing that other than Luo Wenchuan's name, there was only Xianxia's name in the mecha area, Shuofeiyue felt extremely proud. After feeling proud, Shuofeiyue's expression gradually became serious. In the previous practical class, Xianxia had used C-rank spiritual power to activate a B-rank mecha. He had always thought that it was an accident and that the mecha might have made a mistake. However, after seeing Xianxia's performance in the qualifiers, he had a different idea. Was it possible that Xianxia could operate a mecha that was beyond his rank? Shuofeiyue was quickly shocked by this idea of his. In the entire interstellar empire, it was rare to find someone who could operate a mecha that was beyond his rank. Even if there were, they were all big shots hidden in the military headquarters. Even if the neighboring interstellar alliance was included, there would be no more than 10 people. Xianxia was an Omega student with C-rank spiritual power. How could she become a genius of this level? Although Shuofeiyue knew that it was impossible, he still went to the Omega boys' dormitory to look for Xianxia. After the competition yesterday, Xianxia was so tired that he fell asleep on his bed. This was the first time in a long time that he could wake up naturally. He didn't need to go out to earn money, and he didn't need to worry about being expelled from school. However, he didn't expect that Shuofeiyue would come looking for him early in the morning. He even brought breakfast for him and Lu Ranqiu. Xianxia quickly thanked Shuofeiyue. During breakfast, Shuofeiyue went straight to the point. He wanted to talk to Xianxia alone. Xianxia thought that Shuofeiyue was here to praise him because of the audition. However, when Shuofeiyue brought him to a spiritual power tempering room, he was stunned and asked, "Teacher, are you bringing me here to temper my spiritual power? I won't torture you today." Shuofeiyue looked at Xianxia, his eyes filled with many thoughts. This is the best spiritual power tempering room in the school. Usually, only members of the school team can enter. This year's school team has not been confirmed yet. Logically speaking, I shouldn't let you in, but... At this point, Shuofeiyue paused. He really wanted to ask, "Can you control mechas beyond your level?" However, he felt that as a teacher, it would be immature of him to ask such a question so easily. Thus, he said to Xianxia, "Let's assess your spiritual power first." Shuofeiyue wanted to determine the level of Xianxia's spiritual power. If the mecha was B-class and Xianxia's spiritual power was C-class, then it was possible that he had the talent to control mechas beyond his level. Xianxia nodded. He interpreted Shuofeiyue's actions as his concern for him before the competition. After connecting the spiritual power assessment helmet, Xianxia closed his eyes and seriously used his spiritual power to activate the assessment device. During the entire process, Shuofeiyue held his breath and stared intently at the screen. A few minutes later, the results appeared on the screen of the assessment device. Xianxia opened his eyes and was immediately stunned. There was a big B on the screen. This meant that his spiritual power had risen to B class. Xianxia pondered in bewilderment. When did his mental power level up? Before or after the competition? At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. During the qualifiers, when Xianxia was chasing after the 3 mechas from Class A in the last half of the competition, he suddenly felt that his mecha control had become much smoother and easier, as if some restrictions had been lifted. WW SDIOTC XWZ Degree O. Now that he thought about it, it was probably at that time that Xianxia's spiritual power rose from C class to B class. Breaking through the C class barrier was a qualitative leap. More importantly, Xianxia knew that he had the ability to control mechas beyond his level. Since his spiritual power had risen to B class, it meant that he was not far from piloting an A-class mecha. Beside him, Shuofeiyue heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he was probably crazy to think that Xianxia could control mechas beyond his level. If he had asked Xianxia just now, he would probably have laughed at him. You've risen by 1 level since the start of the semester. Not bad. Shuofeiyue curled his lips and praised, very few people can level up as quickly as you. You have to continue training in the future and strive to improve your physical strength and spiritual power. Shuofeiyue was telling the truth. Although Xianxia could not control mechas beyond his level, it was still very surprising that his spiritual power could level up so quickly. Xianxia took off his helmet and nodded seriously. I will. Then, he asked again, by the way, teacher, did you call me here today just to test my spiritual power? There's one more thing. Shuofeiyue's expression became serious. Your lightsaber mecha is second-hand, right? I noticed during the competition that many parts of it have been simplified, and its functions are slightly crude. Xianxia, you have a good eye. It's a second-hand C-class mecha. After the qualifiers, the individual PK competition will be held in 3 days. Shuofeiyue looked at Xianxia and continued, since your spiritual power has leveled up, it's time to modify that mecha. There probably won't be enough time to make big changes, but it's still possible to add some accessories. After saying that, Shuofeiyue thought for a moment and added, the individual PK competition will be held by all 4 grades. There will be contestants from B class to SS class. Of course, most of them are B class and A class. Your C class mecha will still be at a disadvantage if it faces them head-on. Xianxia also knew this, but he said awkwardly, I had a conflict with my family. I don't have that much money to modify the mecha now. Shuofeiyue understood. After pondering for a moment, he said to Xianxia, I remember that there's a prize for the first place in the qualifiers. It's about 50,000 star credits? Xianxia was stunned. Then, his eyes lit up. Really? Really? Shuofeiyue smiled and nodded. If you still need money, you can borrow it from me anytime. How can I? Xianxia scratched his head. He wasn't used to owing others favors, especially to such an old teacher. As long as you can win the Mecha Grand Tournament, I will definitely support you, Shuofeiyue said seriously. I can give you a sum of money right now. No. There's really no need. Xianxia suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Very quickly, Shuofeiyue transferred a sum of money to his account. It was about 50,000 to 60,000 star credits. Not long after, the prize money for the qualifiers that the school gave him also arrived. It added up to about 100,000 star credits. Although he couldn't buy the best accessories, it was enough for Xianxia. Xianxia looked at this sum of money and felt that if he didn't do his best in the competition, he would really be letting Shuofeiyue down. He looked at Shuofeiyue and said, Teacher, I will work hard. I can't repay your kindness. Shuofeiyue smiled and looked at him. Alright, alright. I boasted to those teachers that you are this year's #1 dark horse. Don't disappoint me. There were only 3 days left until the competition. With this sum of money, Xianxia began to modify his mecha. His lightsaber mecha only had one saber, so he wanted to add another one. The small caliber cannon on his left hand didn't have enough firepower and needed to be modified again. The joint bearings on his fingers and the bearings on his knees were a little deformed and might need to be replaced. The internal nerves and turbocharger system of the mecha also needed to be updated. Adding everything up, he needed to buy a lot of materials. If he went to the mecha factory near the school to buy new materials, 100,000 star credits would definitely not be enough. Xianxia held the long list of materials and thought about it for a while before crossing out some of the materials. Nano-driving suit. Xianxia looked at these words and had a headache for a while. Logically speaking, this mecha had been piloted by someone before, so the nano-driving suit inside definitely needed to be changed. However, the original owner seemed to be very concerned about the maintenance of the mecha, so the nano-driving suit was very clean and there were no signs of wear. Forget it, wear it first. Xianxia sighed. I'll change it when I have money in the future. Anyway, that person didn't know that he had bought his mecha, so it was fine to wear it temporarily. Moreover, there was a faint mint fragrance in the driving suit, so it was quite comfortable to wear. Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. One had to know that he was the young master of the Hua family and represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he had been assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family to help him? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and conviction. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qianhu naturally wouldn't do anything that would bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied with a look of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Kai Zian, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu's eyes and were a little confused. However, they only saw the surface and didn't realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me? Great, let's see who's going to scam who. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take down the person who tried to assassinate me and punish him. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would definitely be at a loss. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he also knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu found that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was even happier. Come, take down Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Qianhu Lord, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the soft-armored girl, and Chao Hongfu couldn't help but be stunned. H-Tau-Tau PS //WW Omega EKBA with acute Omega. Even in their dreams, they didn't expect Lin Taishu to give such an absurd order. This is an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers couldn't help but show a look of shock and angrily stared at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the f***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this and couldn't help but smile at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and they started to kill each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, enjoying the dog-eat-dog show that was about to happen. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Xian and said, "Sorry, Baihu Lord, we were forced to do this, please forgive us." "It's okay, do it," Xian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, obviously he was disappointed at Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere and started to tie up Xian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor couldn't help but be furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, "Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish?" Xianxia scribbled on the optical supercomputer's memo. In the end, he only kept some of the necessary materials. However, with all of them added together, the price was also very expensive. 100,000 star coins seemed like a stretch. Xianxia sighed and decided to go to the underground black market to take a look. An hour later, when Boss Chu of the second-hand mecha shop saw Xianxia wearing a mask, his subconscious smile froze on his face. He even had the urge to close the door. "Boss, I'm here to buy parts this time." Xianxia grabbed the boss's hand that was about to close the door. "Can you help me see if you have any of these parts here?" Boss Chu had a headache. He looked at the materials on the list and said hurriedly, "The parts here are all very expensive. Don't even think about taking advantage of me." "I'll try not to bargain," Xianxia said sincerely. Boss Chu looked at him suspiciously. In the end, he was defeated by those kind and pure eyes. He looked at the parts list and pointed at the M23 specification lightsaber on it. He asked, "This specification, is it the mecha I sold you last time?" Xianxia nodded. "It's not impossible to install a lightsaber." Boss Chu touched his chin. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I do have some goods. The price is also very affordable. They're all around 50,000 star coins." Xianxia looked at the boss thoughtfully. Boss Chu suddenly felt a chill on his bald head. "Fixed price," Xianxia said seriously, 5,000. "So this is what you mean by trying not to bargain?" Boss Chu looked at him in shock. "You might as well rob me." Xianxia tried to move the boss with sincerity again. "Boss, I still have a competition later. You must help me." Boss Chu looked at Xianxia in disdain. He knew that if he continued to confront this kid, he would probably be taken advantage of again today. Thus, he rolled his eyes and suddenly asked, "Do you have any requirements for the color and material of these parts?" "As long as it's new and can be used," Xianxia replied. "The appearance is not important." Mr. Chu immediately patted his chest and said, "Okay, I'll help you." He was worried that there was a batch of unsaleable parts in the store that he couldn't sell, so he took these parts out of the storage box. He picked some that Xianxia wanted and showed them to him. The materials are all brand new. There may be some slight flaws, but they'll definitely work well. Xianxia was stunned for 5 seconds when she saw the accessories. "Do you mean their appearance?" Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure they weren't removed from a toy model?" "Of course not," Mr. Chu said confidently, "I promise that they are all useful. As for the color, you can change it with spray paint later." In fact, these accessories were indeed too ugly to be sold. "A lightsaber can be painted?" Xianxia was stunned. Wasn't a lightsaber made of plasma emitted from energy ores? Ahem, why must it be painted? Look at this pink color. It's so beautiful. Even Omega would be tempted by it, Mr. Chu said. Xianxia, then why is the spray device in the shape of a broken chicken wing? Mr. Chu was angry. What broken chicken wing? This is the broken-winged angel's wing that was very popular a few years ago. Besides, the spray device is behind the back. Who can see it? You also know that this thing is afraid of being seen by others? Xianxia's heart didn't waver. Although he didn't like the appearance of these accessories, his budget was limited after all. Xianxia carefully inspected these accessories and found that the boss was telling the truth. These accessories looked strange, but their functions were all qualified or even excellent. After careful consideration, Xianxia decided to buy this batch of goods. However, he didn't forget to bargain and reduced the price of the full storage box to 50,000 star coins. Although Mr. Chu wasn't very satisfied with this price, he didn't lose out since no one else wanted to buy it. After buying these accessories, Xianxia strolled around the underground black market and finally got the turbocharger device and the latest control module. These two parts were considered more important parts of the mecha and cost more than 40,000 star coins. With the remaining 10,000 star coins, Mr. Chu originally suggested that he buy spray paint, but Xianxia didn't want to spend this money. After all, he wasn't really going to the battlefield. There was no need to paint the mecha in camouflage colors to camouflage himself. The PK arena was only so big. When two people faced each other, their only goal was the other. It didn't matter if he painted or not. After Xianxia left the black market, Mr. Chu, who was laughing happily, suddenly remembered something. Wait, the mecha he wanted to modify seemed to be Luo Wenchuan's second-hand mecha? If Luo Wenchuan saw that his mecha was equipped with such ugly accessories, wouldn't that mean? Mr. Chu's hands trembled. He thought to himself that no matter what, he couldn't admit that he had tricked Xianxia into buying these accessories. Just like that, Xianxia returned to school with a box of mecha accessories and 2 core devices. He found an empty modification area and started modifying the lightsaber mecha. The school charged students for using the modification area. There were some large modification tools inside that could help students complete the modification faster. Usually, only students from the Mecha Theory Department and the Mecha Maintenance Department would come. As a student from the Mecha Combat Department, Xianxia was a new face in the modification classroom. Xianxia drew a blueprint and quickly started dismantling the mecha according to the contents on the blueprint. As the modification progressed, the surrounding eyes quickly focused on him. The original finger bearings were a little deformed. This was caused by the shortening of the distance between the finger joints. He needed to change to stronger metal fingers and a firmer connecting shaft. However, at the same time, he needed to ensure the flexibility of the fingers during the modification process. Xianxia took out fingers of various colors. The assembly of the lightsaber was more troublesome. He needed to ensure that the hilt could be easily reached by hand. He also needed to ensure that the lightsabers could attack quickly after drawing them. He also needed to ensure that the two lightsabers did not conflict with each other when emitting plasma. Xianxia took out the Barbie pink lightsaber. The propulsion system behind the mecha was not powerful enough. Even if the mecha's reflexes were sufficient, sometimes the mecha's movements would be a little sluggish. Therefore, adding propulsion systems and updating the propulsion engine was the best solution. Xianxia took out the broken winged angel wings. The surrounding eyes were curious at first, but then they became shocked. Oh my god, how did this mecha get modified like this? Oh my god, this color and the shape of the accessories. Are they trying to be funny? Is he trying to make his opponent laugh to death and then win the match? After the external modifications were basically completed, Xianxia climbed into the mecha and began modifying the turbine system and control module. Internal modifications were often more difficult than external modifications, but Xianxia was too familiar with the mecha's principles. In about half an hour, he removed the original system and replaced it with a new one. Moreover, he succeeded on his first try. After the modifications were completed, Xianxia came out of the mecha, clapped his hands, and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. At this time, Lu Ranchu came to the modification room to look for him. When he saw the modified mecha, his eyes widened in shock. He subconsciously said, F***ck, this is too. Xianxia turned to look at him. Lu Ranchu quickly held back the words he wanted to say and changed his words. This is too refreshing and refined. A hodgepodge of various colors. The springs at the sheath were even changed to yellow. At first glance, it was definitely a strong visual impact. It's very imposing. Lu Ranchu convinced himself to accept this mecha. Xianxia put away the mecha. The mecha's Rubik's Cube also became colorful. Looking at it like this, the originally lifeless black Rubik's Cube seemed to become more lively and lively. He brought the mecha to the training ground. After starting it up and testing it, he found that there were no mistakes in the modifications. The mecha's performance was greatly improved compared to the original. Flexibility, resistance, power, speed, it was visibly stronger. Although the pink and blue lightsabers had a funny and cute feeling, Lu Ronqiu, who was outside the training ground, still felt a biting cold murderous aura when the two lightsabers slashed through the air at the same time. He had to admit that although Xianxia modified the mecha to make it a little ugly, it was undoubtedly a huge success. Usually, Lu Ronqiu would modify mecha as well. However, he would only make small improvements. Very few people would be able to make a large one-time modification like Xianxia. After all, the parts were like precise gears. Any mistake in any part could cause the mecha to be scrapped. Xianxia was very happy after trying out the mecha. Lu Ronqiu ran to his side and looked at him with admiration. "Xianxia, I really can't believe that your modification skills are so good. No wonder Luo Wenchuan tipped you so much previously." Xianxia smiled and said self-deprecatingly, "It's just a little ugly." If the original owner of the mecha saw it, he would definitely be angry. How can there be such a coincidence? Lu Ronqiu patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry about the competition." Not long after Xianxia finished modifying the mecha, the results of the individual PK competition were released. The individual PK competition used a point system. Everyone had to fight 10 matches. If they won one match, they would be awarded 10 points. If they lost, they would be awarded 0 points. Based on the overall performance of the contestants, they would be given a performance score. After the 10 matches, the top 9 contestants would become the main force of the school team. The 10th contestant would become the school team's substitute. Xianxia was originally someone who had no desire to win a match. He preferred to observe other people's mechas and experience what it was like to pilot a mecha. However, when he heard that the contestant who won 10 matches in a row would receive a reward of 500,000 star credits, he was immediately tempted. 500,000 star credits. How many broken winged angel wings could he buy? No matter what, he could not lose the competition. Before the competition, the school re-evaluated each student's piloting ability so that they could know the strength of their opponents during the battle. If the disparity in strength was too great, they could forfeit the match in advance. Xianxia's spiritual power and stamina had increased greatly. Both of them had risen to B rank, so his piloting ability had naturally risen to B rank as well. Xianxia's first opponent in the individual PK competition was a second-year beta male who also operated a lightsaber mecha. His piloting ability was also B rank. There were a total of 4 competition venues. All 4 matches would be held simultaneously. Each match was limited to 30 minutes. If there was no winner after 30 minutes, the winner would be determined based on the damage done to the mecha. Usually, one round would be completed every 2 days. After resting for a day, the next round would continue. Xianxia's match was held on the afternoon of the first day. As soon as Xianxia entered the arena, he found that the audience seats were almost full. Among them, there were many Omega students who were very enthusiastic and were crazily shouting at the arena. "Dechuan is so handsome, go, Luo Wenchuan." "Ah, Luo Wenchuan looked at me just now." Xianxia was shocked by the scene. He looked at the arena and saw Luo Wenchuan in the preparation area. At this moment, in the audience seats above Luo Wenchuan, a few girls from the command faculty pulled up a huge banner, "Galaxy's most handsome Luo Wenchuan, Sword of the Empire Luo Wenchuan." Xianxia's eyes widened. He thought to himself, this is the best way to chase after a celebrity. In the face of the clamor, Luo Wenchuan was very calm. There was no expression on his face. On the contrary, his opponent seemed very nervous. After Xianxia arrived at the preparation area, Luo Wenchuan was resting with his eyes closed. There was actually a distance between their seats and the arena. There was a protective shield in the middle to ensure absolute safety during the competition. However, they could also observe the strength of all the contestants. Xianxia went on stage first, then Luo Wenchuan. When the referee asked him to go backstage to prepare, there were whispers between the contestants. Isn't that the first-year Omega who got first place? I think so. Is he really first place? He looks so white and thin. He'll cry with one punch. Who knows? Maybe he'll really cry. I heard that he got first place through some tactics in the audition. Why is Omega participating in the competition? Last year's Suzinen was still okay. Will there be another one this year? That's right. The competition between alphas is fierce enough. Why is Omega getting involved? Xianxia only felt that these comments were childish and ridiculous. A crisp sound suddenly sounded in the preparation area. The surrounding voices instantly quieted down. Xianxia couldn't help but look back. He was stunned. Luo Wenchuan had his eyes closed. He was wearing a tight-fitting school uniform. His slender legs were crossed. The black mech Rubik's Cube fell at his feet. It was cold and murderous. After a moment, he opened his long and narrow eyes and picked up the mech as if nothing had happened. The alphas who were gossiping suddenly fell silent. Although Xianxia knew that this should be a coincidence, he still couldn't help but stare at Luo Wenchuan for a while. After a while, he went backstage. After a minute, a few people who were further away from Luo Wenchuan whispered, "Was Luo Wenchuan helping Omega just now? How is that possible? Don't you know that he's afraid of O? He scared me to death. That's an SS class mech. There's only one in the whole school. I feel scared just by taking it out." Shoo, he seems to be looking over. The match on the field ended. It was Xianxia's turn to go on stage. Luo Wenchuan sat up straight. The sleepiness on his face subsided a little. He looked casually at the entrance of the arena. His eyelashes cast a shadow that was neither deep nor shallow. His face was expressionless. No emotions could be seen. No one knew if he really cared about this match, or if he was just doing this because he was tired from resting. After the two sides shook hands, the beta boy released his medium-sized silver lightsaber mech. The spacious field suddenly seemed a little narrow. Xianxia didn't want to be outdone. He also released his modified mech. The audience suddenly fell silent. Seeing his once pure black mech transform into an enlarged colored Lego model, Luo Wenchuan's iceberg face cracked. Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. He was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qian who naturally won't do anything to bend the law. Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually became cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu's eyes. They were a little confused. However, they only saw the surface. They didn't realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me. Just right, let's see who's the one doing the scamming. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would definitely be at a loss. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he also knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu found that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Come, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Qianhu sir. Hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. H tau tau ps / ww omega ep. Et / even in their dreams, they didn't think that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This was an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers couldn't help but show a look of shock and anger, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to come and arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they became the assassins themselves. What the f***ck, how could this be so outrageous? When Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this, they couldn't help but smile at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Sure enough, just as they had guessed, Lin Taishu was at a loss of what to do with his own life, and ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, enjoying the dog fight that was about to happen. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions and slowly walked up to Kai Zian, saying, Sorry, Baihu sir, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Baihu sir. It's okay, do it. Kai Zian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, obviously he was disappointed at Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere and began to tie up Kai Zian's hands. You. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor couldn't help but be furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, Calm down, when have you ever seen master so foolish? When the beta boy standing opposite Xianxia saw the mecha, he also felt that it was ugly. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Excuse me, did you deliberately modify it to look like this? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Jealous? Do you want me to help you modify it too? The boy shook his head repeatedly, his whole body full of resistance. In the audience, everyone was talking about this mecha. Their focus was completely diverted from the competition. They wanted to know what kind of strength this aesthetically disastrous mecha could exert on the battlefield. The people beside Luo Wenchuan were also discussing. Oh my god, what kind of person would pilot that lightsaber mecha? At least cover it with spray paint. If I were to pilot that mecha, I would feel embarrassed. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the ugliest mecha in Star Military Academy. If the projection mecha in the training hall were replaced with this one, I don't think the school would be able to recruit new students. Luo Wenchuan sat in his seat and looked at the ugly mecha that everyone was talking about with a cold expression. Fortunately, no one knew that the mecha used to belong to Luo Wenchuan. Otherwise, he might really have to bear the rumor of Cold Alpha's aesthetic weirdo. The 10th match of the first round, Arena B, will begin in 3 minutes. When the announcement ended, Xianxia and his opponent shook hands and greeted each other. Then, they quickly entered the mecha. The audience quieted down, and all eyes were focused on the 2 mecha. 3 minutes later, the match began. Both sides began to observe and contend with each other. Although the opponent was a beta, his reaction and skills were not bad. He was a B-class pilot like Xianxia. He had advanced to B-class much earlier than Xianxia, and he also had hopes of breaking through to A-class. So, at the beginning, Xianxia seemed to be at a disadvantage. The battle between the 2 lightsaber mecha did not have too many gorgeous shots of artillery bombarding each other. It focused on speed and reaction. On the field, the opponent was quickly defeated with a lightsaber. The lightsaber mecha was also one of the earliest first-generation mecha to be developed. Every aspect of its concept pursued compatibility with the human body. Thus, watching them compete was more like watching a fully armed, enlarged version of a human swordsman fight. At first, neither of them chose to draw their swords immediately. After the 2 mechas tested each other with their bare hands for a few rounds, the silver mecha suddenly used the momentum to jump backwards and land on the ground. Then, it reached its hands to its back and grabbed the hilts of the two swords. Then, the sword hilts were unsheathed, and as the plasma shot out, silver light gathered in front of the sword hilts, forming two handsome silver lightsabers. Wow, he unsheathed his sword. I heard that when the lightsaber mecha fights, the flashes of their swords are especially cool. I'm looking forward to it. Why isn't that mech drawing its sword? Xianxia was not in a hurry. His opponent slashed at him with two swords, but he just tilted his body and dodged. After a few rounds, the silver lightsaber was unable to touch Xianxia's mecha. After the mecha hovered in the air, he calmly drew his sword. The whole place was filled with a tense atmosphere. However, this atmosphere was quickly destroyed the moment Barbie's pink lightsaber was unsheathed. The audience was collectively dumbfounded. This mecha's color scheme is already eye-catching enough. Why is the lightsaber so eye-catching too? My lipstick doesn't even use this. Isn't it too ugly? Is that a lightsaber or a glow stick used for cheering? After Xianxia unsheathed his sword, his opponent, who had originally planned to continue attacking him, stopped for 2 seconds when he saw the pink lightsaber. Outside the arena, Luo Wenchuan frowned, which was rare. However, he quickly controlled the fluctuations in his eyes. At this moment, Luo Wenchuan remembered what Colei said to him. Do you want to ask him to be your personal mecha pilot? He couldn't help but feel a little lucky that he had rejected him at that time. Otherwise, Luo Wenchuan might have used the pink glow stick to fight with his opponent. After Xianxia's opponent reacted, he also activated the anti-gravity device and planned to fight him head-on. Bang, ping, wung, the sound of the lightsaber colliding with the mecha's alloy material passed through the protective shield and into the ears of every audience member. After the two mechas unsheathed their swords, they didn't give way to each other. Ray after ray of light cut through the air. The silver, blue, and pink lights left behind afterimages in the air, creating a strong visual impact. Jumping, soaring, swords like raindrops. Slashing, blocking, sword shadows weaved together. The audience, who had been laughing at the ugliness of the pink lightsaber, held their breaths and watched the match with wide eyes. The silver mecha had the upper hand and was like a hot knife through butter. He increased the horsepower of the brake engine and the jet engine. Every sword strike carried heavy pressure, forcing the colored mecha to retreat step by step. The beta boy in the cockpit had never fought so heartily before. He was immersed in the match and his desire for victory was ignited. The audience watched as the colored mecha was forced to the edge of the protective shield and couldn't help but feel nervous. Is that ugly mecha going to lose? Didn't they say that Omega was first in the first years? Why is she so weak? I feel like the silver mecha is sure to win. At this moment, the silver mecha blocked Xianxia's path of retreat with one sword and slashed directly at his shoulder with the other sword. Everyone thought that the colored mecha had lost. However, Xianxia dodged the sword at an extremely strange angle. He quickly pulled back and soared into the air again. This time, he levitated at a very high altitude. The low hum of the anti-gravity engine could be heard outside the arena. Then, Xianxia began to dive quickly with two swords. F*CK, is it the same move from the qualifiers again? Diving to borrow strength. Last time, he hit his opponent's knee. Where is he going to hit this time? Can he really succeed? The opponent was obviously prepared. He didn't intend to give Xianxia any chance. He quickly distanced himself from Xianxia and also chose to leap into the air. After finding a position, he stopped. Then, the silver mecha's shoulder opened a hidden device and a few silver arrows were shot out instantly, piercing directly at Xianxia who was not far away from him. When Xianxia saw the silver mecha shoot out the arrows, the corners of his lips curled up. He instantly changed the direction of his dive and dodged the arrows. At this point, he had completed his observation of the mecha. From the basic data of the mecha, to the jet propulsion after leaping into the air, to every part of the mecha, the entire mecha was quickly dissected into a model in his mind. He also knew its strengths and weaknesses like the back of his hand. Collecting data of the mecha during the battle was Xianxia's pleasure and the direct reason why he participated in the competition. He circled around his opponent and tricked his opponent into using all his moves, including the hidden arrows on his shoulder. The arrows were made of special materials and could easily cause damage to the mecha. Xianxia knew that this was his opponent's trump card and didn't play with him anymore. At the 15-minute mark, he caught his opponent's flaw and threw him to the ground with a loud sound. Then, he raised his foot and stepped on his opponent's chest. His opponent thought that he was about to win, but he didn't expect the tables to turn so quickly. He was firmly controlled by Xianxia. The beam saber in his hand was also sent flying, and he couldn't move at all. He could only struggle to look at the mecha's feet. Then, he realized that the mecha's arch, sole, and tendon sheath had also been modified into a very ugly yellow color. It was as if he was wearing a pair of yellow shoes that made him feel suffocated. 10 seconds later, the referee finished the countdown and the beta boy was judged to have lost. Xianxia had a lot of fun playing and even obtained some useful data. After the competition ended, he happily shook hands with his opponent. Although the beta boy felt that it was a pity, he was also very satisfied with this competition. He couldn't help but praise, "I didn't expect you to have such explosive power hidden. I was careless. I'll definitely beat you next time." The audience was also surprised by Xianxia's sudden victory. How did it end? F***ck, this reversal is amazing. The two beam sabers fought back and forth, and in the end, a suplex ended the competition. Such a difficult move requires a lot of flexibility from the mecha. Furthermore, he has to ensure that his spiritual power won't collapse from using too much force. Is this really something that Omega can do? As expected of the first year's qualifier. This Xianxia is quite something. That's right. The mecha is a little ugly, but it's really strong. He could still make a comeback after being beaten so badly in the early stages. How inspirational. Everyone was discussing how Xianxia won the competition. Luo Wenchuan silently looked at the youth in the arena with deep emotions in his eyes. He could tell that Xianxia had victory in his grasp from the beginning. His opponent had no chance of making a comeback. Xianxia's every move was to toy with his opponent. He stood at a strange height that didn't belong to him and looked down at his opponent. He wasn't at a disadvantage. He was deliberately delaying the match based on his opponent's strength, or rather, he just wanted to play for a while longer. From the moment Xianxia dodged the hidden arrow, Luo Wenchuan knew that all the weaknesses of the silver mecha were exposed to Xianxia. In addition, although Xianxia had modified his mecha to be extremely ugly, his crushing victory at the end told everyone, there was no doubt that his modification was a success. Luo Wenchuan looked at Xianxia with deeper emotions in his eyes. Although no one could read his thoughts, at this moment, the way he looked at Xianxia's ugly mecha was no longer as cold as before. At this moment, Xianxia was about to leave after the competition when he suddenly heard the excited cries of the audience. Luo Wenchuan was about to go on stage. Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. He was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he had been assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qianhu naturally won't do anything to bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They didn't realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me? Great, let's see who's going to scam who. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Just as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu wouldn't know what to do. Now that he used his family's name to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had a good reason to do so. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be so presumptuous in front of the capital's Hua family? Right, especially when Hua Yihu realized that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear. After he finished speaking, he was even more delighted. Men, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Lord Qianhu, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. H Tao PS //WW Omega EKBU with acute Omega. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This must be an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers couldn't help but show a look of shock and anger, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the *CK, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this and smiled at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Sure enough, just as they had guessed, Lin Taishu was at a loss of what to do with his own life, and ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, enjoying the dog-eat-dog show that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed their weapons to their companions and slowly walked up to Kai Zian, saying, Sorry, Lord Baihu, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Lord Baihu. It's okay, do it. Kai Zian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, obviously he was disappointed at Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope and began to tie up Kai Zian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor couldn't help but be furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to speak, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish? Xianxia wanted to go back and prepare for the next match, but he remembered Luo Wenchuan's almost straight line on the map during the qualifiers and his terrifying results. He was suddenly very curious about Luo Wenchuan's actual combat performance. Thus, Xianxia put away the Rubik's Cube and went to the audience stand. He squeezed into a group of people and waited for the match to begin. Luo Wenchuan and his opponent went backstage to prepare. The discussion around them attracted Xianxia's attention. I heard that Luo Wenchuan's opponent today is an A-class comet mecha. Wow, really? I remember that in last year's national competition, Luo Wenchuan's only disadvantage was against a comet mecha. It was the last match of the national competition, right? Luo Wenchuan was up against an S-class comet mecha. For some reason, he suddenly became distracted during the match and a scratch was left on the mecha's left arm. That's right. Although Luo Wenchuan won that match, he was the only one who managed to damage Luo Wenchuan's mecha. I heard that the pilot was Omega. Could that be the reason? I'm not too sure either, but I think that match might have left a psychological scar on him. Xianxia listened to these discussions and frowned. Was Luo Wenchuan so afraid that he would become distracted just because his opponent was Omega? That shouldn't be the case, right? Just as everyone was speculating, Luo Wenchuan changed into a professional and loose black training uniform and appeared on the field. His opponent was a third-year alpha male student, and he looked obviously nervous. After all, the person standing opposite him was a prodigy who had never lost a match since entering the school. The Comet Mecha always had the upper hand against the Lightsaber Mecha, but that didn't apply to Luo Wenchuan. Outside the field, the third-year students collectively cheered for this alpha male student. Ai Ku, don't be afraid. Luo Wenchuan can't beat you. How can a lightsaber mecha beat a comet mecha? Go and destroy him. Destroy him. Destroy him. Tear him down. Half of these students were here to watch a good show, while the other half were simply unhappy that this junior student had stolen their limelight. The comet mecha was known as a shitstirrer on the battlefield. Its greatest characteristic was that its entire body was filled with weapons that could dismantle the mecha. It was fast, had strong attacks, and had high explosive power. At the same time, the comet mecha's outer appearance resembled a miniature lightsaber mecha, and its various attributes were also compatible with the human bodies. This was for the convenience and flexibility of dismantling the opponent's components, or even making them for one's own use. Hence, it was also known as a small lightsaber. When Xianxia first heard about this type of mecha, she was stunned. Not only did they dismantle it, they even installed it on themselves while dismantling it. She had never seen such a shameless mecha before. He liked it very much. At this moment, he was also interested in the battle between Luo Wenchuan and Ai Ku. Luo Wenchuan shook hands with Ai Ku for less than a second before he withdrew his hand and said indifferently, "Please advise me." Then, he turned around and walked towards his mecha, his back tall and cold. This seemingly misophobic action made his opponent a little unhappy. His fighting spirit was stimulated, and he gritted his teeth and scolded, "What are you so arrogant for? Didn't you almost lose to a comet mecha last year?" Luo Wenchuan ignored him. Students who liked to operate comet mechas were usually more competitive. They liked to see their opponents' panicked expressions after their arms or weapons were dismantled. At this moment, the alpha male student named Ai Ku had already begun to plan how to dismantle Luo Wenchuan's lightsaber and use this lightsaber to defeat him. After both sides were ready, following a command, the atmosphere quickly became tense. Ai Ku's comet mecha pulled out a long chain sword and a giant lightsaber from its back. These two items were sharp weapons for dismantling mechas, and the moment they were taken out, they emitted a murderous aura. On the other hand, the comet mecha was a small mecha. Standing in front of the tall lightsaber mecha, it had a biting cold aura as if it was fighting with its back against the wall. In the next second, the comet mecha activated its powerful propulsion system and shot out like a catapult. Because its mass was smaller, the inertia when it activated was also smaller. The mecha's speed was terrifying, and the lightsaber and chain sword became blurry afterimages. When the comet mecha was very close to the lightsaber mecha, it threw out the chain sword in its hand. The chain sword's normal state was like a sawtooth, and it could be used as a low-level lightsaber. However, when it was thrown out, the sawtooth sections would quickly expand and transform into a powerful multi-jointed whip. It was shaped like a metal skeleton and could quickly grab the opponent's mecha arm. Everyone's eyes widened. F*CK, he's so fierce right off the bat? Wait a minute, he's aiming at Luo Wenchuan's left arm? The scratch on Luo Wenchuan's mecha arm was left behind like this last year. Is Ai Ku trying to humiliate him? He can't really succeed, right? If Ai Ku could injure Luo Wenchuan's mecha, then even if he lost, he would still become a legendary figure. The black lightsaber mecha didn't move. It stood there, as if it had forgotten to react. Everyone held their breaths and thought at the same time, could it be that Luo Wenchuan's mind had wandered again? Xianxia's eyes slowly widened. At this moment, Luo Wenchuan's mecha moved. It quickly reached out its right hand and grabbed the chain sword directly. Before anyone could react to what he was going to do, the comet mecha's chain sword was accurately and forcefully grabbed by the lightsaber mecha. Then, the lightsaber mecha's figure flashed to its right, and in the next moment, it rushed in the opposite direction of the comet mecha. Ai Ku's eyes instantly widened. Before he could react, the lightsaber mech had already brushed past him, holding his chain sword in its hand. The huge reverse impact almost tore the chain sword apart. Bang! Under everyone's stunned gazes, the lightsaber mecha grabbed the comet mecha's chain sword and smashed it to the ground effortlessly like a toy. This fall was much more vicious than Xianxia's back throw just now. The chain sword was broken, and the comet mecha's palm also produced sparks from the strong friction. There was even smoke coming out of it. Ai Ku was stunned by the fall, and his mind went blank for a moment. But he knew that Luo Wenchuan had already shown mercy. If this continued, he would be beaten up even more miserably. The referee had just started the countdown when AI could directly turned on the loudspeaker system. He lay on the ground weakly and surrendered. The audience outside the arena was stunned for a moment, then immediately exploded. It ended just like that? Oh my god, Luo Wenchuan didn't even draw his lightsaber, so strong. In less than 10 seconds, he KO'd the most difficult comet mecha with his bare hands. So ruthless. I feel like the comet mecha would have fallen apart if he had used a little more force. Xianxia stared at the mecha in a daze. He wasn't surprised by Luo Wenchuan's strength. Instead, he was surprised by his fighting style. He didn't make any unnecessary movements. The moment he made a decision, he didn't consider giving his opponent any chance to turn the tables. Strong technique, ruthless heart. In the competition, Xianxia cared about the mecha itself. Winning or losing was secondary. But Luo Wenchuan seemed to only care about winning or losing. Although both of them would win the competition in the end, Xianxia had to admit that no matter which world they were in, such people would definitely become the strongest mecha warrior. The two of them came out of the mecha. Luo Wenchuan walked in front of Ai Ku, looked up at him, nodded slightly, and said in a neutral tone, "Thank you for your guidance." His etiquette was perfect, but there was an elusive sense of alienation. Ai Ku was stunned. He thought that Luo Wenchuan would mock him, but he did not expect the other's attitude to be the same as before the competition. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. It was clearly a very gentlemanly move, but it made Ai Ku feel even worse. He felt like he was a clown just now, overestimating himself. Xianxia looked at the noble and cold youth in the arena. It was completely different from the ruthless aura he exuded when he activated his mecha. He suddenly felt curious, what kind of experience had created such a contradictory temperament in Luo Wenchuan? Under the sunlight, the tall and handsome youth put away his lightsaber mecha. The Omega and Beta fans in the arena cheered wildly for him. Ah, Luo Wenchuan is so handsome. Today's Luo Wenchuan is also synonymous with strong and handsome. Wenchuan, keep up the good work in the next competition. The group of people saw Luo Wenchuan leave the arena and chased after him, but they did not dare to get close. Xianxia looked at Luo Wenchuan's indifferent back through the crowd. He felt that these Omega and Beta fans were crazy. Not to mention the rumors of Luo Wenchuan being a phobe. Why would anyone call him Wenchuan with that frighteningly cold personality of his? Were they really not afraid of being beaten? Xianxia could not understand these people's actions. When Xianxia returned to the dormitory, Lu Ranchu had also finished his match. He seemed to have won with great difficulty and was exhausted. Lu Ranchu lay on the sofa in the living room and looked up at Xianxia bitterly. "Xingxia, I'm so tired. I was almost pressed to the ground and beaten up for 20 minutes. In the end, I had to rely on a sneak attack to win." "How was your match?" "Me? I fought for 15 minutes. It was okay," Xianxia said casually. "It's a competition. It's bound to be very tiring." Lu Ranchu sighed. "Sigh, then do you regret participating in the competition?" "I don't regret it." Xianxia thought for a moment. "I just feel that my performance today wasn't very good." Lu Ranchu gave him a thumbs up. "Hero of O, I admire you." The first round of the competition was usually relatively easy. After that, the winner and loser groups would be divided into two groups. After Xianxia entered the winner's group, the strength of his opponents would also increase. Lu Ranchu felt that Xianxia would at most survive the second round. The night after the first round of the competition ended, the video of the first round was uploaded to the school's official forum and instantly caused a lot of heated discussion. Among the videos, the matches with average performances would be at the bottom, while the matches with exciting performances would be at the top. The first place was naturally Luo Wenchuan's battle. The title was Luo Wenchuan's 10-second alpha. The entire video was only 10 seconds long, but it was watched countless times by everyone. The number of views and clicks was far ahead of the rest. WWOM. SDIC. XWZ degrees Celsius. Oh, I don't think there's anyone in our school who can beat Luo Wenchuan. How many people in the military academies in the country can beat him? He's too strong. They're both military academies. Why is his mecha so powerful? First of all, you have to have SS rank spiritual power and physical strength. The second place was unexpected. It was a battle between two B-rank mechas. The title was B-rank noobs pecking each other can also be very exciting. After Lu Ranqiu saw this video, his eyes widened. He ran to Xianxia's room and showed him the optical supercomputer. F***ck, you're actually on the front page. Before Xianxia could react, Lu Ranqiu said excitedly, you're actually behind Luo Wenchuan. What do you do to deserve this? Xianxia looked at the two words noobs in the title and his mouth twitched. I'm not worthy. Lu Ranqiu had thought that this was an accident. Perhaps it was because Xianxia's mecha was so ugly that the number of views of the video was so high. However, when he clicked on the video, his attention was instantly drawn to the match. His emotions fluctuated with every movement of the two mechas. He was so nervous that he forgot to breathe. After watching the video, Lu Ranqiu couldn't calm down for a long time. He turned his head slowly and mechanically to look at Xianxia. You call this, not performing well? Qiyu, who was in the mecha training grounds, was also watching this match. He had originally wanted to see how his video ranked, but when he clicked on it, he saw the video ranked second. He sneered, thinking to himself that these days, only highly entertaining matches could become popular. He wanted to swipe past it, but Qiyu's finger clicked on it. When he saw that familiar yet unfamiliar ugly mecha, he was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. Wasn't this Xianxia's lightsaber mecha? However, before he could recover from this shocking modification, the flash of light between the two mechas took away all of his attention. In just a short 15 minutes, Qiyu's attention was caught by the constant reversals of the battle. Every time Xianxia's mecha was in danger, his eyes would show signs of nervousness. In the video, the silver mecha's lightsaber was only a few centimeters away from the colorful mecha. Qiyu nervously clenched his fists. Then, he saw Xianxia's mecha perform a shocking reversal of the situation. Qiyu subconsciously opened his mouth. After watching the match for a long time, he couldn't come back to his senses. In the end, he squeezed out a F***ck word. If not for the fact that both mechas were grade B, he could totally treat this as a battle between beyond grade A mechas. Xianxia, how did she improve so much? At this time, Su Zinan walked into the training grounds. Seeing Qiyu watching the video, he smiled and went over. Brother Yu, are you watching your own video? Qiyu shook his head. Su Zinan smiled even sweeter. That's my video? My performance wasn't very good. Indeed, it wasn't very good. Qiyu subconsciously said, speaking of which, why is Xianxia's video only ranked second? What's so good about Luo Wenchuan's 10 seconds? Any grade S mecha warrior can do that. Su Zinan heard Qiyu praise Xianxia, and his expression changed. After a while, he adjusted his expression and handed a list to Qiyu. Brother Yu, the second round's group list is out. Junior Xianxia seems to be a little unlucky. Qiyu was stunned. He quickly looked at the list and found Xianxia's name. There were many strong people in the winners group, and Xianxia's opponent in the second round was an alpha called Kalibo. He was good at piloting the Comet Mecha. His ability had reached grade A+, and he was only one step away from grade S. Compared to AI's Comet Mecha, Kalibo's mecha was obviously much more terrifying. Qiyu frowned. Kalibo? That crazy red-haired alpha? Yes. Su Zinan covered his mouth worriedly. Ah, I suddenly remembered. Other than Luo Wenchuan, Kalibo has never lost to a lightsaber mecha before. In the first round, he even dismantled a storm mecha until only the cockpit was left. The match that Su Zinan mentioned was also on the front page. It was ranked in the top 5. Countless students lamented that Kalibo was a terrifying madman. He was also the opponent that no one wanted to meet other than Luo Wenchuan. Qiyu frowned even more. He didn't know why, but he suddenly began to worry about Xianxia's situation. Brother Yu, if you're worried about him, let's go watch the match together. Our match time is different from Xianxia's anyway. Su Zinan said considerately. Let's cheer for him. At the same time, let's see how Xianxia will defeat Kalibo. That being said, Su Zinan's eyes were filled with excitement. He couldn't wait to see Xianxia's mecha being dismantled until only the cockpit was left. At that time, Ji would know that the strongest Omega in the school could only be him, Su Zinan. Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the Hua family's face and dignity in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family for help? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Chen who naturally wouldn't do anything that would bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a hint of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They didn't realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me? Great, let's see who's the one doing the scamming. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Just as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu wouldn't know what to do. Now that he used his family's name to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be so presumptuous in front of the capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu found that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Guards, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Lord Qianhu, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in the soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. H-Tau Tau PS //WW Omega EKBA with acute Omega. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This must be an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding Northern Battlefront Army soldiers couldn't help but show a look of shock and anger, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, ugh, no, asshole, how could you say something so shameless? Instantly, while they were angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they fail to catch the assassin, they became the assassins themselves. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu, Hua Ziyuan and the others smiled at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, this plan of giving Lin Taishu a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu panic and kill each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, enjoying the dog-eat-dog show that was about to happen. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding Northern Battlefront Army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that normal people could bear. Instantly, the Northern Battlefront Army soldiers' faces changed. After a few breaths, 2 Northern Battlefront Army soldiers helplessly handed their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked to Kai Zian and said, Sorry, Lord Baihu, we were forced to do this, please forgive us, Lord Baihu. It's okay, do it. Kai Zian said as he stretched out his hands. His face was pale, obviously he was disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 Northern Battlefront Army soldiers found a rope from nowhere and began to tie up Kai Zian's hands. You. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor couldn't help but be furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish? Xianxia was having dinner with Lu Ranchu in the military school cafeteria. Ao Liar was beside them as well. The 3 of them were discussing the exciting scenes they had seen during the competition. Chiyu is in our group, Lu Ranchu said. His strength is only SOSO. He's at most an A+ class storm mech. His expression is so arrogant that many people think he's handsome. To be honest, if his father wasn't the lieutenant general of the armored forces, where would he get his confidence from? At this point, Lu Ranqiu couldn't help but roll his eyes. After the competition, Su Zinan even went up to give him a towel and said something about brother you being the best. Ugh. There's someone called Calibo in our group, Ao Liar frowned and said. He's also an A+ class. He's piloting a comet. I think he almost made it into the school's team last year. He was unlucky and met an S-class opponent twice in a row. In the end, he missed out on a spot. He's crazy. He tore apart his opponent's mech like he didn't care about his life. He tore apart that 10-meter-tall storm mech until only the cockpit was left. Only the cockpit was left? Xianxia was stunned. Then there should be a lot of parts that were destroyed, that's right. I heard that he's a very famous player in the 3rd grade. Ao Liar pulled up the video of the competition and showed it to Xianxia. The player whose mech he tore apart shouldn't be able to continue the competition. Xianxia looked at the mecha on the screen, which had been dismantled into pieces. He felt very regretful and sorrowful. How much money would it cost to repair it? He didn't want to meet such an opponent. At this time, Lu Ranqiu suddenly saw that someone in the class group had sent a message. He clicked on it and put down the spoon in his hand. Look, the second round's name list is out. Xianxia was eating his fried rice as he swiped the screen. The moment he saw his name, he almost choked. Calibo? Xianxia repeated the name and looked at Ao Liar blankly. Is it the person you're talking about? Lu Ranqiu and Ao Liar looked up at Xianxia at the same time. Both of their expressions were very solemn. Xingzia. Lu Ranqiu thought of Xianxia's ugly mecha and chose his words carefully. Even though you won't lose much money if your mecha is dismantled, it's still too pathetic to be dismantled like that. Why don't you consider surrendering? Xianxia, actually, it cost a lot of money. Ao Liar sighed repeatedly and frowned. Your first match was very exciting, but your opponent was a B grade. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. In the class group chat, many people were also shocked by the group list. Damn, I was matched with a 4th year? Is that fair? We're all rookies. How can we be matched with so many A-grade big shots at once? F***CK, there's actually Calibo? Oh my god, you're so unlucky. Xianxia, a moment of silence for your mecha. Xianxia, big brother Yun, I believe you can still hold on for a minute. Xianxia, broken winged angel is really going to have its wings broken this time. Xianxia, old man Huang Zhili's shoes will be sent flying. Xianxia, Lu Ranqiu defended Xianxia. The match hasn't even started and you're already complaining. Who sent Zhili's message? That's too inhumane. After saying that, Lu Ranqiu looked up at Xianxia. Xingzia, if Zhili's mecha is defeated, raise the flag and surrender. Ao Liar, you can install something like a music box on top of your head. When you're in danger, flick the white flag out. Xianxia, the match hadn't started yet, but everyone was worried about Xianxia's situation. After dinner, Xianxia repeatedly watched Caleb's competition videos in his room. His chain sword was like a venomous snake, always attacking his opponent from unexpected positions and leaving deep scratches on the opponent's body. Actually, the students couldn't be blamed for not having confidence in Xianxia. Xianxia knew very well that Calibo's strength wasn't something that the beta boy from the previous match could compare to. He could feel the biting cold murderous intent just by watching the video. This guy had already surpassed the category of a military school student. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a mecha soldier on the battlefield. Every move was aimed at completely destroying the opponent's mecha. The match went on for 10 minutes. Although the player with the storm mecha was very tenacious, he had no choice but to surrender. This was the only match where the audience didn't cheer at the end of the match. This was because everyone was frightened by Calibo's ruthless methods, and they were worried that they would encounter a madman like him. Xianxia went to watch Calibo's previous matches again. In his first year, Calibo was only a B-class comet mecha warrior. In his second year, he reached A-class, and in his third year, he rose to A-class. It was obvious that he was a very ambitious military school student. There was another crucial point: Calibo's fighting style had changed, and the weapons he used had changed. However, one thing remained the same, and that was his winning rate against the lightsaber mecha. He would win 9 out of 10 matches, and he would lose the remaining match to Luo Wenchuan. However, compared to winning or losing, Xianxia was more concerned about whether his mecha would be torn apart. His mecha had barely reached B class after modification. Even if only one of his arms was torn off, it would be enough to make his heart ache for a few days. Moreover, it would affect his future matches. He thought about it and felt that he couldn't fight head-on like in the previous match. Otherwise, even if he won the match, he would have to spend a lot of money to repair it. It wasn't worth it. He participated in the competition to make money, and he definitely couldn't lose money. Since he couldn't fight head-on, he had to use tactics to win. The next day, Xianxia contacted the best student in his class who piloted the Comet Mecha and asked her to spar with him. The other party was an alpha girl with AB+ piloting ability. She was 15th in the first year's qualifier, and her skills were quite good. Xianxia thought of many tactics in his mind, but after 2 rounds, he found a serious problem. The lightsaber mecha had the least number of weapons. If the pilot wanted to win, he had to rely on reflexes and skills. In other words, when piloting a lightsaber mecha, there weren't many tactics to speak of in a 1v1 battle. In close combat, the Comet Mecha, which had at least 6 types of disassembly weapons and 5 types of destruction weapons, obviously had the advantage. The lightsaber mecha only had 2 lightsabers. At most, it could add a few more particle cannons and hidden arrows. After all, in order to better match its swordsmanship, it couldn't have too many accessories on its body. After the spar, the alpha girl was sweating a lot. She looked at Xianxia's mecha, which was almost unscathed, and exclaimed, "Damn, this mecha is ugly, but it's quite agile." Xianxia's expression was a little serious. He asked the girl, "What do you think are my chances of winning against Calibo?" "This?" The girl looked a little troubled. She thought seriously before answering. To be honest, although Calibo hasn't reached the S rank, he's already the strongest comet pilot in the school. Last year, he didn't make the school team because of bad luck. It would be very difficult for players below the A rank to fight him. As she spoke, she looked at Xianxia's mecha worriedly. What's more, the Comet Mecha can restrain the lightsaber mecha in a sense. Xianxia looked at his opponent's mecha and fell into deep thought. The girl thought that he had been dealt a blow and comforted him. "But your reflexes are really fast. I can barely touch you. You're still the number 1 seeded player in the 1st grade. Don't give up." Although she said that, the girl was obviously afraid that Xianxia would have a mental breakdown. She didn't think that he could win against Calibo. At this moment, an old but hearty voice sounded in the audience of the training hall. "Scared? Yun." Xianxia looked up and saw that Shuofeiyue had appeared in the arena at some point. He was sitting in the audience and looking at the two of them. "Teacher Zhua?" The girl was stunned and hurriedly greeted him. "It's the weekend. Don't you have to go grocery shopping?" "I've already finished shopping." Shuofeiyue jumped from the audience and came to the arena, walking towards Xianxia. He came in front of Xianxia and asked with a smile, "Although the competition is difficult, you won't be scared by Calibo, right?" There was a hint of ridicule in his tone. Before Xianxia could answer, Shuofeiyue suddenly looked at his mecha's feet and then looked at his own shoes. He said in surprise, "Oh, our shoes collided." "Xianxia. It doesn't look like it at all." He thought to himself, "What a teasing old man." "I'm just kidding." Shuofeiyue laughed and patted his shoulder. "I'm just afraid that you'll be nervous." After saying that, Shuofeiyue sized up Xianxia's mecha and praised, "You modified it well. Why didn't I realize that your modification ability is so strong?" Suddenly, he changed the topic and his expression became serious. "But with this level of modification, if you want to win against Calibo, you'll have to finish the battle quickly. Otherwise, it'll be very dangerous." Shuofeiyue said the second thing that Xianxia was worried about. Other than the difficulty of using a lightsaber mecha, the biggest problem was his physical strength. His physical strength was only at B rank. The longer he dragged on, the more likely it was that Kalibo would find an opportunity to chop him into pieces. The girl next to him couldn't stand it anymore and said softly, "Teacher Zhua, don't scare student Yun. It's not easy for a lightsaber mecha to defeat a comet mecha. Last year, in the national competition, wasn't Luo Wenchuan also injured by a comet mecha?" Shuafeiyue said instinctively, that kid was injured because, halfway through his words, he forcefully swallowed them back. Seeing that Xianxia was deep in thought, Shuafeiyue looked at him and suddenly asked, "Do you know how the comet mecha got its name?" Xianxia was stunned. He thought for a moment and said, "Because of its small size and fast speed?" "Other than what you said, there's another reason." Shuafeiyue smiled meaningfully. In the universe, when a comet gets close to a star, it will sublimate due to the high temperature, leaving behind a beautiful coma and comet tail. But when it's far away from a star, it's just a dirty snowball. Shuafeiyue's words seemed to have nothing to do with mecha, but they directly pointed out the comet mecha's weakness. A mecha designed to disassemble an opponent could only be used when it was close to the opponent. Once it was far away from the opponent, it would be useless. Even if it was just a centimeter away, as long as the opponent didn't come into contact with the mecha and stayed long enough, the disassembly tool would just be a pile of scrap metal. So, when facing a comet mecha, the best way was to not let the opponent touch you. Even if you were touched, as long as you quickly escaped, you could avoid danger. This was something that the close combat storm mecha and lightsaber mecha couldn't do. This was why the previous storm mecha that fought Kalibo was disassembled until only the cockpit was left. However, although Yunxing's lightsaber mecha was equipped with long-range cannons, it was still mainly close combat. What could he do? Install a few more long-range cannons? That didn't seem like a good idea. After all, long-range mecha required a lot of cannons, and he only had about 10,000 star credits left. It was unlikely that he could modify his mecha to the point where it could completely engage in long-range combat. Yunxing's seemed to have fallen into a dilemma for a moment. After coming out of the training ground, he kept thinking about how to solve this problem. Around the various training grounds and competition halls, there was a large forest of cherry blossoms. The bright colors attracted Yunxing's eyes. These were plants that had survived from ancient Earth. Each one was worth hundreds of thousands of star credits, but they were everywhere in Galaxy Military Academy. At this moment, a few cat meows suddenly came from afar. The alpha girl next to him looked around, then suddenly pointed at a tall cherry blossom tree and said, "Ah! There's a cat up there." Shuafeiyue was stunned and said in surprise, "Our school's greenery is quite good. There are quite a lot of small animals." It was an orange cat. It was hiding on the tree trunk, and the branches swayed with the wind. Cats could climb trees, but it seemed that its two paws were injured and bleeding. The bright red blood dyed the cherry blossom petals red. It must have been injured when it was catching the mini star beast. The mini star beast looked like a mouse, but its combat power was not weaker than a cat's. Cats were often injured because of it. Another gust of wind blew, and the cherry blossom petals fell. The orange cat tried to climb down from the tree, but it almost lost its balance due to the pain and blood loss. Its body swayed, and it almost fell from the tree that was a few meters high. A few people surrounded the tree. They wanted to go up and save the cat, but because the tree trunk was too thin, they didn't dare to act rashly. They were afraid that the orange cat would fall because of the swaying tree. Yunxing's quickly went forward and was about to try to climb the tree when a figure suddenly appeared not far away. The surroundings became quiet. The tall figure didn't hesitate and quickly climbed to the tree next to them. Half of his body was pressed against the branch, and the other half pressed down on the branch, making his body closer to the orange cat. Everyone suddenly became nervous, worried that the person on top would fall. Yunxing's looked at the person in a daze. Not long after, a wide palm slowly grabbed the orange cat. Then, the boy jumped down from the tree and landed steadily. "Wow, so handsome. So fast." As expected of Luo Wenchuan, "Little Luo, you're really good." Shuafeiyue smiled and gave the boy a thumbs up. Luo Wenchuan greeted Shuafeiyue. Then, he took out a disinfectant wipe from his pocket and carefully wiped the cat's wound. He lowered his eyes slightly, and there was a rare gentleness and seriousness in his long and narrow eyes, making the surrounding Omega blush. The orange cat didn't move, and obediently let him do as he pleased. The cherry blossom petals fell and landed on the boy and the cat, adding a touch of warmth to the atmosphere. Xianxia stared at Luo Wenchuan and the cat with a thoughtful expression. The girl next to him waved her hand in front of Xianxia and whispered, "Xianxia, Senior Luo is so cool when he saves the cat. Did he make you dumbfounded?" "I know." Xianxia remembered something that the boss of the underground black market gave him. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly became excited. "I know how to fight Calabo." Not only could he win, but he could also prevent the mech from being dismantled. Not far away, Luo Wenchuan's fingers paused slightly, and he glanced at him quietly. The girl was full of question marks, and she said in surprise, "You know? How do you fight?" She was confused. Why did Xianxia suddenly think of this? What did fighting the comet mech have to do with saving the cat? Huaihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. He was the young master of the Hua family, and he represented the Hua family's face and dignity in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family to help him? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master was emitted from his body. This Qian who naturally wouldn't do anything that would bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied with a look of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned to look at Kai Zian, and his eyes gradually became cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu, and they were a little confused. However, they only saw the surface, and didn't realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me? Great, let's see who's going to scam who. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Huaihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Just as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would definitely be at a loss. Now that he used his family's name to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had a reason to do so. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be so presumptuous in front of the Hua family, right? Especially when Huaihu realized that the moment he finished speaking, Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear, and he was overjoyed. Men, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Lord Qianhu. Hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. H Tao PS //WW Omega EKBA with acute Omega. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This must be an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding Northern Battlefront Army soldiers all looked shocked and angry, and glared at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they all showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Huaihu and Hua Ziyuan looked at each other and smiled, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, the plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and they started killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they all looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, enjoying the dog fight that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding Northern Battlefront Army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word was not something that ordinary people could bear. Suddenly, the Northern Battlefront Army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 Northern Battlefront Army soldiers handed their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Kai Zian and said, Sorry, Lord Baihu, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Lord Baihu. It's okay. Do it. Xian said, and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, and he was obviously disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The two northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere, and started to tie up Xian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly pulled her back, and the girl in soft armor took a few steps back. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered to the girl in soft armor, "Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so stupid?" Shuofeiyue was also stunned when he heard this. He looked at Xianxia and asked curiously, "What did you think of?" "Let's hear it." Xianxia thought seriously for a moment and asked Shuofeiyue, "Teacher Zhua, I have a question. The registration information states that a lightsaber mecha is filled in. Then, to what extent can the mecha be modified during the competition?" Shuofeiyue thought for a moment and answered, "As long as it's modified from the original mecha's foundation, it can be modified as much as you want, except for weapons of mass destruction that cannot be used." The school's rules seemed relaxed, but in fact, the interval between each competition was very short. It was very difficult for the contestants to make huge changes from the original mecha's foundation. "Then what if I modify it like this?" Xianxia leaned over to Shuofeiyue's ear and whispered his idea. Shuofeiyue listened to him with a smile at first, but when he heard his idea, his eyes widened and he said in surprise, "Xianxia, are you crazy? How can you modify it like this? It's too dangerous." The alpha girl next to him also looked at Xianxia in surprise. "Are you sure you can modify it successfully? This is too big of a leap. It's not a joke. Moreover, it's very difficult for the average person to control it after modification. It requires a lot of spiritual power control." Shuofeiyue frowned and added, "Indeed, not only does it require a strong spiritual power control, but it also requires a lot of experience in modification. You only know how to use a lightsaber mecha now, and your modification ability is not at that level. Don't be stubborn." After listening to their words, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. How do you know if you don't try? He lacked everything, but he did not lack the ability to modify and control his spiritual power. "Let me tell you first." Shuofeiyue looked at him seriously. "If there are any problems with the mecha after modification, you are not allowed to continue in the competition. Safety first." Xianxia said seriously, "It won't fail." Shuofeiyue looked at him suspiciously. Where did this kid get his confidence from? After the three of them finished their discussion, Xianxia made up his mind. The other two didn't look very optimistic. Shuofeiyue noticed Luo Wenchuan holding a cat not far away. He smiled at him and walked over to ask, "Xiao Luo, why are you still here? Do you like this cat so much?" Luo Wenchuan lowered his head. Xianxia didn't see his expression. He was wearing a school uniform, and the cat rubbed against his arm. The orange fur and the dark blue fabric contrasted with each other, making him look warm and cute, if you ignored his cold face. Xianxia was immersed in his own thoughts. At this moment, he looked at the tall boy under the cherry blossom tree and the cat in his arms. He felt that Luo Wenchuan didn't look so scary, at least, he didn't look like the crazy phobic demon in the rumors. Luo Wenchuan looked at the cat's paw. Seeing that the bleeding had stopped, he bent down and put the cat on the ground. His slender white fingers gently rubbed the cat's head. The cat turned around and rubbed his head. Then, it quickly jumped into the bushes and disappeared. "Let's go," Luo Wenchuan said to Shuofeiyue. His tone was indifferent. Then, he turned around and left. "Speaking of which, I have to thank him," Xianxia whispered. "If I didn't see him saving the cat, I wouldn't have thought that the mecha could be modified like this." Shuofeiyue looked at him in shock. "Just because you saw Luo Wenchuan and that cat, you decided to modify the mecha like that?" Xianxia nodded slowly. Shuofeiyue face-bombed. "Who gave you the courage?" "In the afternoon, in the simulation training room. During the Mecha Grand Tournament, many students would come here for training. There were many simulation pods in the training room. They corresponded to different virtual screens. The students next to them could watch the battles. Many people stood in front of one of the virtual screens. On the virtual screen was a battle between a comet mecha and a lightsaber mecha. The simulated battlefield was the school's one-on-one PK arena. The two mecha were locked in a fierce battle in the circular arena. The lightsaber and chain sword kept colliding. The comet mecha changed its weapon and attack style. Soon, it found a flaw. Not long after, the comet mecha tore off the lightsaber mecha's arm. After losing the arm, it seemed that this was just the beginning. More and more parts were ripped off. The surrounding students were frightened. What a lunatic, he's as annoying as ever. I don't know why he's doing this. After the battle, the two simulation pods next to it opened. A tall, handsome, red-haired alpha came out. He was sweating, and his eyes were filled with hostility. The students around him scattered like birds. A beta boy came out of the simulation pod next to him. Kalibo, do you have to practice so hard? The beta boy asked, puzzled. The lightsaber mecha you're going to fight next is a B-class mecha. It's piloted by a first-year Omega. You can finish the game in 5 minutes. Kalibo's appearance was a bit aggressive. Under his short red hair, his expression was calm. He said, I want to be in the school team. You'll definitely be in this year, the boy comforted him. Don't work so hard. Save some energy for later. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome when you meet an S-class opponent. Kalibo didn't answer. The boy repeated, your next opponent is just an Omega. There's no need to expose so many moves. There's no need to embarrass him. It's too much to tear him down to the cockpit like you did last time. This time, I'll tear down the cockpit as well. Kalibo said word by word, otherwise, it'll seem like I don't respect this Omega. The boy was stunned. He watched Kalibo turn around and leave. He frowned and said, F***ck, he's crazy. When Kalibo left the simulation training room, he bumped into two people. His gaze stayed on the two for a moment. He frowned and his eyes flashed with displeasure. He bumped into one of them on the shoulder and left the training room. Kule was shocked. He rubbed his shoulder and looked at Kalibo's back. He whispered, F***ck, why is this red-haired kid's temper still so weird? Luo Wenchuan turned around and looked at Kalibo. However, Kalibo's performance this year has improved a lot compared to last year. Kule frowned. Maybe it's because Su Zenan became the school team's substitute last year. Because of his bad luck, he didn't get into the school team for 2 years in a row. That's why he's so agitated. Luo Wenchuan said calmly, he's indeed at the school team's level. However, Su Zenan was lucky last year. He was matched up against Chiyu. Chiyu went easy on him. Kule said, Kalibo and Su Zenan had the same 8 wins and 2 losses. Because Chiyu went easy on him, Su Zenan's performance score was higher than his. Otherwise, he would have been a substitute. Luo Wenchuan didn't say anything. He seemed to be thinking about something. Kule looked at the group list and said in surprise, Kalibo's next opponent is Xianxia, the Omega who helped you modify your mecha. I know, Luo Wenchuan replied casually. Kule looked at him in confusion. You know? When did you start caring about this? Luo Wenchuan stopped walking. He didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked, if it were you, what would you do? Kule was stunned at first. Then, he thought about it carefully and frowned. The only way is to modify the mecha into a long-range mecha. However, this method might not be safe and the time is too short. After saying that, Kule looked at Luo Wenchuan. Why are you suddenly curious about this? I'm just asking, Luo Wenchuan said calmly. Kalibo probably doesn't have a good impression of the participating Omega because of Su Zenan. Kule pursed his lips. He sounded worried. Xianxia is probably in danger. Luo Wenchuan thought about the cat in the morning. He suddenly looked back at Kule and asked casually, are you worried about him? Of course. Kalibo is so ruthless. Xianxia is an Omega. Kule said seriously. Aren't you worried about his fate? He helped you modify your mecha. I'm more worried about Kalibo. After saying that, Luo Wenchuan opened a simulation pod and sat in it expressionlessly. Huh? Kule's face was full of question marks. His eyes were full of shock. Was Dechuan serious when he said that? Xianxia looked up the relevant information and found that the modification didn't require a lot of materials. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Otherwise, he might have to borrow money from teacher Xue. Just as he was busy with his modifications, he suddenly received a message from an unknown number. Are you short on money? Do you need help? I think your mecha is quite broken, Xianxia replied. I don't need insurance. Call the police if you continue. The other party quickly replied with a question mark. The other party replied, Xianxia, did you delete my number? Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He immediately reacted. This should be the person with the surname Chi. You saw that Xianxia didn't reply for a long time and thought that his tone wasn't too good. He clicked his tongue and pondered for a long time before typing a bunch of words in the chat box. The general idea was that as long as Xianxia didn't throw a tantrum, he could reconcile with the Yun family and help Xianxia. After all, that mecha was too ugly. The Yun family must have cut off Xianxia's living expenses. Otherwise, he wouldn't be piloting such an ugly mecha. Qiyu thought that Xianxia would definitely be very touched and forgive him. However, when Qiyu finished typing the message and sent it out confidently, he realized that his message had been rejected. His eyes widened and he was stunned for a full 10 seconds. He said in disbelief, he blocked me? He actually dared to block me. Su Zinan wasn't in a good mood. Seeing this, he forced a smile and said, Junior Xing's temper is still as bad as ever. Brother Yu, it's all your fault for not caring about him. Qiyu's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, how can I not care about him? He's the one who doesn't listen to me. When his mecha gets destroyed by Kalibo in the next round, he'll come begging me. Don't say that, Su Zinan said gently. You should coax him when the time comes. Otherwise, he'll throw a tantrum again. How can I coax him? Qiyu clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with anger. He was the one who blocked me first. How can he throw a tantrum? Don't be angry. Junior Xingza didn't do it on purpose. He'll understand in the future that you're doing this for his own good. At this moment, a smile finally appeared in Su Zinan's eyes. 2 days later. The winners of the second round of the competition were divided into 2 groups. The PK would be held in Arena C and Arena D. Su Zinan and Qiyu's match ended on the first day. Both of them won their matches without a hitch. After all, they were both members of the school team last year. Their skills were still considered very high in the school. The next morning, Qiyu woke up early. He specially put on his best clothes, combed his hair, and headed to Yunxing's Arena C to watch the match. He wanted to be in his best condition and watch Yunxingza embarrass himself with his own eyes. Obviously, Su Zinan thought the same. The two of them appeared a little out of place in a group of military academy students wearing uniforms. At this moment, a voice from the side caught Qiyu's attention. Hey, Luo Wenchuan is here too. I remember he's in Arena D. Doesn't he never watch other people's matches? That's strange. Is there a match between experts today? In front of Luo Wenchuan, who can be called an expert, Qiyu was also puzzled. He looked at the main character being discussed and saw Luo Wenchuan sitting high up in the audience with his eyes closed. He did not seem to care about the match on the field. On the other hand, Kole beside him had a curious look on his face. He seemed to be waiting for someone to go on stage. Not far from Qiyu, Lu Ranchu saw the 2 guys dressed like peacocks spreading their tails. He frowned and said to Ao Liar, Tisk, how unlucky. Ao Liar looked at the field nervously. It seems like Yunxing's turn is coming soon. That modification of his, do you think it'll work? It's indeed very risky. I tried to persuade him for a day and a night, but he didn't listen to me. Lu Ranchu clenched his fists subconsciously. But I think Xingza has his own considerations, let's just trust him. Ao Liar nodded. It's fine. Losing this match doesn't mean he can't enter the school team. Lu Ranchu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Yun Xingza was preparing for the match. At this moment, a staff member walked over and gestured for him to go backstage to prepare. He stood up. On the other end of the bench, Kalibo also stood up. His short red hair was dazzling. The two of them looked at each other. the atmosphere was a little strange. In the stands, the audience noticed Kalibo's movements and suddenly became excited. That crazy red-haired guy is going to go on stage. Damn, I came here specifically to watch him play. I wonder how he'll dismantle his opponent this time. I heard that his opponent is an Omega. Then won't he be dismantled until there's nothing left? In the midst of the noise, Luo Wenchuan opened his eyes and looked at the field. His casual expression suddenly became serious. Qiyu originally came to watch a good show. However, when he saw Xianxia and Kalibo disappear backstage together, he inexplicably became nervous and his palms began to sweat. A few minutes later, under everyone's gaze, Xianxia and Kalibo appeared in the center of the field at the same time. Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family to help him? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and conviction. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qian who naturally won't do anything to bend the law. Lin Taishu immediately replied. His face revealed a trace of fear, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head and looked at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually became cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They didn't realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me? Great, let's see who's going to touch who. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, even he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Just as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would definitely be at a loss. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be so presumptuous in front of the Hua family in the capital, right? Especially when Hua Yihu realized that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Men, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look on his face. Master, Lord Qianhu, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. Tao Tao PS //WW Omega E Okba Omega et / never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This must be an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army around them all looked shocked and angry, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler. No, bastard. How could you say something so shameless? Immediately, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they were also extremely sad and disappointed. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin. In the end, not only did they fail to catch the assassin, they became the assassins themselves. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan looked at each other and smiled, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, the plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they all looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, enjoying the dog-eat-dog show that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that none of the soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army moved, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word was not something that normal people could bear. Immediately, the soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army changed their expressions. After a few breaths, 2 soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army gave their weapons to their companions and walked slowly to Kai Zian. Sorry, Lord Baihu. We were forced to do this. Please forgive us. It's okay. Do it. Kai Zian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale. Obviously, he was very disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The two soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army found a rope and started to tie up Kai Zian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered to the girl in soft armor, "Calm down. When have you ever seen Master so stupid?" Xianxia looked at the tall alpha in front of him and reached out his hand. "Nice to meet you." Caleb looked at his hand with an indifferent expression. After a while, he reached out and shook it briefly without saying anything. Under his red hair, the ends of his eyes were slightly raised. His eyes were filled with hostility that didn't belong to his age. His tightly pursed lips revealed his bad temper. Before the two of them released their mechas, the referee walked over to Xianxia and whispered, "If you can't hold on or have any other accidents, immediately press the rescue button or turn on the loudspeaker system and tell me. I will stop the match." Xianxia looked away from the violent red-haired youth and nodded at the referee. However, his expression wasn't as nervous as the referee expected. Caleb turned around and walked a few steps before releasing his comet mecha in the designated area. The mecha was about 7 or 8 meters tall and was a small to medium-sized mecha. Its body was black, but some of the accessories on its hands were scarlet. They were obviously weapons that he used to dismantle the opponent's mecha. When Xianxia was watching the video, he had carefully observed Caleb's mecha. There were many weapons on it, and the two chain swords could attack the enemy from tricky angles. The moment Caleb's mecha was released, Xianxia had already silently recorded the mecha's data in his mind. In the audience, when they saw Caleb release his mecha, they were worried for Xianxia. "It's here. It's that comet mecha that destroyed who knows how many people's mechas. That first-year little O is using a lightsaber mecha, right? He'll be beaten up. His lightsaber mecha is so ugly. If I were Caleb, I wouldn't be interested in dismantling it. Look, he's going to release that ugly mecha." Xianxia looked at the Rubik's Cube in his hand. There was an extra small piece on one side of the hexahedron. This piece was an important accessory that he added during the modification. Xianxia threw the Rubik's Cube out. The small accessory detached from the Rubik's Cube and unfolded together with the mecha's cube. Some sharp-eyed audience members had already noticed this scene. His Rubik's Cube seems to have 2 pieces? 2 pieces? Isn't that something that only happens when a dual-star mecha is deployed? There really are 2 Rubik's Cube. Could it be that he modified the lightsaber mech into a dual-star mech? How is this possible? A dual-star mecha is very difficult to pilot. A nearly 10-meter-tall lightsaber mech appeared in the middle of the arena. Just like last time, many people were shocked by the color scheme of the mech when they first saw it. But what was even more surprising was, beside the lightsaber mech, a 3-meter-tall beast-shaped scout mech appeared. This meant that Xianxia had modified the lightsaber mecha into a dual-star mecha. This scout mech was a spare part given to him by the boss of the underground black market when he first bought the lightsaber mech. Speaking of which, he had to thank Luo Wenchuan. If he hadn't given him tens of thousands of star coins, the boss wouldn't have given him this accessory so easily. As the scout mech looked like a mechanical tiger, when Xianxia modified it, he changed it into a tiger. There weren't many parts that were modified. He only strengthened its weapon system, removed the damaged tail, and modified the attackability of the tail to a certain extent. Because he didn't have enough money, after Xianxia bought the necessary parts to modify the dual-star mech, he used almost all of the remaining ugly spare parts. When the mechanical tiger obediently squatted at the feet of the lightsaber mech, it attracted the attention of the audience. Black body, golden ears, green eyes, big red legs, and an unknown tail. What an ugly scout mech. I thought that the lightsaber mech was ugly enough. I didn't expect there to be an even uglier one. What kind of animal is this imitation? I can't tell at all. Is it really possible to modify the lightsaber mech into a dual-star mech? It's too risky. A dual-star mech has very high requirements for the control of spiritual power. Luo Wenchuan's gaze fell on the mech. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Luo Wenchuan didn't hear the conversation between Xianxia and Shuafeiyue that day, so he guessed many modification plans and was curious about it. However, he never expected to see an even uglier scene. The two ugly mechs, one big and one small, stood together. They were so ugly that they looked very harmonious. Oh my god, Xianxia, he actually... Kulei stared at the two mechs in a daze. He couldn't say a complete sentence for a moment. How could he? This is too strange. Who on earth gave him this inspiration? When Luo Wenchuan heard this, he suddenly remembered the scene of him saving the cat that day. He pursed his thin lips as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he gave up. He definitely wouldn't admit that he was the one who gave him the inspiration. Lu Ranchu sighed helplessly. Xianxia said that it was a tiger. No matter how I look at it, it looks like the mentally retarded cat that my family raised in the past. It's okay that it's ugly, but its performance is also average. So what was he thinking? Ao Liar held his forehead. He couldn't bear to look at it. A dual-star mech requires the pilot's spiritual power to be divided. It will have double the number of links installed. It's so difficult to get started. Is his control of spiritual power that strong? I advised him to do so at first. Lu Ranchu looked at Xianxia's dual-star mech and said slowly, however, the fact that he was able to successfully modify the mech in 2 days is a miracle in itself. So, let's trust him again. When Ao Liar heard this, he looked up at the center of the field. Although the two mechs were ugly, they were standard dual-star mechs. It had to be said that Xianxia's modification ability was indeed beyond everyone's imagination. He modified it himself? Chiyu's eyes widened. She almost stood up. When did Xianxia know how to modify mechs? That's impossible. I've known him for so long and he's never touched mechs before. Su Zinan couldn't help but frown. In theory, any mech can be modified into a dual-star mech. As long as you install a spiritual power dividing device and a signal transmitting device, you can use spiritual power to control 2 mechs at the same time. But the real difficulty is in operating the mech after modification. Su Zinan thought that Xianxia couldn't have thought that he could avoid the tragedy of being torn apart just by randomly modifying the mech, right? If he didn't know how to operate a dual-star mech, he would only be torn apart even more miserably. When Chiyu heard this, she looked at Xianxia worriedly. Although a dual-star mech was easier to fight against a comet mech than a lightsaber mech, it was very difficult to get started. It was like a person controlling 2 hands to write different words at the same time. Xianxia's move was really risky. Even Kalibo was surprised when he saw the mech. Then, he frowned and looked at Xianxia. He asked unhappily, "Are you looking down on me? I don't care if you want to modify it into a dual-star mech. But why did you get such an inferior cat? This is just a toy, right?" "No," Xianxia said seriously. "It's a little tiger." "Little tiger?" "It's obviously a disabled cat." Kalibo looked at the scout mech in disdain. "It's so ugly. It doesn't even have a tail. What's the use of it?" The tail of a beast-type mech was a very important combat tool. But this mech actually didn't have a tail. Kalibo naturally felt that it was inferior. Inferior. If you say it's a cat, then it's a cat. Xianxia said to Kalibo. But if it does something bad to you later, don't be angry. Kalibo frowned. It's just a disabled mechanical cat. What bad things can it do? Looking at the non-aggressive appearance of the mechanical beast, Kalibo decided to flatten it with his foot. The 4th match of the 2nd round, Arena C, will begin in 3 minutes. Both of them entered the mech at the same time. The moment the comet mech was activated, the low roar brought with it a murderous aura. The scarlet weapons on its body looked even more terrifying. It was as if they were going to cut Xianxia's mech into pieces in the next second. After Xianxia's dual-star mech was activated, the scout mech's eyes lit up. In an instant, it changed from a harmless toy to an aggressive mechanical beast. Xianxia decided to modify the lightsaber mech like this because he knew clearly that the lightsaber mech didn't have any tactics to speak of. It relied entirely on the skills of the pilot. Moreover, his stamina didn't allow the match to drag on for too long. And the black market boss just happened to give him a scout mech. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. When he was trying to modify the mech, Lu Ranxiu kept dissuading him from the side. He told him that the dual-star mech wasn't friendly to novices and that once he started, he would give up. However, Xianxia said firmly, I don't want my lightsaber mech to be torn apart by Kalibo. Even if it's just a finger, I won't allow it. After saying this, he buried his head and continued modifying. Lu Ranxiu was touched by Xianxia's unwillingness to admit defeat. He almost cried. Xianxia, what changed you? Xianxia thought to himself. Of course, it was poverty. The spiritual power splitter and signal transmitter weren't expensive. They added up to more than 10,000. Xianxia spent almost all of his money. In the end, he spent an entire night modifying the dual-star mech. The dual-star mech was just like its name. It was made up of two mechs, just like a binary star system in the celestial body. Generally speaking, the main mech was a small to medium-sized defensive mech, while the secondary mech was responsible for reconnaissance. On the battlefield, the dual-star mech was often the frontline scout. It would hide in complicated terrain and send out reconnaissance mechs to scout, monitor, and interfere. It was one of the most important mechs in the new mech revolution and had only been put into use in recent years. The pilot used the spiritual power splitter to divide his spiritual power into two parts. Most of it was used to control the main mech, while the other part was used to control the reconnaissance mech through the signal transmitter. This method of operation was the most unique and difficult among the 6 major mechs. Therefore, most of the reconnaissance mechs in the dual-star mech were semi-automatic or even fully automatic. As long as the pilot used his spiritual power to send out signals to attack, defend, and retreat, it would automatically attack the target it identified. This was a bit like the owner bringing his pet into battle. Therefore, the dual-star mech was also called the dog-walking mech or the master-servant mech. However, this automatic mode meant that the dual-star mech's upper limit was not very high. In last year's national competition, the dual-star mech was ranked 3rd in the number of users. Among the top 10 contestants, there wasn't a single dual-star mech. Fortunately, the dual-star mech's ability to interfere with the comet mech was quite strong. On the battlefield, as long as Caleb's comet mech was interfered with by the mechanical beast, Xianxia would be able to find a chance to counterattack. However, Xianxia's intention was far more than that. He didn't want to control a fully automatic mechanical beast. Instead, he wanted to use his spiritual power to control its every movement. After trying it out in the spiritual power tempering room, the simulation training cabin, and Mecha Star, Xianxia found that although his spiritual power couldn't control the mechanical beast 100%, it could still reach 80%. On the battlefield, Caleb circled around Xianxia for a while. Suddenly, he threw out 2 scarlet chain swords. The chain swords in their contracted state looked like 2 swords stained with blood. He started the engine and attacked Xianxia. The audience collectively held their breaths. Xianxia's 2 mechs quickly separated. When the toy cat ran, it looked like a beast king. Its speed didn't lose to a real star beast at all. Caleb had no other thoughts. His goal was clear. He ran straight for the main mech. Just as Caleb was about to throw out the 2 chain swords, a force suddenly wrapped around his legs. That ugly cat also took out 2 chain swords. It had somehow circled behind Caleb and started attacking and harassing him. The audience discussed this scene. They didn't expect the mechanical beast to make such a powerful move. It stood up. That cat stood up. That scout mech is so agile. It knows how to use chain swords? F***ck, how can it be so fast? I didn't even see it clearly. Caleb's legs were entangled? But those 2 chain swords are obviously mini versions. They're different in length. They're so low quality. It'll break free soon. As the audience saw, although the mechanical beast was very fast and agile, its configuration couldn't keep up. The comet mecha was small in size, but it was very strong. It turned around and quickly reached out to break the 2 low-quality chain swords. But Caleb didn't expect the ugly cat to retract the chain swords. He missed. Caleb was annoyed at being played. He raised his leg and wanted to knock the mechanical beast over. At this moment, the audience suddenly let out a cry of surprise. The main mech is attacking. Caleb seems to be in danger. This is a sneak attack. Before the comet mech's leg touched the mechanical beast, it was suddenly slashed twice in the back. Although the pain from the mech was greatly reduced, Caleb still felt some pain. He turned around and saw Xianxia using the main mech to attack him. He didn't hesitate to throw his chain swords at the opponent. Just as the chain swords were about to wrap around Xianxia's mech, he dodged at an extremely strange angle. He activated the anti-gravity device and jumped up. At the same time, he used his beam saber to block the chain swords. The strong vibration from his hand stunned Caleb. He didn't expect this Omega to have so much strength. But this also greatly stimulated his fighting spirit. He retracted his chain swords and jumped up with all his strength. He attacked Xianxia again. He swore that his next move would destroy the opponent. The audience exclaimed again. The mechanical beast is going to attack Caleb's back. Wow, that cat can imitate its owner's actions? You're wrong. Both mechs are controlled by Xianxia. No way, isn't the scout mech fully automatic? I'm using a 2-star mech. There's no command to attack. The next second, the back of the comet mech was scratched twice by the mechanical beast's claws. Then, it took out a small beam saber and stabbed his spine. Caleb felt a strong sense of humiliation. He angrily turned to the ugly cat. But the moment he turned around, he felt a chill. As expected, Xianxia was using the main mech to attack him again. Every time Caleb wanted to deal with the mechanical beast, Xianxia would attack his back. And when Caleb wanted to deal with Xianxia, the mechanical beast would run over and stab his spine. This process repeated a few times. Caleb's bad temper exploded. He couldn't help but turn on the loudspeaker system. He shouted in a voice that everyone could hear, "Are you F***king fixing a bug here? Are you done?" The referee quickly picked up the loudspeaker. Yellow card warning. Contestant Caleb, please play with civility. In the audience, everyone was amused by this scene. They didn't expect the fearsome Caleb to be played around by the first-year Omega. Caleb was sweating in the cockpit. It was rare to see him sweating. 5 minutes had passed. Not only did he not destroy Xianxia's mech, he didn't even touch it. After all, Caleb had participated in several competitions. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. From the looks of it, Xianxia's skills were beyond his imagination. And that ugly cat's agility was not something an ordinary automatic scout mech could compare to. The only explanation was that Xianxia's control of spiritual power was very strong. It could control the movements of both the main mech and the mechanical beast at the same time. Caleb's heart sank. He didn't underestimate this competition. He had been preparing hard before the competition. But Xianxia's actions were completely beyond his expectations. The comet mech's back was pressed against the protective shield to prevent another sneak attack. It dealt with the two mechs for a while. It was like a hunter thinking about how to kill its prey in one shot. The atmosphere became tense again. Xianxia can actually force Caleb to this point. Kule looked at the arena in surprise. Not only does he know how to modify a 2-star mech, but he can also pilot it so well. Luo Wenchuan looked at the mechanical beast thoughtfully. That scout mech didn't seem to only have the ability to harass. In the arena, Caleb had already regained his composure. He sneered and thought to himself, it's just a disabled cat with a missing tail. At most, I'll just dismantle both mechs. He put away his chain sword and raised his long-range cannon. He fired a few shots at the disabled cat and Xianxia. Then, he took out a giant particle beam saw and a more flexible beam whip. He pushed the horsepower to the maximum and rushed towards his opponents. The beam whip and beam saw turned into afterimages in the air. The blue tail was like the tail of a comet. After the mechanical beast dodged the cannon fire, the comet mech quickly approached it. The beam whip swept past its head and almost hit its body. Xianxia quickly recalled the mechanical beast. Caleb saw the ugly cat roll on the ground and roll back to Xianxia's side like a ball, dodging the beam whip's pursuit. He did not stop there. Seizing the opportunity while Xianxia was recalling the mechanical beasts, he attacked Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. He learned to be smart. This time, he attacked from the side. The beam whip was much longer than the chain sword. Just when Xianxia thought he could dodge it, it wrapped around his mech's left arm. The audience gasped. F***ck, he caught it? Is Xianxia going to be doomed? He's definitely going to lose. Qiyu saw this and stood up in fright. His fingers were tightly clenched into fists. Su Zinan couldn't help but smile. He muttered softly, Caleb can't do it this time. He took so long to find an opportunity. When Xianxia's mechanical left arm was caught, he immediately tried to escape. However, Caleb wrapped the beam whip tightly around it. The beam whip wasn't as destructive as the chain sword, but it was enough to bind the mech. Then, Caleb raised his particle beam saw and prepared to dismantle Xianxia's mech arm. Xianxia raised his beam sword and slashed at Caleb's mech arm that was holding the beam saw. The latter reacted quickly. In an instant, he put away the beam saw and replaced it with a chain sword. He then used the chain sword to entangle Xianxia's other mecha arm. The comet mech wrapped itself around the main mech's arms tightly and used its legs to grab the ground. It was trying to use brute force to tear the two arms off. What a lunatic, Xianxia was sweating. He frowned and sent a new command to the scout mech. The next second, the mechanical beast jumped up and appeared between the two tall mechs. It took out small weapons and attacked the comet mech. However, it was obvious that it had little effect. Caleb held on to the two whips tightly and didn't back down. It was as if the ugly cat was tickling him. The audience was starting to worry about Xianxia. If this continues, the ugly mech will definitely lose. One of them is a Class B, while the other is a Class A. If they compete in brute force, the latter will definitely win. If Xianxia's arms are torn off, only the cockpit will be left. Why isn't he surrendering? Even if he loses, his performance score won't be low. He probably wants to struggle a little longer. The first years don't know how scary Caleb is. He'll probably beg for mercy later. Kulei couldn't help but stand up. He said to Luo Wenchuan worriedly, I don't think Xianxia can last more than a minute. Indeed, Luo Wenchuan said calmly. However, he's definitely not that stupid. Caleb saw that the ugly cat was still blocking in front of him. He sneered and muttered to himself, I'll deal with this stupid cat after I take care of Xianxia. Before he could finish speaking, the ugly cat suddenly turned around and pounced on Xianxia's main mech. It quickly climbed up to the chest area. Caleb was stunned. What was it doing? Then, the mechanical beast raised its tail and even twisted it twice to find a suitable angle. It was like a cat raising its butt. However, because it didn't have a tail, the scene looked a little funny. Ao Liar said in shock, what is Xianxia doing? Making that cat act cute? Don't tell me he installed a music box at his tail? The kind that can play a white flag, Lu Ranchu said in surprise. Just as everyone was confused, the mechanical beast suddenly froze and didn't move. Bang, the loud sound shocked everyone. When they calmed down, they realized that the mechanical beast's tail had fired a small smoke bomb at the head of Caleb's mech. It was like a cat farting loudly at a human. It was even colored. Caleb suddenly remembered what Xianxia said before the competition. If it does anything bad to you, don't be angry. At this moment, he finally understood what bad meant and why this ugly cat didn't have a tail. Calm, please remember, comma. Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family to step in? Therefore, he said it with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master was emitted from his body. This Chen who naturally won't do anything to bend the law. Lin Taishu replied immediately. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he had been frightened by something. Then, he turned to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu's eyes. They were confused. However, they only saw the surface and didn't realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me? Great, let's see who's going to scam who. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Just as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would be at a loss. Now that he used his family's name to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had a good reason to do so. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be so presumptuous in front of the capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu realized that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Men, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Lord Qianhu, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. H Tao PS //WW Omega EKBU with acute Omega. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This must be an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers all looked shocked and angry, and glared at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they all showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan looked at each other and smiled, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, the plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and they started killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they all looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, enjoying the dog fight that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word was not something that ordinary people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers handed their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Kai Zian and said, Sorry, Lord Baihu, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Lord Baihu. It's okay. Do it. Kai Zian said, and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, and he was obviously disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere, and started to tie up Kai Zian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly pulled her back, and the girl in soft armor took a few steps back. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered to the girl in soft armor, Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so stupid? The competition had strict requirements for smoke grenades. Therefore, the smoke grenade fired by the mecha beast did not cause a large amount of smoke. It only formed a mushroom cloud around the head of Kalibo's comet mecha. Kalibo's vision was blurred. He could not determine if the ugly cat still had any cannons. He could not destroy Yunxing's mecha in a short period of time. He could only let go of his whip and chain sword and retreat to increase the distance between them. Yunxing sighed in relief. If he had been a few seconds later, there would have been a deep scratch on his mecha's arm. However, after the close-range fight, Yunxing's data collection on the mecha in front of him had come to an end. From the beginning until now, every move he made was to test his opponent's strength. Yunxing had to admit that an A-grade mecha was indeed very strong. Kalibo's comet mecha was better than most of the mecha he had seen before. It had almost no weaknesses. However, there was no such thing as a perfect mecha in this world. Kalibo did not know that his comet mecha had become a model and blueprint in Yunxing's mind. The data and functions of every part of his mecha had been grasped. At this moment, 12 minutes had passed since the start of the competition. After being humiliated by the ugly cat, Kalibo could hear the laughter from the audience in his mecha's cockpit. In the past, when he competed, the audience outside the arena would be scared into silence. He had never been treated like this before. He was so angry that his hands were trembling. He wanted nothing more than to tear that cat into pieces. The audience who were laughing suddenly noticed that the comet mecha was running towards the mecha beast. Their laughter stopped immediately. F*ck, Kalibo has gone completely crazy. That's scary. Is he going to break through the protective shield at this speed? Can Xianxia block it this time? The comet mecha chased after Xianxia's mecha beast. Its chain sword left deep and shallow scratches on the ground. Kalibo was furious with every hit. Xianxia controlled his mecha to dodge while muttering softly, "Didn't you say you wouldn't be angry?" However, Kalibo, who was blinded by anger, did not manage to catch the cat. Instead, he was quickly depleting his energy. Not long after, Kalibo began to pant. Just as Kalibo was about to catch the mechanical beast, the cat suddenly shrank into a ball and lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. Mechanical beasts in their spherical form were extremely hard and durable. Kalibo swung his chain sword a few times, but it only left shallow scratches. Facing this cat ball, he couldn't dismantle it even if he wanted to. Suddenly, Kalibo realized that he had been tricked. Xianxia was simply wasting his stamina by using the mechanical beast. The match had been going on for 16 minutes. Xianxia decided to put an end to it. Kalibo turned around to look for the main mecha, ready to fight to the death. However, he realized that Xianxia's mecha had risen into the air and was hovering in mid-air, looking down at Kalibo. The sun shone down from above. The main mecha in the air cast a shadow on the ground, covering Kalibo's comet mecha. It brought about an inexplicable sense of oppression. Then, Xianxia pulled out 2 lightsabers and prepared to dive. This was Xianxia's third time looking for an opportunity to dive. He had defeated his opponent the first 2 times. This time everyone was surprised. He's going to approach the comet mecha? It can't be. That's too dangerous. It wasn't easy to get rid of him just now. What is he trying to do? Chiyu frowned. She was anxious about Xianxia's actions. At this time, using long-range artillery to end the battle is the most reliable thing. Su Zinan stared at Xianxia's mecha. He did not believe that this guy could win this time. In the next second, Xianxia's mecha really did dive towards Kalibo. Kalibo sneered. "You're asking for it." He looked up at the mecha and prepared to fight. He wanted to end the battle quickly. He did not expect Xianxia to take the initiative to attack. The 2 scarlet chain swords flashed coldly. They were ready to entangle Xianxia's mecha and disassemble it. Kalibo seized the opportunity and activated the anti-gravity device. He prepared to jump into the air and fight with Xianxia. However, just as he was about to jump, a force quickly tightened around his legs. The mechanical cat that was pretending to be dead sneaked behind Kalibo without anyone noticing. Just as Kalibo's attention was attracted by the mecha in the air, it took out a green lightsaber whip and circled it around Kalibo's legs. Just as he was about to jump, it tightened the rope and firmly tied the comet mecha's legs. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, the comet mecha's jump was interrupted. It lost its balance and fell to the ground. A huge cloud of dust rose from the ground. After the dust settled, the audience noticed that there was a mechanical beast beside the comet mecha's legs. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this cat a demon? Are you sure it's not a human piloting it? How did it do that? Xianxia was preparing to dive while controlling the mechanical beast to use the lightsaber whip to bind the opponent's legs. This is unbelievable. Even if there were 2 people piloting it, they might not be able to grasp the best timing. My F*king skills are not as good as that ugly cat. Is this reasonable? This seemingly sudden scene was in fact played out in Xianxia's mind countless times. The data he collected told him that although the comet mecha was fast, its balance and jumping ability were lacking. Especially the explosive power of its lower body. It was obviously incomparable to a large mecha. Otherwise, when Kalibo used the lightsaber and chain swords to entangle Xianxia's mecha, he could have used the sinking force of his lower body to disassemble the mecha's arms. In addition, this mecha focused more on the speed of using weapons. Therefore, the efficiency of its energy conversion to explosive power in its lower body was relatively low. It was easy to be disrupted when jumping. However, the mech's balance was an even more serious flaw. Not only was there a design flaw in the mecha's balance system, but it was also related to Kalibo's poor sense of balance. This could be seen from the large movements Kalibo made every time he pulled out his chainsword. A good balance system could provide the mechanical arm with power during movement, while a poor balance system would hinder the movement, requiring more strength to complete the corresponding movement. With these two problems added together, when the Comet Mecha's legs were bound, not only would it not be able to break free in time, it would also lose its balance and fall. After falling, it would be difficult for it to even get up. Kalibo had never felt so humiliated before. He wanted to get up from the ground, but it felt like there was 1,000 pounds of weight on his legs. This fall made him see stars. Kalibo, who refused to admit defeat, continued to struggle on the ground. He wanted to tear the ropes off his legs, but suddenly, a force descended from the sky. That mechanical beast rode on Kalibo's neck generously. Xianxia's dive was just a disguise. Seeing that Kalibo was subdued, he slowly controlled the mecha to land. The match had reached 20 minutes. The series of pulling and dodging had tested Xianxia's reflexes and stamina. Now, his stamina seemed to have reached its limit. Kalibo was so angry that he reached out to grab Ugly Cat, but he couldn't catch it. Ugly Cat threw out 2 chain swords and embedded them in the ground, firmly restraining the Comet Mecha. The referee began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, Kalibo is definitely going to lose. Xianxia is definitely going to win. I really didn't expect it to end up like this. Just when the audience thought the match was over, suddenly, a sense of exhaustion hit Xianxia, bringing with it a wave of heat that surged through his body. Xianxia's eyes widened. What happened to him? He was usually tired, but he had never felt so powerless before. A faint soreness came from the right side of his neck. A mechanical beast's strength was related to its pilot. When Xianxia felt tired, its strength would also lessen. Kalibo could feel the restraining force decrease. Bang! Kalibo took the opportunity to grab Ugly Cat from behind his neck and flung it away. F***ck, he can still continue like this? Does Kalibo still have a chance? If Kalibo can stand up, Xianxia probably won't be able to fight in his current state. Kulei stared at Xianxia's mecha and said slowly, Xianxia is an EGA after all. His stamina is probably at its limit. Luo Wenchuan remained silent. His gaze didn't leave the arena for a moment. He probably has no strength left. Lu Ronshu's expression didn't look too good either. Not far away, Jiyu held his breath and stared at Kalibo's movements. He said nervously, no way, Kalibo can still fight? Why isn't Xianxia attacking him? Move a bit. Hit him. Blast him. Hurry up. He seemed to be even more anxious than Xianxia himself. Su Zinan was also very nervous. Xianxia's performance just now was beyond his imagination. At this moment, the outcome was about to be decided. Both of them had a chance to win. Xianxia took a deep breath. The sudden and strange feeling of exhaustion made his limbs feel extremely weak. The heat in his body kept surging and he had to use all his strength to suppress it. What was wrong with him? The countdown continued. 5, 4, 3, the entire place quieted down and fell into a dead silence. Could the situation be reversed? Just as Kalibo was struggling to get up, Xianxia suddenly walked forward and rubbed his neck. He replaced the mechanical beast and sat on the back of the Comet Mecha. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Xianxia's mecha used its weight advantage to firmly suppress Kalibo. If it was any other time, Xianxia wouldn't do such a thing. He would just use his weapon or his limbs to finish off his opponent. But now, waves of heat were flowing through his body and he was losing energy. He couldn't continue fighting and could only resort to this method. When the audience saw that Kalibo's mecha was being ridden, they didn't know whether to sympathize or applaud. How pitiful, the crazy Kalibo met another crazy person. Xianxia did well. When I was being torn apart by Kalibo, everyone was laughing at me. Now it's his turn. Every dog has its day. Kalibo has his day. Kalibo struggled angrily, but the countdown had ended. The referee announced that Xianxia won the match. The audience was in an uproar. The audience had a deep impression of this match. They didn't expect that the fearsome Kalibo would lose to the first-year Omega. And during the match, Xianxia's superb control of the two-star mecha was an eye-opener for everyone. The applause was deafening. Everyone was cheering for this exciting match. Xianxia is so strong. He actually won. The second half of the match was actually under his control. It would be strange if he lost. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's an A-rank two-star mecha warrior, right? He won, he actually won. Qiyu looked at the arena in a daze. Xianxia defeated Kalibo. After saying that, Qiyu turned to Su Zinan. His voice was filled with surprise and joy. Su Zinan, did you see that? Xianxia is so strong. Su Zinan also smiled and said, I didn't expect Junior Xianxia to be so strong. He really hit his strength well. His smile was a little forced. Qiyu was happy for a while, but his mood suddenly became complicated. He had originally wanted to see Xianxia make a fool of himself. He wanted to enjoy the thrill of Xianxia coming to him for help after his mecha was taken apart. However, he did not expect that he would be pleasantly surprised by Xianxia's victory. Once upon a time, Qiyu had longed for a lover who could accompany him on the court. After Su Zinan became his teammate, he began to feel dissatisfied with his fiancée, Xianxia. He always said to Xianxia, can you learn from Su Zinan? In this match, Xianxia did not flinch at all when facing such a powerful enemy. She fought until her stamina was exhausted and finally won the match. Qiyu had never thought that Xianxia would have such a side to her. He had thought that Xianxia was just lucky to get first place in the qualifiers. The two contestants on the court put away their mechas. Xianxia's hair was wet with sweat. On the big screen, his fair cheeks were slightly red, but he was full of vitality and his eyes were as bright as the stars. Qiyu's gaze could not move away from him for even a moment. A strange question suddenly popped up in his mind, had Xianxia always been so good-looking? Su Zinan noticed Qiyu's gaze and suddenly felt a sense of danger that he had never felt before. Ever since he had met Qiyu, he had always had a sympathetic and disdainful attitude towards Xianxia. After all, Su Zinan boasted that he was the new era's independent Omega. He could pilot a mecha, go on the court, and achieve excellent results. Xianxia would never be able to match up to him in this lifetime. Su Zinan originally thought that he was irreplaceable in Qiyu's heart. But now, when he saw Xianxia beat Kalibo, he seemed to feel that his position was threatened. On the court, Xianxia's breathing was a little rapid. After exiting the mecha, the heat in his body had calmed down a little, but it still made his limbs feel weak. He guessed that he might be sick. 2 days ago, he had been modifying his mecha all night and was busy training his physical and mental strength. It was possible that he was sick. Xianxia took a deep breath, suppressed the strange feeling in his body, and walked in front of Kalibo. He thought that he would be scolded, but Kalibo only looked at him with a sullen face. After a while, Kalibo ground his molars and said word by word, "Your ugly cat is quite agile." It was obvious that he was quite angry at Xianxia's various moves just now. Is it a cat or a loach? How can it be so fast? Kalibo's tone was a little angry. Also, did you deliberately sit on my mecha to humiliate me? Xianxia cleared his throat, looked at Kalibo and said, "Don't be angry, I just don't have any energy." Kalibo was also sweating a lot. This was the most tiring match he had ever fought in. He wasn't even this tired when he fought against an S-class player. He stared at Xianxia. Although he was unhappy, he still reached out his hand. Xianxia looked at the red-haired youth in a daze. He saw that he was frowning. The anger in his eyes was still there, but it was restrained. The moment their eyes met, Kalibo turned his head away awkwardly and pretended to be calm. "I'm not angry." "What's there to be angry about? Winning and losing is a common thing in battle." Xianxia didn't expect Kalibo's temper to be better than expected. He reached out and shook his hand. "It's good that you're not angry. I thought that with your style, you would try to cut me into pieces after the match." Kalibo looked at Xianxia, pursed his lips, and said in a disdainful tone, "What style?" "The Comet Mecha was created to dismantle the opponent. I dismantled the opponent until he surrendered." "What's wrong with that?" Xianxia was slightly taken aback. I just want to join the school team. Calabo retracted his hand. Under his red hair, there was a determined look in his eyes. In fact, Calabo knew that his style of fighting was too aggressive. It was destined to cause a lot of dissatisfaction. But he didn't care. Xianxia finally understood that Calabo was a player who took the competition very seriously. He wouldn't feel guilty about dismantling the opponent's mecha, and he wouldn't lose his temper because he was humiliated in the match. I hope we can meet in the school team. Xianxia's lips curled up. He said to Calabo, good luck. Calabo was stunned. Then, he sneered. You're quite confident. But if I have the chance to compete with you again, I'll definitely tear your crippled cat into pieces. Even though he said that, Calabo had already listed Xianxia as a target to challenge. It was an acknowledgement of his strength. This was the first time Calabo had such a strong desire to win against an Omega. After he finished speaking, Calabo turned around and left, leaving behind a carefree figure. Xianxia also left the arena. The moment he walked out of the arena, the heat in his body surged again, causing him to stop in his tracks. He had to hurry to the infirmary. With that thought, Xianxia quickened his steps and walked backstage. Qiyu watched Xianxia leave. He couldn't help but stand up, intending to look for him. Qiyu. Su Zinan looked at him in surprise. Where are you going? I'm going to look for Xianxia. Qiyu stopped in his tracks. Su Zinan frowned. Junior Xianxia blocked you before. He's probably still angry. He even yelled at you when he was angry. You've already made him so angry. It's better to leave him alone. Qiyu said without hesitation, he worked so hard to improve himself for me. Not only did he learn mecha, but he also beat Calabo. He made such a big change. As long as I make it clear to him, he won't be angry. Besides, I should congratulate him for winning the competition, shouldn't I? Su Zinan stood up and walked to Qiyu's side. He sighed. Brother you know Xianxia's temper. He was so tired just now. Even if you congratulate him, he won't be nice to you. When Qiyu heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Is that so? Then I'll send him back to the dormitory to rest. After saying that, he left the audience. Su Zinan's expression changed. He clenched his fists and said, I'll go with you. I also want to congratulate Xianxia. After saying that, he followed Qiyu. On the other side. After watching the competition, Kulei was in a daze for a while. He then looked at Luo Wenchuan. Seeing his calm expression, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. You're actually so calm? Calabo is a popular candidate for the school team this year. He actually lost to Xianxia. Aren't you surprised? Yeah. Luo Wenchuan responded faintly. He stood up and prepared to leave the stage. Kulei couldn't tell if this was a surprise or not. He followed Luo Wenchuan's footsteps and continued, not only was the process of the competition surprising me, I was even more surprised that not only did Xianxia succeed in modifying a 2-star mecha, it was even better than most 2-star mechas. Don't you think this modification ability is incredible? I even suspect that he hired a big factory to modify it. How can a big factory have such ugly parts? Luo Wenchuan's tone was calm. That's true. Kulei was stunned. That's not the point. The point is, since he has such a high modification ability, are you really not going to hire him as your personal mecha operator? Luo Wenchuan stopped in his tracks. At this moment, the two of them had already left the stands and were in an empty aisle. Luo Wenchuan's back view was tall and straight. His voice was cold. In the narrow aisle, it sounded a little low. I've already answered your question. Kulei walked to Luo Wenchuan's side and said seriously, last time, Xianxia helped you modify your elbow. You said that it was a coincidence, but this time, you've seen his modification ability. He might not be a genius, but he's definitely the best I've ever seen. Luo Wenchuan didn't say anything. After Kulei finished speaking, he noticed Luo Wenchuan's silence and continued, also, I've asked many mecha operators to check the elbow of your mecha. They all said that there was no problem. Only Xianxia was able to modify it. This is already proof of his ability. Luo Wenchuan looked at Colei. After a while, he asked slowly, "Have you forgotten about the competition in the National League?" Colei was stunned. Luo Wenchuan lifted his leg and walked away. It seemed that he didn't want to continue this topic. Colei reacted and quickly chased after him. He lowered his voice and said to Luo Wenchuan, "Of course I didn't forget. I know that you're very concerned about Xianxia being an Omega. I also know." Colei paused. His Adam's apple bobbed. His voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. "I also know that you're allergic to Omega's pheromones." After he said this, the air froze for a second. However, Luo Wenchuan's expression didn't change. He continued walking with big strides. However, compared to Yunxing's ability, this is a small matter. Colei tried to convince Luo Wenchuan. "It'll be fine as long as the inhibitor is injected." Luo Wenchuan stopped in his tracks. His voice was cold. "It seems that you've really forgotten about that competition." Colei realized that he had crossed the line and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry." Luo Wenchuan walked out of the tunnel in the stands. His back was tall and straight, and there was no emotion on his face. However, Colei could tell that he was in a bad mood. He couldn't help but regret. "Why did I say this? This guy has decided to stay away from Omega for the rest of his life." There was a hint of sympathy in his tone. After Luo Wenchuan walked out of the door, his footsteps slowed down. The sky, which was originally clear, suddenly turned dark. The blue sky was covered by layers of dark clouds, and it was about to drizzle. However, this didn't affect the competition. The audience in the stands were still cheering enthusiastically. This excitement didn't reach Luo Wenchuan's ears. He was thinking about what Colei had said just now. Everyone knew that Luo Wenchuan was allergic to Omega, but very few people knew the real reason for his allergy. Luo Wenchuan's allergy to Omega's pheromones had appeared since he was 7 years old. It had been with him for more than 10 years. The doctor had said that unless he could find someone with a 95% pheromone match with him, it would be impossible to overcome his allergy. There was only a 1 in 1,000 chance for someone with a 90% pheromone match. However, the 95% Omega had never appeared in the gene library. When other alphas smelled Omega's pheromones, their hearts would race. When Luo Wenchuan smelled Omega's pheromones, his whole body would feel uncomfortable. In severe cases, his heart would even go into shock. In last year's national competition, Luo Wenchuan had met an S-class Omega opponent. That Omega had entered the fever stage before going on stage. He had hurriedly injected himself with an inhibitor and a smell blocker. However, when he shook hands, he had accidentally touched Luo Wenchuan's hand with his pheromone. This had caused Luo Wenchuan to be distracted for a short while during the competition, leaving scratches on his mecha. Although Luo Wenchuan had used his strong willpower to overcome his allergic reaction and successfully won the competition, he still felt so uncomfortable after the competition that he vomited. When Colei found out that Luo Wenchuan was allergic to Omega's pheromones, he immediately felt sympathy for him. Wasn't he destined to be alone for the rest of his life? Too tragic. However, Luo Wenchuan himself didn't care about whether he could find a partner or not. He had never felt sad because of this. This was because he was already used to being alone. What he couldn't tolerate was that there were things in this world that he couldn't overcome. This caused him to be distracted during the competition and almost affect the outcome of the competition. That was all. Therefore, Luo Wenchuan would never find an Omega to be his personal mecha operator. This was too dangerous for him. At this moment, Xianxia went backstage to the changing room and changed out of his training clothes. The right side of his neck felt sore again. He reached out and rubbed it, but it didn't help. After Xianxia put on his school uniform, he suddenly found a similar experience in the original owner's memory. He suddenly realized something and his eyes instantly widened. He quickly turned on his optical supercomputer to search for the symptoms of a fever. On the optical supercomputer screen were messages from Lu Ronxiu and Ao Liar. Ao Liar, congratulations on winning the competition. Lu Ronxiu and I are going to the competition next door. Go back and rest well. Lu Ronxiu, Xianxia is so strong. He actually beat Kalibo. But don't overexert yourself for the next few days. I remember that your fever will start in about 3 days, right? Prepare the suppressant. Xianxia's heart felt like it had fallen into an abyss. He had almost forgotten his identity as an Omega. The words fever were like a bolt from the blue that struck his head. He was at a loss for what to do. The world he came from didn't have the 3 genders, A, B, and O, and there was no such thing as a fever. But the original owner's memory told him that the fever was a terrifying period when Omega would lose their rationality and be dominated by their desires. If they didn't take the suppressant, they would end up in a miserable state. Xianxia hurriedly packed up his things. He took out a stack of tissues from his bag and forcefully wiped the glands on the right side of his neck. He didn't find any smell. The pheromones probably hadn't come out yet. He had to go back to the dorm immediately. Xianxia picked up his bag and turned to walk out the door. But the moment he stepped out, his legs went soft and he almost fell. Fortunately, he had strong willpower. He controlled himself to stand against the wall. He used his hand to cover his sore neck and gritted his teeth to keep himself awake. When Su Zinan arrived backstage, he saw Xianxia's abnormal actions around the corner. The fair-skinned teenager covered his neck and leaned against the wall helplessly. His hair was messy because of his sweat. His good-looking eyebrows were furrowed, his dark eyes were slightly red, and his chest was heaving up and down because of the discomfort. As an Omega, Su Zinan knew very well why Xianxia was like this. His heart skipped a beat. The next second, he quickly turned around and stopped Qiyu. Qiyu was stunned. "What's wrong with you?" "Brother Yu, I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable." Su Zinan's tears welled up. He pretended to be strong and weak. "It seems like the fever came early." Qiyu frowned. "What? You have a fever today? Then why didn't you take the suppressant?" "I took it, but I still don't feel well." Su Zinan bit his lip, covered his neck, and blocked Qiyu's way. "Brother Yu, can you accompany me to the infirmary?" Qiyu had begun to be interested in Xianxia, so Su Zinan absolutely could not let him see Xianxia's current state. "But, I'm going to find Xianxia now," Qiyu said hesitantly. "Can't you go alone? You know how dangerous the fever period is for Omega." Su Zinan's voice was a little sobbing. "If you let me go to the infirmary alone, if my pheromone is smelled by other alpha, I'll be finished." Qiyu also knew that Omega during the fever period were physically fragile and mentally sensitive. Once other alpha coveted them, they would lose the ability to resist and become fish on the chopping block. "Then I'll go talk to Xianxia," Qiyu said. "Then I'll go with you." Su Zinan lowered his head. "Brother Yu, I treat you as a good brother, so I'm letting you accompany me. You're the only person I trust. I feel that my pheromone could come out at any time, and this is the backstage. Other alpha will come in later, it's really dangerous." Okay, I know." Qiyu was frightened by Su Zinan's look. "Then I'll take you to the infirmary right now, and I'll find him later." "Hurry up." Qiyu frowned impatiently. "Don't talk so much nonsense." After that, he turned and left, motioning for Su Zinan to hurry up and follow. Su Zinan weakly covered his neck and followed. Before leaving, Qiyu felt a little regretful that he still didn't get to talk to Xianxia. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn his head and look in the direction of the locker room. He found Xianxia leaning against the wall, looking a little tired. "Brother Yu, I feel so bad," Su Zinan said with red eyes. "Let's go quickly." His voice carried a hint of urgency. Qiyu didn't dare to delay. He retracted his gaze and quickened his pace. He thought that after he sent Su Zinan to the infirmary, he would look for Xianxia and treat him to a meal. Xianxia would definitely be touched. Thinking of this, Qiyu didn't notice that Su Zinan's eyes flashed with the pride of victory. Calm, please remember, Huaihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and conviction. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qianhu naturally wouldn't do anything to bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a hint of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head and looked at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They didn't realize that deep in Lin Taishu's eyes, there was a hint of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. Since you're trying to scam me, I'll see who gets hurt. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Just as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu wouldn't know what to do. Now that he used his family's name to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's residence, he felt that Lin Taishu had a reason to do so. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be so presumptuous in front of the capital's Hua family? Wasn't that right? Especially when Hua Yihu realized that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Men, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Lord Qianhu, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. H Tao PS / WW Omega EKBU with acute Omega. / never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This must be an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers couldn't help but look shocked and angry, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan looked at each other and smiled, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, this plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really put Lin Taishu at a loss and made him kill his own people. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, enjoying the dogfight that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed their weapons to their companions and slowly walked up to Kai Zian. Sorry, Lord Baihu, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Lord Baihu. It's okay. Do it. Kai Zian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, obviously he was disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope and started to tie up Kai Zian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered to the girl in soft armor, calm down, when have you ever seen master so stupid? Xianxia's back was pressed against the cold wall. He clenched his fists tightly, and the pain from his nails digging into his palms made him sober up a little. Another match was over, and the alphas would soon come backstage. If his pheromone was leaked at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xianxia frowned. Under the suppression of his spiritual power, the heat in his body receded a little. He took a deep breath and walked out in a calm state. A few alphas just brushed past Xianxia. Xianxia's cheeks were a little red, but he had just finished a match, so it didn't seem strange. His face was expressionless, and there was a sense of coolness, but it was particularly eye-catching. These alphas stared at him for a few seconds. It wasn't until Xianxia left that they came back to their senses. that Omega is so beautiful. His skin is so white, and his eyes are so beautiful. Such a high-quality Omega actually defeated Calibo. His figure is also first class. Damn, I heard that Chiyu broke off her engagement with him. Is his brain damaged? Xianxia listened to the discussion of the idiots behind him and was very irritated. He wanted to turn around and punch them a few times. He hated the feeling of being stared at by these alphas. The sensitivity and irritability brought about by the fever period were vividly reflected at this moment. After Xianxia walked out of the arena, he wanted to go straight back to the dormitory, but his footsteps were not fast enough. The sky outside had turned gray, and a light drizzle was falling, wetting the ground. The pedestrians on the side of the road had brought rain-blocking robots. They held up a transparent nano umbrella to ensure that the raindrops would not fall on their owners. Xianxia did not bring this kind of robot. The rain hit his hair and clothes, and the cold wind poured into his collar, but it could not extinguish the rising body temperature in his body. At this moment, Xianxia once again felt the soreness from his glands. The heat had already flowed along his blood vessels to his shoulders, and it seemed that it would overflow soon. Xianxia was shocked. He wanted to find a place where no one was around. There was only the training hall and the surrounding buildings, and there was a special lounge for Omega. He turned around and walked towards the training hall. On both sides of the road, countless petals fell from the cherry trees due to the wind and rain. Before Xianxia reached the training hall, he suddenly smelled the fragrance of roses. It was fresh and warm, and it also contained the smell of hormones. Xianxia quickly covered her glands, gritted her teeth, quickened her pace, and began to jog. However, his vision was getting more and more blurry. Physiological tears seeped out from the corners of his eyes. For a moment, he didn't know whether it was the rain or the tears that blurred his vision. After running for a distance, Xianxia confirmed that there was no one around for the time being. She leaned against a cherry blossom tree, supported herself with her hand on the tree trunk, and panted heavily. The raindrops had already drenched his entire body. He pulled out his holobrain, wanting to call the infirmary for help, but found that he didn't even have the strength to lift his hand. He wanted to speak, but his throat felt like it was being strangled. Every cell in his body was in chaos. He used all his strength to stop himself from kneeling on the ground. This was the heating period of Omega. Without the mark of Alpha or the inhibitor, it was like a puppet that had lost control. Xianxia didn't know that this thing could flare up in advance. This was probably caused by his recent irregular work and rest. It was 1,000 times more terrible than being sick and having a fever. His fingers grabbed the tree trunk, but he couldn't help but slowly squat down. There was a sore feeling in his limbs and bones, and the cells in his body were clamoring, yearning, and waiting. The fragrance of roses spread between the cherry blossom trees. There was only one thought in Xianxia's mind: he was finished. At this moment, Luo Wenchuan took out a black umbrella from his bag and opened it in the increasingly heavy rain to block the wind and rain. In this era, traditional umbrellas were rarely seen. Even in remote desolate stars, they were very rare. The price of an umbrella was far higher than the price of a rain-blocking robot. As he walked on the road, he was out of tune with the pedestrians around him. His tall figure and close-fitting school uniform made him look even more tall and straight. The black umbrella in his hands inexplicably added a bit of coldness and nobility. After talking to Collet, Luo Wenchuan was in a bad mood and was about to go to the simulation training room. The simulation training room was built next to the mecha training hall. From the arena, one would pass through a cherry blossom forest. It was the place where Luo Wenchuan saved the cat last time. Because it was the weekend, the students of the mecha department were busy with the competition. In addition, the weather was bad, so there was no one on this path. However, when Luo Wenchuan held the umbrella and strode into the path with his long legs, he suddenly smelled the fragrance of roses. Unlike the ordinary rose fragrance, this fragrance was fresh and not heavy, but it was very obvious in the rain. It had a hormonal smell, and Luo Wenchuan was stunned for a moment. In just a few seconds, Luo Wenchuan lost his ability to think. The fragrance burrowed into his lungs. The pitter-patter of the black umbrella didn't seem to be raindrops, but rose petals falling from it. After Luo Wenchuan reacted, he immediately understood. This was the Omega's pheromone, he should have turned around and left. As long as he came into contact with the Omega pheromone, he would have an allergic reaction. However, at this moment, Luo Wenchuan's heartbeat inexplicably sped up. His heart beat like a drum, pounding against his chest, and he almost couldn't breathe. His breathing became short and rapid, and his body temperature rose rapidly. Luo Wenchuan knew that this definitely wasn't an allergic reaction. He actually didn't have an allergic reaction. Luo Wenchuan slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the fragrance. He saw a youth squatting under a cherry blossom tree. Luo Wenchuan couldn't help but take a deep breath, trying to stay calm. However, the cold air that entered his lungs mixed with the rose fragrance made his mind go blank for a moment. His legs almost went soft. SDHCXW star. Degrees Celsius. Raindrops drew a transparent silk line in the air. In the blur, Luo Wenchuan recognized the youth. His hair was wet. His head was lowered, and his hands were covering his neck. He was in so much pain that he almost couldn't breathe. The petals were stuck to his black hair. His white cheeks were wet from the rain and tears. The red color spread from his cheeks to his ears. Luo Wenchuan stood in place, about 10 meters away. He looked at the youth but didn't dare to get closer. The rose fragrance in the air was an extremely dangerous signal for Luo Wenchuan. It was different from the danger of his allergic reaction to the Omega pheromone. It was a different kind of danger. Luo Wenchuan didn't know if he would lose control if he took a few steps closer. He held his breath, and his Adam's apple moved. There was a strong dry feeling in his throat. He knew that he should call for help and leave quickly. At this moment, the rain suddenly became heavier. In the midst of the falling cherry blossoms, the youth's back was tense. Luo Wenchuan suddenly remembered the panicked cat he met that day. His heart almost stopped for half a beat. There was a strong feeling that overwhelmed him. The voice in his head told him that if he turned around and left now, perhaps he would never have anything to do with the Omega youth in front of him again. Yunxing's breathing became hot. He felt that his body temperature might have risen to 40 degrees. The cold rain kept hitting his body, and the intersection of cold and hot made his fingers tremble. At this moment, he heard the crisp sound of footsteps. He raised his head, and in his blurry vision, he saw a tall figure striding towards him in the rain. The close-fitting dark blue school uniform wrapped around the figure's slender and powerful legs. The black boots stepped on the ground, creating small splashes. In the end, the pair of boots stopped in front of him. The person moved the black umbrella above his head away. He held the umbrella handle and slowly moved it down. Finally, he held it above Yunxing's head, blocking the cold rain. "Remember, MW, calm, please remember," Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. He was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask the family to help him? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master was emitted from his body. This Qian who naturally won't do anything to bend the law. Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They didn't realize that deep in Lin Taishu's eyes, there was a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me. Great, let's see who's the one doing the scamming. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would be at a loss. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he also knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu found that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Men, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look on his face. Master, Qianhu sir. Hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the soft-armored girl, and Chao Hongfu couldn't help but be stunned. Tao Tao PS / WW Omega / even in their dreams, they didn't think that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This was an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers couldn't help but show a look of shock and anger, and glared at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to come and arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they became the assassins themselves. What the f***ck, how could this be so outrageous? When Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this, they couldn't help but smile at each other, and a trace of pride appeared in their eyes. Just as they thought, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, and enjoyed the dog fight that was about to happen. Why aren't you moving? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Kai Zian and said, Sorry, Baihu sir, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Baihu sir. It's okay, do it. Kai Zian said, and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, and he was obviously disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere, and began to tie up Kai Zian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor couldn't help but be furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly pulled her back, and the girl in soft armor was pulled back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish? Raindrops fell on the umbrella above his head. Yunxing's Adam's apple bobbed, and his back tensed up even more. He couldn't tell if the person in front of him had good or bad intentions towards him. If he was an alpha, would he mark him? Xianxia endured the discomfort and slowly raised his head to look at the tall man. Then, his eyes widened involuntarily. Looking out from the umbrella, he could see the dark golden handle of the umbrella. The knuckles of the fingers holding the handle were distinct, and the wrist bones were white and prominent. The cuffs were stained with raindrops and flower petals. Looking up from his slender and powerful arms, he could see the man's broad shoulders. He was wearing a white shirt under his dark blue school uniform jacket. He didn't wear a tie, and a small section of his collarbone was exposed. Further up was a familiar yet unfamiliar face. The man's jawline was tightly clenched, and he pursed his lips hard. He lowered his head to look at Xianxia. His long and beautiful eyes were deep and emotionless, and his brows were slightly furrowed. The moment they looked at each other, Xianxia's mind went blank for a moment. He didn't expect the person who appeared in front of him to be Luo Wenchuan. Before Xianxia could react, the man kept his arm motionless and slowly squatted down. He reached out his hand to his gland and tried to pry his hand away. The man's fingers were slightly cold. The moment they came into contact with Xianxia's sensitive skin, the rough and thin calluses made him swallow his saliva uncontrollably. At this moment, Xianxia didn't have much strength left, but Luo Wenchuan's movements were lighter, as if he was testing him. Xianxia looked at Luo Wenchuan. The two of them were very close at the moment. He was blocked between the umbrella and the man's body. He could see the transparent water droplets on the man's face, his clean single-eyelid eyes, and his straight and handsome nose. I'll help you. Luo Wenchuan opened his thin lips and said these 3 words. His voice was low and inexplicably hoarse, as if he was trying his best to restrain himself. Xianxia did not notice anything unusual. When he heard Luo Wenchuan's voice, he suddenly felt a sense of security and could not help but loosen his fingers. Luo Wenchuan stroked Xianxia's glands with his fingers. After confirming the location, he took out a disposable automatic inhibitor. The inhibitor was contained in a transparent syringe. The syringe was custom-made and had the functions of disinfecting, injecting, and relieving pain at the injection site. Xianxia didn't have time to think about why he was carrying a suppressant. Luo Wenchuan held the syringe with one hand and approached his gland. He rubbed the tip of the syringe clockwise with his thumb and turned on the suppressant. Then, a disinfectant cotton swab was extended from the right side of the syringe to wipe Xianxia's glands. A few seconds later, the disinfection process was completed. Luo Wenchuan slowly inserted the needle into the wound. Xianxia's sense of pain became sensitive at this moment. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and a painful groan came from his throat. Luo Wenchuan's Adam's apple bobbed, but his hand didn't move at all. He held the syringe steadily and began to inject the suppressant. The pain became more intense, and Xianxia's eyes welled up with physiological tears again. Xianxia had experienced pain in his previous life, but he had never been like this before. His body and mind had become extremely fragile. With tears in his eyes, Xianxia looked at Luo Wenchuan and saw that he was expressionless. He pursed his thin lips and stared at the syringe calmly. He didn't seem to care about Xianxia's pain at all. Xianxia closed his eyes and gritted his teeth to endure the sharp pain from his glands. His body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, a magnetic male voice sounded again, "Bear with it." Xianxia opened his eyes and met a pair of long, narrow, and quiet black eyes. His gaze, which was usually so cold that it made people shudder, actually carried an imperceptible earnest comfort. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to see Luo Wenchuan, who saved the cat that day. At that time, he also had the same look in his eyes. While Xianxia was stunned, the injection of the suppressant was completed. Luo Wenchuan carefully pulled out the syringe. A miniature mechanical arm extended from the left side of the syringe and applied a band-aid to stop the bleeding for Xianxia. The heat flow in Xianxia's body subsided a lot, and his body temperature dropped rapidly. He was about to say thank you when Luo Wenchuan suddenly stretched out his slender fingers. He gently and carefully pressed the edge of the band-aid that was not properly applied. Xianxia was stunned. In the next second, Luo Wenchuan slowly stood up. Because he had been holding the umbrella on Xianxia's side, his body was already wet from the rain. Xianxia felt deeply apologetic. He stood up and wanted to say something to Luo Wenchuan, but his legs were numb because of squatting for a long time. The moment he stood up, he fell forward because of his unstable center of gravity. Then, Xianxia's chin hit Luo Wenchuan's shoulder. He was more than 1.8 meters tall, which was considered tall in Omega, but Luo Wenchuan was about 1.9 meters tall. When he fell into Luo Wenchuan's arms, he was greeted with a clean mint smell, probably the smell of perfume or laundry detergent. He could hear the other parties breathing in his ear, and the hot wind brushed past his ear. Luo Wenchuan's body stiffened. Xianxia thought that he would fly into a rage, but he didn't. Luo Wenchuan took out a can of odor blocker spray from his bag and quickly sprayed the person in his arms a dozen times, as if he was extremely disgusted by the rose scent on Xianxia's body. Xianxia wanted to stand up, but the high fever just now caused his internal organs to be in disorder. In addition, squatting caused a lack of blood supply to his brain, and he only felt his vision turn black. A few seconds later, Xianxia lost consciousness and fainted in Luo Wenchuan's arms. Before he fainted, Xianxia said weakly, "Thank you." Luo Wenchuan didn't say anything, and the muscles on his body remained tense. He frowned and waited for Xianxia to get up, but he didn't get a response for a long time. About half a minute later, Luo Wenchuan asked in a dull voice, "Are you not going to get up?" However, Xianxia didn't answer. His head leaned heavily against Luo Wenchuan's neck, and his entire weight was on him. His hands were unconsciously placed on his waist. He was like a sloth hugging a big tree to sleep. Only then did Luo Wenchuan notice that Xianxia had fainted. He moved his Adam's apple and frowned slightly. He seemed to be a little impatient with this Omega boy, but he still put away his umbrella, picked up the little sloth, and walked to the infirmary. The rain stopped at this moment. The sun shone through the clouds, bringing a gentle light to the gray world. The boy's hair was messy, and there were many cherry blossom petals on his hair. He looked very disheveled. His head leaned against Luo Wenchuan's chest, and his eyes were closed. His eyelashes were long, and his skin was fair. His lips were a little pale, but it couldn't hide the heroic spirit of a young man. Luo Wenchuan found it hard to imagine that this boy was the same person as the boy who rode the Kalibo mech in the competition. The smell blocker neutralized all the smell of the pheromones, and the strong rose fragrance disappeared. It was as if everything that had happened was just an accident. After he fainted, Xianxia had a dream. In his dream, he returned to his original world and was lying in the medical cabin for treatment. His whole body was very uncomfortable. At this moment, a calloused hand slowly stroked his neck, waking him from his pain. Rescue, with the smell of peppermint. In the infirmary, Chiyu accompanied Su Zinan for a checkup. In the end, the doctor said that there was nothing wrong with his body. He might just be a little tired, and the fever didn't come early. Su Zinan rubbed his neck and said to Chiyu, "Thank you, brother Yu, for bringing me here for a checkup. I'll transfer the medical fees to you." "No need." Chiyu said to him, "We don't need to talk about money. We're old teammates." Su Zinan smiled, "Brother Yu, you're the best. But next time, you should be more careful." Chiyu frowned and said, "Don't be so surprised. You scared me." Su Zinan nodded, "I said that because I was too nervous. After all, if this kind of thing happened backstage at the competition venue, the consequences would be very serious." "Then you should carry the inhibitor with you," Chiyu said impatiently. "I can't accompany you to the infirmary every time, right?" Okay, I'll be more careful next time." Su Zinan curled his lips, "I know you only have Junior Xianxia in your heart." Chiyu thought of Xianxia and turned to leave the infirmary to look for him. Su Zinan followed him. "Brother Yu, do you want to have a meal first?" Chiyu ignored him. At this moment, Chiyu thought of Xianxia's performance in the competition. It was as if his heart was hooked by a hook, and he couldn't wait to see him in person. He never thought that Xianxia, who grew up with him, would become the powerful and beautiful Omega. However, when Chiyu reached the door, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Su Zinan bumped into Chiyu's shoulder. He was stunned. "Brother Yu, why did you suddenly stop? You hurt me." Chiyu's back stiffened, as if he had seen the most impossible thing in the world. Su Zinan looked in the direction of his gaze with some confusion, and then his eyes widened. Luo Wenchuan, and Xianxia? Chiyu's eyes widened as he watched Luo Wenchuan walk into the infirmary anxiously. He was carrying a beautiful Omega teenager in his arms, and his body was wet from the rain. Chiyu suspected that his eyes were hallucinating. After being in the school team for so long, Chiyu had never seen Luo Wenchuan touch any Omega. This SS-level genius alpha seemed to have a cold personality. But now, Luo Wenchuan was actually carrying Xianxia? Chiyu's heart ached. He strode forward and stopped Luo Wenchuan, frowning. "What's wrong with him?" "His fever is in advance." Luo Wenchuan's voice was cold. "Get out of the way." When Chiyu heard the words fever, his face became very ugly. He refused to give in. "Give him to me." Luo Wenchuan frowned. "Give him to you? Are you a doctor?" Chiyu's face stiffened, and he pursed his lips. Luo Wenchuan and Chiyu were both strong alpha players in the school team. However, Luo Wenchuan was ranked first and was handsome. With him around, no one looked at Chiyu. Chiyu had been depressed a lot because of this. At this moment, he looked at Xianxia lying in Luo Wenchuan's arms with her eyes closed. He had a strong sense of crisis, as if his treasure had been snatched away. Luo Wenchuan carried Xianxia, bumped Chiyu's shoulder, and walked past him forcefully. Chiyu was stunned and quickly followed. However, Luo Wenchuan had long legs and walked quickly. He carried Xianxia to the doctor and told him his symptoms. Then, he carried him into the ward. He didn't take Chiyu seriously at all. Su Zinan whispered to Chiyu, "Junior Xianxia is so powerful. He can even handle Luo Wenchuan? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Should I learn from him so that I can get out of singlehood?" When Qiyu heard Su Zinan's words, he clenched his fists. There was an inexplicable anger in his heart. He had never seen Yunxing's fever. How could Luo Wenchuan see it? Qiyu walked into the ward with a gloomy face. He watched Luo Wenchuan put Xianxia into the medical cabin and gritted his teeth. Luo Wenchuan, this is not the school team. Why are you so arrogant? Luo Wenchuan turned around and walked out of the ward. He closed the door to prevent Qiyu's voice from disturbing the people in the room. Then, he frowned and looked at Qiyu. What's the matter? She's my fiancée. Qiyu looked at Luo Wenchuan and said word by word, don't you know? Luo Wenchuan looked at Qiyu with his long and cold eyes. To Qiyu's surprise, he didn't answer the question immediately. The atmosphere between the two of them became tense and subtle. Calm, please remember, comma. Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family for help? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qian who naturally won't bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They didn't notice the sneer in Lin Taishu's eyes. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me. Let's see who's going to scam who. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Just as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu wouldn't know what to do. Now that he used his family's name to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had a reason to do so. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be so presumptuous in front of the Hua family in the capital, right? Especially when Hua Yihu realized that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Men, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Lord Qianhu, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. Tau Tau PS //WW Omega EKBA with acute Omega. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This must be an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding Northern Battlefront Army soldiers couldn't help but show a look of shock and anger, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the *CK, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this and couldn't help but smile at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they all looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, enjoying the dog-eat-dog show that was about to happen. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding Northern Battlefront Army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the Northern Battlefront Army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 Northern Battlefront Army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Kai Zian and said, Sorry, Lord Baihu, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Lord Baihu. It's okay, let's do it. Xian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, obviously he was disappointed at Lin Taishu's decision. The two northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere and began to tie up Xian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor couldn't help but be furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, "Calm down, when have you ever seen master so foolish?" Luo Wenchuan stared at Qiyu for a while, then suddenly asked, "Are you really his fiancé?" Qiyu felt a little guilty after being stared at by Luo Wenchuan's cold, narrow eyes, but he still said firmly, "Nonsense, of course I am." Then when he entered his fever, Luo Wenchuan glanced at Su Zinan, his voice as cold as ever, "Why were you with the other Omega?" There was a hint of mockery in his tone, which sounded extremely bitter to Qiyu and Su Zinan's ears. Luo Wenchuan rarely spoke in such a long sentence. Qiyu was stunned at first, then he said angrily, "I just didn't know." Su Zinan suddenly felt unwell, so I accompanied him here. Su Zinan also frowned, "Yeah, how did we know his fever came early?" Luo Wenchuan, don't be so sarcastic. Qiyu and I are just friends. If I knew that Xianxia had entered his fever and was also an Omega, why wouldn't I help him? Is that so? Luo Wenchuan looked at the two of them, his eyes emotionless. Qiyu felt that he was mocking him, so he frowned and stared at him, of course. Luo Wenchuan stared at Qiyu, seeming to be skeptical. This gaze made Qiyu unhappy, so he continued, "Xianxia and I have been engaged since we were young. He likes me, so he entered Shanghai Military Academy for me, so he learned mecha for me. I didn't take good care of him recently, I will make it up to him." However, Luo Wenchuan didn't seem to be interested in this at all. He didn't say anything else, turned around, and left, leaving behind a tall and cold back view. Qiyu saw him leave, but he was still frowning, his eyes full of vigilance. "Brother Yu, maybe Luo Wenchuan really just met Junior Xianxia by chance," Su Zinan whispered. "You don't have to be so angry, do you? Who wouldn't be angry when they see their fiancé lying in another alpha's arms?" Qiyu said, suppressing his jealousy. Su Zinan was stunned. "But, haven't you already? That's Xianxia throwing a tantrum." Qiyu interrupted him. "You can go back first. I'll talk to Xianxia." After that, Qiyu opened the door of the ward and locked it as soon as he entered. Su Zinan couldn't help but clench his fists. His eyes were filled with dark emotions as he looked at the door. He never thought that one day, Qiyu would ignore him and choose Xianxia without hesitation. He had always been standing at a height that Xianxia couldn't reach. Qiyu had said to him, "You're 100 times better than Xianxia." Everyone recognized him as the best Omega. Why did it turn out this way? Why did Xianxia come to take away everything that should have belonged to him? Su Zinan closed his eyes and opened them a few seconds later. He hid his jealousy and turned to leave, but he was thinking about something. When Xianxia woke up, he found himself lying in the medical cabin. He sat up and looked around in a daze. It was the school's infirmary. "You're awake?" A familiar voice came from the side. Xianxia quickly turned his head, but the moment he saw the person, he couldn't help but frown. "Who let you in?" "Xianxia, must you treat me like this?" Qiyu pursed his lips. There was a hint of anger on his handsome face at this moment. "Also, shouldn't I be the one asking you questions now?" Xianxia wanted to press the service bell to ask the doctor to chase him away, but the moment he reached out, Qiyu grabbed his hand. Qiyu was very strong, and Xianxia's wrist hurt. Qiyu lowered his head. His fair and handsome face was very close to Xianxia. His appearance was a little hostile, and his long and narrow eyes were full of questions for Xianxia. He recalled the scene when Luo Wenchuan hugged Xianxia tightly in the hospital, and jealousy surged in his heart. He asked, "What happened between you and Luo Wenchuan? Does it have anything to do with you?" Xianxia shook his hand away. "Stay away from me. Your estrus period came early. Why didn't you tell me?" Seeing his cold attitude, Qiyu couldn't hold back his temper. "If you had told me, I would have helped you. Whether it was a temporary mark or a suppressant, I would have helped you." Xianxia was stunned. The memory of the original owner told him that every time he was about to enter a fever, he would ask Chiyu for help. However, Chiyu had always kept a respectful distance from him and asked him to take 3 times the dosage of the suppressant in advance to prevent accidents. To Chiyu, marking a weak omega was a shame. He even said, "I'd rather mark an alpha than a useless omega." Although Chiyu didn't say who the useless omega was, everyone knew that he was referring to Xianxia. But now, Chiyu seemed to have never said those words. He openly asked Xianxia why he didn't ask him for help. Xianxia frowned and said coldly, "I'd rather take a lifetime of suppressants than be marked by a useless alpha." Chiyu was stunned. His eyes widened as if he had heard the most ridiculous words in the world. Useless alpha? Xianxia, do you know what you're saying? Chiyu roared angrily. Without me, you wouldn't even be able to enter this school. I don't know which omega school you're learning to cook and wash clothes now. Don't you have a conscience? Xianxia interrupted him coldly. Before the last audition, the school had threatened me and said that they would expel me. I stayed because of my ability. What does it have to do with you? When Chiyu heard this, he remembered that he had asked the school to expel Xianxia. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty, and most of his anger dissipated. He lowered his voice and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Xianxia. I was really impulsive last time. I know you're still angry. But for the sake of our past relationship, can we? Chiyu, I broke off the engagement with you a long time ago. Why are you always haunting me?" Xianxia asked with a frown. Chiyu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said to Xianxia word by word, "Xianxia, our pheromone match has reached 89%. Do you know how rare this match is? Are you really willing to break off the engagement with me?" Few couples could achieve such a high match, which was also an important reason why they were engaged. Chiyu was very confident that Xianxia couldn't leave him, because the higher the match, the happier and more harmonious their married life would be. And Xianxia couldn't be matched with an alpha pheromone with a match higher than 89%. He took a step closer and continued, "Xianxia, don't be angry. I will take good care of you in the future. Don't contact other alphas." Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Idiot, the best way to take care of me is to stay away from me." Chiyu saw that Xianxia refused to change his attitude and became angry. He sneered and said, "Xianxia, you will regret what you said today." Xianxia gritted his teeth. Whoever regrets is a grandson. Chiyu turned around angrily and left, slamming the door heavily. However, after going out, his heart immediately surged with regret. He obviously wanted to change their relationship, but he didn't. And he accidentally worsened their relationship. Chiyu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and pressed his back against the cold metal door. He felt very uncomfortable. On the optical computer was a message from Suzinan. "Suzinan, I guess Junior Xianxia is throwing a tantrum again, right? Haha, don't be sad. Who told you not to care about him?" Chiyu frowned and thought to himself. He had been wanting to care about Xianxia for the past few days, but did Xianxia give him the chance? Could this be considered his fault? Suzinan sent another message, "Brother Junior Xianxia is so good. You should cherish him. Otherwise, you will regret it when he gets together with someone else." Chiyu turned off the computer, feeling very irritated. Didn't he cherish him? He had already taken the initiative to apologize. After Chiyu left, Xianxia smelled his clothes. There was no rose-scented pheromone on it, only a faint mint fragrance, which made him feel like déjà vu. Xianxia knew that this was the smell of Luo Wenchuan, but it was definitely not the alpha pheromone. It should be the smell of perfume or laundry detergent. If Luo Wenchuan released the alpha pheromone on him at that time, according to the law of attraction between AOs, he might not be as simple as lying in Luo Wenchuan's arms. An ordinary alpha would definitely not be able to control himself when he saw that Omega had unexpectedly entered the hot phase. Fortunately, Luo Wenchuan was an alpha of Omega. It was very likely that he didn't feel his own pheromone, otherwise, he wouldn't have helped him so calmly. Xianxia was glad that he met Luo Wenchuan. He thought that if he had the chance, he must thank Luo Wenchuan in person. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the ward. It was Lu Ranqiu, Ao Liar, and Shuofeiyue. "Xianxia, are you okay?" Lu Ranchu hurriedly entered the door and ran to Yunxing's side. Oh my god, I heard that your fever came early? What's going on? Yunxing's frowned and said, how did you know? Chiyu told us, Ao liar replied, that guy said that you have a bad temper during your fever, so he asked us to come and see you. Shuafeiyue looked at Xianxia and asked with concern, did you run into other alphas? Did anything happen? I met Luo Wenchuan. Xianxia said something that shocked all three of them at the same time. He was the one who helped me inject the suppressant and brought me to the infirmary. Shuafeiyue said in disbelief, Luo Wenchuan? Are you sure it was Luo Wenchuan? Xianxia nodded. Luo Wenchuan didn't react to your pheromone? Lu Ranchu's eyes widened in surprise. F*CK, that guy really has sexual apathy? But, fortunately, he has sexual apathy. Ao liar's face was solemn. If it were other alphas, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Shuafeiyue frowned, his eyes full of suspicion. He knew that Luo Wenchuan didn't have that kind of reaction to Omega's pheromone, but, wasn't he allergic? It's good that you're okay. Lu Ranchu poured a glass of water for Xianxia. I was scared to death just now. I came over immediately after the game. Xianxia took the glass and asked, did you win? Lu Ranchu sighed. Don't mention it, I couldn't beat him. Speaking of the game, I really didn't expect you to win against Calibo. Shuafeiyue said to Xianxia, your modification ability and operating ability of the 2-star mech exceeded my expectations. In fact, everything that happened to Xianxia always surprised Shuafeiyue. Yes, yes, yes. Ao liar turned on his optical computer. Did you know, Xianxia, you're popular on the school forum. You're even more popular than during the auditions. He opened the forum and showed it to Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She was shocked by the posts with her name on the screen. Li Tao, is Xianxia's modification ability real? Looking for Xianxia's contact information. I want the same ugly cat. Can Xianxia design a mech? Want to ask her to help design a storm mech. Want to buy the same pink lightsaber as Xianxia. Where's the link? What's Xianxia's mech support network account? On the forum, 80% of the posts were about Xianxia. They were all praising Xianxia's modification ability. After all, very few people could successfully modify a lightsaber mech into a 2-star mech in just 2 days and perform well on the battlefield. Even if it was only a B-grade mech, it still attracted many people's attention. Xianxia immediately opened her mech support network and found that the number in the message column was 99. This meant that the number of people who were looking for her to repair and modify her mech had increased dramatically. Moreover, the price was not low. Xianxia stared at the screen in a daze. Lu Ranchu said unhappily, I already told those people on the forum that your mech is a tiger. They insisted that it's a cat. How can there be such a big cat that can ride on Calibo? No, it's a cat now. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. Her tone was joyful. The three of them were stunned. Ao liar was confused. What? Shuafeiyue originally thought that Xianxia would feel proud that her strength was recognized and that she would love the mech industry even more. However, she heard Xianxia say, I'm going to be rich now. It's a fortune cat. Ao liar and Shuafeiyue, Lu Ranchu seemed very excited. I saw many people offering high prices for your help in modifying their mechs. You're really going to be rich. Xianxia, there was one who offered 10,000 yuan for elbow repairs. That's a lot. Lu Ranchu, I also saw a mech modification that offered 30,000 yuan. Xianxia, there was a routine inspection that offered 3,000 yuan. That's not bad. Lu Ranchu, there are also people who want you to be their personal mech pilot. The price is 35,000 yuan per month. Do you want to consider it? Ao liar was listening to their conversation. He suddenly said, Xianxia, actually, you can consider being a mech pilot for a senior student. Many students from the maintenance faculty will do this kind of part-time job. The income is stable. The only bad thing is that you will be ordered to do all kinds of things by your employer every day. Xianxia heard this and frowned slightly. She fell into deep thought. Lu Ranchu asked, do you think that's not good? If you're not used to it, you can take on some random jobs too. Shuafeiyue also said, it's okay to earn less. Your main task now is still to compete and learn. I'm thinking that 35,000 yuan is too little, right? Xianxia looked at the three of them and said seriously, being a personal mech pilot must be at a different price. Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. One had to know that he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he did not have the ability to take revenge, could he not ask his family to help him? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and conviction. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qian who will naturally not do things that bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface and did not realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me? Good, let's see who's going to scam who. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he could not help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would not know what to do. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he also knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu found that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Men, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Qianhu Lord. Hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the soft-armored girl, and Chao Hongfu could not help but be stunned. H-Tao Tao PS //WW Omega ECP. Even in their dreams, they did not think that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This was an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding Northern Battlefront Army soldiers could not help but show a look of shock and anger, and glared at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to come and arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they themselves became the assassins. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this, and couldn't help but smile at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, enjoying the dog fight that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that none of the surrounding Northern Battlefront Army soldiers did anything, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word was not something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the Northern Battlefront Army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 Northern Battlefront Army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Kai Zian and said, Sorry, Baihu Lord, we were forced to do this, please forgive us. It's okay, do it. Kai Zian said, and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, and he was obviously disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 Northern Battlefront Army soldiers found a rope from nowhere, and began to tie up Kai Zian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious, and she glared at Lin Taishu. Just as she was about to say something, Morong Wushuang hurriedly pulled her back, and the girl in soft armor took a few steps back. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, "Calm down, when have you ever seen master so foolish?" After Chiyu left the infirmary, he was very depressed. Su Zinan asked him to eat, but he wasn't in the mood at all and went straight to the simulation training room. Many of his classmates were practicing, and everyone was busy discussing the strategy for the third round of the competition, but Chiyu was uninterested. Just as he was looking around for a simulation pod, he suddenly heard two people discussing a familiar name in the corner. One was Alpha, and the other was Beta. "Alpha boy, this Xianxia is too arrogant. I offered him $30,000 to be my mech pilot, and he actually didn't agree? Beta boy, then he thinks too highly of himself. He's an Omega, who knows what his true level is. Alpha boy, don't say that, I only looked for him because he's an Omega, hee." Beta boy was stunned, and immediately said in surprise, "You want to, if I give him $30,000 a month, then he'll have to listen to me obediently," Alpha boy said in a flippant tone. The Alpha boy said, his tone somewhat frivolous. "He's fair and good-looking. How many people would go after his ability? It's more important to have a romance between mech pilots and mech pilots." Bang, before he could finish his last word, a fist flew over and hit his face, almost knocking out his teeth. Alpha looked at Chiyu in shock and anger, and roared, "Who the F***ck are you?" Chiyu rolled up his sleeves and cracked his knuckles. "I'm her fiancé. Are you worthy of mentioning Xianxia?" Chiyu, who was next to him, quickly came over to stop him, but Alpha was still punched several times by Chiyu. His eyes were swollen, and his face was bruised. "Are you crazy?" Alpha looked at Chiyu with shame and anger. "You're Chiyu? Didn't you tell everyone that you broke off the engagement with Xianxia?" Chiyu was stunned. At this moment, the anger in his heart froze to zero. He had indeed told many people about this because when he first broke off his engagement with Xianxia, he felt that he had gotten rid of a big problem and ushered in a brand new life. Seeing that Chiyu was stunned, the Alpha rushed over and directly punched him in the face. The corner of Chiyu's mouth was bleeding, but he was still in a daze, as if he had forgotten how to react. The people around stopped Alpha and prevented the situation from escalating further. Chiyu stood there for a long time with his head lowered. His hair was messy and drooped in front of his forehead. The people around him didn't dare to come forward and speak. They only hoped that he would stop hitting people. Finally, Chiyu took a deep breath and walked towards Alpha, who had just fought with him. The Alpha boy looked at him warily and put on a defensive posture. "What do you want now? Where did you send the mecha operator contract?" Chiyu looked at him expressionlessly. His tone was terrifyingly cold. "Link, send it to me." The boy was stunned. It wasn't until Chiyu asked again with a sullen face that he reacted and sent the link to him. After Luo Wenchuan returned to the dormitory, he entered his bedroom, closed the door, and locked it. He took off his black backpack and threw it on the bed. He leaned against the door and sighed slightly. Everything that happened today was too sudden. It was like a dream that he was caught off guard. Only the heavens knew that in front of Xianxia, he had to endure and endure every second. The highly matched pheromone entered his body and disturbed every nerve and cell in his body. His heart, which hadn't stirred up any ripples in more than 20 years, was beating wildly as if it was equipped with a pacemaker. Fortunately, he held it in. Luo Wenchuan came back to his senses and found that his fingers were tightly clenched into fists. He closed his eyes and drove the boy under the cherry tree out of his mind. He walked to the bedside and opened his backpack. He wanted to take out a bottle of water, but he accidentally took out his black umbrella. There was a little bit of rose scent left on the umbrella, which made Luo Wenchuan freeze on the spot. He had clearly sprayed a scent blocker, but he still accidentally left the scent of the pheromone. The clear scent of roses became soft and ambiguous in the warm room. It was different from the cold rain, but it had the same effect. Luo Wenchuan never thought that there would actually be a Omega's pheromone in this world that could arouse his instinctive reaction, a strong instinctive reaction. But this Omega already had a fiancé. Luo Wenchuan awkwardly stuffed the umbrella back into his backpack. His throat was dry and tight. He hid his backpack in the deepest part of the closet and didn't dare to think about it anymore. Half an hour later, Luo Wenchuan walked out of the bathroom and went back to his room. He dried his hair and picked up the encrypted communication on his optical computer. Shuofeiyue's image appeared on the other side. He should be in a sealed room. He looked at Luo Wenchuan seriously and said, "Your Highness, did you just take a cold shower?" Luo Wenchuan had a bath towel wrapped around his waist. His chest and abs were stained with water droplets. His half-dry hair was messy and his expression was absent-minded. He said in a cold voice, "Yes. Sorry to disturb you, but I have a question for you." Shuofeiyue frowned and looked at Luo Wenchuan. "You saved a febrile omega today?" Luo Wenchuan looked up at Shuofeiyue. "You know? He's my student. I heard about it from Chiyu today." Shuofeiyue said to Luo Wenchuan, "Your Highness, what you did was too risky. Don't you have any allergies?" Luo Wenchuan shook his head. Shuofeiyue widened his eyes in shock. "No? Is it because he didn't leak the omega's pheromone?" "It leaked." Luo Wenchuan's eyes happened to meet the closet and he quickly looked away. "Ah? Then?" Shuofeiyue was stunned. He seemed to realize something and his mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. "That means that Xianxia's pheromone and your match is as high as 95%? Luo Wenchuan pursed his lips. "I don't know. The doctor said that I won't have any allergies if this match is reached, but I haven't verified this statement." "That doesn't make sense." Shuofeiyue frowned. "If Xianxia's match with you is so high, the royal family would know. After all, ever since you returned to the capital, the royal family has almost searched through the gene bank. It's rare to find a match of 90%. Luo Wenchuan was silent for a moment and said, "Isn't he engaged to Chiyu? Then their pheromones should be bound, so it won't match with anyone else." Shuofeiyue heard this and said in surprise, "He and Chiyu. Didn't they break off their engagement?" Luo Wenchuan stopped drying his hair and suddenly looked up at Shuofeiyue. "Break off the engagement?" "Yes, I heard that Chiyu broke off the engagement. She even wants to kick Xianxia out of school." Shuofeiyue said and suddenly smiled. "I'll tell the royal family the news. The queen will be very happy, don't tell anyone." Luo Wenchuan looked at Shuofeiyue seriously and said, "Even if the match is 95%, it's meaningless if the person he likes is not me." Shuofeiyue was stunned. He frowned and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he respected Luo Wenchuan's wishes. After all, Xianxia loved Chiyu so much in the past. Now, no one could guarantee that Xianxia had really let go of Chiyu. "Then I'll send someone to check the gene bank for you and see if their information has been unlocked," Shuofeiyue said. Luo Wenchuan said calmly, "Help me see if there's anyone who has a 95% match with me. If there isn't, then this matter will end here. There's no need to check his privacy." Shuofeiyue nodded. "I got it." Before Shuofeiyue could finish the call, Luo Wenchuan suddenly received another communication request. When he saw the other party's name, Luo Wenchuan was obviously stunned. The 3 words were Xianxia. Luo Wenchuan quickly hung up Shuofeiyue's communication. His eyes were filled with confusion, but after a few seconds, he reacted. Previously, when Culei asked Xianxia for help, he had asked Culei for his number. However, because the other party was Omega, he had not called after saving the number. When Luo Wenchuan reacted, the communication request had been ringing for a long time. He wanted to press the button to accept the call, but he suddenly realized that he was only wearing a bath towel. He hurriedly opened the wardrobe to look for clothes. After Xianxia left the hospital, he asked Culei for Luo Wenchuan's communication number. When he returned to the dormitory, he dialed Luo Wenchuan's communication number. However, he waited for a long time, but the other party did not pick up. Just when he thought that Luo Wenchuan would not pick up and was about to hang up, the screen flashed. Xianxia was stunned. He looked up and saw that Luo Wenchuan was wearing a loose shirt. The shirt was a little wrinkled, and the top 2 buttons were undone, revealing his collarbone and the faint outline of his chest muscles. His hair was a little wet, as if he had just taken a shower. His skin was unbelievably good. Xianxia looked at the other party's narrow and cold eyes and suddenly felt a little uneasy. "What's the matter?" Luo Wenchuan's tone was calm. Xianxia said seriously, "Luo. Senior Luo, thank you very much for today. He stared into the other party's eyes with a very sincere attitude. Luo Wenchuan seemed to be satisfied with the address of Senior Luo. He opened his thin lips slightly and said, "You're welcome." Xianxia continued, "Also, thank you for helping me pay the 6,000 yuan medical fees. When I have enough money, I will definitely return it to you." That sum of money might only be a small sum to Luo Wenchuan, but it made Xianxia feel very touched. Luo Wenchuan made a low sound of acknowledgement. The emotions in his narrow eyes were unknown. The atmosphere between the two of them was a little awkward. Xianxia did not know how to talk to such a cold person. Usually, he would not interact with such people because he had spent all his time in the laboratory in his previous life and did not train his pickup skills. Moreover, if he brought up the febrile period now, he felt that the atmosphere would become even more awkward. After all, Luo Wenchuan had a phobia. That experience should be unbearable for him to recall, right? Recently, a lot of people have asked me to repair their mechas. Xianxia scratched his head. When the competition is over, the money will be saved up very quickly. Luo Wenchuan looked at Xianxia. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and said something that surprised Xianxia, "Are you short of money?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Luo Wenchuan to ask such a question. After a moment, he replied, "Yes, my net worth is negative." Luo Wenchuan lowered his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about something. When he was about to speak, he heard Xianxia continue, "So, I even found a part-time job as a mecha pilot. A senior offered me 100,000 star coins." Luo Wenchuan was slightly stunned. "You already found it?" Xianxia felt that this question was a little strange, but he could not pinpoint what was strange about it. He nodded. "I found it. I will go for an interview tonight." Luo Wenchuan frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure. "Congratulations." "But..." Xianxia looked at Luo Wenchuan. "But what?" After a moment, Luo Wenchuan said something that surprised him. 100,000 star coins is too little," Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. He was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he did not have the ability to take revenge, could he not ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qian who naturally will not do anything to bend the law for personal gain." Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They did not realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You want to blackmail me? Just right, let's see who will be the one doing the blackmail. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he could not help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would not know what to do. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he also knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu found that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Men, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Qianhu Lord, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. H-Tau Tau PS //WW Omega ECP. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This was an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Xian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers could not help but show a look of shock and anger, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the f***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan looked at each other and smiled, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, enjoying the dogfight that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that none of the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers took action, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word was not something that ordinary people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Kai Xian and said, Sorry, Baihu Lord, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Baihu Lord. It's okay, let's do it. Kai Xian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, and he was obviously disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere and began to tie up Kai Xian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, Calm down, when have you ever seen master so foolish? Xianxia was surprised. He said, 100,000 galactic credits isn't a small amount, right? Luo Wenchuan stared at Xianxia with his long and narrow eyes. He slowly said, I just feel that, with your ability, you deserve a higher salary. Xianxia didn't expect to hear Luo Wenchuan praise him. He always thought that Luo Wenchuan must have forgotten that he helped him modify his elbow. Xianxia couldn't help but think. If Luo Wenchuan was satisfied with his modification ability, then it would be a good choice for him to be Luo Wenchuan's mecha operator. After all, Luo Wenchuan could give him 40,000 galactic credits as a reward. He would definitely be able to give him a higher salary than 100,000 galactic credits. However, the moment this thought popped up, Xianxia quickly rejected it. He knew that Luo Wenchuan was afraid of O. He was already being merciful by helping him. How could he find an Omega to be his mecha operator? It was simply a fantasy. Thank you, Senior Luo. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, during the interview, I will consider asking for a higher salary. Luo Wenchuan didn't expect him to say this. He was stunned for a second, then quickly regained his composure and pursed his lips. I wish you success. After hanging up, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. Although Luo Wenchuan looked cold and unapproachable, his personality wasn't bad. If he wasn't afraid of O, then Xianxia would be quite willing to be his mecha operator. But, why did Luo Wenchuan have an Omega phobia? Xianxia suddenly felt curious and asked Lu Ranxu this question. Lu Ranxu replied, regarding this question, I'm actually not too sure myself. Some say that he's frigid, some say that he was hurt by Omega, and some say that he was poisoned by Omega's pheromones. There are all kinds of rumors. Does he treat all Omega like this? Xianxia asked again. Previously, there was an Omega who mustered up the courage to confess to Luo Wenchuan, Lu Ranxu recalled. I heard that Omega was still feverish at that time. She had just been injected with a suppressant and was very tempting to Alpha, but, Xianxia picked up a glass of water and asked while drinking, but what's wrong? Luo Wenchuan ran away without saying a word. Lu Ranxu pursed his lips. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Xianxia almost spat out her water. You've already made his phobia sound so serious. How could he possibly like me? Xianxia felt a little speechless. But I feel that he's actually not a particularly cold person. Wait, I was joking when I said he likes you. Lu Ranxu stared at Xianxia. You said that he's not cold. Are you serious? Xianxia remembered the scene where Luo Wenchuan saved the cat and his expression when he said, "Bear with it for a while," when he helped to inject the suppressant in the rain. He shouldn't be a cold person, right? After Luo Wenchuan hung up the call, he couldn't help but frown. There was a hint of depression in his long and narrow eyes. He originally thought that he wanted to lay the groundwork and then invite Xianxia to be his mecha pilot. After all, Xianxia's modification skills were indeed beyond his imagination. As they were both military academy students, she was a very suitable candidate. Most importantly, he wouldn't be allergic to Xianxia's pheromones. When they worked together, he wouldn't have too much psychological burden. But now, it seemed impossible. Luo Wenchuan remembered how Kalei had repeatedly asked him to invite Xianxia to be his mecha pilot, but he didn't agree. He couldn't help but feel a wave of regret and irritation. Xianxia and the senior student who hired her had an appointment at 5 p.m. at a coffee shop. At this time, the second round of the campus mecha grand tournament had ended. The coffee shop was bustling with people. The other party had booked a private room in advance. After Xianxia arrived, the waiter smiled and led her to the private room. After Xianxia entered, before she could greet the other party, she suddenly saw that familiar handsome face. Qiyu heard the door open and looked nervously at the person who came in. His long and narrow eyes were much less hostile. The left side of his lips seemed to be broken. It was slightly swollen and red, making his skin look even fairer. Xianxia frowned and turned to leave. "Wait." Qiyu quickly stood up from his chair and strode to Xianxia's side to pull him back. "Xianxia, can you not show that kind of expression whenever you see me?" Xianxia looked at him and said coldly, "You were the one who sent the offer of a monthly salary of 100,000? Qiyu nodded slowly. Seeing the impatience in Xianxia's eyes, he quickly explained, "I really will give you 100,000. Is it fun?" Xianxia's tone was filled with disgust. "Qiyu, do you think this is fun?" Qiyu was stunned. He said in surprise, "I don't mean to play with you. I really want you to be my mecha pilot." "Xianxia, what do you want me to do for you to believe me?" "Alright, I'll tell you too." Xianxia sneered. "I came here to tell you that 100,000 is too little." Qiyu's dim eyes suddenly lit up. "You think it's too little? How about I give you another 50,000? "Not enough." Xianxia looked at him coldly. 200,000. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Qiyu's Adam's apple bobbed. He frowned slightly and said, "Xianxia, 200,000 is already a very high price. If you don't believe me, ask the others, then forget about it." Xianxia turned around and prepared to leave. Qiyu raised his voice, 300,000. After saying that, he stopped Xianxia from opening the door. "Xianxia, other than giving you money every month, I'll also buy you your favorite branded clothes and the branded bags you want. I'll also bring you to the biggest intergalactic amusement park. Isn't this what you dream of?" In the past, Xianxia always begged Qiyu to fulfill his requests. However, Qiyu never fulfilled his request. At that time, he only felt that Xianxia was unbearably vulgar. "Qiyu, looks like you really don't understand me." Xianxia looked at him and said sarcastically, "The only thing I dream of is money. 300,000 is too little. Is there anyone in this school who can give you a higher price?" Qiyu looked at him angrily. "Xianxia, I put down all the unhappy things in the past and came to you to beg you to be my mecha pilot. However, do you really have to be so willful?" Xianxia's eyes were calm as he enunciated each word clearly. He said each word clearly, "You just want to spend money to buy back the bootlicker that used to follow you around." Qiyu was stunned. Then, he said anxiously, "Xianxia, I never thought of you as a bootlicker. I just want you to be my mecha pilot. I want you to discuss mechas with me in school and spend the holidays with me. That's all I want. Go and find Su Zinan." Xianxia looked at Qiyu and said slowly, "He should be willing." In a moment of desperation, Qiyu blurted out, "How can Su Zinan compare to you?" After saying that, even Qiyu himself was stunned for a while. In the past, he always said to Xianxia, "How can you compare to Su Zinan?" But now, he had actually said the exact opposite. Perhaps because he felt that it was too ironic, Chiyu lowered his gaze and said in a low voice, I might have said something wrong in the past. Give me a chance to make it up to you, okay? No. Xianxia opened the door and left immediately. I don't want to give you this chance. Chiyu looked at Xianxia's back view as he left. He felt very sad. He knew that Xianxia was still angry because of what happened in the past. Chiyu thought back to the past. Xianxia always followed behind him unconditionally and helped him do everything he could. However, he was not satisfied with Xianxia because Xianxia didn't know anything about mechas and was weak. Hence, Chiyu turned a blind eye to the blankets that Xianxia folded, the food that she cooked, and the clothes that she washed. He was even picky. Chiyu thought about what he had done and regret appeared in his eyes. He really wanted Xianxia to return to his side and continue doing things for him. Even if she didn't do well, he wouldn't say anything. However, Xianxia wasn't willing to give him a chance. Su Zinan was hiding outside the door. When he saw Xianxia leave, he walked into the private room. Brother Yu, is the corner of your mouth okay? Su Zinan reached out and touched it with concern. Does it hurt? Chiyu was touched by him and gasped in pain. He was even more irritated. Nonsense, how can it not hurt when you touch me? Why are you so fierce? Su Zinan rolled his eyes. Other than me, is there anyone else who cares about you? Junior Xianxia doesn't care about your injury at all, right? Chiyu closed his eyes and said impatiently, I don't need your concern. Get out. Brother Yu, although I'm an Omega, my personality is more like an Alpha. Su Zinan suddenly said, don't you all treat me as a good brother? I can still give you advice on such matters of the heart. Chiyu looked up at him. What are you trying to say? Su Zinan thought for a moment and said, Junior Xianxia has been throwing a tantrum. You've tried to coax him, but he doesn't seem to like it. This means that your method isn't right. Then what else can I do? Chiyu frowned. I'll teach you a way. I guarantee that you can get back together. Su Zinan curled the corners of his lips and said mysteriously. Chiyu looked at him suspiciously. You want to help me get back together with him? Of course, I'm your good brother. Su Zinan said matter-of-factly, I'm thinking about your happiness. Then tell me. A glimmer of hope ignited in Chiyu's heart. Su Zinan leaned over to Chiyu's ear and whispered his method. Chiyu was stunned and immediately rejected it. No, Xianxia will definitely be angry if we do this. Are you stupid? The most important thing now is to create opportunities for you. Su Zinan said in disappointment. His anger is only temporary. As long as you can get back together, everything will be easy. Moreover, as long as this matter doesn't spread, it won't hurt Junior Xianxia. Su Zinan lowered his voice and said in a seductive tone, when the time comes, you'll be the only one who can help him. Su Zinan's words made Chiyu fall into deep thought. Chiyu's voice was full of worry. But, if Xianxia really withdraws from the competition because of this, that won't happen. Junior Xianxia needs money. He needs the competition prize. Su Zinan curled his lips and looked at Chiyu. Moreover, as long as you explain it clearly, it won't affect his competition. Chiyu was shaken at this moment. In the end, he said to Su Zinan, okay, I believe you. Huaihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family to help him? Therefore, he said it with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Chen who naturally won't do anything to bend the law. Lin Taishu replied immediately. His face showed a trace of fear, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They didn't realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. Since you're trying to blackmail me, I'll see who's the one who's trying to blackmail me. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted. At this moment, he almost believed that Xian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders guessed, as long as he insisted that Xian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would be at a loss. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he also knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu found that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Men, arrest Xian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Qianhu Lord, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. H-Tao-Tao PS //WW Omega ECP. Even in their dreams, they didn't expect Lin Taishu to give such an absurd order. This is an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Xian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers all looked shocked and angry, and glared at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they all showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the F***ck? How could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan looked at each other and smiled, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, the plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and they started killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they all looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, enjoying the dogfight that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel, that word wasn't something normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers handed their weapons to their companions and walked slowly to Xian. Sorry, Baihu Lord, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Baihu Lord. It's okay. Do it. Xian said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, and he was obviously disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope and started to tie up Xian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered to the girl in soft armor, "Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so stupid?" Although his dream of becoming a mecha pilot was temporarily gone, Xianxia didn't feel that it was a pity. After all, he didn't want a single cent of the money that Qiyu gave him. If he really couldn't find a suitable employer, then he wouldn't consider it for the time being. Right now, his main goal was to win the campus mecha grand tournament and get the prize money for his 10 consecutive wins. After the tournament, he could still earn quite a bit of money by taking on some random jobs. It didn't matter if he didn't become a mecha pilot. Omega's fever would last for about 7 to 8 days. It would definitely affect his performance in the upcoming tournament. Xianxia took out suppressants from the cabinet. The dosage was enough to last him until the fever ended this month. Suppressants worked quickly but required injections, which was more troublesome. Suppressants were more convenient to consume but needed more than half an hour to take effect. Most Omega users would take suppressants the night before the fever started. Omega's fever was usually fixed and rarely came early. That was why Xianxia didn't expect himself to enter the fever 3 days early, which led to the accident. After this accident, Xianxia decided to carry suppressants with him before and after the fever. However, after Xianxia took the suppressants and went to the physical fitness training room to train, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His muscle strength and running speed had both weakened. Xianxia quickly realized that this was the side effect of the suppressants. When he asked Lu Ranxiu for confirmation, Lu Ranxiu confirmed his thoughts. Suppressants can cause a decrease in physical strength. Lu Ranxiu explained, also, the fever will affect the body to a certain extent. Of course, there are suppressants that don't affect the body much. Where can I buy them? Xianxia asked. Those suppressants are still being developed. I heard that they are exclusively for the royal family. Lu Ranxiu thought for a moment and said, most people probably can't buy them. Even if they can, the price would be tens of thousands for one. Xianxia was a little disappointed. Is there no other way? There is, Lu Ranxiu said without hesitation. Xianxia's heart was rekindled with hope. He looked at Lu Ranxiu and asked, what is it? Find an alpha boyfriend, Lu Ranxiu replied. Let him tag you. Xianxia's heart fell into the abyss again. He didn't want to fall in love right now, let alone talk about marking. After Omega was marked, the effects of the fever period would be greatly reduced, but at the same time, his body and mind would completely belong to the alpha who marked him. I'm tired. Xianxia collapsed on the sofa. Let's leave it to fate. Xianxia's physical fitness was estimated to have regressed to sea level due to the effects of the fever and the suppressant. Her mental strength, however, did not change much. Therefore, if Xianxia were to encounter a rank A opponent in the following matches, such as Calibo, he would be in great danger. In the evening, the results of the second round of the competition were announced on the school's official website. At the same time, the group list for the third round was also released. After Xianxia saw the group list, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was a rank B alpha. Although in theory, he was still at a disadvantage, it was definitely easier than fighting Calibo. The video of Xianxia and Calibo's battle exploded on the school's official website. The number of views and comments kept rising, and it quickly became the most popular video in the second round. This was related to Calibo. Because his fighting style was crazy, every video related to him would attract a lot of people. However, it was clear that the protagonist of this match was not Calibo, but Xianxia. Everyone was first shocked by Xianxia's ugly cat. At first, the bullet screen was filled with question mark. The mocking cat was uglier than its owner. However, they were soon shocked by the cat's agility. Like every audience who had watched the match live, the bullet screen was still filled with question mark. However, it was filled with admiration and shock. Thanks to this video, the popularity of Xianxia's account on the Mecha Mutual Network rose again. More and more people came to him to modify their mecha, and some even wanted to buy his ugly cat. Xianxia did not continue to pay attention to this matter. In order to prevent any accidents from happening in the competition, he used the remaining time to train in the spiritual power tempering room. Since his physical fitness was inevitably affected by the fever period, and the fever period was cyclical, he worked hard to improve his spiritual power and his ability to control it. His spiritual power had improved in the process of actual combat. It was rank B, and now it was 60% away from rank A. Xianxia turned on the dual-star mecha simulation pulse device. After the spiritual power link was connected, the screen showed the spiritual power value received by the main mecha and the scout mecha. The values of both sides were similar. At this time, Xianxia closed his eyes and tried to transfer all the spiritual power of the main mecha to the scout mecha. This was a very difficult thing to do. This was because there was a natural difference in spiritual power between the brain and the pulse device. Once the spiritual power entered the link, it would take a very long time to pull it out of the link unless the link was broken directly. What Xianxia wanted to do was not only to reverse the flow of the spiritual power, but also to transfer the spiritual power to other links. This was even more difficult. On his first attempt, Xianxia failed and only transferred a portion of the spiritual power. However, he did not give up and quickly tried a second time, a third time. When he tried about the eighth time, the main mecha's spiritual power was successfully transferred to the scout mecha. It only took 10 seconds. After he succeeded, Xianxia began to perform more complicated control actions, such as transferring 30% of the scout mecha's spiritual power to the main mecha. During the entire tempering process, Xianxia kept his spiritual power in a dynamic state, showing a powerful and precise control ability. If someone were to see his incredible actions, they would definitely be shocked and confused as to what he was doing. In fact, after Xianxia successfully modified the dual-star mecha, he had always wanted to explore the potential of this mecha. Now, he was researching a completely new piloting method that no one had tried before. This piloting method might help him defeat an S-rank player. Of course, it might also fail. It was still unknown at the moment, but he was willing to give it a try because it would also help him improve the neural connection technology of the mecha in the future. On the day of the third round of the competition, Xianxia's arena was in Arena D. The competition would take place on the afternoon of the first day. After 2 rounds of the competition, those who had lost 2 rounds in a row were unlikely to enter the school team. However, the school stipulated that players could not withdraw from the competition, so there were a few players who gave up one after another. While Xianxia was waiting, a few people in front of him gave up one after another. When he went on stage, his opponent's mecha was a B-rank lightsaber mecha. Because Xianxia had already studied many mecha of the same type and level, he was not interested in studying it. He had seen his opponent's match data and knew that he had also lost the first 2 rounds. However, this player was obviously unwilling to admit defeat. He came up and said fiercely, "I must win this round." Before the competition started, the cheers of the audience outside the arena were especially loud. Xianxia felt that there seemed to be more people watching the competition today than usual. The number of people watching the competition was comparable to the number of people watching Luo Wenchuan's competition. He did not know that there were actually a lot of people who had come to see this ugly mecha and ugly cat out of admiration. "Wow, it's really ugly. You didn't lie to me. It really is the ugliest mecha in the school." "Thank you. It's ugly. That cat looks like it's going to fall at any time, but it can actually beat Kalibo?" After the competition started, Xianxia simply dealt with his opponent for a while out of courtesy. This time, his mecha beast was on full auto. His opponent saw that the ugly cat was scratching him and felt that he was being looked down upon. He was angry and increased the speed of his sword. Because the mecha beast was on full auto, only a small amount of spiritual power was allocated to it. It could dodge attacks and perform simple interference, so it was not a big threat to the opponent. The opponent did not take it to heart and focused all his attention on the mecha. Although Xianxia's physical strength had decreased, his spiritual power was abundant, so he was very agile. In the blink of an eye, he jumped and dodged his opponent's slash. He pulled away and stopped at a position where his opponent could not reach him. Just as his opponent was about to take off and continue chasing, the ugly cat that had been paddling suddenly threw out 2 chain swords and grabbed his arms. At the same time, the ugly cat did a difficult move. It somersaulted in the air and used the elastic force of the 2 chain swords to turn itself into a stone on a slingshot. In the next second, it quickly retracted the chain swords and curled its body into a ball, hitting the back of the opponent's head. Bang, the opponent was hit until he saw stars. The audience outside the arena was also shocked. S-C*XW star. Degree M, what is this? Is it using itself as a slingshot? Why does Xianxia always play in strange ways? It must be very painful, right? In the next second, the mechanical beast continued paddling as if nothing had happened. The opponent was stunned for a moment. If Xianxia's scout mecha was fully automatic, then he had only allocated a small amount of spiritual power to the scout mecha. How could he do such a difficult move? Could it be that Xianxia was able to instantly transfer spiritual power from the main mecha's link to the scout mecha? But how was that possible? A B-grade mecha had 300 links, and a 2-star mecha had close to 600 links. They were all allocated at the start of the mecha's activation. Random changes in spiritual power could cause confusion. How could someone quickly withdraw their spiritual power from hundreds of links and then transfer it to the link to the scout mecha so accurately? In other words, if there was such a strong ability to control spiritual power, how could Xianxia's spiritual power only be B-grade? At this moment, Xianxia delivered a fatal blow to his opponent. He slashed his opponent's shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground and unable to continue fighting. The entire match only lasted 8 minutes. Everyone was amazed that Xianxia's strength seemed to have increased again. However, only the opponent who had lost was confused. He looked at the cat and felt that he had been deceived by this ugly cat. After the match ended, Xianxia walked out of the arena and suddenly realized that there was a large group of people outside. They were all here to ask for his help in repairing and modifying their mecha. Xianxia looked at the huge crowd and was stunned. He thought that only Luo Wenchuan would receive such treatment. "Student Yun, can you help me take a look at my 2-star mecha? There seems to be a problem with the control module of my mecha. Can Student Yun help fix it? I was the one who came first. Why are you all squeezing? Excuse me, I asked Student Yun to repair my mecha before. Let me go first, can you be my mecha operator? I also want a cat." In the other arena, Luo Wenchuan and Colei walked out at the same time. They immediately saw the crowd at the entrance of the arena next door. Colei saw that Xianxia was being chased by a group of people inside. I really have a discerning eye. Xianxia's value has increased exponentially now. The people online who want to invite him are still queuing up. He will probably become the most sought-after mecha operator in the entire school soon. As he spoke, he turned to look at Luo Wenchuan. However, since you don't want to look for him, it means that you two are not fated. After he finished speaking, he shook his head with his hands behind his back and said regretfully, "Sigh, what a pity." Luo Wenchuan pursed his lips. He looked at the youth in the crowd expressionlessly. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something. If Xianxia was still invited, did that mean that he didn't agree to the 100,000 galactic credits invitation? Colei originally wanted to pull Luo Wenchuan over to watch the commotion. However, he didn't expect that Luo Wenchuan would be one step ahead of him. He suddenly walked towards the crowd. Xianxia said, "You guys can go and make an appointment online." He pulled away and prepared to distance himself from this group of overly enthusiastic students. At this moment, a figure squeezed through the crowd and grabbed Xianxia's arm. Xianxia looked up and saw that it was Lu Ranqiu. "Xingxia, something happened." Lu Ranqiu didn't look too good. He pulled Xianxia to the side and lowered his voice. "The Academic Affairs Office is looking for you. They want you to withdraw from the competition." Xianxia frowned. "What?" Lu Ranqiu said anxiously, "I heard that someone reported you. Go to the Academic Affairs Office first." Not far away, Luo Wenchuan stopped in his tracks when he saw Xianxia being pulled away. Suddenly, Shuafeiyue sent him a message. After reading it, Luo Wenchuan realized that Xianxia seemed to be in trouble. He couldn't help but look at the youth. Xianxia and Lu Ranqiu went to the Academic Affairs Office together. After entering the office, the dean looked up at him. "You're here, Student Yun. You were in the competition just now and I couldn't contact you, so I asked Lu Ranqiu to look for you." After saying that, the dean looked at Lu Ranqiu. "You can leave first." Lu Ranqiu didn't know what had happened. He pursed his lips and left the office. Before he left, he told Xianxia not to be too nervous. Xianxia took a deep breath and asked slowly, "Dean, why did you ask me to withdraw from the competition?" "Someone reported you. They said that you entered a fever period backstage and didn't take a suppressant." The dean looked at him with a serious expression. "It said that your pheromone was left backstage, so we have a reasonable suspicion that you used your pheromone to affect the fairness of the competition." Xianxia was stunned. It took him a while to realize the meaning of these words. He left a pheromone backstage. The pheromone in his body only surged out when he reached the cherry blossom forest. The dean continued, "I checked the infirmary's records. You did go to the infirmary that day because you lost control of your fever period. The doctor said that you were given the suppressant about 20 minutes after the fever period began." Xianxia said in a deep voice, "I did enter a fever period that day, but I definitely didn't leave a pheromone backstage. My competition was already over. I had no reason to do that." "I also believe that you're not that kind of person," the dean said slowly. "But I checked the backstage surveillance. You did cover your neck at the door of the locker room, showing signs of a fever period." Xianxia frowned and said, "So what?" "I said that I left the venue not long after the fever period began. I didn't leave any pheromone." "But someone said that they smelled it," Ren interrupted. "If this is true, then it's a very serious matter. Because a little omega pheromone can make an alpha lose control. If you do this backstage, you must withdraw from the competition." Smelled it? Xianxia was confused and surprised. Who smelled it? The dean clapped his hands, the door opened, and an inconspicuous beta walked in. Xianxia frowned and looked at him. The beta boy glanced at Xianxia and whispered, I did smell your pheromone backstage that day. Fortunately, I'm a beta. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to continue the competition. Xianxia felt that this person was very familiar. She might have met him backstage that day. Xianxia, maybe you did leave a pheromone, but you didn't know it. The dean softened his tone and said to Xianxia, but since this happened, you have to take responsibility. Please withdraw from the competition before it causes a panic. Xianxia looked at the beta boy with cold eyes. When he felt Xianxia's gaze, the boy felt a little uncomfortable, but he quickly concealed it. You said that you smelled my pheromone backstage, Xianxia said coldly. Then tell me, what does my pheromone smell like? The beta boy was stunned. The dean of the academic affairs office also looked at him. Carl, I'm asking you a question. The boy stammered for a while. Just when Xianxia thought that he was lying, he seemed to remember something and said, It's rose-scented. Xianxia was immediately stunned. The dean looked at Xianxia. Is what he said correct? Xianxia looked at Carl in disbelief. After a moment, he frowned deeply. So, you did leave a pheromone backstage, right? The dean looked at him and said, Then, please sign the withdrawal agreement. Don't worry, this withdrawal will not affect your credits. Xianxia quickly thought of countermeasures in her mind. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. The person who pushed the door open and entered was Su Zinan. Su Zinan ran anxiously to Xianxia and asked, What's going on? Junior Xianxia, what trouble are you in? The dean of the academic affairs office repeated the contents of Carl's report word for word. Su Zinan walked forward and stared at Carl seriously. Student, you have to be responsible for what you said. Don't make irresponsible remarks. Qiyu also entered the door at this time. Su Zinan turned to look at Xianxia and continued to say to Carl, Junior Xianxia's competition was over that day. What reason does he have to leave a pheromone? Was it to seduce Alpha? You must be slandering him. After Su Zinan finished speaking, he walked to Xianxia and said to him, Junior Xianxia, don't worry, Qiyu and I will definitely help you. Xianxia looked at Su Zinan's performance and suddenly sneered. You are really kind. The dean said, You can't help him. If the situation is true, he must withdraw from the competition. How can that be? Su Zinan looked at Xianxia and frowned. Junior Xianxia, did you really enter a feverish period backstage that day? The dean said, he admitted it, and there is video evidence. Su Zinan covered his mouth in surprise. Then he said, I believe that Junior Xianxia didn't release the pheromone on purpose, and there was no one backstage at that time, so let's not make a fuss about it. Of course not. The dean frowned and said, This kind of behavior is clearly prohibited. We can't let it go just because it didn't affect others. He just released a little pheromone. Why are you doing this to him? Su Zinan defended Xianxia righteously. Xianxia wanted to laugh when he saw this. He suddenly said, You spent so much effort just to make me withdraw from the competition? Su Zinan was stunned and quickly said, Junior Xianxia, of course I don't want you to withdraw from the competition. I'm fighting for your rights. Xianxia raised his hand and slapped him directly in the face. This slap was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Even Su Zinan, who claimed to be the strongest Omega, couldn't avoid it. The other three were all shocked by Xianxia's actions. Su Zinan was stunned by the slap. His eyes instantly turned red and tears almost flowed out. Why did you hit me? How did you know that there was no one backstage at that time? Xianxia looked at him expressionlessly and said word by word, You were there at that time, right? Su Zinan was speechless for a moment. He quickly reacted and said while holding back his tears, Junior Xianxia, I was just speaking up for you. Qiyu saw that Xianxia was angry and suddenly felt a little sorry for him. He said to Xianxia, I have something to say to you. Come with me. Xianxia's temper was on the verge of exploding. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Say it now. I'll give you 10 seconds. Right here. Qiyu suddenly felt a little nervous. However, at this point, he could only continue. Qiyu's Adam's apple bobbed and he said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, according to the rules, if you disrupt the competition, you will be forced to withdraw from the competition. What do you want?" Xianxia looked up at him and said coldly, "Just say it. But if you can get back together with me, as long as I ask, the school will definitely suppress this matter." Qiyu's voice became less and less confident as he was stared at by Xianxia's cold eyes. He suddenly regretted agreeing to do this for Su Zinan. "Qiyu, do you think I should be grateful to you now?" Xianxia looked at Qiyu and said word by word, "Do you really think I don't know that you and Su Zinan did this?" Qiyu's face turned pale. He opened his mouth and said in a dry voice, "Xianxia, how can you suspect me? I just want to help you. Other than you, there's also Luo Wenchuan who saved me that day," Xianxia said slowly. "In this world, there's no third person who knows the smell of my pheromone. If it wasn't you, who else could it be?" Xianxia had just searched through the original owner's memory and finally confirmed that other than Luo Wenchuan who saved him that day, only Qiyu knew the smell of his pheromone. The original owner once told Qiyu that his pheromone was rose-scented. Carl, who reported him, couldn't have smelled his pheromone backstage. After Luo Wenchuan saved him, he quickly used a smell blocker to erase the smell of roses at the scene. Therefore, the reason why Carl knew that his pheromone was rose-scented must be because Qiyu told him. Qiyu was stunned. He seemed to want to speak, but he couldn't say a word. Endless regret and guilt attacked Qiyu's heart at this moment. Su Zinan stood in the corner and secretly turned on his optical computer. He shrunk the screen and looked at the campus forum. A few minutes ago, he opened a SMUF account and posted a post on the forum. "I heard that the monster freshman Omega released his pheromone backstage." He wrote in the post, frowny face, "Do you think Xianxia wants to seduce other alphas or interfere with the competition?" Su Zinan originally discussed with Qiyu to find someone to report Xianxia. Then, Qiyu would save the damsel in distress and save Xianxia from the fate of being withdrawn from the competition. In this way, Xianxia would definitely be grateful to Qiyu. In fact, Su Zinan's real purpose was to smear Xianxia's reputation. As for whether or not he would withdraw from the competition, he didn't care. Anyway, even if he met Xianxia in a PK, he would definitely win. After all, Xianxia was still in a popular stage. Su Zinan wiped his tears and wanted to see how many people replied to the post. However, as soon as he opened the forum, he saw a line of big words, "Frowny face, your account is suspected of violating rules and has been banned." The account was banned the moment he posted the post, which meant that his post wasn't even sent out. Su Zinan was stunned and forgot to cry for a moment. "What's going on?" "MW, calm, please keep in mind, comma," Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge, couldn't he ask his family to help him? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qian who naturally won't bend the law for personal gain." Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Kai Zian. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface and didn't realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. Since you're trying to blackmail me, let's see who's the one doing the blackmail. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Just as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would definitely be at a loss. Now that he used his family's name to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's residence, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be so presumptuous in front of the capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu realized that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear after he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Guards, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Lord Qianhu, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Murong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. Tau Tau PS / WW Omega E Oka Omega iota / never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This must be an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers couldn't help but show a look of shock and anger, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? All of a sudden, while they were angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they fail to catch the assassin, they became the assassins themselves. What the f***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu, Hua Ziyuan and the others smiled at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, enjoying the dog-eat-dog show that was about to happen. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that normal people could bear. All of a sudden, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked to Kai Zian and said, Sorry, Bai Hu, we were forced to do this, please forgive us, Bai Hu. It's okay, do it. Kai Zian said, and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, obviously he was disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere, and began to tie up Kai Zian's hands. You. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor couldn't help but be furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Murong Wushuang hurriedly pulled her back, and the girl in soft armor took a few steps back. Then, Murong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish? Qiyu saw that Xianxia's expression was cold and indifferent. There was no admiration in her eyes that she used to have for him. Instead, there was even disgust and disgust. His heart could not help but clench. In addition to guilt, he felt even more sadness. Xianxia was clearly not like this in the past. He clearly just wanted their relationship to return to how it was in the past. Xianxia, don't look at me like that. Qiyu swallowed and said slowly, I have no intention of harming you. This matter will not be known by others. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, as long as you don't throw a tantrum, everything will be fine. Xianxia looked at Qiyu and said coldly, What if I don't do as you wish? Are you really going to withdraw from the competition? Qiyu walked in front of Xianxia and looked down at him. His tone was a little anxious. Xianxia, don't be stubborn, okay? The video evidence and witnesses are all here. Moreover, if this matter gets out, Xianxia curled the corners of his lips and smiled a little coldly. You want to convict me based on this? Don't forget that Luo Wenchuan was also there that day. He can testify for me. My pheromone did not appear outside of the cherry blossom forest. Su Zinan was wondering why his post could not be posted. He put away his optical computer and looked at Xianxia. He said earnestly, Junior Xianxia, how could Luo Wenchuan help you? With his personality, he would never get involved in this matter. Su Zinan thought that even if Luo Wenchuan came, so what? Qiyu was the son of a general. Luo Wenchuan was a poor boy from a barren planet. What right did he have to speak? You'd rather ask Luo Wenchuan for help than ask me for help? Qiyu's tone suddenly turned sour. He recalled the scene of Luo Wenchuan carrying Xianxia to the infirmary that day. He couldn't help but reach out and grab Xianxia's shoulders. Xianxia, wake up. He won't help you. Qiyu tightened his grip and looked at Xianxia with a frown. Why can't you understand me? If you get back together with me, you and the Yun family will only benefit. Ah. What are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia grabbed one of his hands and forcefully pulled it off her shoulder. Then, she forcefully twisted it outwards, making a crisp sound. He grimaced in pain. Qiyu didn't expect Xianxia's grip to be so strong. Xianxia refused to let go. She looked at Qiyu's pained expression and sneered. Why don't you try to touch me again? Qiyu was in so much pain that his face turned pale. It took him a lot of effort to break free. Su Zinan quickly walked over and said to Xianxia, Junior Xianxia, aren't you going too far? Xianxia, I did all this for your own good. Qiyu became a little angry because of the pain. He glared at Xianxia and said, I gave you a way out and gave you a chance to ask me for help. Is this how you treat me? Su Zinan also frowned and said, Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be such a heartless person. At this moment, the dean said, Student Yun, so you've decided to withdraw from the competition? If so, please sign it. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Carl lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. At this moment, Xianxia frowned. Before he could say anything, there was a sudden knock on the door of the academic affairs office. Before the person inside could answer, a fair and clean hand pushed the door open. The hand holding the doorknob was gripped so tightly that the knuckles were white. The wrist bones were exposed from the cuffs of the dark blue school uniform, and the golden buttons were neatly buttoned. A tall figure stepped into the office, and everyone's eyes were immediately attracted to this uninvited guest. Su Zinan looked at the person in a daze and muttered, Luo Wenchuan. Why is he here? Carl and the dean were also a little surprised. Qiyu rubbed his aching wrist and looked vigilant. Why did this guy appear beside Xianxia again? The dean hurriedly stood up, his cold face smiling like a chrysanthemum. He greeted Luo Wenchuan, Student Little Luo, Aya, what brings you here? After Luo Wenchuan entered, his handsome face was expressionless. His long and clean eyes fell on Xianxia. After a moment, he looked at the dean and said, Dean Huang, long time no see. Dean Huang heard Luo Wenchuan greet him and was about to ask him what he wanted, but he was frozen on the spot by Luo Wenchuan's next sentence. I didn't expect your power to be greater than the school's board of directors. You can force students to withdraw from the Mecha Grand Tournament. Dean Huang's heart skipped a beat. His body stiffened, and he opened his mouth. After a moment, he said in surprise, Student Little Luo, I just received a report, so, who reported it? Luo Wenchuan's thin lips moved slightly. Everyone present looked at Carl. Dean Huang wiped his sweat and said, it was Carl. Carl was frightened by Luo Wenchuan's icy expression. For a moment, he stuttered and could not say anything. He looked at Su Zinan for help. Carl? Luo Wenchuan looked at Carl and said calmly, I will pass the report to the school's board of directors and conduct a special investigation. If it is true, Junior Xianxia will be dealt with according to the rules. However, if it is not true, at this point, Luo Wenchuan paused for a moment before saying, Shanghai Military Academy will not tolerate students who spread rumors and disturb the order. Of course, not only Shanghai Military Academy, but all the military academies in the empire will not tolerate it. His voice was so cold and emotionless, yet so calm that it was as if he was dealing with the most ordinary of business matters. Xianxia was stunned. Carl did not expect Luo Wenchuan to directly give such a stern warning. He was so scared that his legs turned to jelly and he almost knelt on the ground. He said in a trembling voice, I don't know anything, Luo Wenchuan, I really, shut your mouth and think about how to explain it to the school's board of directors. After Luo Wenchuan finished speaking, he looked at Dean Huang again. And you, Dean Huang, if the final result of this matter is contrary to the way you handled it, then you should know very well what will happen to you. Su Zinan was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. He never expected that Luo Wenchuan, a kid from a barren planet, would dare to talk nonsense in front of the dean. Luo Wenchuan, I. Dean Huang's lips turned pale. I was really just doing my job. It was Su Zinan and Qiyu. They were the ones who told me to deal with it seriously. He looked at the two students, his eyes full of panic. Dean Huang knew that Qiyu was the general's son, so he was helping him. However, Dean Huang knew that Luo Wenchuan's status was definitely higher than Qiyu's. Otherwise, he would not have appeared at the school's board of directors meeting and sat next to the principal. This was definitely not a joke. Dean Huang trembled in fear and bowed to Luo Wenchuan. Luo Wenchuan, please don't tell the school's board of directors. I really didn't mean to do this. Luo Wenchuan, do you really think this is the school team? Qiyu saw that Luo Wenchuan was protecting Xianxia, and Dean Huang was acting like a yes man. He was very unhappy. So what if I tell the school's board of directors? Do you think that with my status, the school's board of directors doesn't know one or two people? Su Zinan originally felt that something was wrong, but when he saw Qiyu straighten his back, he suddenly became arrogant. That's right. Carl, you don't have to grovel. You have conclusive evidence in your hands. The school's board of directors won't do anything to you. Luo Wenchuan looked at Qiyu and suddenly chuckled. This chuckle contained a strong sense of sarcasm. Then, Luo Wenchuan turned around, opened the door behind him, and a few alpha boys came in from outside. They had met Xianxia that day when he walked out of the backstage. People. Xianxia was slightly stunned. He originally thought that Luo Wenchuan would testify for him, but he did not expect that not only did Luo Wenchuan come to the scene, but he also found other witnesses. These people met Xianxia when he left the backstage. Luo Wenchuan looked at Qiyu and Su Zinan. Why don't we listen to their testimonies? Alpha boy number 1, when classmate Yun left the backstage that day, I did see him. He was very good looking. I didn't ask you to say that. Luo Wenchuan said with a blank expression. Ahem, although he was very good looking, I swear that he absolutely did not have the smell of pheromones on his body. After this boy finished speaking, the other 2 alpha boys also nodded their heads to testify. What they said is true. There are also surveillance cameras at the backstage entrance to prove it. Luo Wenchuan said slowly, then suddenly looked at Carl. What about you? Carl was so frightened that he trembled. His face was ashen, and he could not speak. Qiyu and Su Zinan froze at the same time. The 2 of them did not expect that Luo Wenchuan would conduct an in-depth investigation of the matter, and found strong witnesses and evidence in such a short time. Qiyu originally wanted to play a hero in front of Xianxia, but now Luo Wenchuan had stolen the limelight. Naturally, he was very unhappy. He frowned and said, Luo Wenchuan, are you crazy? Do you know Xianxia? Why did you come to help him? The others also looked at Luo Wenchuan with some confusion, especially Director Huang. He also did not understand why Luo Wenchuan would help a freshman that he did not know. Luo Wenchuan looked at Xianxia and said word by word, because I want to invite Junior Xianxia to be my personal mecha operator. Although his voice was as cold as usual, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and it disappeared in an instant. The moment Luo Wenchuan finished speaking, the audience fell into silence. Xianxia was also stunned. He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Luo Wenchuan wanted to invite him to be a mecha operator, but wasn't he phobic? Qiyu was stunned, and his expression became gloomy. Luo Wenchuan, Xianxia, you should worry about yourself first. Luo Wenchuan said coldly to Qiyu. Didn't General Qiyin teach you that lying is the biggest taboo in the military academy? Qiyin was Qiyu's father, and one of the lieutenant generals of the Empire's mecha forces. Qiyu did not expect Luo Wenchuan to know his father's name. For a moment, he did not know how to react, and just stared at the other party in a daze. S-CXW. C°C Su Zinan also covered his mouth in surprise. This Luo Wenchuan, where did he come from? After Luo Wenchuan finished speaking, he said to Xianxia, Junior Yun, can we talk in private? Xianxia was shocked by the sudden turn of events. After he recovered, he hurriedly said to Luo Wenchuan, okay. When they walked out of the academic affairs office, Xianxia purposely kept a distance from the other party. Luo Wenchuan walked to the corner of the corridor and turned to look at Xianxia. Senior Luo, thank you for helping me. Xianxia said with a serious expression, I originally wanted to ask you to testify for me, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to help me find evidence. But, how did you know about this? Teacher Zhuo told me. In the dim light, Luo Wenchuan narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "After I found out, I went to check the surveillance footage." Xianxia took a deep breath and continued, "I don't know how to thank you, including the last time. If it's possible, I'm willing to help you modify your mecha for free. As for the mecha operator, don't refuse yet, and don't agree yet." Luo Wenchuan calmly interrupted Xianxia. He looked at him with his long and narrow eyes and said, "The reason why I said that just now was because I did have this idea, but more importantly, it was to help you out." Xianxia was stunned. "Being my mecha operator is a lot of work." Luo Wenchuan paused for a moment and continued, "Think about it carefully before giving me an answer." It was obvious that Luo Wenchuan didn't want to use this matter to kidnap Xianxia. "As for this matter, I will continue to investigate." Luo Wenchuan pursed his lips and said, "It's not only related to you. The school board is also looking for an opportunity to clean up the school." Xianxia was instantly curious about Luo Wenchuan's identity. Why did he have so much face in front of the dean? Was it just because he was the strongest mecha operator in the school? However, before Xianxia could ask, Luo Wenchuan nodded slightly at him and turned to leave. His back was straight and handsome. It was as if everything he did just now was just official business and had nothing to do with Xianxia. He also didn't want to gain any benefits from Xianxia. Su Zinan and Qiyu couldn't do anything to Xianxia. On the other hand, Dean Huang and Carl were in big trouble and would soon face the school board's investigation and accountability. They instantly regretted helping Qiyu and wanted to cut ties with them immediately. Qiyu's expression was very ugly. He asked Dean Huang, "Are you confused?" Luo Wenchuan came from a barren planet. He doesn't have any family background at all. "Don't tell me this anymore." Dean Huang was furious. "Qiyu, I've been screwed over by you this time. Get out of here, you too." When he thought about how Luo Wenchuan would report him to the school board, his legs trembled and he broke out in a cold sweat. Dean Huang suddenly remembered something. He wanted to go out and find Xianxia to apologize to him, but found that Xianxia and Luo Wenchuan had already left. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Su Zinan rolled his eyes. Even if Luo Wenchuan has a lot of face on the school board, it can't compare to Qiyu. "Dean Huang, aren't you a little too cowardly, and you?" Dean Huang pointed at Su Zinan angrily. "Do you think you're very smart? If Luo Wenchuan didn't have any ability and means, how could he have so many connections with the school board?" Su Zinan and Qiyu were stunned. Carl, who was beside them, had already started to write a self-reflection letter in an attempt to avoid being expelled. "Isn't Luo Wenchuan just a—" Su Zinan wanted to say something, but he suddenly remembered that his account on the school board had been banned. For a moment, all his words were stuck in his throat. He widened his eyes in shock. "Get out of here." Dean Huang was angry when he saw them. He pushed them out of the room. So annoying. However, he really didn't expect that the inconspicuous freshman would be appreciated by Luo Wenchuan. This time, he was really unlucky. Dean Huang wiped the sweat off his forehead as he dialed the principal's number. He nodded and bowed as he said, "Principal, I might have made some mistakes at work recently." Xianxia left the school administration building. On her way back to the dormitory, she bumped into Shuafeiyue and Lu Ranqiu, who were rushing over. "Xingzhe, did someone slander you?" Lu Ranqiu asked anxiously. "It must be that green TB*TCH Su Zinan. I'll go look for him now. Senior Luo Wenchuan is my witness. He also said that the school board will help with the investigation." Xianxia stopped Lu Ranqiu. "As for Su Zinan, he definitely won't have a good ending." Shuafeiyue heard this and heaved a sigh of relief. When he heard about this, he thought that it was too late. He didn't expect Luo Wenchuan to act so quickly. It seemed that he was still very concerned about this girl who had a 95% match. Lu Ranqiu noticed this. Shuafeiyue, who was standing at the side, gave him an amorous smile and glared at him. "Teacher Zhua, what are you laughing at? What's so funny about this?" "Ahem, I just think that Luo Wenchuan is indeed worthy of being the Mr. A in all those dreams." Shuafeiyue began to praise Luo Wenchuan in a roundabout way. "He's fair and efficient. Most importantly, he's handsome and has a good figure. I heard that he's very good at taking care of people in private. Stop. Xianxia frowned and looked at Shuafei in confusion. How do you know so much? If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you were Luo Wenchuan's father. Shuafei turned pale with fright. What are you talking about? How can I be the country? How can I be his father? You can't joke about this. Why can't I joke about it? Lu Ranxi was also confused. Could it be that Luo Wenchuan is a member of the royal family? Shuafei, after being speechless for a moment, Shuafei looked at Xianxia and asked, did he say anything to you? He said that he wanted to invite me to be his mecha operator. Xianxia scratched his head. But he also asked me to think about it and not to make a decision immediately. Lu Ranxi's jaw dropped. It took him a while to react. Luo Wenchuan, invited you to be his mecha operator? Isn't he afraid of O? Xianxia was also confused. Yeah, isn't he afraid of O? Ahem, little Yun, you really have to think about it, Shuafei said seriously. This concerns your mecha career. Xianxia nodded in confusion and said slowly, if he's really sincere about hiring me, I will seriously consider this matter. After all, Luo Wenchuan had helped him so many times. He was still grateful. However, this was a job. It wasn't something that could be done just because of gratitude. Both parties needed to understand each other. Once he became Luo Wenchuan's mecha operator, he would have to face the other party's fear of O and a very large workload. At the same time, it also involved the strength of the strongest in the school team. It was a serious matter. As for the salary, he didn't really care. He would just treat it as repaying the other party. After Xianxia made his decision, he was about to meet with Luo Wenchuan to give him an answer when he encountered something unexpected. Lu Ranxi was up against Su Zinan in the 4th round of the competition. After hearing this news, Lu Ranxi was in disbelief at first. Then, his spirits were lifted, and he said to Xianxia, Xingxia, I will definitely avenge you. I will smash that green tea bitch's head. Xianxia wasn't too optimistic about this. Ranxiu, Su Zinan, he's still strong. You must be careful. After all, Su Zinan was the strongest Omega last year. He was ranked 10th in the entire school in the Mecha Grand Tournament and had become a substitute for the school team. Su Zinan and Lu Ranxiu were both piloting meteor mechas. However, Lu Ranxiu was only a first-year student. His piloting ability was B rank and he had lost one of the first 3 matches. Su Zinan's piloting ability was A rank and he had won all 3 matches. Why should I be afraid of him? Lu Ranxiu couldn't wait to go on stage and beat up Su Zinan. Xingxia, I know what he did to you. I can't take this lying down. I must let him know that he is not the only Omega who knows how to pilot a mecha. Xianxia didn't expect Lu Ranxiu to say this. He was stunned and a little touched. Ranxiu, thank you. How about this, I will modify your mecha for you. Although I might not be able to make it in time. Lu Ranxiu saw that Xianxia was touched and a little worried. He said slowly, Xingxia, I know what you are thinking. Su Zinan is indeed very strong, but I promise that I will fight with him until the last second. When Xianxia heard this, he didn't say anything else. He couldn't help but hug Lu Ranxiu and said in a serious tone, good luck. I will definitely go and watch this match. Thus, Xianxia focused on modifying Lu Ranxiu's mecha and didn't reply to Luo Wenchuan's invitation for the time being. Lu Ranxiu was different from Xianxia. His spiritual power had been stuck at B rank for a long time. Although he usually practiced very hard, there was a limit to how fast he could improve. His control over his spiritual power was also average. It was impossible for him to control a mecha above his level. Thus, during the modification, Xianxia didn't dare to use too complicated materials to prevent the piloting difficulty of the mecha from exceeding Lu Ranxiu's piloting ability. He and Lu Ranxiu studied Su Zinan's matches and realized one thing. Although Su Zinan's behavior was disgusting, he did have a ruthless force. He often caught his opponents off guard on the field. I've heard that Su Zinan and Luo Wenchuan are both from barren planets. After watching the match, Lu Ranxiu frowned slightly. People like them grow up in the dark and chaotic. Their fighting style is to end the battle quickly and they are very ruthless. Xianxia also knew the original plot. Su Zinan was indeed a black-hearted lotus from a barren planet. In the original plot, he often used schemes and almost no one was his match. Ranqiu, you are not bad. Xianxia looked at Lu Ranqiu and said, although your mecha is not as strong as his, it should be no problem for you to fight for 10 minutes. However, I have to remind you of something. At this point, Xianxia paused and said with a serious expression, if you are still at a disadvantage after 8 minutes, you have to consider ending the match. The meteor mecha will be attacking from a distance the entire time. If you are at a disadvantage, with Su Zinan's style, he will not let you go. Yes, I know. Lu Ranqiu nodded seriously. Xianxia helped Lu Ranqiu analyze Su Zinan's fighting style. After modifying some parts and functions of the mecha, the fourth round of the competition arrived quickly. Xianxia's opponent in the fourth round was a B-level beta girl. He won more easily and in less time than last time because he was in a hurry to watch Lu Ranqiu's match. After arriving at Arena A, Xianxia saw that the PK between Lu Ranqiu and Su Zinan had already started for 3 minutes. Su Zinan's mecha and skills were better than Lu Ranqiu's. It was obvious that he had the upper hand from the start. The people around him were praising Su Zinan. Su Zinan is really strong. He is indeed the strongest Omega. His dual-star mecha piloting ability has also reached level A, right? He will probably be a member of the school team this year. He is too strong. I can't bear to watch the other Omega. Xianxia was so nervous that he held his breath. As the fight on the field became more and more intense, his heart was hanging in midair. The battle between the two meteor mecha was magnificent. Su Zinan kept firing at Lu Ranqiu. It was like starlight in the daytime, but it was also extremely aggressive. The high-temperature destruction cannon and low-temperature reduction cannon alternated between attacking Lu Ranqiu's mecha. The latter dodged while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Finally, just as Su Zinan was about to change the muzzle of his cannon, Lu Ranqiu dodged his high-energy ion cannon at an extremely tricky angle. He leaped up and fired a few shots at Su Zinan's head. F***ck, how did that mecha suddenly become faster? This doesn't make sense. Wasn't it very slow just now? That movement doesn't look like a B-level mecha at all. Is Su Zinan going to get a headshot? Only Xianxia knew that this was the result of him modifying Lu Ranqiu's mecha's propulsion system and cannon activation system. However, Su Zinan was indeed an A-level contestant. He reacted quickly and seized the opportunity to counterattack. Very quickly, several shots hit Lu Ranqiu's mecha's legs. Xianxia's eyes widened. 8 minutes had passed. Lu Ranqiu was clearly at a disadvantage and should have given up the match. However, contrary to Xianxia's expectations, the mecha that had been hit in the leg endured the pain and continued to counterattack while dodging the shots. He even managed to hit Su Zinan's mecha. However, this bit of cannon fire was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Lu Ranqiu was still sinking deeper and deeper into the mire. Su Zinan was not willing to show any mercy. He continued to attack Lu Ranqiu's injured leg fiercely. He sneered inside his mecha. He wanted to hit Lu Ranqiu until he could no longer walk. One shot, and then another shot. Xianxia's breathing became more and more rapid. He looked anxiously and worriedly at Lu Ranqiu's mecha, but he did not see him surrender. At the 15th minute of the match, Lu Ranqiu's mecha was kneeling on the ground. However, he still stubbornly raised the cannon on his arm and faced Su Zinan's shots head-on. He opened fire with all his might. What is that person trying to do? I think he wants to drag down Su Zinan's performance. F***ck, I see. Xianxia swallowed. He could not help but shout, Lu Ranqiu. Don't try to show off. However, his voice was drowned out by the noisy cheers around him. Su Zinan had already won the match. Lu Ranqiu was in great pain from the beating. He could barely stand after getting out of his mecha. Su Zinan arrogantly raised his chin at him and mocked, Omega people like you and Xianxia are only fit to go to the Omega Academy to learn how to do laundry and cook. Do you understand? Huaihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. He was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the imperial capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he did not have the ability to take revenge, could he not ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and conviction. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qianhu will naturally not bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Kai Ziyan. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They did not realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You want to scam me? Good, let's see who will be the one doing the scamming. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Ziyan really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he could not help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Ziyan wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would not know what to do. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he also knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu found that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Come, arrest Kai Ziyan. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Qianhu Lord, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. Tao Tao PS //WW Omega ECP. Even in their dreams, they did not think that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This was an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Ziyan and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers all looked shocked and angry, and glared at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they all showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the *CK, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan looked at each other and smiled, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, the plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and they started to kill each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they all looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, enjoying the dogfight that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that none of the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers took action, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word was not something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers handed their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Kai Ziyan and said, Sorry, Baihu Lord, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Baihu Lord. It's okay. Do it. Kai Ziyan said, and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, and he was obviously disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere, and started to tie up Kai Ziyan's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly pulled her back, and the girl in soft armor took a few steps back. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so stupid? Lu Ranchu endured the pain and panted slightly. He looked at Su Zinan and suddenly sneered, So what if you beat me? Can you get more than 0? 5 performance points for this match? The Mecha Grand Tournament's points were made up of victory points and performance points. After winning each match, 10 victory points would be awarded, and the judges would give a performance score between 0 and 1 based on the performance of that match. In other words, after 10 matches, the maximum score would be 110 points. However, because the evaluation of performance points was very complicated and depended on the length of the battle, the degree of damage done to the mecha, the strength of the opponent, and other factors, it was usually impossible to get a full score. A performance score of 0.7 and above was considered excellent. Su Xinan's battle this time was longer, and his opponent's level was lower than his. Most importantly, his mecha had been hit in many places by Lu Ronqiu, leaving deep and shallow bullet marks. Therefore, his performance score could not be higher than 0.5. Su Xinan looked at the damage done to his meteor mecha and gritted his teeth. His embarrassment turned into anger, and he said to Lu Ronqiu, "You dare to say such things? I've won 4 matches in a row. Entering the school's team is a done deal. It's just a little performance point. Do you think it will affect me?" Lu Ronqiu was seriously injured and could not hold on any longer. He fell to his knees with a thump. The judge hurriedly called for the medical robots and medical staff to carry him to the backstage lounge for emergency treatment. Su Xinan put away his mecha and went backstage. He walked up to the pale-faced Lu Ronqiu and looked down at him. He said slowly, "Are you okay, Junior Lu? Next time, don't do something like this just because you're jealous of your opponent. If you don't have the strength, you'll be the one hurting yourself." Lu Ronqiu was furious. He glared hatefully at Su Xinan. "You'd better pray you don't meet Xianxia. I'd like to see how far someone like you can go." "Xianxia?" Su Xinan chuckled when he heard that. The one who failed the entrance exam, was rejected by his fiancée, was despised by his family, and complained that I was the one who stole his things? Lu Ronqiu said angrily, "He has improved a lot, and he was the one who broke off the engagement." Su Xinan, shut up. What a touching friendship. Su Xinan sneered. Don't worry. If I meet Xianxia, I won't be as gentle as Calibo. But then again, why did Calibo go easy on him? Speaking of this, Su Xinan chuckled and pretended to be innocent and cute. Is there any deal between them? Lu Ronqiu was furious. Do you think everyone is like you? Watch your mouth. Seeing that Lu Ronqiu was agitated, the medical staff frowned and stopped Su Xinan from mocking and ridiculing him. At this time, Xianxia also arrived backstage. He witnessed Su Xinan's actions and strode forward. He frowned and said coldly, "Get lost." Su Xinan still wanted to say something, but Xianxia cracked his fingers and said in a bone-chilling voice, "If you don't leave, I don't mind giving you another slap." Su Xinan remembered the humiliation of being beaten in the office and his face became extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Xianxia, you'd better pray you don't meet me in the competition." After that, he turned and left resentfully. Xianxia ignored him and frowned at Lu Ronqiu who was lying on the bed in the lounge. He didn't know if he should blame him for being stupid or thank him for standing up for him. Ronqiu, I know what you want to say." Lu Ronqiu's voice was a little hoarse and weak, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile. "This competition, I'm not only doing it for you, but also for myself." Xianxia was slightly taken aback. "Xianxia, did you know that when I first entered the school, I was really envious of Su Xinan?" Lu Ronqiu lowered his eyes and said softly, "He's publicly acknowledged as a talented Omega with double A's in physical strength and mental strength. No matter how hard I trained, the speed of my improvement was always so slow." Xianxia pursed his lips and said, "Ronqiu, this isn't your fault. When you said you wanted to participate in the Mecha Grand Tournament, I thought you were traumatized after your breakup." Lu Ronqiu looked up at him. "But, you seem to be completely different from before. Every step you take is beyond my expectations. You're doing things that I once wanted to do but didn't have the courage to do." Xianxia saw the determination in Lu Ronqiu's eyes and couldn't help but fall into a daze. "When you defeated Calibo, I seemed to see a possibility from you." Lu Ronqiu looked at his palm and slowly retracted it. "Even if you don't have talent, you might not lose. That's why I also want to make a change." Lu Ronqiu finally retracted his fingers into a fist, as if he had grasped something. When Xianxia first came to this world, he also did this action. That was his hope and desire for power. Lu Ronqiu suddenly frowned and angrily punched his thigh with his fist. F*ck, if I had dodged any faster, Su Zinan, that bastard. Ah, it hurts. Because he accidentally punched his own sore spot, Lu Ronshu's tears suddenly burst out. Xianxia was shocked by him and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" He probably has to lie in the med bay once if he still wants to continue the competition, the medical staff said. Lu Ronshu wiped his tears and comforted Xianxia, "I'm fine, it's just a small injury." "Xianxia, if you are matched against Su Zinan in the next round, you must definitely win against him." Xianxia looked at him and nodded lightly after a while. "If I can meet him, I will definitely." Xianxia accompanied Lu Ronshu to the med bay. His classmates and Shuofeiyue also came to visit him. Many people praised Lu Ronshu for his heroic performance, which made him extremely happy. He didn't look like a patient at all. Xianxia saw that he was fine and heaved a sigh of relief. Shuofeiyue suddenly called Xianxia to the side and said to him, "Xianxia, have you thought about becoming a mecha operator for Luo Wenchuan?" I wanted to reply to him face to face but I didn't have the time to do so," Xianxia replied. Shuofeiyue saw him like this and felt that there was a chance. Hence, he said to him, "If that's the case, why don't you two meet tonight?" Xianxia heard this and felt that he should reply to Luo Wenchuan. Hence, he sent a message to him, "Senior Luo, are you free tonight?" After a few minutes, Luo Wenchuan sent a message to Xianxia, "I'm free." "What is it?" Xianxia replied, "It's about the mecha operator. I want to reply to him face to face." After a while, Luo Wenchuan replied, "Okay." Luo Wenchuan's typing style was the same as his speaking style. It was cold and short. Xianxia had the misconception that this person didn't look like he wanted him to be a mecha operator at all. Luo Wenchuan set the meeting place for the two of them to meet at a restaurant outside the school. This restaurant wasn't cheap. Normal students wouldn't come here. Xianxia walked to the door and felt the strong aura of money. He couldn't help but be even more curious about Luo Wenchuan's background. If he really came from a barren planet, why was he so rich? In the original work, Xianxia only lived for the first half of the novel. He didn't have any interactions with Luo Wenchuan. Hence, Xianxia didn't have any information about Luo Wenchuan in the original work's memories and timeline. However, with Luo Wenchuan's ability, it was impossible that he didn't have any scenes in the original work, right? Xianxia guessed that Luo Wenchuan's main scenes might be in the second half of the novel. When Xianxia walked into the private room, Luo Wenchuan had already arrived. The private room was on a very high floor. Outside the window, he could see the tall buildings that reached into the clouds and the aircraft that came and went. The Sea Military School looked quiet and beautiful under the night sky. Luo Wenchuan sat by the floor-to-ceiling window. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at Xianxia. Luo Wenchuan wore a simple black casual outfit today. He took off his jacket. The thin shirt was neatly ironed, making his shoulders look broad. His cold and handsome face looked more elegant and amiable under the night sky. Xianxia greeted him politely. After sitting down, Luo Wenchuan went straight to the point. He took out a few documents and handed them to Xianxia. The testimonies provided by Carl, Director Huang, and the few Alpha members who helped testify. Xianxia was slightly startled. He took a look and found that the testimonies were very detailed, including when Carl came into contact with Su Zinan, the conversation between Director Huang and Qiyu, and so on. This information could not only prove Xianxia's innocence, but also prove that Su Zinan and Qiyu deliberately framed him. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Luo Wenchuan's efficiency was really high. He looked up at the other party. Just as he was about to thank him, he suddenly saw Luo Wenchuan take out another document. This is the investigation information from last year's competition between Su Zinan and Qiyu. After Luo Wenchuan finished speaking, he saw Xianxia's surprise and confusion, so he added, "Qiyu is suspected of deliberately losing during the competition, causing Su Zinan's performance score to exceed Kalibo's by 0.1 points. Su Zinan replaced Kalibo as the 10th place, which is the position of the school team's substitute." Xianxia was stunned. He didn't know about this. He didn't expect that Kalibo's loss of the school team was actually caused by Qiyu and Su Zinan. After Xianxia finished reading the two documents, he calmed down from his shock. He was very clear about the importance of this information. It was enough to make Qiyu and Su Zinan face the risk of dropping out of school and the competition. However, he didn't quite understand why Luo Wenchuan did this. "Senior Luo, are you helping me?" Yun Xingze looked up at Luo Wenchuan. His fingers involuntarily pinched the documents. It must have taken a lot of effort to collect this information, right? Luo Wenchuan didn't say anything. He looked at Yun Xingze without any emotion in his eyes. When Yun Xingze saw that he didn't say anything, he thought that he was probably overthinking. Maybe Luo Wenchuan just wanted to investigate this matter. Luo Wenchuan suddenly spoke. His voice was cold, but there was a hint of seriousness and expectation in it. "The first document proves that you are not guilty, and it can also make the person who framed you receive the punishment they deserve. The second document is enough to invalidate Qiyu and Su Zinan's competition results, and make them face the possibility of dropping out of the competition." Luo Wenchuan had said so much in one breath that Yun Xingze couldn't help but slowly widen his eyes. "I did want to do this at first." Luo Wenchuan paused. His slender and fair fingers picked up a glass of water and took a small sip. "However, I heard that when Su Zinan and Lu Ranqiu were competing today, he did something very overboard again." Yun Xingze only needed a second to understand the deeper meaning behind Luo Wenchuan's words. And this deeper meaning was even more surprising and shocking to Yun Xingze than all the previous documents combined. "So, what you're saying is?" Yun Xingze held his breath and asked tentatively. "I am the captain of the school team, so I have a special privilege." Luo Wenchuan's tone was calm. "In the Campus Mecha Grand Tournament, in order to observe the strength of each year's seeded contestants, I can ask the organizers to arrange a match. Of course, I only have this privilege once per season." Yun Xingze's guess was confirmed. Luo Wenchuan really wanted to. "I will arrange for you to meet Su Zinan in the 5th round of the competition." Luo Wenchuan's thin lips parted slightly as he slowly said these words, "if you are willing." Yun Xingze's heart pounded rapidly at this moment. He had indeed thought about how he could avenge Lu Ranqiu if he didn't meet Su Zinan in the later rounds of the competition. And now, Luo Wenchuan seemed to have seen through all his thoughts and placed this opportunity in front of him. "Of course, you can also refuse and choose to have Su Zinan withdraw from the competition now." Luo Wenchuan took a sip of water, his gaze fixed on Yun Xingze. "The choice is in your hands." Yun Xingze swallowed his saliva. He was now in the heat of the moment, so he would definitely be at a disadvantage against Su Zinan. But he still wanted to challenge Su Zinan immediately. And so, under Luo Wenchuan's gaze, Yun Xingze slowly and firmly nodded his head. Luo Wenchuan stared at him for a moment, as if not surprised by this answer, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Then, he took out a box of suppressant, the packaging very exquisite. Luo Wenchuan looked at the suppressant and said slowly, "This is a suppressant without any side effects." This was the suppressant that Lu Ranqiu had said was only affordable for aristocrats. Luo Wenchuan actually took out an entire box of suppressant. Yun Xingze received too many surprises from Luo Wenchuan tonight. For a moment, he wondered if he was dreaming. Why would this cold and aloof person help him to this extent? Yun Xingze's fingers tightened. He looked up at Luo Wenchuan and said seriously, "Senior Luo, you've helped me so much, I don't know how to repay you. I've said before that I want you to be my mecha operator." Luo Wenchuan looked down and said after a moment, "But you haven't replied to me for many days. So, I'm thinking, is it because I'm not sincere enough?" After saying this, Luo Wenchuan's voice gradually became softer, and his tone seemed a little dejected. In reality, Luo Wenchuan had been waiting for Yun Xingze to look for him for the past few days, but he didn't receive a reply. He even suspected that Yun Xingze had already decided to become someone else's mecha operator. Yun Xingze didn't expect Luo Wenchuan to say something like this, and could only stare at him blankly for a moment. "If you agree, I'll give you a starting salary of 300,000 every month." Luo Wenchuan restrained the emotions in his eyes and regained his calm. He said slowly, "I'll give you a raise based on your performance. There's no upper limit." Actually, when Qiyu said that he would give Yun Xingze 300,000 galactic credits, Yun Xingze felt that this price was indeed very high, and that no other student in the school would offer a higher price. But now, Luo Wenchuan told him what "there's always someone better than you" meant. The words "no upper limit" were like a spell that froze Xianxia in place. In the next second, Luo Wenchuan pushed the box of inhibitors and all the information neatly in front of Xianxia. Xianxia felt that his voice was so dry that it didn't even sound like his own. "There's too many upper limits, Senior Luo." Then, Luo Wenchuan leaned back and sat up straight. His long and narrow eyes looked at Xianxia, and his Adam's apple bobbed. His thin lips parted slightly. Then, "Do you think this sincerity is enough, junior brother Yun?" Huaihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. One had to know that he was the young master of the Hua family, and he represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he didn't have the ability to take revenge himself, couldn't he ask his family to help him? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and conviction. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qianhu naturally won't bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu immediately replied. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Kai Zian, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface, and didn't realize that Lin Taishu's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You're trying to scam me? Great, let's see who's the one doing the scamming. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest the assassin who tried to assassinate me and punish him. Huaihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Zian really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Zian wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would definitely be at a loss. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he also knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family's courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family? Right, especially when Huaihu found that as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear, and he was overjoyed. Come, arrest Kai Zian. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look on his face. Master, Qianhu Lord, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the soft-armored girl, and Chao Hongfu couldn't help but be stunned. H-Tao-Tao PS //WW Omega E Okba Omega et/ even in their dreams, they didn't think that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This is an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Zian and the surrounding Northern Battlefront Army soldiers couldn't help but show a shocked and angry expression, and glared at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler, no, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end they didn't catch the assassin, and they were the ones who killed him. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Huaihu and Hua Ziyuan heard this, and couldn't help but smile at each other, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and they started killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a great mood, and enjoyed the dog fight that was about to happen. Why aren't you moving? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that the surrounding Northern Battlefront Army soldiers didn't move, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word wasn't something that ordinary people could bear. Suddenly, the Northern Battlefront Army soldiers' faces changed. After a few breaths, 2 Northern Battlefront Army soldiers helplessly handed over their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Kai Zian and said, Sorry, Baihu Lord, we were forced to do this, please forgive us. It's okay, do it. Kai Zian said, and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, and he was obviously disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 Northern Battlefront Army soldiers found a rope from nowhere, and began to tie up Kai Zian's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor couldn't help but be furious. She glared at Lin Taishu, and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly pulled her back, and the girl in soft armor took a few steps back. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, "Calm down, when have you ever seen master so foolish?" Xianxia was a little scared of Luo Wenchuan's sincerity. He realized that even though Luo Wenchuan was afraid of he respected capable people. Xianxia regained his senses from the shock and said to Luo Wenchuan, "Senior, your sincerity is not only enough for me, it's also far beyond my expectations. I didn't expect you to offer such a high salary." Luo Wenchuan took out 2 paper contracts and handed them to Xianxia. "Since you agree, you can take a look at this contract. If there are no problems, you can sign it at any time." After he finished speaking, Luo Wenchuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, he quickly hid this anticipation. Xianxia took the contract and read it quickly. The contents of the contract were very long and detailed. It probably wouldn't be written in a short period of time. Xianxia couldn't help but wonder if Luo Wenchuan had been thinking about recruiting him as a mecha operator for the past few days. However, he quickly felt that he was thinking too much. After all, Luo Wenchuan could offer such a high salary. He didn't necessarily have to choose him. The process of reading the contract took about 20 minutes. Luo Wenchuan's name was already written on it. The black handwriting was bold and vigorous. Xianxia signed his name at the side. After Xianxia signed, Luo Wenchuan took the contract back. It was already very late outside. It was probably past dinner time. Xianxia felt a little hungry. Only then did he realize that he might have been reading the contract for too long, causing Luo Wenchuan to be starving beside him. "What do you want to eat?" Luo Wenchuan kept the contract and looked up at Xianxia. He asked calmly, "I come to this restaurant often. The food is not bad. You can order whatever you want." After Xianxia came to this world, he had been eating in the cafeteria because he had no money. Occasionally, he would even drink nutrition drinks. Although the food in the cafeteria wasn't too bad for him, it was still bland enough. This was his first time eating outside of school. There was a floating fluorescent dot above the table. Xianxia reached out and clicked on it. The virtual images of various dishes appeared in front of him. They looked very exquisite and expensive. After ordering, the two sat face to face. The dining table wasn't very big and the air seemed a little cold. Xianxia wanted to find a topic to talk about, so he asked, "So now, are you my boss?" Luo Wenchuan looked at him. After a moment of silence, he said, "Yes." "Boss Luo?" Xianxia called him tentatively. "Can I call you that?" Luo Wenchuan, who was drinking from a glass of water, remained expressionless when he heard Xianxia address him. After a while, Luo Wenchuan suddenly asked, "Is there any other way to call me?" Xianxia thought that this word sounded a little old-fashioned. Luo Wenchuan looked so young, so he didn't want to be called boss. "Then what do you want me to call you?" Xianxia thought for a while and couldn't think of an answer, so he asked. Luo Wenchuan put down the cup. His fingers paused slightly. He looked up at Xianxia and said, "If you really want to call me boss, that's fine." Xianxia felt that Luo Wenchuan was a little difficult to get along with. Maybe he didn't have any strategy to chat with this kind of cold person. He didn't know what Luo Wenchuan wanted him to call him. He thought that it would be better to call him senior in the future. At this moment, the waiter served some desserts. The dessert he gave Xianxia was a pink ball-shaped pastry with a lot of cute decorations, while Luo Wenchuan's dessert was a coffee-colored square pastry without any other decorations. In addition, Xianxia's dessert was relatively small, while Luo Wenchuan's dessert was slightly larger. This was because this restaurant usually gave Alpha and Omega different desserts. The desserts they gave Omega were higher in sugar, while the desserts they gave Alpha didn't have much sugar. From the appearance, it was easy to tell that Omega's desserts were more cute, while Alpha's desserts were more plain. Xianxia felt a little strange about the restaurant's differential treatment, but he didn't say anything. He picked up the spoon and dug a mouthful of dessert. After tasting it, he felt that it tasted pretty good. Luo Wenchuan looked at Xianxia, who was eating very happily under his gaze. He said to the waiter, "Change my portion to the same as his." The waiter was stunned. Luo Wenchuan was a regular here. He usually didn't like to eat desserts. Even if it was a special dessert for Alpha, he rarely ate it. However, the waiter didn't ask anything and quickly turned to change the dessert. Xianxia was attracted by Luo Wenchuan's action. He seemed to have guessed that the reason why Luo Wenchuan did this was because he was afraid that he would feel that he was being treated differently. "Your portion looks delicious." At this time, Luo Wenchuan said casually. Xianxia thought that he was thinking too much again. "It's quite delicious." Xianxia tasted a few more mouthfuls. "It's like strawberry yogurt. It's very soft." Luo Wenchuan's gaze fell on Xianxia's lips. When the young man was eating dessert, he looked less heroic and more lively than usual. His thin lips were stained with white cream, making them look rosy and beautiful. A second later, Luo Wenchuan retracted his gaze and subconsciously blurted out, "Very soft?" Xianxia didn't notice his gaze just now and replied casually, "Yes, I don't know what it's made of." Luo Wenchuan, who usually never ate sweet food, ate a lot of dessert after it was served and said, "It's not bad." Xianxia didn't feel anything wrong, but the waiter on the side was stunned. Halfway through dinner, Luo Wenchuan's optical computer suddenly received a message. After he read it, he frowned slightly and said to Xianxia, "I have something to do, I have to go first." Xianxia asked curiously, "Is it an emergency? Do you want me to go with you?" "No." Luo Wenchuan said concisely, "The money has been paid, you can continue to eat." He stood up, picked up the coat beside him and put it on, his figure tall and big. Xianxia was stunned and said, "Then deduct the money for this meal from my salary." Luo Wenchuan walked to the door, the camel-colored coat on his body showing a noble temperament. He looked back at Xianxia, the jawline was clean and neat, and the ends of his eyes were slightly raised. He said, "It's an induction celebration, the boss will treat you." After he finished speaking, there seemed to be a flash of a smile on his lips, but before Xianxia could catch it, Luo Wenchuan had already turned and left. Xianxia couldn't help but feel confused. Didn't he not like her calling him boss? Xianxia returned to the dormitory with the things Luo Wenchuan gave her. She felt that it was heavy. After lying in the medical cabin, Lu Ranxiu was almost recovered. He was lying on the sofa and watching the news. When he saw Xianxia come in, he hurriedly waved to her and said, "Come over quickly, I saw a big piece of news." Xianxia put away the things Luo Wenchuan gave her, walked to Lu Ranxiu's side, and glanced at the news on the holographic screen. Suspected mysterious second prince returned to the capital star. "The second prince?" Xianxia asked, "Shouldn't he be on the capital star?" Lu Ranxiu looked at her with some surprise. "Do you not usually watch the news at all?" The second prince was sent to another planet by the royal family when he was young. It said that he went there to gain experience, and no one knows where he went or when he will come back. In Xianxia's timeline, there wasn't much information about this. This was probably related to his original identity as canon fodder, and he didn't care about anything other than love. However, this is all just groundless speculation. Lu Ranxiu said again, "I still don't know what the second prince's name is, and I don't know why the royal family keeps his information so secret. Do you think the royal family wants to cultivate an outstanding heir that no one knows about?" Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "If they really want him to be the heir, they should let the people know about him. Otherwise, he will attract a lot of gossip when he takes the throne in the future." Lu Ranxiu thought for a moment and said, "You're right. I heard a rumor before that the second prince was sent out of the capital star purely because the king didn't like him. I don't know which rumor is true." "We can't come to a conclusion about this kind of thing," Xianxia said, and suddenly changed the topic. "However, I also have a piece of news to tell you." Lu Ranxiu asked curiously, "What is it?" "I've become Luo Wenchuan's mecha pilot," Xianxia calmly said something that shocked Lu Ranxiu. "Is that true? You're Luo Wenchuan's mecha pilot?" Lu Ranxiu jumped up from the sofa in shock. Xianxia nodded. "He's really giving me too much." The person who was even more surprised than Lu Ranxiu was Colei. Colei found Xianxia early the next morning and repeated the question, "Did Dechuan really sign a contract with you?" 5 times, like a broken recorder. F***ck, that brat said that he doesn't want you, but his body is very honest. Colei commented on Luo Wenchuan's behavior. Then, he asked curiously, then how much did he give you? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Xianxia said the number slowly, but he didn't mention the additional condition of no cap. Cultivation said, F***ck again. At the same time, he looked at Xianxia with envious eyes. 300,000 star coins a month. It's so good to be rich. You can spend money to hire the best mecha pilot. So, he was envious of Luo Wenchuan? If there's a problem with your mecha, you can also look for me, Xianxia said to him, since you're boss Luo's roommate, I'll give you a discount. Cultivation asked with starry eyes, really? Then we have to make a deal, you can't go back on your word. After the two chatted for a while, Cultivation told Xianxia, Dechuan went home yesterday. Something seemed to have happened at home. He asked me to bring you to his exclusive warehouse. Exclusive warehouse? Xianxia had been in school for so long, but he had never heard of this term. Cultivation brought Xianxia to the southwest of the school. There was a group of buildings there that were usually not open to students. Luo Wenchuan's exclusive warehouse was among them. This is the privilege the school gives to the champion of the Mecha Grand Tournament. Cultivation took out the key and opened the door. Our school used to be one of the top 4 mecha academies, but it has declined in recent years. Therefore, the school gives a lot of preferential treatment to students who know how to use mechas to improve the school team's results. Although it doesn't seem to have much effect. After the door opened, Xianxia was shocked by the various mecha parts and weapons stored inside. So many? Many of them were given by the school, Cultivation said. There are also many that Dechuan collected when he went out on missions. They're from a desolate planet, after all. The children of the poor are already in charge of the family. He will sell some of them on the black market and keep the rest. Mission? Xianxia was stunned. What mission? Bounty missions. It's normal that you don't know. Ordinary people can't accept them. As Cultivation spoke, he showed some of the parts to Xianxia. Dechuan actually knows how to operate all kinds of mechas, so he has a lot of parts. However, his favorite is still the lightsaber mecha. Xianxia looked at these parts and started to assemble them automatically in her mind. Dechuan said that he doesn't need these parts. If you need them, you can use them, Cultivation said to Xianxia. Cultivation said to Xianxia, then suddenly lowered his voice. Actually, I suspect that he thinks your mecha is too ugly, but he's too embarrassed to ask you to change it. Xianxia said. How can Luo Wenchuan be such a person? Cultivation waved his hand. I'm just suspecting it. Your mecha is so ugly. It's reasonable for me to suspect it, right? Xianxia said, alright, let's not talk about it anymore. By the way, the group list for the 5th round seems to be out. Cultivation looked at Xianxia and his tone became serious. Your opponent is Su Zinan. You have to work hard. Don't lose to him. Xianxia knew that this was arranged by Luo Wenchuan. He nodded. I will. Su Zinan and I are both on the school team. I should speak up for him. Cultivation frowned slightly. But I really don't like him. A few days ago, Dechuan asked me to keep an eye on an account on the forum because that account posted a lot of negative posts about you. I was one of the administrators, so I banned it later. So, you mean? Xianxia was a little surprised. Yes, the person who posted the posts is Su Zinan. Cultivation opened the forum interface. These are the posts that he posted before. I deleted all of them, but I kept the evidence. He showed the content of the posts to Xianxia. The first post was I heard that Chiyu's fiancé entered the school. Does anyone know his background? This post exposed the fact that Xianxia had entered the school through her connections. Su Zinan pretended to be an ignorant passerby and kept replying to the post. There were more than 1,000 replies. There were many similar posts. Not only did they secretly mock Xianxia, but they also stepped on Lu Ranqiu. Since Xianxia entered the school, there were more than 10 posts in total. There were real and fake news mixed in among them, making countless onlookers skeptical. Because Su Zinan used a Smith account, the others did not know that he was the one who posted it. Therefore, in the post, they directly said that Xianxia was the shame of Omega. Su Zinan was the role model that all Omega should learn from. Kulei was silent for a long time at the side. Then, he said, Junior Xianxia, good luck. Xianxia's expression was quite calm. He was very different from the sensitive, irritable, and temperamental Omega described in the post. Kulei felt that Su Zinan was shameless. Dechuan was right to ask him to help him get a nickname. Kulei handed the key to the warehouse to Xianxia. Xianxia specially asked Luo Wenchuan if the parts inside could be used. However, Luo Wenchuan's answer was, take whatever you want. Xianxia wanted to strengthen the mecha's defense. This way, he would be able to withstand the concentrated fire of Su Zinan. The firepower of the meteor mecha was very scary. He might not be able to dodge it. However, this time, Xianxia did not care that much about whether his mecha would be damaged or not. His modification was carried out with the goal of defeating Su Zinan. Just as Xianxia finished sketching and was about to upgrade the mecha in the modification room, Qiyu suddenly came looking for him. Qiyu first apologized for reporting Xianxia. I'm sorry, Xianxia. I didn't think about it carefully. I shouldn't have reported you, get lost. Xianxia picked up the modified laser sword and pointed it at Qiyu. I don't have time for you. Qiyu was busy. He took a step back. His eyes were filled with guilt. There were faint dark circles under his eyes. He said in a hoarse voice, but I never thought of letting anyone else know about this. Withdrawing from the competition was just a cover. I can't really report you, Xianxia remembered Su Zinan's posts. He knew very well what Su Zinan's true motive was. However, Qiyu still foolishly thought that this was a private matter between them. If your brain is bad, donate it to someone else. Xianxia looked at him coldly. Don't try to make your presence known. Qiyu's Adam's apple bobbed. He looked at Xianxia and said slowly, I'm doing this for your own good. Xianxia, we are very important to each other, aren't we? No. Xianxia resisted the urge to stab him with the laser sword. Hurry up and get lost, okay? Xianxia, be my mecha operator. It's okay if you don't want to get back together with me. I will use time to prove my sincerity. Qiyu tried to move Xianxia. Is that okay? I'm sorry, but I'm already Luo Wenchuan's mecha operator, Xianxia said coldly. Qiyu was stunned. Jealousy instantly surged in his heart. The emotions that he had been holding in for the past few days all exploded. He took a step forward and frowned. Xianxia, what did that brat give you? He's a coward. He will definitely mistreat you and scold you. He won't treat you well at all. Xianxia smirked and said sarcastically, he gave you more than you did. The jealousy in Qiyu's eyes grew stronger. He couldn't help but raise his voice. Must you use this method to provoke me? Xianxia asked him back, do you think it's provoking or not? You. Qiyu was furious. He took a while to calm himself down. If it was in the past, Qiyu would definitely turn around and leave. He would wait for Xianxia to regret it. But now, he didn't seem to have any confidence. Even if Xianxia became Luo Wenchuan's mecha operator, he still had to suppress the jealousy in his heart. He didn't want their relationship to worsen. Xianxia, I didn't look for you today to make you angry. Qiyu lowered his voice. I saw the group list for the 5th round. You and Su Zinan are up against each other. Xianxia looked at him expressionlessly. Don't misunderstand and don't be jealous. Of course, I hope that you can win. Qiyu looked at Xianxia and said, but the difference in level between you and Su Zinan is right there, so, you think that I can't beat him? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and sneered. That's why I told Su Zinan to go easy on you. Qiyu looked at Xianxia gently. Su Zinan agreed. He said that if you can't beat him, as long as you beg for mercy, he will consider reducing his firepower. I don't need you to beg for mercy for me. Xianxia kept his mecha and turned to leave the modification room. Help me tell Su Zinan that if he can't beat me, as long as he kowtows 10 times, I will consider letting him live. Qiyu shouted behind him, where are you going? Xianxia wanted to go to Luo Wenchuan's warehouse to see if there were any more lethal weapons. A bold and unprecedented modification plan quickly took shape in Xianxia's mind. He only wanted to win this match. Now, he swore that he would beat Su Zinan to the point where he would have to look for his teeth all over the floor. calm, please remember, Hua Yihu said solemnly. He was not trying to intimidate Lin Taishu by using the tiger skin as a banner. After all, he was the young master of the Hua family. He represented the face and dignity of the Hua family in the imperial capital. Now that he was being assassinated, if he did not have the ability to take revenge, could he not ask his family to step in? Therefore, he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and conviction. The aura of a noble young master emanated from his body. This Qianhu will not bend the law for personal gain. Lin Taishu replied immediately. There was a trace of fear on his face, as if he was frightened. Then, he turned his head to look at Kai Ziyan. His eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Morong Wushuang and the others looked at Lin Taishu in confusion. However, they only saw the surface. They did not notice the sneer in Lin Taishu's eyes. The website is about to close. Download the Love Reading app to see the latest content for free. You want to blackmail me? Good, let's see who will get hurt. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend the assassin who tried to kill this young master. Hua Yihu shouted sternly. At this moment, he almost believed that Kai Ziyan really wanted to assassinate him. Especially when he saw Lin Taishu's awkward expression, he could not help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, as the elders had guessed, as long as he insisted that Kai Ziyan wanted to assassinate him, Lin Taishu would not know what to do. Now that he used his family to pressure him, this trash would immediately panic. Although he also knew that Lin Taishu was extremely daring and did what he did in the Hua family courtyard, he felt that Lin Taishu had grasped the reason. Otherwise, how could a trash like him dare to be presumptuous in front of the imperial capital's Hua family, right? Especially when Hua Yihu found that Lin Taishu's hesitation turned into fear as soon as he finished speaking, he was overjoyed. Men, arrest Kai Ziyan. After thinking for a while, Lin Taishu ordered with a timid look. Master, Qianhu Lord, hearing Lin Taishu's order, Morong Wushuang, the girl in soft armor, and Chao Hongfu were all stunned. H-Tao-Tao PS //WW Omega ECP. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Lin Taishu would give such an absurd order. This was an illusion, right? Chao Hongfu and the others comforted themselves in their hearts. However, compared to their confusion, Kai Ziyan and the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers could not help but show a look of shock and anger, glaring at Lin Taishu. Fatuous ruler. No, bastard, how could you say such shameless words? Suddenly, while everyone was angry at Lin Taishu, they also showed great sadness and disappointment in their hearts. They were ordered to arrest Lin Taishu's assassin, but in the end, not only did they not catch the assassin, they were the ones who killed him. What the F***ck, how could this be so outrageous? Hua Yihu and Hua Ziyuan looked at each other and smiled, showing a trace of pride in their eyes. Just as they thought, this great plan of giving him a taste of his own medicine really made Lin Taishu helpless, and he ended up killing each other. What a compliment. Immediately, they looked at Lin Taishu and the others in a good mood, enjoying the dogfight that was about to unfold. What are you waiting for? Do you want to rebel? Seeing that none of the surrounding northern battlefront army soldiers did anything, Lin Taishu stared at them and scolded loudly. Rebel? This word was not something that normal people could bear. Suddenly, the northern battlefront army soldiers' faces all changed. After a few breaths, 2 northern battlefront army soldiers helplessly handed their weapons to their companions, and slowly walked up to Kai Ziyan and said, Sorry, Baihu Lord, we were forced to do this. Please forgive us, Baihu Lord. It's okay, let's do it. Kai Ziyan said and stretched out his hands. His face was pale, and he was obviously disappointed with Lin Taishu's decision. The 2 northern battlefront army soldiers found a rope from nowhere and began to tie up Kai Ziyan's hands. Seeing this, the girl in soft armor was furious. She glared at Lin Taishu and was about to say something, but Morong Wushuang hurriedly grabbed her and pulled her back a few steps. Then, Morong Wushuang whispered in the girl's ear, Calm down, when have you ever seen Master so foolish? In this match with Su Zinan, Xianxia had no way out. He could only win and not lose. Hence, before the start of the match, Xianxia was in a state of intense preparation for the match. He was constantly building models of various modifications on his optical supercomputer. On the other hand, Su Zinan was very relaxed. He even specially got someone to observe Xianxia's condition. When he found out that he was busy modifying his mecha, he sneered, his family doesn't even give him money anymore. What else can he do? At the same time, Su Zinan felt that Caleb's score was not as high as his last year. He suspected that he had gone easy on him during the match. Hence, Xianxia's victory over Caleb, who was an A rank, was only due to good luck. Moreover, Xianxia was still in his fever stage. He was a complete pushover. Su Zinan had already thought of a scenario where Xianxia would lose even more humiliatingly than Lu Ranqiu. Xianxia was busy modifying his mecha. The modifications he made were actually very risky. At least from the information he found, no one had ever done this before. His modification focused on the mecha. Xianxia found some parts in Luo Wenchuan's exclusive warehouse. He scanned the image and sent it to Luo Wenchuan. He asked, "Boss, can I take these parts for the comet mecha?" Luo Wenchuan seemed to be busy. After a while, he replied slowly, "The parts in the warehouse are all yours. You don't have to ask me next time." These two sentences were concise and generous. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. He was once again moved by Luo Wenchuan's generosity. He thought to himself, it's probably every worker's dream to have a boss like this, right? After a while, Luo Wenchuan sent another message, "Why do you want the parts for the comet mecha?" Xianxia explained his modification plan. Luo Wenchuan probably took a while to understand this message. He seemed to be shocked by Xianxia's boldness. "That's very risky," Luo Wenchuan replied. Xianxia thought that Luo Wenchuan did not support his decision, but the next second, he sent another message, "Only you can do that." Xianxia laughed and replied to Luo Wenchuan, "Boss Luo has good taste." Luo Wenchuan probably didn't expect Xianxia to say that. After a long time, he replied, "Yes." Xianxia took these parts and modified them in the modification room. Lu Ranqiu was also repairing the mecha beside her. Su Zinan had damaged many parts of his mech, and the repairs would cost a lot of money. Because Xianxia was busy preparing for war, Lu Ranqiu found someone else to help fix it. However, Lu Ranqiu's attention was completely focused on Xianxia's mecha. Ever since Lu Ranqiu found out that Xianxia was matched against Su Zinan in the 5th round, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He said to Xianxia, "God has eyes. Xianxia, you must end Su Zinan's winning streak. Don't let that guy be proud anymore." Xianxia casually replied with a yes while installing weapons on the mechanical beast. Lu Ranqiu looked at Xianxia's modification of the ugly cat and asked curiously, "Why are you installing these on the cat?" The person who was helping Lu Ranqiu with the modification also said, "Classmate, you'd better not modify the mechanical beast like this. The spiritual power you gave to it is limited. It can't use these difficult weapons." This person was a mecha maintenance major and was more familiar with modifications. He felt that Xianxia was wasting materials by doing this. Lu Ranqiu didn't understand either, but he said to the person, "You can modify it. Do you think Xianxia needs you to teach him?" The man curled his lips and rolled his eyes. However, Lu Ranqiu's next sentence stunned him. The repair tools in his hand almost fell to the ground. "He's a mecha operator hired by Luo Wenchuan." Luo Wenchuan? Luo Wenchuan actually hired an EGA mecha operator? How strong was his ability? The maintenance major looked at Xianxia with disdain, shock, and then admiration. However, Xianxia didn't care. After the modification, he clapped his hands. "Kalibo gave me the inspiration. I copied his data and modified it." "Kalibo?" Lu Ranqiu was surprised. "Where did you get his data?" Xianxia smiled mysteriously and pointed at his eyes. Lu Ranqiu said, "You can see it? Is this reliable?" "Forget it, I'll go and see your performance." Xianxia's decisions always made him feel that it was unbelievable, but it also seemed to be reasonable. The maintenance major said, "Isn't Kalibo a comet mecha operator? How is it possible for your 2-star mecha to use his data? No matter what mecha you use, it's all about amplifying a human's spiritual power, physical strength, and reflexes through the mecha before fighting." Xianxia looked at the modified mecha. His eyes were filled with rationality and wisdom that didn't belong to his age. After the maintenance major heard this, he fell into a daze. He seemed to have realized something. Currently, Xianxia and Su Zinan both had 4 consecutive wins. Their performance was also on par. In addition, both of them were the best in EGA. Therefore, their battle had attracted a lot of discussion on the forum. Some people even started a bet on the forum. The bet was forum coins. Since it didn't involve real money, this kind of bet was just for entertainment. Su Zinan's supporters had an overwhelming advantage. Xianxia dares to compete with Su Zinan? Isn't his family just a little richer? Su Zinan is a top EGA from a grassroots background. He's much better than that young master of his. Yesterday, the forum deleted a lot of Xianxia's posts. He probably bribed the moderators. I'm speechless. Isn't an anonymous forum for everyone to speak freely? Is he afraid that his scandal will be exposed? How can he be compared to Su Zinan with this kind of character? Xianxia's reputation in our school's forums isn't very good. Other than the Mecha forum, people have been praising him. He's just a B rank. Even if he brags to the heavens, he's still a B rank. Last time, Lu Ranxiu was beaten so badly by Su Zinan. I heard that Xianxia and Lu Ranxiu are friends. Is he going to take revenge? Forget it. Su Zinan is the pride of our EGA. Xianxia is nothing. He got in through the back door, had his engagement broken off, and failed his grades. It would be strange if someone like him could win. Su Zinan is beautiful and kind. Didn't Xianxia see that he's close to Qiyu and can't stand it? TSK, there were several forums in the school. Most of these posts came from the gossip forum. The permanent users of this forum had a very bad impression of Xianxia. Of course, this was all because Su Zinan used his alternate account to post all kinds of dirt about Xianxia. The forum was anonymous. No one knew that these posts were posted by the same person. Su Zinan's method of defaming Xianxia was also very clever. He never directly defamed Xianxia. Every time, he would throw out some specious questions. For example, did a first-year EGA in our school have his engagement broken off? I heard that an EGA who failed the physical test can enter the mecha department. Is that true? I heard that Xianxia's strength is comparable to Su Zinan's. What do you think? He even pretended to speak for Xianxia in the post to provoke even more intense ridicule. He didn't look like an informant in any of the posts, but he firmly controlled the direction of the fermentation of public opinion. He used everyone's imagination to smear Xianxia's image to the point that almost everyone hated him. Although no one dared to do anything to Xianxia in real life, these people found an outlet to vent their anger on the anonymous forum. The number of people scolding him increased. Su Zinan's fans also kept increasing. Lu Ranxiu saw the bet and felt very angry. He told Xianxia about it and said, I bet all my forum coins on you. Your current odds are as high as 4-5. Why are these people so stupid? They actually bet on Su Zinan? I'm really speechless. Xianxia didn't make any comments about this. He just felt that he had to win the competition. Not long after, the 5th round of the competition arrived as scheduled. Halfway through the competition, many people were already feeling tired. Those who were still working hard were all aiming for the school team. Xianxia, on the other hand, wasn't obsessed with the school team. He spent most of his time enjoying the process of piloting his mecha and observing the data on his mecha. Other than this round with Su Zinan, he didn't have a strong desire to win at other times. Early that morning, Luo Wenchuan finally returned to school. Before getting off the flying transport, Luo Wenchuan changed out of his clothes with the royal coat of arms and put on his school uniform. He picked up his backpack with one hand and went straight to the competition venue. Luo Wenchuan's competition was not in the same arena as Xianxia's. He was matched with an A-class Storm Mecha, his classmate from the command faculty. The Storm Mecha was the most resistant mecha among the 6 great mecha. It was equivalent to a tank. It could activate all kinds of defensive shields at any time. The battle would usually drag on for more than 20 minutes. However, this time, Luo Wenchuan only spent 7 minutes and 23 seconds to end the match. His opponent stared blankly at his broken shield and looked at Luo Wenchuan with some grievance. "Dechuan, we're classmates from the same faculty. Why are you so ruthless?" Luo Wenchuan looked at Arena B next door and said calmly, "I'm going to watch someone's competition." His classmate was stunned and asked, "Who?" "How mean, Ashley, or Kule?" "It should be Kule, right?" The three people he was referring to were the other three S-class mecha warriors in the school other than Luo Wenchuan. They were the main force of the school team last year. They were of different grades and operated different mecha, but their strength was top-notch. At present, only these three people could catch Luo Wenchuan's attention. However, Luo Wenchuan replied, "A junior." His opponent was surprised for a few seconds before asking, "Junior? Is there anyone in the first grade worthy of your attention?" Luo Wenchuan didn't answer. He left Arena A and headed to Arena B. Among the spectators, the proportion of EGA had obviously increased. Many EGA who didn't participate in the competition even came to watch. This was because it was rare to see two EGA powerhouses meet in a competition. Su Zinan was an A-class EGA who stunned countless people last year and even made it to the school team. Xianxia, on the other hand, became famous because of that ugly cat and the competition with Kalibo. The EGAs who had come because of the fame were all discussing who would win. However, it was obvious that Su Zinan had many more supporters. After discussing their strength, many people were also discussing the relationship between Xianxia and Su Zinan. "I heard that Xianxia and Su Zinan are love rivals. Both of them like Chiyu." "It seems like that. Chiyu likes Su Zinan and broke off the engagement with Xianxia. Chiyu is the son of a general. The Yun family must be furious. Won't Xianxia lose face if he loses? Not only would she lose her fiancé, but she would also be humiliated by Su Zinan on the arena." Luo Wenchuan sat behind this group of people. When he heard the nonsense, he couldn't help but close his eyes. A hint of emotion flashed across his eyes, but it was quickly hidden. At this moment, Xianxia and Su Zinan went on stage. Before the competition officially began, Su Zinan took out his mecha Rubik's Cube and calmly threw it into the air. Then, he caught it and smiled as he shook hands with Xianxia. He said gently, "Junior Xianxia, to show my respect, I won't go easy on you." "I couldn't ask for more." Xianxia's tone was calm. He had taken Luo Wenchuan's inhibitor today, so his body didn't suffer any side effects. Because of his disgust and dislike for the person in front of him, every cell in his body was filled with energy. Su Zinan released his meteor mecha. His mecha's quality was very good. The difficulty of piloting it was level A. It was a small to medium-sized mecha, was 6.5 meters tall, and was filled with many cannons. Since the meteor mecha required a lot of cannons, it consumed more energy than other mechas. The miniature nuclear reactor energy system in front of its chest was more complicated. Xianxia stared at the mecha for a few seconds and already knew where its main cannons were. Su Zinan thought he was envious of his mecha. He smiled and said, "What's wrong, Junior Xianxia? You didn't expect my mecha to be repaired so well?" "I really didn't expect it." Xianxia looked at him and said sarcastically, "After all, you were beaten up so badly by a B-class mecha in the last match. It wasn't very nice." Su Zinan's body stiffened slightly. The smile on his face quickly turned cold. He suddenly said, "It was all thanks to Brother Yu's help that I was able to repair it so quickly." When Xianxia heard this, he could not help but be stunned. The original owner's memories suddenly pierced into his brain. Some fragments pieced together and told him an important piece of information. After Chiyu entered Shanghai Military Academy, he often asked the original owner for help and asked his family for the parts of the meteor mecha. The original owner didn't know much about mechas. Naturally, he didn't know that Chiyu wasn't piloting the meteor mecha. No matter what Chiyu asked for, the original owner would agree to it and give it to him immediately. In the end, Chiyu even bypassed the original owner and asked the Yun family's company for the mecha. In order to please Chiyu, the Yun family's company naturally gave him the best parts. Xianxia looked up at Su Zinan's mecha. Most of the parts on it were produced by the Yun family's company. In other words, the reason why Su Zinan, an EGA from a barren planet, could pilot such a good mecha was all because he and Qiyu had been sucking the blood of the Yun family. Yun. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Do you think it looks familiar? Su Zinan saw that Yun Xiangxia's expression wasn't too good. He thought he was angry and smiled even more happily. These were all given to me by Brother Yu. He said they were made by the Yun family. I have to say, the quality is really good. Yun Xiangxia pursed his lips. He didn't feel angry. He just felt that it wasn't worth it for the original owner. Su Zinan continued to proudly say, I relied on these parts from your family to win against Lu Ranqiu, who is your good brother. Oh, no, EGA like you should call each other sisters in private, right? I don't really understand. After all, I'm only brothers with alphas. My family's parts? That's good. I'll take them back one by one. Yun Xiangxia sneered. Also, you keep talking about EGA every day. Who are you looking down on? Or are you so inferior that you can only feel superior by stepping on other EGA? Su Zinan's face became gloomy. He didn't notice Yun Xiangxia saying, take them back one by one. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, what right does trash like you have to shout in front of me? Don't think you're so great. With your little ability, you're about the same as that three-legged cat of yours. Yun Xiangxia didn't continue to pay attention to him. He released his 2-star mech. Round 5, Arena B. The third match would begin in 3 minutes. After entering the cockpit, Yun Xiangxia closed his eyes. He knew that the experiments and modifications he was doing now were bold and risky. Due to the lack of time, he had only tested the mech's performance in a simulated environment. He didn't have time to find someone to fight against. However, this battle had a special meaning. He had to do his best to win the match. He had no other choice. Both matches started up at the same time. Qiyu had just finished her match and rushed over from another arena. Lu Ranqiu, Ao Liar, and Shuofeiyue also came to the audience. Many students from Class C heard that Lu Ranqiu was humiliated by Su Zinan and came to support Yun Xiangxia. Luo Wenchuan didn't even have time to change out of his special training clothes. His eyes were fixed on the arena. The match had officially begun. The meteor mech was obviously the bane of the 2-star mech. Not long after the match began, Su Zinan activated many cannons and fired indiscriminately at Yun Xiangxia and that ugly cat. The dazzling cannons kept flying towards Yun Xiangxia. The light was dazzling. Even through the protective shield, the audience outside the arena could feel the huge energy and pressure. Oh my god, Su Zinan is really using a big move right from the start. I can't even see where Yun Xiangxia is. Su Zinan is really ruthless. No wonder he's the strongest EGA. Yun Xiangxia shouldn't be able to make it, right? Just as everyone was discussing, Yun Xiangxia's mech jumped out of the endless cannons. The mechanical beast was curled up on his back. Not only did the two mechs successfully escape from the heavy cannons, they didn't even suffer any damage. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were fine? Yun Xiangxia once again displayed his extremely fast reflexes and super speed. He dodged the heavy cannons like a ghost, trying to find a chance to get close to Su Zinan. However, Su Zinan's goal today was to completely destroy Yun Xiangxia's mech and beat him until he begged for mercy. Therefore, he kept a distance from Yun Xiangxia. His back was facing the spherical protective shield, not giving Yun Xiangxia any chance to get close. Other than being able to fire extremely destructive cannons, the meteor mech could also fire functional cannons such as smoke bombs and low-temperature deceleration bullets. Because the use of smoke bombs was limited, many meteor mechs were equipped with a large number of low-temperature deceleration bullets. After being hit by a deceleration bullet, the mech's electromagnetic field would be disturbed to a certain extent. Moreover, the energy system would be affected by the temperature and its efficiency would decrease. The mech's strength would be reduced by more than half. Su Zinan found Yun Xiangxia's weakness and fired 5 deceleration bullets without hesitation. Lu Ranqiu was so nervous that he didn't dare to watch. He covered his eyes with his hand and revealed a slit. He asked Shuofeiyue nervously, "Teacher, did he dodge it?" Shuofeiyue didn't answer. Lu Ranqiu's heart sank. Xianxia wouldn't really lose, right? At this moment, the audience suddenly exclaimed. Shuafeiyue couldn't help but shout. Holy sh*t, look at that cat. Lu Ronchu's whole body trembled. He let go of his hand and looked towards the arena nervously. Then, he revealed a shocked expression. End of chapter 32. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.